David Greengold grew up in Brooklyn, the heart of American Jewish life, but his path took a sharp turn at his bar mitzvah. Standing before his family and declaring himself a man, he had no idea how much that day would reshape his future. The celebration afterward brought relatives from Israel, including his uncle Moses, a successful diamond merchant, and his older cousin Daniel, who had just joined Mossad. Over glasses of California wine, Daniel spun thrilling tales of his time as an Israeli paratrooper. 11 jumps, the adrenaline of the 6-day war, missions that felt more like daring hunts than grim battles. To a 13-year-old boy raised on nightly news broadcasts of the bloody quagmire in Vietnam, it sounded like something out of an adventure novel. By the end of the evening, David had made up his mind he would move to Israel after high school. His father, a wee veteran who'd seen enough war to last a lifetime, wasn't thrilled about his son's sudden zeal for a distant homeland. But compared to the alternative, watching him shipped off to the jungles of Southeast Asia, it was the lesser evil. So, when graduation came, David boarded an El Al flight to Tel Aviv and never glanced back. He mastered Hebrew, served his mandatory military duty, and just like Daniel, caught the attention of Mossad recruiters. Now, years later, he was the agency's station chief in Rome, overseeing a small but efficient team. Daniel, meanwhile, had traded espionage for the family diamond business, lured by a far more generous paycheck. But David thrived in the shadows, gathering intelligence through a network of informants, including Hassan, a Palestinian with deep ties to militant groups, who traded secrets for enough cash to live comfortably near Italy's parliament. Today's exchange was set in the men's room of Ristorante Giovanni, a spot David had used before. After savoring a plate of perfectly cooked veal franzese and a glass of crisp white wine, he made his move. The dead drop was hidden beneath the leftmost urinal, a clever spot, theatrical but effective, since no one ever inspected it too closely. A small steel plate, stamped with the manufacturer's logo, concealed the magnetic package. As he approached, he played his part perfectly, pretending to use the urinal while his free hand snatched the package in one smooth motion. Just then, the door creaked open. The newcomer paid him no mind, but David wasn't taking chances. He accidentally dropped his cigarette pack, bending to retrieve it with one hand while the other secured the prize. A magician's trick, really misdirection at its finest. This time, the plan failed spectacularly. No sooner had David Greengold completed the pickup than someone jostled him from behind. "Pardon me, sir, or should I say signore?" The voice carried the polished accent of an Oxford graduate, the kind of tone meant to disarm suspicion. Greengold ignored it, turning toward the sink to rinse his hands before leaving. As the water ran, he caught a glimpse in the mirror-blue eyes, staring back at him. They seemed ordinary, but the cold calculation behind them wasn't. Before his body could react, a hand clamped onto his forehead, and a blade slid into the base of his skull with surgical precision. His spinal cord severed instantly, but death wasn't immediate. His muscles went slack, cutting off sensation, leaving only a dull, fading burn at his neck. He tried to inhale, but his lungs refused. The man pivoted him effortlessly, like a store dummy, and dragged him into a stall. David's mind still raced. Was this just a robbery? No, not for a Mossad veteran. The killer yanked his head up by the hair. "Salam alaikum," he murmured, though his features betrayed no hint of Arab heritage. The realization hit David like a final, bitter joke he'd been played. Hassan had set him up, lured him into a false flag trap. The last coherent thought flickered through his fading consciousness. Adonai Ekadad. The assassin wiped his hands, barely stained, and pocketed both wallet and package. He left exact change for his meal, 23 euros, barely a tip before vanishing into the streets. A Brioni storefront caught his eye. A new suit seemed fitting after a job well done. Meanwhile, half a world away, the U. Marine Corps headquarters stood apart, literally. Unlike the Army, Navy, and Air Force nestled in the Pentagon, the Marines had been relegated to the Navy Annex in Arlington, Virginia. It was a fitting metaphor for their history, once the Navy's private infantry, now a force with its own fierce identity. For over a century, they'd been America's most visible warriors, the ones foreigners remembered. Not bad for the military's so-called stepchild. Freed from the burden of managing complex logistics or medical support, thanks to the specialized teams handling those tasks, every Marine stood ready as a frontline fighter. A formidable presence that commanded respect from allies and struck fear into adversaries. While admired for their discipline, Marines often drew mixed reactions from other branches of the U. Military, seen as too flashy, too confident, and too polished in their public image. The Corps operated like its own self-contained force, complete with a nimble air wing and, now its own intelligence division, a move some traditionalists scoffed at, given the Marines' reputation for direct action over paperwork. Leading this new intelligence branch, dubbed M2, where 2 signaled its role in information operations, was Major General Terry Broughton. A no-nonsense infantry officer tasked with injecting practicality into intelligence work. The Corps had finally remembered that behind every classified document was a rifleman who needed accurate intel to survive. It was a quiet truth that Marine ingenuity often outmatched even the Air Force's tech-savvy flyboys, who assumed cockpit skills equaled unmatched brilliance. Fresh off the news of his upcoming command of the 2nd Marine Division at Camp Lejeune, Broughton was in high spirits, a fortunate break for Captain Brian Caruso, who found himself summoned for an unexpected meeting. Dressed sharply in his olive Class A uniform, adorned with jump wings and an impressive array of shooting badges, Caruso hoped his credentials would catch the general's eye. The M2 setup, complete with a lieutenant colonel as an aide and a seasoned gunnery sergeant running the office, struck him as oddly bureaucratic for the Corps. But then Marines had a saying, 2 centuries of tradition, untouched by progress. "General's ready for you, Captain," the sergeant announced. Caruso stood, nodded his thanks, and stepped inside. Broughton was exactly as expected, broad-shouldered with a buzz cut that barely qualified his hair, and a piercing gaze that sized him up in seconds. No salutes were exchanged. Marines saved those for formal occasions. "Morning, sir." "Sit," Broughton ordered, gesturing to a leather chair. Caruso perched on the edge, posture rigid. "Any idea why you're here?" "No, sir." They kept that part quiet. "How's Force Recon treating you?" "Maud this do. Couldn't ask for better, sir. My team's solid and the missions keep me sharp." Broughton flipped open a folder marked with red and white stripes, top secret. "Your work in Afghanistan didn't go unnoticed." Special operations missions rarely made headlines, and Caruso's assignment in Afghanistan was no exception, far from prime-time news material. "It was intense, sir," he admitted. "Outstanding performance," General Broughton noted, scanning the report. "Bringing your entire team home alive is no small feat." Caruso shook his head. "That credit goes to the SEAL medic, Petty Officer Randall. Corporal Ward took heavy fire, but Randall patched him up under fire. I pushed for a commendation, hope it goes through." Broughton didn't hesitate. "It will. And so will yours." Caruso stiffened. "Sir, I just followed protocol. My team carried the weight." The general cut him off with a knowing smirk. "That's exactly what a solid officer says. I reviewed your report and Gunny Sullivan's. He vouched for you, said you held your own for a rookie in combat." Sullivan, a seasoned Marine with tours in Lebanon and Kuwait, wasn't one for empty praise. "He served under me once," Broughton added. "Promotion's overdue." Caruso nodded. Absolutely, sir. The man's earned it. Broughton flipped open another file, this one unclassified. Your evaluations of your men are glowing, Captain. Why? Didn't miss a beat. Because they're the best, sir. I'd stack them against any unit anywhere. Half of them are future sergeants, maybe even gunnies. They anticipate orders, work like a machine. One's got officer potential written all over him. Hell, I'm lucky to lead them. The general leaned back. Sounds like you trained them, right? Just doing my job, sir. Not anymore, Broughton countered. Caruso frowned. Maze, sir. I've got over a year left with the battalion. Unless you're pulling me early. He'd hoped for a promotion to major, maybe even ops officer for recon. Broughton shifted gears. That agency guy Hardesty. How would he handle himself? Caruso considered it. Former Special Forces, speaks the local dialects. Cool under fire. He's got grit for a guy pushing 40. The general tapped the classified folder. His report says you saved his skin in that ambush. Caruso scoffed. Nobody wins style points getting jumped. Hardesty was scouting ahead with Ward when the enemy blew their advantage, fired too soon. We flanked them, Sullivan took the high ground. Took us 15 minutes to clean up. Sullivan dropped the primary target. Would have preferred him alive, but he wasn't surrendering. The aftermath. 1 wounded Marine, 16 enemy Kia, and 2 prisoners for intel to sweat. Not bad for a messy day's work. Broughton's final question was predictable. Biggest takeaway? Caruso didn't hesitate. Seth turned harder. That was another story. You never knew who'd stand their ground and who'd fold under pressure. Back at Quantico, they drilled into us to trust our gut problem was instincts didn't come standard issue, and sometimes it was hard to tell if you were listening to wisdom or just fear. Caruso gave a half-hearted shrug. Luck was on our side this time, but I'll be damned if I know why. Broughton cut him off with a gruff chuckle. Overthinking gets you killed, Captain. When everything goes sideways, you don't have the luxury of second-guessing. That's why you drill your team, delegate, and keep your head ready, but never assume you've got the playbook figured out. You handled yourself well. Impressed Hardesty, and that's no small feat. Hell, impressed the right people, apparently. Caruso frowned. Sir, the agency wants a word. Talent search. Your name's on the list. You what idiot, Safter say. Field work. Not spy games, probably paramilitary, maybe counter-terror. You can say no, but you're sitting down with them either way. Caruso exhaled. Uncle Jack's shadow again. Broughton smirked. Could be. But you're your own man, Captain. Just don't let them sell you snake oil. 2 hours later, Caruso found himself staring at the office door of Pete Alexander, a grizzled ex-Special Forces operator who'd cut his teeth in Afghanistan back in the 80s. The man had a reputation for sharp instincts and zero patience for babysitting. Caruso straightened his collar, muttered, "Watch your wallet," under his breath, and stepped inside. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, another Caruso was wrestling with his own uncertainty. The FBI had built its legacy on cracking interstate kidnappings, ever since the Lindbergh Law turned it into their bread and butter. For decades, the mere threat of bureau involvement had scared off all but the dumbest criminals until a new breed emerged, ones who weren't in it for the ransom. That morning, 5-year-old Penelope Davidson had vanished on her way to school. By the time her parents called the sheriff, the clock was already ticking. Georgetown, Alabama, sat a stone's throw from Mississippi, and the Birmingham field office moved fast, swarming the case like bloodhounds on a fresh trail. The rules had changed, but the stakes, higher than ever. In FBI terminology, a kidnapping case is designated as a Priority 7, and almost every agent in the Birmingham field office immediately mobilized, speeding toward the rural farming town where the incident occurred. Despite their training, a gnawing doubt lingered in each agent's mind. Statistics weren't on their side. Kidnapping cases had a brutal timeline. Most victims were assaulted and murdered within the first few hours. The odds of finding the child alive were slim, but these agents were fathers, husbands, men who couldn't stomach giving up before even trying. The assistant special agent in charge, a seasoned investigator, was the first to meet with Sheriff Paul Turner, a local lawman who knew his limits. Turner's face was pale, his voice tight. The idea of a child suffering under his watch made him sick. He didn't hesitate to hand over control to the feds. Photos of the missing girl were distributed to every officer, while maps of the area were spread across hoods of patrol cars. The search focused on the route between the Davidson home and the elementary school, a 5-block walk the child took every morning. Agents and deputies fanned out, knocking on doors, questioning neighbors, searching backyards. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, databases scoured for registered sex offenders within a 100-mile radius, sending teams to track them down. Warrants, boianquate, sometimes, Ual-Sakabrud or Mason, often bypassed local judges, weren't in the mood for legal niceties when a child's life hung in the balance. For Special Agent Dominic Caruso, this was his first Priority 7. Fresh out of Quantico, barely a year into the job, he'd already been shuffled from Newark's chaos to Alabama's sticky heat. No wife, no kids, but the case still hit him like a punch to the gut. The girl's school photo, blonde hair darkening with age, bright blue eyes, that innocent grin burned in his mind. This wasn't a ransom case. The Davidsons were salt of the earth folks, a lineman for the electric company, a part-time nurse's aide, churchgoers with no red flags. But the profiler's assessment was grim. This could be a predator who didn't leave witnesses. Caruso's assignment: patrol the backroads west of Georgetown, eyes peeled for anything out of place. He wasn't seasoned enough for interrogations, though his psychology degree made him cocky. He imagined scenarios: a girl bound in duct tape, muffled cries, some monster's hands on the wheel. His grip tightened on the steering wheel until his knuckles whitened. Then the radio crackled to life. All units, suspect possibly driving a white Ford utility van, Alabama plates, dirty exterior. His pulse spiked. This was it, time to hunt. Dominic Caruso listened to the instructions crackling over the radio. If anyone spotted a vehicle matching the description, they were to alert local authorities rather than engage directly. Great advice, he mused, unless you're the one staring at a potential lead with no time to waste. He eased off the gas, letting his mind race ahead of the car. If he were the kind of predator they were hunting, where would he hide? Somewhere accessible but discreet, a side road with just enough cover, tucked away from prying eyes. A place where screams wouldn't carry. He keyed the mic. Caruso to Birmingham base. The response came instantly from Agent Sandy Ellis, her voice steady despite the thinness of their lead. An elderly witness had reported a girl matching the description near a white van, but details were sparse: no license plate, no clear suspect. Just another ghost in the system. Dominic exhaled. How many registered offenders in the area? 19 names, all being checked, all dead ends so far. The road stretched ahead, empty. For a fleeting second, he wondered if this was what his brother Brian had felt overseas, the eerie solitude of the hunt, the weight of a life in the balance. Then his gaze snagged on a break in the trees, a dirt path, Faint tire grooves pressed into the earth. He slowed, catching a glimpse of a weathered house through the thinning pines. And there the edge of a van, more beige than white. Memory was unreliable, especially under stress. Was this close enough? He parked, radioing his position. Going 10-7 to check it out. Ellis offered backup. He declined. Probably nothing. But his hand hovered near his Smith & Wesson as he stepped out, leaving the car door unlatched to avoid noise. The suit he wore, a muted green, blended into the shadows. The van was older, its body dented from years of use. Backed in like a tradesman would park, or someone who didn't want prying eyes near the sliding door. His pulse kicked up. No faces in the windows. No sounds. Just the creak of the wind and the weight of the gun at his hip. He moved forward, coat open, fingers loose. Trust your instincts, they'd told him at Quantico. Even if those instincts were still raw. Then a detail snagged his attention, fresh mud splattered near the van's rear wheel, as if it had recently taken a rougher route than this quiet back road. His jaw tightened. Maybe this wasn't nothing after all. Every cop on the planet practiced their quick draw, usually in front of a mirror, but only an idiot would actually fire mid-motion. Accuracy went out the window that way. Dominic Caruso wasn't about to make that mistake. He studied the scene carefully. The driver's side window was rolled down, revealing a stark interior, bare metal floors, a spare tire, a jack, and a thick roll of duct tape, with the end neatly folded back for easy access. A small throw rug was taped to the floor behind the passenger seat, and a loose strip of tape dangled from the seat frame. His skin prickled with unease. This was new territory for him. Sure, he'd worked fugitives in Newark, made a few arrests, but always with a seasoned agent calling the shots. Now he was the one making decisions. His gut told him something was off. The van was clean, too clean. Just a rug, some tape, and a whole lot of unanswered questions. He pulled out his phone and dialed the office. "Was B.I. How can I help you?" A woman answered. "Caruso for Ellis," he said, and within seconds, his supervisor was on the line. "What you got, Dom?" "White Ford Econoline, Alabama plates. Echo Romeo 6501, parked at my location." "Sandy, yeah? I'm knocking on this guy's door." "You want backup?" Caruso hesitated. "Affirmative." "Roger that. County deputies 10 minutes out. Stand by." But then the scream cut through the air, piercing, raw terror. His body reacted before his brain could catch up. His pistol was in his hands, muzzle skyward, heart hammering. That sound wasn't just fear, it was a woman staring death in the face. Time blurred as he moved, staying low, avoiding sight lines. The house was a rundown rental, the front door, nothing more than a flimsy screen. Through it, he could see a hallway branching left to a kitchen and right to a bathroom. The porcelain sink and toilet were visible, but his focus sharpened when he spotted movement. No, not movement. A shape. Penny Davidson lay in the tub, her small body limp, throat slit so deeply it gaped like a second mouth. Blood coated her chest, the sides of the tub, everything. Caruso's breath didn't hitch. His hands didn't shake. All he registered was one chilling fact. The killer was still here. Close. And he wasn't done yet. The sound that had caught his attention was coming from the living room, a television blaring some horror flick, judging by the sudden scream. Dominic moved cautiously, his pulse pounding in his ears as he approached the doorway. There, sprawled on the couch, was a man in his late 30s, balding, completely absorbed in the movie while nursing a can of Miller Lite. The guy looked relaxed, almost bored, like he hadn't just done something unspeakable. But the evidence was right there, a bloody butcher knife on the coffee table, Dark stains splattered across his shirt. The kind of stains that didn't come from a bar fight. Dominic remembered an instructor at the academy once saying, "These types never put up a fight when faced with real opposition. All bravado until the cuffs came out." Well, this one wouldn't get the chance. His fingers tightened around the grip of his Smith & Wesson, the hammer already back. No hesitation. Near the entrance stood a rickety end table with a cheap blue vase, probably a last-minute purchase from Walmart, now just clutter. Dominic kicked it over, sending glass shattering across the floor. The guy jerked upright, eyes wild, and in one frantic motion he grabbed the knife. Big mistake. 21 feet. That was the rule. A man with a blade inside that distance was a death sentence waiting to happen. Dominic didn't wait. 3 shots, center mass. The guy barely had time to register what hit him before he slumped back, shock frozen on his face. A quick sweep of the house confirmed no one else was home. Just silence and the lingering stench of violence. He cuffed the corpse out of habit, checked for a pulse he knew wouldn't be there, then called it in. Dumb. Sandy's voice crackled through the phone. "Yeah, it's done. The girl's gone. So's he." Sirens wailed in the distance. Dominic stepped outside, holstering his weapon and flashing his badge as the sheriff's cruiser screeched to a halt. "Under control," he said, forcing calm into his voice even as adrenaline still coursed through him. The job was finished. But the weight of it? That would stick around. Sheriff Turner stepped inside the house at Caruso's gesture, leaving the young agent alone on the weathered porch. Moments later, the sheriff reappeared, his service weapon secured in its holster. Turner defied expectations. His broad frame and thick arms fit the classic Southern lawman stereotype, but his dark skin shattered the cliché. "Walk me through it," he said, his voice steady. Caruso hesitated, knowing the sheriff's interpretation would shape the official record. This was his jurisdiction, his call. "Give me a second," Caruso replied, rubbing his temples. Turner fished out a crumpled pack of menthols, offering one before lighting his own. The agent declined, sinking onto the sun-bleached decking as the weight of the last hour pressed down on him. The facts were clear: the van, the broken door, the knife, but the aftermath churned in his gut. No guilt for the dead man, only a gnawing frustration. If he'd been faster, pushed harder, maybe Penelope Davidson would be clutching her favorite stuffed animal right now instead of lying cold in the next room. The sheriff's voice cut through his thoughts. "You ready?" Caruso exhaled sharply. "I was scouting locations when I spotted the van. Something felt off." Rising, he guided Turner inside, boots scuffing against the hardwood. I stumbled. He lunged with the blade. I had no choice. 3 shots, center mass. No hesitation. Turner crouched beside the corpse, studying the tight cluster of bullet holes. His fingers brushed the worn silver dollar on his keychain, a relic from his father's railroad days, and laid it over the wounds. The coin covered them completely. His gaze flicked to the bathroom door, where a child's pink hair tie lay abandoned on the tiles. The sheriff's jaw tightened before he stood, dusting his knees. "Paperwork's gonna say self-defense." He clapped Caruso's shoulder, grip firm. "But there's people inside." Chaos arrived in waves. Squad cars, forensic vans, agents in windbreakers barking into radios. Flashbulbs popped as technicians tagged evidence: the knife, the bloodstains, the tiny body bag zipped shut with merciful care. When Sat Ben Harding finally pushed through the crowd, his first question wasn't about protocol. "You holding up?" he asked, scanning Caruso's face. The younger agent nodded, throat tight. Somewhere beyond the crime scene tape, a mockingbird sang, oblivious. Dominic Caruso made his way over to Sheriff Paul Turner, wanting to get his take on the shooting incident. From a few yards away, Caruso observed Turner walking Harding through the scene with deliberate hand motions, both men nodding in agreement. Having the sheriff's official endorsement was a good sign. Even the state trooper captain standing nearby seemed to approve. But truth be told, Caruso couldn't care less. He was certain he'd done what was necessary, even if his reaction time hadn't been perfect. When Harding finally approached, he clapped a hand on Dominic's shoulder. "You holding up all right?" Caruso exhaled sharply. "Like molasses in January, I know. Expecting anything faster would have been a stretch." Harding gave him a firm shake. "Cut yourself some slack, kid. You handled it about as well as anyone could." Then, lowering his voice, he asked, "Walk me through it again." Caruso repeated his version of events, the details now solidifying in his mind like well-rehearsed lines. He could have told the unvarnished truth and probably walked away unscathed. But why risk it? Officially, it was a justified shoot, and that's all that mattered for his record. Harding listened, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. There'd be paperwork, of course, reports to file, FedEx envelopes destined for D. But the optics were favorable. An FBI agent taking down a kidnapper on the same day as the crime? The press would eat that up. And the deeper they dug, the worse it would look for the suspect. The house hadn't even been fully processed yet, but they'd already uncovered a digital camera. It wouldn't shock anyone if his Dell laptop revealed a rap sheet of past offenses. If that were the case, Caruso hadn't just closed one case, he might have cracked several wide open. A gold star in his file? Absolutely. Just how bright that star would shine, neither he nor Harding could guess yet. But fate wasn't done with Dominic Caruso. The talent scouts were circling, and they had their eyes on one more candidate too. Chapter 1. The campus west Odenton, Maryland, wasn't much of a town, just a post office, a handful of gas stations, and a 7-Eleven surrounded by fast food joints catering to commuters, racing from Columbia to D. Half a mile from the unassuming post office stood a bland, 9-story office building that screamed government contractor. Its only distinguishing feature: a sleek gray brick monument out front bearing the words Henley Associates. No explanation, no fanfare. The roof was flat, topped with tar and gravel, housing an elevator shack and a nondescript fiberglass box that gave nothing away. But the building's real oddity was its location, smack in the sightline between NSA headquarters at Fort Meade and CIA headquarters in Langley. Every other developer who'd tried to build along that corridor had been mysteriously denied zoning permits for reasons nobody could quite pin down. Out back, a cluster of satellite dishes sat behind razor wire fencing, humming quietly as they tracked signals from commercial satellites. The whole setup, 15 acres of unremarkable Maryland real estate, was known simply as the campus to those who worked there. Nearby, the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab carried on its usual discreet business, a neighbor with its own share of secrets. To the outside world, Henley Associates appeared to be a standard financial firm dealing in stocks, bonds, and foreign exchange. Yet it operated in near total secrecy. The company rarely engaged with the public, had no visible clientele, and maintained an air of mystery. While whispers circulated about its quiet support for local charities, particularly Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, no official records or press releases ever confirmed it. The firm didn't even have a PR department, reinforcing its low-profile nature. The CEO, Gerald Paul Henley Jr., was a man with a complicated past who avoided the spotlight with practiced ease. His employees, scattered around Columbia, lived comfortably but unremarkably, blending into suburban life like extras in a classic sitcom. Henley himself had once been a rising political star, a U. Senator from South Carolina known for his fierce independence. He rejected lobbyists, championed civil rights with a liberal bent, and took a hardline stance on national defense, earning both admiration and headlines. But his career unraveled in a series of devastating blows. First, his wife and 3 children died in a horrific crash on I-185 when their station wagon was crushed by a semi-truck. Then, just as he began campaigning for a 3rd term, scandal erupted. Reports surfaced that he'd engaged in insider trading, leveraging government knowledge to boost a real estate venture worth millions. When confronted during a debate, he snapped, losing his temper on live TV and insulting his opponent. The backlash was immediate, costing him crucial voter support. Despite lingering sympathy for his personal tragedy, his campaign collapsed. His concession speech, filled with bitterness, sealed his political fate. Instead of retreating to his historic Charleston estate, he vanished into Maryland, leaving behind a legacy of brilliance, tragedy, and self-destruction. One final scathing rant about Washington ensured he'd never return. Nestled on an 18th-century horse farm, he spent his days raising Apollorosas, swinging golf clubs with mixed results, and playing the part of a refined country gentleman, though his real work kept him tied to the campus for 8-hour shifts, shuttled back and forth in a sleek chauffeur-driven Cadillac. At 52, his lean frame and silver hair carried an air of quiet distinction, the last whisper of a political career that had left him recognizable yet anonymous. "You handled yourself well up there," Jim Hardesty remarked, gesturing for the young Marine to take a seat. "Appreciate that, sir." "You weren't too bad yourself," Captain Caruso replied with a respectful nod. "Son, if you make it home in one piece, you've done your job." That's what my old training officer drilled into me back when dinosaurs still roamed the earth, Hardesty added with a dry chuckle. Caruso did the math special forces, CIA, plus 16 years, realizing the man was pushing 50 but moved like someone a decade younger. "So, what's this about?" Caruso cut to the chase. "Terry didn't fill you in?" Hardesty countered. "Said I'd be meeting a guy named Pete Alexander." "Pete got pulled away last minute," Hardesty shrugged. The Marine took it in stride. "Look, General Terry mentioned you agency types are scouting talent but won't bother raising your own. He's a solid Marine, but let's just say his perspective's a bit narrow. Eustace smirked. And yet he's about to take command of the 2nd Marine Division, so maybe play nice. You still haven't told me why I'm here." "Shit, enjoy the Corps." Hardesty deflected. Caruso didn't hesitate. "Pay's nothing special, but the people. Best in the world. Your team on that mountain didn't disappoint." "How long you had them?" 14 months total. Good raw material, just had to polish 'em up. You also kept your cool when things got hot," Hardesty noted, watching the Marine's restrained reaction. Caruso bit back a scoffed little combat action. The bullets had been real, the stakes high. But his training had held, just like his instructors promised. A damn satisfying realization. "Yes, sir," he replied simply. "And I appreciate the backup. Too old for that nonsense, but nice to know I've still got it," Hardesty mused. Truth was, he'd had enough. Combat was a young man's game, and his youth was long gone. "Any afterthoughts, Captain?" "Wrote my report. That's it. Nightmares. Guilt." Caruso blinked. "Sir, they picked the fight. We finished it. You don't throw punches if you can't take a hit." Hardesty studied him. No remorse, no second guessing. The way it should be, though, these days, that was rarer than he'd like. Leaning back, he fixed Caruso with a measured stare. "Captain, the reason you're here. You've read about it in the news, the ongoing challenges with this wave of global terrorism. The CIA and FBI have been butting heads more than usual lately. On the ground, field agents cooperate just fine, and even at the top, relationships are stable. FBI Director Murray is a stand-up guy who built solid connections with our team back when he was stationed as legal attaché in London. But then there's the middle management circus. Caruso knew the drill he'd seen, the same petty rivalries in the Marines. Mid-level bureaucrats acting like kids on a playground, arguing over whose dad could win a fight. Some things never change, not since the days of Caesar or Alexander. And it's just as pointless now as it was then. Hardesty gave a dry chuckle. Spot on. And good luck fixing it, you'd need divine intervention on a perfect day. These bureaucracies are dug in like ticks. The military's different. People rotate, missions come first, and ambition actually helps the team. But the further you get from real action, the more people obsess over paperwork. That's why we need operators who've been where it counts. Caruso leaned forward. And what's the mission? Find terrorists. Assess the threat. Then handle it. Handle it. Eliminate. If it comes to that, put them in the ground. Gather intel, act fast, no red tape. The agency's hands are tied, this group isn't. Caruso raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Dead serious. You won't be CIA. You'll have access to their resources, but that's it. So who's signing my checks? Not yet. Hardesty flipped open Caruso's file. Top 3% of Marine officers. Fluent in Italian, decent in Spanish. Engineering degree Boeing family, huh? Your old man designs wings. And your brother just made headlines. He slid over a fax from Birmingham. Dominic's flight to D. Edited for Sfert. At Reagan National, he grabbed the metro to the Hoover Building, badge letting him breeze past security. FBI agents carried guns, no apologies, no theatrics. Upstairs, Assistant Director Gus Werner's office had a view of Pennsylvania Avenue. The secretary waved him in without a word. Werner was lean, sharp, and ex-Marine, quiet as a monk, but with eyes that missed nothing. Gus Werner had spent decades climbing the ranks of the FBI, leading elite teams like the Hostage Rescue Unit, before his old friend Director Dan Murray convinced him to postpone retirement for one last assignment. Now overseeing the up-and-coming counterterrorism division, Werner gestured to a chair while wrapping up a phone call. The moment he hung up, his demeanor shifted, fingers stabbing the Do Not Disturb button, before sliding Ben Harding's incident report across the desk. "Walk me through yesterday," he demanded, though the document contained Dominic Caruso's meticulous 3-hour reconstruction of a 60-second confrontation. Werner's piercing gaze cut through the formalities. "Let's skip the Bureau-approved script, Dominic. 3 center mass hits from 15 feet while allegedly stumbling over furniture? That's not luck, that's Olympic-level shooting." He leaned back, the fluorescent lights catching the faint scar along his jaw. "Murray and I know a thing or two about trigger work. Dan's never pulled the plug on a suspect. I have 3 times. A bitter chuckle escaped him. Last one was in Des Moines. Child abductor kept trophies in his trailer. Merit de pauvre." The memory twisted Werner's face. When his lawyer started whimpering about childhood trauma, I made sure the jury never saw those Polaroids of what he'd done to the boys. The office air grew thick as Werner tapped his holstered revolver, a Smith & Wesson Model 66 with a 4-inch barrel, its grip worn smooth from years of carry. Some days, you don't just enforce the law. You become it. His voice dropped to a gravelly whisper. So cut the eye-tripped crap. You dropped that scumbag with surgical precision, and every agent in this building wishes they'd been in your shoes. Caruso stiffened, his legal training surfacing. "With all due respect, sir, The subject was armed and advancing at close quarters. Quantico protocols. Save it for the review board. Werner waved a dismissive hand. You've got a law degree, right? Virginia and D. Bars. At Caruso's nod, he smirked. Then you know the difference between courtroom procedure and street justice. What you did out there? He tapped the report. That's the fantasy every recruit has during firearms qualification. You lived it. The unspoken message hung between them. Some rules existed to be bent, especially when dealing with monsters. Caruso met Werner's gaze without flinching. Don't worry, sir. I'm not losing sleep over it. That monster got what he deserved? And Penelope? At least she won't be his last victim. There was a quiet intensity in his voice, the kind that came from knowing exactly what justice felt like. Werner studied him for a long moment before nodding. You sure you're good? Caruso's response was dry. Slept like a baby on the flight. No nightmares, no regrets. That earned a rare smirk from Werner. Good. Director's office is sending you a commendation. No Operatives too. The mention of the FBI's internal watchdog made Caruso exhale. Nobody liked dealing with them. Agents joked that if someone enjoyed kicking puppies and still wet the bed, they were either a serial killer or worked for professional responsibility. Werner flipped open Caruso's file. Says here you've got a sharp mind, multilingual too. Ever consider D? My team could use someone who doesn't freeze under pressure. The offer hung in the air, another potential shift in a career already full of them. Meanwhile, Jerry Hendley settled into his routine, tossing his jacket onto the stand the second he walked in. His secretary, Helen, a fellow South Carolinian, with a knack for keeping him on schedule, ran through his day before he buried himself in the Wall Street Journal. He'd already skimmed the Times and the Post, muttering about how they always miss the point. With 20 minutes to spare, he fired up his computer for the early bird, scanning for anything the major papers had overlooked. A piece in the Virginia Pilot caught his eye, the Fletcher Conference down in Norfolk, where Navy and Marine brass dissected terrorism with more sense than most politicians. Hendley scoffed. After the Cold War, everyone expected peace. Instead, they got fanatics with AK-47s and homemade bombs, willing to die just to take others with them. And what had the government done? Thrown more bodies at the problem while tightening the leash. 500 new CIA hires sounded impressive until you realized the agency was still operating with half the manpower it needed. Congress, of course, responded by micromanaging everything into paralysis. He'd argued until he was blue in the face with his Senate colleagues, but most were too busy chasing re-election to listen. The real poison, though. The staffers, those so-called experts who turned public service into a never-ending campaign. It was like watching Cleopatra wrap Caesar around her finger, except now it was consultants and poll numbers calling the shots. Some days, Hendley wondered if the system was too broken to fix. America might not have had a royal bloodline calling the shots, but it sure wasn't short on self-appointed moral guides eager to steer their bosses towards some higher political purpose. Problem was, playing by the rules got you nowhere. UL change. That required operating far beyond the system's reach, so far out that if anyone caught wind of it, they'd dismiss you as a lost cause anyway. Hendley Associates thrived on financial maneuvering, and that's exactly where he started his day huddled with his team, dissecting market shifts. As a commodities and currency trader, he had an uncanny knack for spotting fleeting discrepancies he called deltas, tiny gaps created by market psychology rather than hard facts. His transactions flowed through offshore banks, institutions more interested in hefty deposits than probing questions, as long as the money wasn't blatantly dirty. And his never was. At least, not in the traditional sense. Staying off the radar was the whole point. Sure, some of his moves danced on the edge of legality, but with classified intel from Fort Meade tipping the scales, the game tilted in his favor. Unethical? Absolutely. But Hendley Associates wasn't out to destabilize economies, just skim enough to stay under the radar. Their philosophy: pigs eat, hogs get butchered. No global authority policed this gray zone anyway, and tucked in the company vault was their golden ticket. A presidential charter granting them just enough plausible deniability. Tom Davis strode in, Hendley's bond trading lead, another sharp mind who'd traded government corridors for the hum of secure servers. The office was a fortress, shielded walls, tempest-proofed systems, so security was the last thing on his mind. "What's the latest?" Hendley asked, leaning back. Davis slid 2 files across the desk. Potential recruits. Twins, actually. Fraternal, but cut from the same cloth, smart, adaptable, physically fit. Between them, they cover a solid range. Languages, tactical skills. One even picked up enough Pashto overseas to get by. Hendley raised an eyebrow. 8 weeks in country, and he's chatting up locals? Enough to navigate at least, Davis said with a shrug. Reports say he held his own. Think they're a fit? Davis hesitated. Need more vetting, but on paper. Stable, sharp, and they grasp the bigger picture. Dominic's heading to D. Gus Werner wants him in counterterror. Probably desk duty for now. Brian's shipping back to Camp Lejeune. Surprising the Corps hasn't snatched him for intel yet, but they love their trigger pullers. Rumor is he's on the fast track to Major. Hendley tapped the files. So what's the play? I'll fly down, feel Brian out over lunch, then circle back to D. And do the same with Dominic. If they're half as good as they look, we might have just hit the jackpot. Werner clearly admired the man. Gus has an eye for talent, the ex-senator remarked. Davis nodded in agreement. No argument there, Jerry. So, what's the latest? Same old story at Fort Meade, drowning in data. The NSA's biggest headache was the sheer volume of intercepted communications. Even with algorithms flagging keywords, most of it was meaningless noise. Programmers kept tweaking the system, but no software could replicate human intuition, no matter how hard they tried. The real coding geniuses. They were off designing video games, chasing the big paychecks. Hendley understood he'd done the same in his younger days. Occasionally, he'd hunt for wealthy programmers who'd grown tired of the rat race, though it rarely panned out. Tech whizzes could be just as money-hungry as lawyers, if slightly less jaded. Still, I came across a few intriguing intercepts today, Hendley added. Davis, the company's top recruiter and a sharp analyst, leaned in. No, like what? Hendley slid a folder across the table. Davis skimmed the contents and let out a thoughtful hum. Could be trouble if this goes anywhere, Hendley mused. Maybe, but we need more intel, Davis replied. That was always the case. Never enough pieces to complete the puzzle. Who's on the ground there now? Hendley asked, though he should have known. Keeping track of field operatives was a constant struggle. Ed Castellanos in Bogota, deep undercover with the cartel, Davis reminded him. This job really grinds you down sometimes, Hendley sighed. Davis flashed a grin, his white teeth standing out against his tan. Could be worse. At least the paycheck's decent for us grunts anyway. Hendley rolled his eyes. Davis, a Dartmouth grad, had faced more flack for being from Nebraska than for his skin color. His father, a corn farmer and staunch Republican, had recently splurged on a new harvester. Costs a fortune, but the damn thing'll outlive us all, Davis joked. Cuts through corn like a spec ops team through enemy lines. Davis had built a solid career at the CIA, specializing in tracking illicit money flows. At Hendley Associates, his skills proved just as valuable in the corporate world, though he still had a nose for real action. Speaking of talent, that FBI rookie, Dominic, shows promise. His financial crimes work in Newark turned into a major banking investigation. Kid's got instincts. Hendley nodded. And he doesn't hesitate when things get messy. That's why I like him. Makes calls like a seasoned pro. Davis tapped the folder. Brothers, huh? Maybe it's in the blood. Granddad was a homicide detective and airborne before that. Point taken, Hendley said. Let's feel them out soon. Things are heating up. Davis glanced out the cafe window. The evening air in Vienna was still brisk, but the patrons braved the chill for the sake of good food and conversation. Pablo studied the man across the table, stirring his coffee absently. The rich aroma reminded him of home surprisingly good for a foreign brew. All right, let's cut to the chase, he said, leaning forward. Why exactly are we having this conversation? Mohammed smiled, his gaze drifting toward the bustling street, where women in conservative attire moved like shadows against the afternoon light. The clatter of trams and honking cars provided perfect cover. To any outsider, they were just two businessmen discussing mundane affairs over coffee. Let's just say we have mutual adversaries, he replied smoothly. And mutual needs. Ms. Bolo smirked. Enemies, sure. But needs. That's where things get interesting. Mohammed nodded, his tone patient but firm. You have resources we lack. We have channels you could use. A simple exchange. Pablo took a slow sip, savoring the bitterness. He wasn't in a hurry to commit. Mohammed had expected that. The man across from him wasn't high-ranking, but desperation had a way of leveling the playing field. Pablo's organization had taken hits recently, while Mohammed's people had remained frustratingly elusive. Still, underestimating them would be a mistake. Killing a single spy didn't make you invincible. What exactly do you want from us? Pablo finally asked, letting just enough greed slip into his voice. Mohammed's eyes gleamed. You need a foothold in Europe. We can provide that. Pablo exhaled sharply. The European authorities had been tightening their grip lately, making operations messy. And in return, you have connections in America, Mohammed said, as if stating the obvious. And let's be honest, you're not exactly fond of the place. Pablo chuckled. Fair point. Back home, the political winds were shifting. The rebels in the mountains were playing both sides, and sooner or later, they'd turn on their so-called allies. Stability was bad for business. Mohammed leaned in, his voice dropping. We don't need money. Just passage. Documents, logistics, the kind of thing your people excel at. Pablo nearly spat out his coffee. That's it. Mohammed shrugged. Ideas travel lighter than cargo. For a long moment, Pablo considered it. The risks were real, but so were the rewards. I'll need to run this up the chain, he said carefully. But on paper, I don't see why we can't make this work. Mohammed's smile widened. Excellent. Mohammed considered the offer carefully. International travel always put his team on edge, but sometimes it couldn't be avoided. Fortunately, his time at Cambridge had left him well prepared, fluent in multiple languages, and carrying enough passports to navigate global security with ease. His mixed heritage, courtesy of his English mother, gave him a complexion and blue eyes that allowed him to blend in almost anywhere outside of Africa or East Asia. Even the faint traces of his British accent worked in his favor. Just name the time and place, he finally replied, sliding his business card across the table. Email was his preferred method for discreet communication, and with modern air travel, He could reach any destination within 2 days. The man who walked into the office at 4:45 p.m. was unremarkable at first glance, though some women might have lingered on his sharp blue eyes and well-built frame. Standing 6'1" and weighing around 180 pounds, he wasn't Hollywood material, but he carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone who knew his worth. His tailored suit, likely British-made, paired with a bold striped tie and polished gold tie bar, suggested both wealth and taste. Outside, his yellow Hummer H2 sat in the visitor's lot, the kind of vehicle that screened either Wyoming rancher or Wall Street trader. Jerry Henley gestured to the chair across from his mahogany desk. "So, what brings you here?" "Still figuring that out," the young man admitted with an easy smile. "Just exploring options, seeing where I fit." Henley nodded. "I remember that post-graduation limbo. Where'd you study?" "Georgetown. Family tradition." There was no arrogance in his tone, if anything. He seemed slightly uncomfortable with the privilege, eager to carve his own path. "Your father really has a thing for Jesuit schools," Henley remarked. The young man chuckled. "Even my mom converted. My sister skipped the usual elite route, went to Fordham for pre-med, now at Johns Hopkins. Wants to be a doctor like her. Read your Teflert. Free too." Henley prodded. "You know how Dad feels about lawyers," he replied with a grin. Henley leaned back. "Economics and math for me. Double major." It had served him well in the commodities market. "And your family?" "Good. Dad's working on his memoirs, complains he's too young for it, but he's meticulous. Not a fan of the new president, though." "Keelty's got 9 lives," Henley muttered. "When they finally bury him, they'd better weigh the coffin down." The young man smirked. "Dad says it only takes one fool to undo the work of 10 smart men." A fitting observation, one that had quietly shaped the very organization the young man knew nothing about. The newcomer had stumbled into their lives almost by chance. "You really think he'll step in to spare that convict in Mississippi when execution day comes?" someone asked skeptically. Henley shrugged. "He's against the death penalty on principle, or claims to be. Some folks genuinely believe that, and it's a respectable stance." Another voice cut in with a dry laugh. "Principles." To him, that word's about as meaningful as a sweet old school teacher. Jerry smoothly redirected. "If you're looking to debate politics, there's a decent spot off Route 29. The younger man quickly backtracked. "Didn't mean to sidetrack things, sir." Henley studied him. This kid was playing his cards tight. "No harm done. So, what brings you here?" Curiosity flickered in the visitor's eyes. "I've been wondering, what exactly goes on in this place?" Henley leaned back, feigning casual exhaustion. "Mostly currency trading. Big profits if you've got the right intel and the guts to act on it." The kid's doubtful hum didn't escape him. "Dad always liked you," he added abruptly. "Said it's a shame you two lost touch." Henley acknowledged the jab with a nod. "My fault, not his." The younger man pressed further. "He also mentioned you were too sharp to mess up like you did." The bluntness should have been offensive, but the kid's earnest expression softened the blow, or was there something sharper beneath it? Henley deflected. "Bad timing. Everyone slips up, even your old man. Whether is a trach ik tizatring." True. But Dad had Arnie cleaning up after him. Henley seized the opening. How was Arnie these days? Buying time, he felt an odd prickle of unease. "Oh, he's landing as chancellor at Ohio State. Dad says he needs something quieter. Guy's practically bulletproof with the stress he's handled." The kid's gaze never wavered. "Learned a ton from him." Henley nudged. "And from your father?" "Wend pride hemv." "Bits and pieces." Mostly picked things up from the others. When who? Mike Brennan, for starters. My old Secret Service detail leader, Holy Cross alum, crack shot. Taught me everything about handling a gun. Still hit their range near the White House sometimes. The kid grinned. Then there's the FBI crew, Dan Murray, Pat O'Day. Pat's retiring to raise cattle in Maine, of all places. Don't let the cowboy act fool you. The man's Princeton smart. His wife, Andrea? Total profiler, UVA psych degree. And the Foleys at the agency? Unstoppable. But the real standout, Hendley already knew. John Clark. The kid's grin widened. Yeah. Talk? That was the real mission. Compared to him, the Foleys seem like a sitcom couple, all surface charm with none of the depth. But once Clark lets you in, he reveals glimpses of the man behind the legend. I managed to catch him off guard after his Medal of Honor ceremony, just a quick clip on the evening news. A retired Navy chief petty officer finally recognized for Vietnam. 60 seconds of fame on a slow news cycle, and not a single reporter bothered to ask what he'd done since leaving the service. Unbelievable. Bob Holtzman might have had an inkling he was there, lurking in the corner like a shadow. Sharp guy for a journalist, but Dad always said you couldn't trust him to hold an anchor, let alone a secret. Clark. The man's a legend. Been everywhere, done everything, and still walks like he's got nothing to prove. So why isn't he here? Hendley smirked, a flicker of respect in his tone. Jack, when you cut to the chase, you really cut to the chase. Once I figured out his name, I knew I had you, Jack Jr. Shot back, eyes gleaming with quiet victory. Been digging into you for weeks. Hendley's gut tightened. Oh, wasn't exactly rocket science. Public records, a little cross-referencing like one of those kids' connect-the-dots puzzles. Honestly, it's wild this place hasn't made headlines yet. Hendley's voice turned sharp. If that's a threat, Jack blinked. Lake Mayo. No, Senator. I'm just saying the info's out there. You'd think even the laziest reporter would have stumbled onto it by now. Blind squirrels and acorns, right? Then it clicked. Oh, you fed them what they wanted, and they never looked deeper. Never assume they won't, Hendley warned. Best policy. Keep your mouth shut. Dad's old rule, a closed mouth gathers no foot. Only Arnie handled leaks. Scared the press so bad they still flinch at his name. Remember when he yanked that Times reporter's White House pass? Took them 6 months to crawl back. Jack grinned. I remember. Arnie played hardball. Exactly. So what's your play, Jack? Why come knocking? Jack leaned forward, briefcase snapping open. Because this is the big leagues. For starters, this building's the only one tall enough to sit between NSA and CIA's sightlines. Satellite images are free online. I printed them. Zoning records show 3 other projects got shot down here. No explanation. Meanwhile, the medical center down the road got sweetheart financing. Whereas Tam spokes. May IT security. All former MPs, senior enlisted. Their tech? Better than Fort Meade's. How'd you swing that? Hendley shrugged. Private sector perks. Keep talking. You never broke the law. That conflict of interest scandal that tanked your Senate run. Total garbage. Any half-decent lawyer could have killed it in court, but you took the fall. Why? Dad always admired your sharp mind, called you one of the few honest players in Washington. Most folks up on Capitol Hill didn't get that kind of praise from him. The CIA brass trusted you too. especially when you pushed through funding for that controversial project others threw fits over. Funny how some politicians love to trash intelligence work drove Dad up the wall. Every time he had to schmooze senators and reps, doling out favors like candy just to get basic support, he'd stew for days. But you knew how to work the system back then. Then came your fall from grace and you just folded. Couldn't believe it. Worse, Dad clammed up completely. Not a word, not even when I pressed him. Arnie, who never dodged a question in his life, went silent too. No barking dogs, no nothing. So I did some digging during my last year at Georgetown. Turns out, asking the right people the right questions isn't rocket science. You'd have made a hell of a president, Senator, but losing your family wrecked you. Mom adored your wife, sorry for bringing it up. That loss pulled you out of politics, but not out of the game. Henley Associates. That's your back door to serving the country. Off the books, no red tape. Remember catching Dad and Mr. Clark whispering over scotch my senior year? They shooed me away, so I flipped on the History Channel some show about Britain's a bunch of bankers turned saboteurs. Dad joked that bankers outsmarted lawyers because they actually understood money. Guess that's why he fit in. But you're a different breed. Henley's a ghost operation, no paper trail, no meddling congressman crying foul. 6 Google hits? My mom's bad hair days got more press. Speaking of which, Dad once ranted about how Henry V would have handled gossip columnists. Sally still ribs Mom about her 80s perm. At least men don't have to deal with Manilos, right? Henley paused, the mention of his wife's practical shoes hitting like a gut punch. The ache never faded, but it was proof she'd been real. Politics would have forced him to fake a smile, pretend the wound had healed. Some things shouldn't be performative. The cost of political ambition often meant sacrificing your humanity, sometimes even your integrity. And no office, not even the presidency, was worth that trade. It was one reason Jack Ryan Sr. And he had always clicked, they shared the same values. You honestly believe this is an intelligence operation? He asked his visitor, keeping his tone casual despite the weight of the question. Absolutely, came the reply. If agencies like the NSA monitor central bank activities, you're perfectly positioned to leverage that intel. With the right moves, not too greedy. Just strategic, you could turn signals intelligence into long-term profits without raising eyebrows. Keep investors out of it, though. They talk. That's how you fund the rest of your work here. As for what that work entails, I've avoided digging too deep. Is that so? Straight fact, sir. You never ran this by your father. Jack Jr. shook his head. He'd shrug it off. Dad shared plenty, just not this. More about people, which world leader had. Questionable tastes, which countries treated their troops right, which intel agencies were competent. The messy, unvarnished truths you won't find in newspapers. He trusted me not to repeat it, even in college. Only if the Washington Post broke it first. The press isn't bad at uncovering dirt, but they pick sides. Damage the ones they dislike, protect the favorites. Journalism's just gossip with a byline. Reporters are human. Sure, but when my mom operates, she doesn't care if she likes the patient. She took an oath. Dad's the same. Their rule: if you're in, do it right or don't bother. Not everyone lives by that, Henley mused, though he drilled the same into his own sons. Not my problem, Senator. Henley shifted gears. What's your trading experience? Enough jargon to fake it. Still learning the gritty details. And Georgetown. History, econ minor like Dad. He dabbles in stocks, chats with old pals like George Winston. George keeps trying to recruit him, but Dad just shows up for the free coffee and golf. He's terrible at it, by the way. Hendley chuckled. You ever play? Nah. Uncle Robbie was the golfer. A shadow crossed Jack's face. First person I knew who got murdered. And the bastard who did it. Still breathing. Funny how that works. The bitterness in his voice was new. Sharp a crack in the polished demeanor. The Secret Service team was just a heartbeat slower than the Mississippi State Police in reaching the shooter. But a bystander had already taken him down before anyone could fire. That quick intervention meant the attacker survived to face justice, shutting down any wild conspiracy theories. The assailant turned out to be a 67-year-old Klansman. Furious that Ryan's retirement had elevated his black vice president to the Oval Office. The trial was swift video evidence, and half a dozen eyewitnesses sealed the case. Even the Confederate flag over the Jackson State House was lowered in honor of Robbie Jackson, though it sparked outrage among some. Jack muttered, "Sic vulvar parcas." When asked what it meant, he explained, "The fates one spins the thread, one measures it, and one cuts it." An old Roman saying. His father had taken the loss hard, while his mother, a doctor, handled it with grim professionalism. The president's tears at the Naval Academy chapel funeral had been broadcast nationwide. Then Jack turned the question around. "So, Senator, how does my fate spin out here?" Hendley had seen it coming, but still hesitated. "What about your father?" Jack smirked. "Who says he needs to know? You've got shell companies masking your trades. I did my homework." Hendley corrected, not hiding, just disguising. Jack shrugged. "Semantics. I've picked up a few things from my old spook friends." Hendley studied him. "What exactly do you think you do here?" Jack didn't flinch. "I'm smart, but not that smart. I know I've got a lot to learn. But I want to serve not for money, not for power. I've got trust funds, connections. I could chase a political career if I wanted, but that's not me. I want to make my own path." Hendley finally nodded. "Your father can't know." "Not yet." Jack grinned. "Fair's fair, he kept plenty from me." As Jack left, Hendley watched him go, impressed. The kid had grown up fast, maybe too fast, but he had the right instincts. Intelligence, curiosity, and a backbone. Meanwhile, across the world, Ernesto exhaled cigar smoke. "So," Pablo replied, they talked about shared enemies, shared interests. Ernesto scoffed. "We'd lose our heads doing business there." Pablo shrugged. "They're not after our market, just a partnership in Europe." Mohammed explained that his group had established a solid operational hub in Greece, and with Europe's open borders, it made perfect sense as the ideal entry point for their shipments. Surprisingly, they weren't asking for payment, just a chance to build trust. Ernesto raised an eyebrow. "They must be desperate for our cooperation." Pablo nodded. "They've got resources, no doubt, but they lack experience moving weapons alongside people. Either way, they're offering a lot for very little." Ernesto considered the implications. "And this arrangement would actually simplify things for us?" Veplu smirked. "At the very least, it'll keep the Americans busy chasing shadows." Ernesto frowned. "It might stir up chaos over there, but the political fallout could backfire." Pablo shrugged. "Yefe, how much worse can things get?" "The new you. President might be clueless, but he's unpredictable." With a sly grin, Pablo added, "Let our new friends keep him distracted. We don't even have to lift a finger, low risk, high reward." Ernesto wasn't entirely convinced. If this gets traced back to us, the consequences could be brutal. The cartel's intelligence chief leaned in, his tone turning serious. They're already squeezing our allies through Bogota. If they succeed, we'll be the ones running for cover. Money won't mean much if we're hiding in our own country. The unspoken truth hung in the air. Wealth without freedom was worthless. Pablo pressed on. There's an old saying where Muhammad's from. The enemy of my enemy is a friend. I don't see a downside here. After a long pause, Ernesto relented. Tiu, mintuger pain de gitskebit. Set up a meeting. But we take precautions. Pablo assured him. He's more wanted than we are. Betrayal would cost him more than us. Ernesto nodded. I'll bring it to the council. How soon can we arrange this? Pablo thought for a moment. He'll likely route through Buenos Aires. The man's a ghost, fluent English, clean passports, nothing that draws attention. Ernesto tapped his fingers on the table. Greece, huh? And our shipments? Pablo grinned. Easier to move product than people. Their network's proven. We'll vet it ourselves, of course. Ernesto's curiosity got the better of him. Any idea what they're planning in the States? Pablo shrugged. Didn't ask. Not our problem. Ernesto smirked. Unless it clamps down on border security. He waved off his own concern. As long as they make our lives easier, they can turn America upside down, for all I care. Meanwhile, Hendley's operation had its own edge. Most of his assets were off the books, scattered across the globe. No salaries, no overhead. The best part? The unwitting taxpayers footed the bill, and even the assets themselves didn't fully grasp their role. The shifting landscape of global terrorism had forced America's top intelligence agencies, the CIA and NSA, into unprecedented cooperation. With their headquarters separated by a frustrating stretch of Northern Virginia traffic, where rush hour congestion made the Beltway feel like a Black Friday stampede, most communication happened through encrypted microwave relays between their rooftops. Nobody noticed these signals passed directly over Hendley Associates building. Not that it should have mattered given the supposedly unbreakable tap-dance encryption system. Physics being what it is, microwave transmissions always bled slightly, but the NSA's wizards swore their compression algorithms and randomized CD-ROM keys made interception impossible. Every week, a rotating team of Hendley security personnel made the trip to Fort Meade to retrieve fresh encryption disks, which were later melted into oblivion in a microwave under triple supervision. The system was tedious but effective, funneling a fire hose of classified data from field agent reports to cafeteria receipts straight into Hendley's Sun Microsystems supercomputer. Their analysts sifted through mountains of bureaucratic minutiae, though Jerome Rounds, their sharpest mind, often smirked at the interagency chaos. The NSA had quietly surpassed the CIA in analytical depth, though both suffered from paralysis by overanalysis. Now, with Homeland Security in the mix, an agency Hendley himself would have voted against FBI perspectives, added yet another layer. Bureau agents approached intel like prosecutors building a court case, which wasn't useless, just different. The CIA occasionally took direct action. The NSA merely collected and dissected. And the FBI? They just wanted someone in handcuffs. Each agency's blind spots became Hendley's opportunities, especially when their conflicting methods created gaps in the system. Gaps that Jerome Rounds knew exactly how to exploit. Jerry Rounds wasn't just another Wall Street analyst. He had a PhD in psychology from the University of Pennsylvania, and had once worked in the State Department's Intelligence Division. After trading government paychecks for Wall Street bonuses at Kidder Peabody, he'd caught the eye of Senator Hendley during a chance meeting in Manhattan. Though he'd earned a reputation as the firm's human lie detector and stacked up a comfortable fortune, the thrill of high finance had worn thin once his kids' college funds were secure and his yacht was debt-free. When Hendley offered him a role at the campus 4 years ago, Jerry jumped at the chance. Now, he spent his days deciphering the motives of global traders, a skill he'd honed in New York, while working closely with Sam Granger, who doubled as head of currency trading and operations. Late one afternoon, Jerry strode into Sam's office with a freshly printed report. His team of 30 analysts had combed through the latest CIA and NSA intel, but this detail stood out. "Take a look," he said, tossing the page onto the desk. Mossad's Rome station chief just turned up dead. Knifed in a back alley like some common mugging victim. Granger frowned. Local cops calling it a robbery? Wallet's gone, no signs of a fight. Apparently, he wasn't packing heat, figured. Rome was safe enough for a midnight stroll. What'd sell as reckon, Frieden? Until it wasn't. Granger leaned back. How would we get the intel? Made the papers as an embassy official getting shanked near a restaurant. Langley's in a tizzy, but they'll probably shrug and call it bad luck. Dead guy missing wallet case closed, right? Jerry snorted. Sure, and next week the Mossad hosts a pig roast. The kill was precise between the vertebrae. Street thugs slash throats. Professionals go for clean, quiet efficiency. Carabinieri are on it, but unless a waiter has a photographic memory, they're chasing ghosts. Granger tapped his pen. When's the last time a station chief got whacked? Once ist Frieden. CIA lost one in Greece to a defector turned traitor. Brits had a guy go down in Yemen. Point is, you don't ice a spook unless you're sending a message or removing a specific threat. This guy Greengold was Israeli. Maybe that was reason enough. Think Mossad will ask for help? Jerry smirked. Only if hell freezes over. They'll play lone wolf until they're backed into a corner. Right now, they won't even admit Greengold was theirs. A tense silence settled between them. Somewhere in Rome, a killer had just rewritten the rules, and the game was far from over. The Italian police might find this somewhat useful, possibly even drawing the attention of their counterintelligence unit. But if any chatter exists, Langley hasn't picked up on it. Granger knew the CIA wouldn't frame things that way Jerry saw it in his expression. The intelligence game had evolved into something almost polite. Eliminating rival assets was bad for business. It invited retaliation, and street-level skirmishes in foreign cities only distracted from the real mission. Gathering intel for the home team, not tallying kills like some Wild West gunslinger. The Carabinieri would treat this as a local crime. Given diplomatic immunity protected every foreign official under treaties dating back to Xerxes' Persia. Sam leaned in. All right, Jerry, you've got the instincts here. What's your take? Jerry exhaled. I'm thinking we've got a professional hit. This Mossad agent was dining at a high-end Rome restaurant, sipping wine too far from the embassy for a casual lunch. Unless Greengold was a fitness nut, and the timing was off for a jog. Unless he had a thing for the chef at Giovanni's, odds are it was a dead drop or a meat. And if so, he was lured. Not just exposed, targeted. To the locals, it's a robbery. To me, a surgical takedown. No struggle, no chance to fight back. That's how you neutralize a spook, no risks. No gun, so no ballistic evidence. Wallet snatched to sell the robbery angle, but the message was clear. Mossad's people aren't untouchable. Killing one's as easy as buttoning a shirt. Sam smirked. You drafting a thriller, Jerry. The analyst was spinning a single detail into a full-blown conspiracy. Rounds just tapped his nose. Since when do coincidences smell this rotten? Langley's take? Radio silence. Southern Europe desks got it. Their report'll be a masterpiece of vagueness. I know the guy running it. Not incompetent, just cautious. Doubted he'll reach the 7th floor. The agency had changed. The new director, a politically savvy judge favored by President Keelty, operated with White House approval, meaning every move bled through the new sieve-like bureaucracy, much to the media's delight. The operations directorate was rebuilding, training fresh recruits at the farm in Virginia. The new deputy director, a field veteran, Congress's pick over Keelty's objections. At least he knew the game. Then there was the odd detail Jerry hadn't mentioned earlier, the victim's untouched wine glass, still half full. No professional leaves a drink behind unless they're in a hurry or already dead. The Directorate of Operations might be getting its act together, but under the current administration, they wouldn't dare step too far out of line nothing to upset Congress or give the usual intelligence critics more ammunition than their tired old rants about the CIA secretly orchestrating historical disasters. So, you're saying this whole thing will fizzle out? Granger asked, already knowing the answer. Mossad will do their usual sweep, issue a few warnings, and within weeks, everyone will be back to business as usual. Other agencies will follow suit. The real question is how their operative got compromised. Could be anything. Maybe he trusted the wrong asset. Maybe their encryption got cracked. Or maybe someone let something slip at a party. The possibilities are endless, Sam. One tiny mistake is all it takes to end up dead in this game, and even the best of us make them. Granger nodded, thinking of his own fieldwork mostly buried in archives and financial records, sifting through mountains of dull intel for that one valuable nugget. His covers had been so solid they'd felt more real than his own identity. Unless another operative screws up somewhere, Rounds mused. Then we'll know if there's really a ghost in the machine. Meanwhile, the Avianca flight from Mexico landed in Cartagena ahead of schedule. The passenger had taken a winding route Austrian Air to London, British Airways to Mexico City, then Colombia's national carrier south. The aging Boeing didn't faze him. He had bigger things to worry about than aviation safety. At the hotel, he grabbed his day planner, stepped outside, and found a payphone. "Tell Pablo Miguel's here," he said, before hanging up and heading to a nearby bar. The local brew wasn't half bad, though drinking went against his faith. But blending in was essential, and here, alcohol was part of the scenery. After 15 minutes, he walked back, scanning for surveillance. Nothing. If he was being followed, they were pros no easy defense in a city where he stood out just by not knowing the local slang. His British passport listed him as Nigel Hawkins, complete with a real London address. It would hold up under casual scrutiny, but no cover lasted forever. If things went south, they went south. Fear wasn't an option you planned. You adapted. You played the game. It was almost poetic. Spain's colonial legacy ran deep here, and yet some in this country despised America nearly as much as he did. Nearly. For them, the U was a cash cow for their cocaine trade, just as it was for his homeland's oil. His personal fortune, stashed in Swiss, Liechtenstein, and Bahamian banks, ran into the hundreds of millions. He could have flown private, but that would have made him a target too easy to track, too easy to take out over open water. Muhammad despised America, but he wasn't foolish enough to underestimate its reach. Too many brave souls had met an untimely end by overlooking that simple truth. While an eternity in paradise wasn't the worst fate, Captain Brian Caruso's duty was firmly rooted among the living. "Hey, Captain." The voice snapped him from his thoughts. He turned to see James Hardesty standing there, looking far too awake for the ungodly hour. The sun had barely risen, and Caruso had just wrapped up, leading his Marines through their dawn ritual calisthenics, followed by a grueling 3-mile run. Sweat still glistened on his forehead as he dismissed the men to clean up, only to be intercepted before he could reach his own quarters. Before he could greet Hardesty, another voice cut in. "Macca Skipper." Gunnery Sergeant Sullivan, his seasoned Enco, approached with that familiar no-nonsense stride. "The troops looked sharp today," Caruso remarked, wiping his brow. "Could have been worse, sir," Sullivan replied dryly. "You went easy on us." "Appreciate it." Caruso smirked. He dialed back the intensity for Corporal Ward, who was still shaking off the lingering effects of his injuries. "Kid held his own," Sullivan added. "Doc Randall's keeping tabs. For a Navy guy, he's not half bad. Marines rarely handed out compliments to corpsmen, but those who kept up with Force Recon earned their respect." "Give it time, SEAL snatch him up for Coronado," Caruso joked. "Then we'll be stuck breaking in another newbie." Sullivan nodded before noticing Hardesty. Didn't mean to interrupt, sir." "I'll catch you later, Captain." With a crisp salute, he vanished toward the barracks. "Solid N.Co., Hardesty mused. "The backbone of the Corps," Caruso agreed. "Guys like him let officers like me pretend we're in charge." Hardesty grinned. "Breakfast, Captain? Or do you need to hose off first?" Caruso glanced down at his sweat-soaked shirt. "Yeah, shower might be polite." "What's on the docket today?" Hardesty asked as they walked. "Comms drills calling in air and artillery support." Hardesty raised an eyebrow. "They don't know that already." Caruso chuckled. "You ever see a pro baseball team take batting practice? They've swung a bat 1,000,000 times, but they still drill the basics." Same principle. Fundamentals weren't just important, they were life-saving. One firefight in hostile territory had hammered that lesson home for every man in his unit. Back at his quarters, Hardesty helped himself to coffee while Caruso cleaned up. The brew was surprisingly decent for a bachelor's kitchen, and the newspaper provided its usual mix of stale headlines and last night's sports scores, though the comics never failed to deliver. "All right, let's eat," Caruso announced, freshly showered. "How's the chow here?" Hardesty asked, standing. "Hard to ruin eggs and bacon," Caruso shrugged. They piled into his Mercedes, a telltale sign of a single man. Hardesty noted with amusement and headed to the mess hall. As they drove, Caruso broke the silence. "Didn't expect to see you back so soon." "Or ever, honestly." Hardesty smirked. "You passed the test." Caruso shot him a look. "What test?" "Exactly." Hardesty's grin widened. "Mission accomplished, you're officially confused." "That's not reassuring," Caruso muttered, pulling into the parking lot. "It's not meant to be." Inside, the mess hall buzzed with hungry Marines loading trays with everything from cereal to scrambled eggs. The smell of coffee and sizzling bacon hung thick in the air, a comforting contrast to the cryptic tension between the two men. Caruso eyed the breakfast spread skeptically as he grabbed a couple of English muffins, slathering them with real butter without a second thought. Youth had its privileges, after all. Meanwhile, Hardesty opted for Cheerios with low-fat milk and artificial sweetener, a concession to age that still annoyed him. The massive cafeteria buzzed with activity, packed with servicemen ranging from corporals to full-bird colonels. Yet the seating arrangement offered an odd sense of privacy. Caruso's host guided him to a table surrounded by young sergeants before cutting straight to the chase. "First things first, you've got top-secret clearance, right?" Dusty asked. "Affirmative, sir." "Some compartmentalized access, too, but nothing that concerns you," Caruso replied. Hardesty leaned in slightly. "What we're discussing goes beyond that. This stays between us, no exceptions." "Wire tenter?" "The bird." "Loud and clear, sir." "Code word level, got it." Hardesty almost smirked. The kid thought he knew what that meant, but he had no idea. You've caught the attention of some very influential people, he continued. They see you as prime material for an organization that, well, officially doesn't exist. I know how that sounds straight out of a spy novel, but this is the real deal. I'm offering you a spot. Caruso hesitated. With all due respect, sir, I'm a Marine. I like where I am. Good news, this won't hurt your career. In fact, your promotion to major's already in the works. You'll get the official notice next week. After that, you'd be reassigned to HQ Marine Corps, working intel and special ops. Oh, and that Silver Star for your actions in Afghanistan? That's happening too. What about my team? I put them in for commendations. Hardesty nodded approvingly. Not Spolt approved. And if this new assignment isn't for you, you can walk right back into the Corps without missing a beat. Your rank, pay, everything stays intact, just might need to tweak your direct deposit. Caruso raised an eyebrow. How's that even possible? Let's just say we've got friends in high places. You do too, apparently. So what exactly would I be doing? Protecting national security in unconventional ways. That's vague. Intentionally, Hardesty said with a shrug. Think of it as an audition. If it's not your thing, no hard feelings. But I need an answer now before you finish that muffin. Caruso set it down, suddenly less hungry. This isn't some hazing bid, is it? He'd endured enough jokes about his family ties. Hardesty's expression didn't waver. Dead serious, Captain. The offer was crafted to sound low pressure, but Caruso wasn't naive. Even the bravest soldiers hesitated at the unknown, especially when it came wrapped in secrecy. The Corps was dangerous enough without chasing shadows. But Hardesty had made sure to dangle the safety net. The Marines would always welcome him back. Now it was just a question of whether Caruso was ready to step into the dark. The statement wasn't entirely accurate, but it served his needs well enough even if the young officer might have disagreed. So, Captain, what's your romantic situation? The question caught him off guard, but he answered honestly. Nothing serious. I see a few women, but no commitments. Should that matter? He couldn't help but wonder just how risky this assignment might be. Only from a security standpoint. Wives tend to know too much, came the reply. But casual relationships? That was a different story. All right, how much danger are we talking about here? Minimal, Hardesty lied, though not convincingly enough to sell it. I've always planned to stay in the Corps long enough to make light colonel. Your evaluator at HQ thinks you've got what it takes to go all the way to full bull unless you sabotage yourself. It happens even to the best. Hardesty pushed aside his empty cereal bowl and took another sip of coffee. Glad to know someone's looking out for me, Caruso remarked with dry amusement. Like I said, you've caught the right eyes. The Corps has a knack for recognizing talent. And apparently so have others, Caruso added. Exactly. But all I'm offering is an opportunity. The rest is up to you. The challenge was deliberate. Ambitious men rarely walked away from one. Hardesty knew he had him. The drive from Birmingham to Washington had been grueling. Dominic Caruso powered through it in a single day, avoiding roadside motels by leaving at dawn. His white Mercedes C-Class, nearly identical to his brother's, was packed to the roof with gear. 2 state troopers had pulled him over, but after flashing his FBI credentials, or credos, as the Bureau called them, they'd sent him off with nothing more than a nod. There was an unspoken understanding among law enforcement, one that conveniently overlooked minor speeding violations. He rolled into Arlington just before 10, letting the hotel staff handle his luggage before retreating to his third-floor room. A quick shower and a small bottle of decent white wine from the minibar helped him unwind. The mindless hum of late-night TV lulled him to sleep, though he still set a wake-up call for 7. Morning, Jerry Henley greeted him at 8:45 the next day. "The coffee?" "Appreciate it, sir." Jack poured himself a cup and settled in. "Thanks for getting back to me. We reviewed your records. You held your own at Georgetown. At those tuition rates, slacking wasn't an option, and honestly, it wasn't that tough." John Patrick Ryan, Jr. took a sip, bracing for what came next. "We're open to discussing an entry-level position," the former senator said bluntly. Beating around the bush wasn't his style, which was why he and Jack's father had always gotten along. "Doing what, exactly?" Jack asked, curiosity sharpening his tone. "What do you know about Henley Associates?" "Only what I've already told you." "Then, listen closely, none of this leaves the room." "Understood." Mule crystal clear. And just like that, the pieces fell into place. Jack had guessed right. "Damn. Your father was one of my closest friends." Emphasis on was, because we don't cross paths much these days. "He calls occasionally. Men like him never really retire, not completely. He was one of the best operatives this country ever had. Some of his work will never see the light of day, at least not for 50 years. Right now, he's busy writing his memoirs." Jack struggled to process the bombshell his father was preparing 2 separate manuscripts, one destined for public release in the near future, while the other would remain locked away for decades, only seeing daylight long after his death. The finality of it hit him like a gut punch. His dad planning for a world without himself in it? The concept felt surreal, impossible to fully absorb beyond cold, detached logic. "Got it," Jack muttered, forcing the words out. "Does Mom know any of this?" Henley shook his head. Doubtful. Almost definitely not. Some of these operations never made it into Langley's records. The government has a habit of keeping its messiest work off the books, and your father had a knack for wandering straight into those shadows. Junior leaned forward. "What about you? Where do you stand?" Henley exhaled, adopting the weary tone of a man who'd seen too much. "Here's the thing, no matter what you do, someone's going to clutch their pearls over it. I speak to jokes. Hilarious to 99 people. But there's always that one who acts like you kicked their dog. Except in Washington, that offended party doesn't just glare, they leak to the press with a sob story, and suddenly you're public enemy number 1. Half the time, it's just career climbers throwing their boss under the bus. The rest, pure ego. Everyone up here thinks their moral compass is the only one that points true north. Some of those compasses, broken beyond repair." He took a sip of water, his voice turning dry. "Our current commander-in-chief. Perfect example. One night in the Senate cloakroom, after enough bourbon to sink a battleship, he told me he'd refuse to execute Hitler himself on principle. I laughed and warned him not to say that on C-SPAN. The Adel would have his head on a platter. Look, opposing the death penalty? Fine. But when your principles handcuff you from stopping monsters, that's when ideology becomes a liability. Due process is a luxury some corners of the world can't afford. Hell, sometimes our own streets can't either." Henley's expression darkened. "No, the CIA. Officially, we don't do wet work. Not since Ike's era. That man played the game like a chess grandmaster. No flash, just results. Different times, though. Back then, firebombing cities was just Tuesday. Melv Kivert today. Try that, and you're trending on Twitter by lunch." A bitter chuckle escaped him. Then there's Castro. The Kennedys' personal vendetta. Most blame the Bay of Pigs' humiliation, but between us, I think Bobby read too many Ian Fleming novels. Assassination had a certain Hollywood sheen back then. Now we call it what it is, pathological. Turns out, killing people is harder than it looks in the movies, especially when your shooters are amateurs. When the op blew up, guess who took the fall? Not the White House. Ford finally put the kibosh on the whole circus. A new detail surfaced in Jack's mind: his father's old desk, the bottom drawer always locked. Had those files held pieces of this buried history? The thought sent a chill down his spine. The CIA doesn't intentionally take lives these days, Hendley remarked, stirring his coffee. Jack couldn't help but think of John Clark. The intensity in that man's gaze still lingered in his memory. Clark's different, Hendley continued. Sure, he's pulled the trigger when needed, but only when the situation demanded it. Langley gives operatives leeway for self-defense, and Clark had a knack for making those calls. I've crossed paths with him a few times, mostly heard stories. He's an outlier. Now that he's out of the game, maybe he'll publish a memoir, but don't expect the whole truth. Clark follows the playbook, just like your old man. He might stretch the rules, but he's never shattered them, at least not while on the government payroll. Hendley paused, recalling a private conversation he'd once shared with Jack's father, one of the few people who truly understood Clark's history. I warned your dad once that I wouldn't want to be on Clark's bad side, he admitted with a faint smirk. But here's the thing: you could hand him your kids' lives without a second thought. Last time we talked, you asked me about him. Here's the answer: if he were younger, he'd be right here with us. Jack's grip tightened on his cup. You just told me something major. I know. Was pray we. Can you handle it? The catcheck handle what? Chilling people. I didn't phrase it like that, did I? Hendley countered. Jack exhaled. Now I get why Dad calls you sharp. Can you accept that your father's taken lives when he had to? That night I was born, yeah, I know. The press treated it like some scandal, like it was contagious. But leprosy's curable. Hendley nodded. In movies, it's glamorous. In reality, not to be. People squirm. But sometimes, rarely, it's unavoidable. Your father learned that the hard way more than once. He never hesitated, even if it haunted him later. That's why you're here. Why a lot of people are. Jack frowned. The submarine incident's public, but there's more. Your dad didn't go hunting for trouble, but when it found him, he did what needed doing. Jack remembered the executions after the attack on his parents. Mom's not big on capital punishment, but that time? She understood. Dad, he didn't enjoy it, but he didn't lose sleep either. Your father had the leader dead to rights, Hendley said. Gun to his head. But he didn't fire. It wasn't necessary. Me. I might have made a different call. Your dad chose right when it mattered. Clark said the same thing, claimed the cops had it handled. But I never bought it. That guy's ice cold. Brennan called it restraint for a civilian. Clark's no killer for sport or paycheck. Maybe he'd have shown mercy. But a cop? Never. What would you have done? Jack shrugged. You don't know till you're there. I've thought about it. Dad played it right. Hendley gave a slow nod. Gui Choman. Taprolan. And the rest of it, too. The man in the boat had to be taken out a single shot to the head, the only option when survival's on the line. So what's Hendley Associates really about? Jack pressed. We collect intel and act on it, came the reply. But you're not government, Jack countered. Officially, no. We handle what official channels can't or won't. How often does that happen? Rarely, Hendley said with a shrug. Though these days, who knows? When Jack tried digging deeper, Hendley cut him off with a pointed look. Some details stay classified. Then came the revelation Jack's father had been the architect behind this shadow operation. The pieces clicked. Hendley had traded political glory for silent service, a sacrifice no medal would ever honor. Jack wondered if his old man had that same steel in his spine. And if things go south? Met, he asked. Hendley's answer was chilling. A stack of pre-signed presidential pardons, locked away and ready to whitewash any crime. Legal, Jack scoffed. Barely, Hendley admitted. Your dad's AG called it politically combustible. Jack nearly laughed. Combustible. That'd level Washington. Hendley's smirk mirrored his father's dry wit. Hence the discretion. I won't ask my team to risk prison time. Just eternal financial ruin, Jack shot back. Definitely your father's son, Hendley observed, noting the same sharp mind and knack for cutting through bullshit. But did he inherit the old man's nerve? Better left untested, though, in their line of work. The unexpected was inevitable. Even their top analysts couldn't foresee every crisis, despite their creative accounting methods. Enough chatter, Hendley said, steering Jack down the hall. Meet Rick and Jerry. Your dad never has, that's the problem with modern intelligence. Too many egos, too much red tape. The 100? All-stars in one room? Chaos. Government inefficiency keeps folks from panicking. We're the cleanup crew. Charlottesville? Dominic blinked. I figured Hoover's legacy, came the reply. The FBI's unmarked safe house held the infamous Gray Files politicians' dirty laundry, hoarded like rare coins. Rumors said they'd burned with Hoover in '72. Truth. They moldered in a Virginia hilltop mansion, its wine cellar repurposed to safeguard secrets darker than Bordeaux. Across the valley, Jefferson's Monticello stood oblivious. The FBI's darkest secrets were guarded by a select few, so confidential that even the sitting director might not be privy to them. These files, especially the politically sensitive ones, remained sealed. Take that junior senator from the Truman era. For instance, his disturbing attraction to underage girls was buried forever, along with the shady doctor who helped cover it up. The mere existence of such records, rumored to still be updated, kept Congress from challenging the Bureau's budget too aggressively. A meticulous archivist with a sharp eye might have spotted inconsistencies in the mountains of paperwork, but piecing it together would have been a Herculean task. And honestly, those files were tame compared to the white files stashed in an abandoned West Virginia coal mine, at least. That's what any historian bold enough to dig would assume. Then came the bombshell. We're pulling you from the Bureau, Werner announced. Dominic Caruso nearly toppled out of his chair. What? Why? His mind raced. Had he screwed up? But Werner clarified, not terminated, just reassigned. A specialized unit wants you. You'll stay on payroll, keep your rank, even get promotions. Officially, you're still FBI, working counterterrorism under my office. But here's the kicker, you tell no one. Not your family, not your partner. If anyone asks, you're just on a classified op. Dominic frowned. Sir, with all due respect, this sounds like a spy novel. Werner smirked. Think of it as unconventional fieldwork. You'll investigate. Maybe even act on threats. If it's not your thing, we'll slot you back into regular duty. But until then, loose oversight doesn't mean no oversight. You answer to someone always. Pate in this cover. Dominic guessed. Boingo. Seftepengo. And if I hate it? Nay, walk away. No hard feelings. Dominic exhaled. Fine. Where do I start? Werner scribbled an address. Go here. Ask for Jerry. Now, the unless you've got a hot date. With a handshake, Dominic left. At least the drive through Virginia's rolling horse country would be scenic. Chapter 4, Boot Camp. The Mercedes purred as Dominic merged onto I-95. Skyline shrinking in his rear view. The car handled like a dream, and the conservative talk radio predictable cop fare kept him company. Traffic was light, sparing him the usual gridlock misery. He almost felt sorry for the desk jockeys trudging into the Hoover building every day, drowning in paperwork. At least the FBI had its own shooting range to blow off steam. Bet it gets a lot of use, he mused, smirking. As Special Agent Caruso approached Richmond, the GPS voice smoothly directed him onto the Richmond Beltway, guiding him westward onto I-64 through lush rolling hills. The scenery was picturesque thick woods, sprawling estates, and probably more than a few high-end golf courses tucked away. He smirked, recalling rumors about CIA safe houses hidden in these parts back in the Cold War days. Who are they stashing now? Chinese operatives? Desert's diplomats? Knowing the government, they'd never sell the properties, just mothball a few military bases to appease politicians who hated anything with uniforms. The GPS chimed in again, announcing his exit with robotic precision. Prepare to turn right. Caruso chuckled. Sure thing, sweetheart. No response. Typical. He followed the winding country roads, climbing gentle slopes until the voice declared, Take the next left. You have arrived. He rolled his eyes. Thanks for the update. The destination. A weathered brick mansion, its slate roof and white pillars hinting at centuries of history. The gravel driveway crunched under his tires as he pulled up, spotting a Chevy Suburban, and wait. Was that his exact Mercedes model with North Carolina plates? Before he could process the absurd coincidence, a familiar voice cut through the air. Toph, Enzo. Dominic spun to see his brother Aldo, grinning. They were mirror images, same dark hair, same sharp features, though Brian had a slight height advantage. They embraced. The kind of rough hug brothers give when they're too Americanized for cheek kisses. So, what's your excuse for being here? Dominic demanded. Brian smirked. I could ask you the same. Heard about Alabama. We Kaiser file, huh? Yeah. Didn't get there in time to save the girl. Dominic's voice was ice. Brian nodded, lifting his brother's sidearm. 3 in the chest. Works every time. No lawyers to whine about it either. Dominic's expression didn't soften, but Brian caught the grim satisfaction in his tone. Nope. Not this time. Brian inspected the pistol. Nice piece. Shoots as good as it looks? Better. Take it easy with that thing, man, Brian cautioned as he popped out the magazine and checked the chamber. 10 mil, Biterablova. Yep. Standard FBI issue puts clean holes in targets. The Bureau switched back after Inspector O'Day's big showdown. You remember that mess with Uncle Jack's daughter, right? Brian knew the story cold. The assault on Katie Ryan at her school right after her father took office. The firefight, the takedowns. That guy had his act together, Brian mused. And get this, he wasn't even former Marine Corps. Navy guy before he joined the feds. At least that's the scuttlebutt at Quantico. They made a training film about the whole op. I bumped into him once, just a quick handshake in a crowd. Dude's lethal. He talked about patience, making that first shot matter. Dropped both hostiles with headshots. How do you stay so calm? The Katie Ryan incident hit close to home for the Caruso brothers. She was family, after all, a sweet kid who looked just like her mom. Hell, you were in the thick of it too. How'd you keep your cool? Chaining. Had Marines counting on me, bro. They hauled Dominic's gear inside. Then Brian led the way upstairs to their adjacent bedrooms. Back in the kitchen, coffee in hand, they settled at the table. So how's life treating you in the Corps, Aldo? Promotion to major's coming. Picked up a silver star overseas, no big deal. Just did my job. One of my guys took rounds but pulled through. Missed our main target, he wasn't the surrendering type, so Gunny Sullivan helped him meet his maker. But we grabbed 2 others who sang like canaries for intel. Dominic raised an eyebrow. What did they pin the medal on you for? Mostly for not dying. Dropped 3 tangos myself, easy shots, honestly. Later, some shrink asked if I had nightmares. Too many docs in the Corps, all of them Navy. Bureau's the same. I skipped the therapy. No regrets about that scumbag. That little girl. Rue should have made it personal. Why didn't you? 'Cause that doesn't put him down, Aldo. A center mass does. You didn't just snap, did you? Not exactly, but... And that's why you're here, Special Agent Caruso, interrupted a new voice. A lean, athletic man in his 50s stepped into the kitchen. Who are you, sir? Brian asked. Pete Alexander, he replied. Supposedly we were scheduled to meet last... Actually, no. That was just for the general's benefit. Alexander poured himself coffee. So, who are you? Dominic pressed. The trainer, Sir Cranquet. Leither Teppertai. Brian asked. You Esterbu, training for what? Dominic added. Alexander smirked. Not just me, but I'm your permanent shadow. The training will explain itself. He leaned back. My resume. Yale grad, poli-sci, class of '93. Even did the skull and bones thing, yes, that secret society. Like a bunch of college kids could actually run the world between keggers. His hardened gaze betrayed more than Ivy League polish. Back then, the agency recruited from places like Yale. Now those kids want hedge fund jobs. I did 25 years in the clandestine service before the campus picked me up. The campus. Brian frowned. Dominic stayed silent, studying Alexander. The Marine would always be a Marine. The FBI agent forever. FBI, a double-edged sword, Alexander recognized immediately. That's a privately funded intelligence operation, the man explained. Brian raised an eyebrow. Privately funded? How does that even... You'll understand the mechanics soon enough, and trust me, you'll be shocked how simple it is. Right now, you should focus on what they actually do. Dominic didn't hesitate. They eliminate targets. The words tumbled out before he could stop them. Alexander feigned surprise. What makes you say that? Dominic glanced around the nearly empty facility. Look at this place, tiny staff, no footprint. I'm no seasoned operative, yet after one justified takedown, I'm suddenly meeting with top brass. Next thing I know, I'm whisked to this classified location. This isn't some bond sales office. It's a ghost program with the highest clearance. Alexander smirked. Your file says you're sharp. But can you keep quiet when it matters? Dominic shrugged. Haven't needed to here, but yeah, I know when to zip it. Listen up, Alexander continued. You know, Black Ops means deniable. The campus, we're beyond that. We're erased. No paperwork, no trail. Starting now, you two officially vanish. Sure, Captain, or is it Major now? Caruso, you'll still get direct deposits, but you're no longer a Marine. Detached duty, classified purpose. And you, Special Agent Caruso? Like your boss said, they buried the records. Dominic smirked. So we're ghosts with paychecks. Exactly. Leave your IDs, dog tags, anything traceable. Mint frickadai. Keep 'em, but in this game, they're just noise. Hell, I once forgot my own alias mid-mission. Like an actor flubbing lines suddenly, I'm reciting Macbeth when the script called for Hamlet. No casualties, though, and I didn't die in Act 5. Brian cut in. So what's the job? Mostly financial tracking our specialty. You'll deploy together. Dominic leads investigations. Brian, your muscle with a learning curve. And about those nicknames. Alexander chuckled. Dominic jabbed his brother. Enzo here drove like a maniac as a teen total Ferrari wannabe. One of Stout's bleeby widaplief. Dresses like a dad from a 90s wine ad. Alexander tossed Brian a Brooks Brothers catalog. Fix that. You'll pose as businessmen or tourists, sharp but not royal. Grow your hair out, especially you, Aldo. Brian rubbed his buzz cut. Guess I'm buying a comb. Today, settle in. Day is tomorrow? Dawn PT, weapons quals, and classroom drills. You both know your way around a keyboard, right? Brian folded his arms. Why? The campus operates primarily as a virtual workspace. You'll receive computers equipped with built-in modems to stay connected with headquarters. When Dominic raised concerns about security, the response was reassuring. The systems were robust, with no known vulnerabilities. Enzo, though skeptical, nodded at the explanation. Aldo chimed in with a dry joke about military tech, mentioning even basic comforts like toilet paper were standard issue. Meanwhile, Ernesto eyed the man before him with curiosity. Your name is Mohammed. He asked. Correct, though for now Miguel will do, came the smooth reply. Unlike Nigel, this alias was easier to remember. There had been no religious invocation. These men wouldn't have grasped its significance. Ernesto noted the polished British accent, prompting Mohammed to explain his mixed heritage. The mention of his deceased parents earned a half-hearted condolence before the conversation shifted to business. Ernesto listened carefully as Mohammed outlined their shared problem pressure from a powerful northern adversary. Both sides needed to redirect that aggression, and destabilizing America seemed the perfect solution. The new president, weak yet unpredictable, was a wild card. Weak leaders lash out faster, Mohammed observed. They're messy, but still dangerous. Pablo interjected, questioning operational details, but Mohammed sidestepped specifics. Nothing you haven't done yourselves, he said, leaving unspoken the fact that their usual brutality had been restrained in the U. Mech it. Operational security was paramount, and both sides understood the game. Mohammed's offer was straightforward. Decades of European experience, a secure network, and key logistical advantages. With borders fading in importance, their setup in Piraeus and connections in trucking could open new avenues for expansion. Ernesto considered this wasn't friendship, but mutual interest. And in their world, that was often enough. If they can move weapons and personnel for us, shipping your products should be a breeze, Ernesto remarked, leaning back in his chair. His guest, Mohammed, didn't miss a beat. We'll need contacts people who understand the technical side of this operation. Without hesitation, Mohammed tapped his laptop. I've got the names right here. These individuals are used to negotiating for the right price. The lack of questions about cost told him everything. Money clearly wasn't an obstacle for these men. Ernesto and Pablo exchanged glances. Europe's population of over 300 million was a gold mine waiting to be tapped. Some countries even had legal, regulated drug markets taxed, no less. The profits might not be staggering, but it was the perfect foothold. And nothing compared to the purity of Andean coca. Europeans would pay top dollar, and this time the margins would be worth the risk. Of course, distribution was the tricky part. Street-level dealers had a habit of getting sloppy, and sloppy meant arrests and loose lips. They'd need airtight separation between suppliers and sellers, but that was nothing new. European cops? They couldn't be much sharper than the Americans. Some might even be persuaded to look the other way for the right price. Business was business after all. And if this Arab could grease the wheels without charging a dime, even better. Outwardly, Ernesto and Pablo remained stone-faced. To an outsider, they might have seemed indifferent. In reality, this was a dream scenario, a fresh market, a new revenue stream. With enough capital, who knew? Maybe they'd buy out the whole country. Adaptability was their strength. They were predators in a world of sheep. How do we reach these contacts? Pablo finally asked. My associates will handle introductions, Mohammed assured them. Ernesto nodded, pleased. And what do you need from us? Transportation into America. What's the best route? Fly them into Cartagena first, Ernesto suggested. From there, we reroute them through Spanish-speaking hubs, Costa Rica, maybe. With decent paperwork, they can board a direct flight to the U. Or cross through Mexico. If they blend in, the border's just a hike away. Sure, some might get caught, but they'll just try again. Or, with the right docs, they stroll into San Diego like tourists. Once they're in, it's about keeping a low profile. Assuming money isn't an issue, it isn't, Mohammed confirmed. Then hire a local lawyer. Most won't ask questions and secure a safe house. But if you give me an idea of your plans, I could offer better advice. Mohammed hesitated, then laid out his vision. Ernesto smirked. Your people must be highly motivated. They are. Did this man really doubt their commitment? With the right planning, they might even make it, Ernesto mused. But never underestimate American law enforcement. In their line of work, financial agreements could sometimes be made with certain individuals. But Pablo knew that wasn't likely in this situation. We get it, he said. Of course, we'd prefer our people to make it out alive, but we're realistic some won't. They know the stakes. He didn't bother mentioning paradise. These men wouldn't grasp it. Their God was stuffed inside their wallets. What kind of zealot throws away his own people like that? Pablo wondered. His own crew weighed the risks, balancing potential profits against the cost of failure, making their own choices. Not these guys. Then again, you couldn't always pick who you did business with. Fine, Ernesto said. We've got a stack of blank U. Passports. Your job is to make sure whoever you send us speaks fluent English or Spanish and can blend in. And please, none of them better be signing up for flight lessons. He meant it as a dark joke. Mohammed didn't laugh. That chapter's closed. Success doesn't repeat itself in my line of work. Ernesto smirked. Luckily, we operate in a different arena. And it was true. His shipments moved in cargo containers, slipping through ports and highways across America. If one got intercepted, the trail ended there. His people had legal protections. Only the reckless ever saw the inside of a cell. Over time, they'd outsmarted drug-sniffing dogs and every other detection method. The key was using people who knew the risks, most retiring comfortably to Colombia. Their wealth built on a past they'd never speak of again. Mohammed leaned forward. So, when do we start? The eagerness in his voice was obvious. Ernesto didn't mind. Whatever chaos this man stirred up would pull resources away from you. Counter-narcotics efforts, good for business. Minor losses at the border would shrink even further. Cocaine prices might dip, but demand would rise, keeping profits steady. That was the short-term win. The real prize. America shifting its focus away from Colombia. And if things went south, he could always tip off the CIA claim these terrorists had invaded his turf, acting beyond even cartel ethics. It wouldn't earn him any favors, but it wouldn't hurt either. Any loose ends? Handled internally. The Americans would respect that. All in all, the risks were manageable, the rewards substantial. Senor Miguel, Ernesto said, rising to shake his hand, I'll present this to my associates with my full endorsement. Expect an answer by week's end. Will you be staying in Cartagena? Mohammed shook his head. I don't linger. I leave tomorrow. Pablo can contact me online with your decision. Ernesto nodded. He'd already decided Miguel wasn't a friend, but a temporary ally in a parallel game. Meanwhile, Jack stared in disbelief. How the hell did you pull this off? Rick Bell smirked. Ever heard of InfoSec? Encryption company, right? Exactly. Information System Security. Based near Seattle. Best in the business. The company was founded by a former high-ranking official from the NSA's Z division at Fort Meade, along with 3 of his colleagues nearly a decade ago. Even with their advanced Sun workstations, I doubt the NSA could break their encryption without resorting to brute force methods. Financial institutions worldwide rely on their software, particularly banks in Liechtenstein and across Europe, but there's a hidden vulnerability in the system. And no one's discovered it? Jack asked. Over time, buyers had learned to hire independent experts to scrutinize every line of code. Wary of rogue programmers who loved slipping in surprises. The NSA team writes solid code, Bell replied. I don't know the specifics, but these guys still have their old NSA connections. You know how that goes. Jack smirked. So Fort Meade eavesdrops, and we get the intel when they pass it to Langley. Anyone at the CIA decent at following money trails? Bell shook his head. Not like our team. Takes one to catch one, huh? Understanding the enemy's mindset helps, Bell agreed. It's a small world, we know most of these players. Same industry, same games. Jack raised an eyebrow. So I'm an asset now? Though American law didn't recognize titles, Europeans still treated him like royalty, bowing, flattering, hoping a word from him might open doors. It was all part of the game, thinly veiled corruption. What did you pick up in the White House? Ones and fordomet. Enough, Jack said dryly. Most of his lessons had come from Mike Brennan, who despised the political theater. Brennan's foreign counterparts felt the same, exchanging knowing glances behind diplomatic masks. In some ways, Jack had it easier than his father, no sink or swim initiation, just quiet observations. His dad rarely spoke of it except in moments of frustration. Watch what you say around Gary, Bell warned. He likes to pretend the trading world's cleaner than politics. Jack chuckled. Dad trusts him. Maybe they're cut from the same cloth. More than you think, Bell said. Hendley left politics after the accident, right? Belle's expression darkened. Losing a family like that, it changes a man. He had to identify them. Most wouldn't survive that grief. He dreamed of the White House, thought his wife would have been a great first lady. But that ambition died with them. He left it there. The team at the campus respected Hendley too much to speculate further. There was no succession plan, just loyalty. Belle shifted gears. So, first impressions. Jack exhaled. Reading those central bank transcripts, some of it's shockingly greedy. He caught himself. Then again, why am I surprised? Belle nodded. Power and money. Corruption's inevitable. What's interesting is how these guys form friendships across borders. The tone shifted, Belle's voice turning wry. Welcome to the club, kid, where the rules are made up and the ethics are optional. Many powerful individuals still benefit when their national currency takes a hit, even if it causes hardship for ordinary citizens. Centuries ago, aristocrats often felt more kinship with foreign nobles than with their own countrymen who shared the same ruler, and that mindset hasn't entirely faded, at least not overseas. Whatever right fix time. Major industrialists might collaborate to influence Congress, but outright handouts or secret sharing are rare. Large-scale conspiracies aren't impossible, but keeping them under wraps is nearly impossible. Too many voices, too many leaks. The media, after all, thrives on scandals, and they'd much rather expose a wealthy fraudster than a politician who might still be useful as a source. So, how do you ensure integrity in your organization? Belle considered the question carefully. It was a constant concern, though rarely discussed openly. We compensate our team well, and everyone participates in a group investment plan with solid returns around 19% annually these past few years. Not bad, Jack remarked. Säkert experience the plexcrud. Depends who you ask, Belle replied with a smirk. But no prosecutor's going to raise eyebrows. We avoid greed. Could we turn this into the next Ponzi scheme? Zcha tetra. But then we'd attract attention. So we keep it modest enough to fund operations and take care of our people. They monitored employees' finances closely, tracking accounts and trades. Most didn't dabble in personal investments, though a few managed portfolios through the office profitable, but never excessive. You'll provide access to all your accounts, Belle explained. We just need transparency. Jack shrugged. Most of my money's tied up in a trust managed by a New York firm. I get an allowance, but no control until I'm 30. That milestone felt distant to him, barely worth a second thought. Belle chuckled. It's not about trust. We just don't want anyone developing a gambling problem. He mused that the greatest mathematicians in history had probably designed casino games crafting just enough illusion to hook people. The real addiction, though, was ego. So, I'm starting on the white side? Jack asked. Tracking currencies. Exactly. Learn the language first. Jack nodded. His father had started far humbler cold-calling clients at Merrill Lynch. Paying dues might bruise the ego, but it built character. Patience, his dad always said, was a virtue that took forever to master, and even then, it was a pain. Dominic, meanwhile, inspected a dusty bottle. Not bad for a government facility, he remarked. The label read, 1962, older than him, older than his brother, older than their mother's high school days in Baltimore. It might as well have been from the Stone Age. Baltimore felt like a different planet compared to their hometown of Seattle. Brian glanced around the historic property before turning to Alexander. What's the story with this place? Alexander swirled his Tuscan wine before answering. The land's been here since before the Civil War. Original house went up in the 1700s, burned to the ground, then got rebuilt in 1882. The government snatched it up right before Nixon took office. He took a sip. Previous owner was J. Donald Hamilton, old school Oss, ran with Wild Bill Donovan's crew during Way. Rumor has it he was some hotshot back in Budwee, too. Dude knew his wine, I'll give him that. Brian smirked as he cut into the veal. Pairs well, doesn't it? Damn right, Alexander said. No way you picked up cooking like this in the Marines. Blame my old man, Dominic chimed in. Better chef than Mom and Grandpop. That stubborn old coot still whips up a feast at 82. Brian nodded. 82 last month. Guy traveled the world just to settle in Seattle and never left. Been in the same house 40 years, right by the family restaurant. Alexander raised an eyebrow. This his recipe? Straight from Florence, Brian confirmed. Visited his cousin's place near the Ponte Vecchio when the Med Fleet docked in Naples. They practically force-fed me. Apparently Italians have a thing for Marines. Dominic snorted. Must be the dress blues. Or maybe I'm just that charming, Brian shot back. Alexander shook his head. Twins are supposed to be alike. Only the identical kind, Dominic said. Mom popped out 2 separate eggs that month. Took our parents a year to realize we weren't carbon copies. The brothers exchanged grins, but Alexander wasn't fooled. Different uniforms, same instincts, and soon even that distinction would vanish. Meanwhile, Muhammad settled into his first-class seat at Mexico City's airport, flipping through a random paperback. Airports were safe, anonymous, controlled. He avoided anything Middle Eastern, sticking to his cover. No Quran, no laptop, no unnecessary risks. Even the bathroom trips were calculated. 24 hours, and he'd be back in Europe. Light the tay. That was a joke. Just a rotation of safe houses, none truly safe. Saudi Arabia had shut him out years ago. Afghanistan was off limits. For now, the sky was his only constant. Mohammed found it ironic that the only places he felt remotely secure were the Christian nations of Europe lands his people had fought for centuries to conquer without success. These societies had an almost reckless hospitality toward outsiders, making it easy to vanish into their sprawl with minimal effort, especially if one had resources. Their willingness to welcome potential threats baffled him. These people clung to ideals of tolerance, even toward those who despised their way of life. It was amusing in a way, but Muhammad wasn't one for fantasies. He built them instead. This fight would outlive him, a sobering truth, but dedicating himself to something greater than personal gain gave him purpose. The so-called allies from yesterday's meeting? Temporary conveniences at best. Shared enemies didn't equal loyalty. They might provide logistical support, but their men wouldn't bleed for his cause. History proved mercenaries lacked conviction. Real soldiers fought for belief, not pay. A true believer feared nothing, not with divine backing. Only failure haunted him, and that wasn't an option. Obstacles were just hurdles to dismantle, not lives to weigh. Lighting a cigarette, he smirked. At least Mexico had its civilized comforts, even if the prophet might disapprove. Meanwhile, Brian taunted his brother as they finished their run. Bet you miss the car now, Enzo. 3 miles was nothing for a Marine, but Dominic, fresh off acing the FBI's fitness test, was gasping. Listen, jackass, Dominic shot back between breaths. I just need to outrun the guys I'm chasing. Brian jogged backward, grinning. You'd have been dead in Afghanistan. Probably, Dominic admitted. But bank robbers in Jersey don't shoot back like Taliban snipers. The FBI kept him sharp, but Brian's Marine training clearly had the edge, though Dominic still wondered about his brother's marksmanship. As they reached the plantation house, Brian called out to Alexander, "So, do we pass?" "Relax, it's not Ranger School," Alexander replied. "We just need you to run faster than trouble when it shows up." Brian nodded. Goni Honey used to say that at Quantico. Dominic frowned. "Who? Insgrates." Master Guns Nicholas Honey, tough as nails. Got called Nick the Prick, but only by idiots who didn't want a second lesson. He tossed Dominic a towel. He swore running was the most useful skill a grunt could have. Dominic smirked. "You ever put that to the test?" Potter. Mostly spent staring at goats keeling over from altitude sickness. Alexander chuckled. "War's a young man's game. Try humping a 65-pound pack through those hills." Dominic raised an eyebrow at his brother. "Sounds like a blast." "Oh yeah," Brian deadpanned. "Pete, what's next?" "Beeger fun." "Shower first," Alexander said. "Then we'll see." After confirming both men were in decent shape, not that it mattered much, despite his earlier comments, they could finally tackle the real issue. The stakes were high. "The dollar's about to take a beating," Jack informed his new superior. "Too bad?" Sam Granger asked. "Just a nick. The Germans plan to short it against the euro around $500 million. Granger frowned. "Is that significant?" Jack smirked. "You're asking me. You need an opinion, not necessarily the right one. Just something coherent." He slid the intercepted files across the table. Dieter's chatting with his French contact. On the surface, it sounds routine, but the translator picked up an edge in his tone. "My German's rusty, so I wouldn't catch the subtleties. Still, I don't get why Germany and France would team up against us." Granger leaned back. "Germany's playing nice with France for now, but don't expect a lasting alliance. The French still flinch when Germany flexes, and the Germans? They've never stopped looking down their noses. France clings to its imperial dreams. Some things never change. Their relationship with the U, like siblings stuck in middle school. Love-hate with extra drama. Germany and France. Same mess, just with more history. Centuries of grudges, invasions, and bruised egos. Europe's curse, they never forget a slight." Jack raised an eyebrow. "What's that got to do with this?" "Nothing directly," Granger admitted. "But think of it as chess. Maybe the German banker's cozying up for a future move. Or the Frenchman's stringing him along to embarrass Berlin later. It's a delicate dance. You can't crush your opponent, or they'll quit the game. Worse, you might make an enemy. Picture a poker game where everyone loses just enough to keep the peace. Push too hard, and suddenly no one invites you over. Play too soft, and they'll rob you blind, politely, of course. As central bankers, they see everyone, even their own governments, as peasants." "Brie and us?" Jack asked. Granger chuckled. "Oh, we're the worst loud, unrefined peasants with dumb luck. And guns." "Guns make nobles nervous," Jack quipped. "Exactly. Old world aristocrats still don't get how their class system strangles innovation. But that's their problem." Jack's mind flickered to a Latin phrase, odorant dumb mittuent. "Let them hate so long as they fear." Had humanity really not moved past that in 2,000 years? So what is our problem? Granger sighed. "They've never liked us, but they need us. Some think they don't, post-us are. Reality will hit them like a freight train when they test that theory. A beat. And it'll be messy." The wealthy elite often mistake their own opinions for those of the common people. That's their fatal flaw. They genuinely believe the masses follow their lead, but in reality, people follow their own self-interest. Given enough time, the average person will see through the illusions on their own. So, the campus profits off their delusions. Exactly. You ever wonder why I can't stand soap operas? Jack gave him a puzzled look. Because they're a little too accurate. Real life, even in high places, is just a parade of egos and nonsense. Love doesn't make the world spin, neither does money. It's all just noise. That's some next-level cynicism. Granger raised a hand. Not cynicism, just human nature. The same story for 10,000 years. Sure, there's nobility, sacrifice, even love, but right alongside it. Envy, greed, all the classics. Maybe the old religious warnings weren't so far off. Are we doing philosophy or theology now? Ryan thought, baffled. This was supposed to be about intelligence work. I'll be 50 next week. Too late to get wise. Too old to change much, Granger mused, pouring himself another cup from his Javalia machine. Deep thoughts don't pay the bills or mow the lawn. And in our line of work, they don't protect the country either. So, what's the play with Germany? Ryan pressed. Granger studied the intercept again. Nothing yet. But Dieter just scored points with Claude. He'll cash those in later. The euro's still a gamble. France thinks they'll lead Europe's finances. Germany's betting on Berlin. Truth? They'll go to whoever has the strongest economy and workforce. And, let's be honest, France's engineers are good, but they're not as disciplined as the Germans. The French won't take that well. No kidding, Granger chuckled. But hey, France has nukes. Germany doesn't. Bite produce pit table. Ryan frowned. You serious? Granger grinned. Nah. Meanwhile, Dominic and Brian were strolling through a college town mall near Yuva. They covered some of this at Quantico, Dominic said. Like what? Brian asked. Never stay static. Change your look, your position. Sunglasses, reversible jackets, even wigs if you've got 'em. Don't stare, but don't flinch if they glance your way. Solo surveillance is tough. A trained target will spot you fast. That's why the big offices have SSG's special surveillance groups. Not agents, just pros who blend in. Street vendors, panhandlers, even bums. Met a few in New York. They handle organized crime and counterintelligence. Best in the business, even if they look like they haven't slept in weeks. Brian smirked. And here I thought hard work paid off. Surveillance work, Pete Alexander clarified, leaning against a mall bench. Never done it personally, but from what I gather, it's a manpower nightmare. 15 to 20 agents per target, plus vehicles, maybe even aerial support. And even then, a skilled operative can slip through. The Russians. Forget about it. Those guys are next-level trained. Captain Caruso crossed his arms. So, what's the play here? Start with the basics, Alexander said, nodding toward a woman browsing nearby. See her? Red sweater, dark hair. Figure out what she buys, what she drives, where she lives. Dominic scoffed. Just us two. You're joking. Alexander tossed them each a radio. Airpieces in mics clipped. Range is a couple miles. And don't lose your car keys. With that, he strolled off toward an Eddie Bauer, leaving them to it. Welcome to the glamorous life, Brian muttered, watching their Mark slip into an Ann Taylor. They grabbed coffees from Starbucks' half-hearted cover, but better than nothing. Keep the cup, Dominic advised. Brian frowned. Why? Mr. Prime take to train. Ever tried peeing while tailing someone? The universe loves wrecking plans. Academy lesson. Brian didn't argue. They tested the radio, static crackled, then cleared. Aldo to Enzo, you copy? Loud and clear. Alternate visuals, but keep eyes on each other. Brian moved toward the store while Dominic lingered, sipping his coffee, watching the woman from the corner of his eye. She was mid-30s, brown hair, wedding band, but no flashy ring. Her necklace looked like discount store gold. Peach blouse, black pants, sensible shoes. Oblivious to her surroundings, perfect. She bought a white silk blouse, swiped a card, and exited. Subjects on the move, Dominic murmured. Brian's head snapped up. What the direction? Left your way. Take over. Their cars were strategically parked, hers led to the lot. Get the plate, Dominic ordered, already striding toward his own vehicle. Brian rattled off the details. Dark green Volvo Virginia tags were 61 sign. Heading north. Dominic fired up his engine, windows down. Enzo in pursuit. He wove through mall traffic, dialing the FBI's Charlottesville office on his cell. The automated system connected him for an extra 50 cents. Special Agent Dominic Caruso, he said, eyes locked on the Volvo. Heads up, we've got a live one. Dominic rattled off his credentials 165821 before urgently requesting a license plate lookup. The voice on the other end verified his ID with a few keystrokes. You're a long way from Birmingham, mister. Caruso, the operator remarked, but Dominic cut him off. Just run the plate. Moments later, the details came through a forest green Volvo registered to Edward and Michelle Peters at 6 Riding Hood Court in Charlottesville, just inside the city limits. Dominic declined backup, ended the call, and relayed the address to his brother Brian over the radio. As their navigation systems pinged to life, Brian chuckled. Feels like cheating. Dominic smirked. Winners don't cheat, they just win. He closed the gap on the Volvo, using a pickup truck as cover, his pulse quickening despite himself. The robotic voice of his GPS announced the upcoming turn, and Dominic muttered, Yeah, I got it. To his surprise, the target vehicle obeyed the same route suggestion, easing some of his tension. Brian cursed over the radio, red light. But Dominic kept his eyes locked on the Volvo as it wound through the neighborhood, finally turning into a quiet cul-de-sac. The Peters house stood at the end, a modest 2-story with white siding and a 2-car garage. Dominic parked discreetly down the street, sipping his coffee as Brian pulled up half a block away. Then a woman's voice crackled over their comms. You boys want coffee? I'm the broad in the Volvo. Dominic exhaled sharply. Well, that's embarrassing. He stepped out of his Mercedes, motioning for Brian to join him. As they approached the house, the front door swung open. Michelle Peters stood there, arms crossed. Using the DMV? That's low, she teased. Dominic shrugged. Nobody gave us a rule book. Brian frowned. You were listening this whole time? She grinned. Only a little. The radios are encrypted. Nobody else heard you. Leading them inside, she added, you weren't bad. Just too close in that shiny Benz. Next time, try a beat-up pickup. Blends right in around here. Before they could reply, the door opened again. Pete Alexander walked in, raising an eyebrow at the scene. Dominic turned to Michelle with a raised eyebrow. So, how'd they perform? She shrugged. I'd say a solid B. He almost laughed, that felt overly generous. Actually, scratch my earlier comment, he admitted. Calling the FBI to pull my DMV records? That was sharp. Brian smirked. So, not cheating. Alexander cut in before anyone else could. Rules. At Berspise hast Rief. There's only one get the job done without blowing your cover. We don't score points for flair here. Mrs. Peters added dryly, just casualties, which made Alexander visibly tense. The comment twisted Brian's gut. Seriously, though, he pressed, what's the end game with all this training? Dominic leaned forward, just as eager for answers. Pete held up a hand. Patience, boys. You'll know when you need to. Dominic exhaled but nodded. The problem. Main detail. When you're subitani, for now. But his expression said he wouldn't wait forever. Later, as they wrapped up, Jack couldn't resist. You're really not capitalizing on this. Granger shook his head. We could, but the payoff's slim, maybe a couple $100,000 tops. Not worth the effort. Still, good catch on your part. Jack pressed further. How often does intel like this come through? A few times a week, 4 if it's hectic. Junior jumped in. And how often do you act? 1 in 5. We tread carefully too many wins, and the Europeans start digging. They'd assume a mole and tear their own teams apart. Paranoia's their default setting. Granger shifted gears. Next week, you'll get access to the secure accounts codenamed, not numbered anymore, thanks to tech upgrades. Banks borrowed that from intel agencies, hiring second-rate spies for security. The good ones? They'd never stoop to finance work. Jack frowned. Do these accounts reveal owners? Butchie, Kirk, CRISPR. Mostly code words, but we've hacked internal memos. Bankers don't ask questions, money's money, whether it's from a Brooklyn mob boss or darker places. Jack's voice tightened. And the FBI? Illegal for us to share. Plus, we'd lose our window into their operations. Europe's a maze of jurisdictions, and no government kills its golden goose. Granger smirked. Your dad's opinion. Jack snorted. Yeah, he'd hate it. Meanwhile, 37,000 feet above, Muhammad gazed down at D, as grid like streets. For a fleeting second, he imagined the chaos he could unleash if he were that kind of man. The thought dissolved as quickly as it came. The cockpit doors were now reinforced, and the presence of an armed officer, or worse, a plainclothes soldier in business class, could ruin everything. Muhammad had little regard for police, but he knew better than to underestimate Western military personnel. Though he admired the dedication of the Department of Martyrdom, his skills in intelligence gathering made him too valuable for such sacrifices. That reality was both a blessing and a curse, but it was the truth he lived by. His fate was already written. When he would meet Allah and enter, paradise was not his to decide. For now, he had 6.5 more hours trapped in this seat. More wine, sir? The rosy-cheeked flight attendant asked. He imagined her among the rewards awaiting him, then pushed the thought aside. Yes, thank you, he replied smoothly in his polished Cambridge accent. Drinking was forbidden, but refusing might raise suspicion. His mission was too critical to risk over something so trivial. Or so he told himself, ignoring the faint twinge of guilt. The wine burned down his throat, and he reclined his seat slightly. Un-Islamic or not, it did help with sleep. Meanwhile, Rick Bell updated Hendley on the latest developments. Michelle says the twins are holding their own for beginners. The tracking exercise. Beraftisgard, Hendley asked. Perkol and Plakistam. It wasn't the full-scale drill, no aircraft, no backup teams, but they managed. The campus operated with fewer resources but more flexibility, which had its pros and cons. Alexander seems impressed. Says they're sharp and quick on their feet. Why? Good. Mathis is steg kive. Rick Pasternak's got something new, a modified version of succinylcholine. Works like synthetic curare, paralyzing muscles instantly. You collapse, can't breathe. Nasty way to go. Traceable. Barely. The body breaks it down fast. Unless the victim drops dead in front of a top-tier hospital, with a pathologist specifically looking for it, it'll pass as a heart attack. The Russians toyed with it in the 70s, but abandoned it. Odd the KGB never used it. How'd Pasternak get it? A visiting Russian scientist, Jewish, as it turned out, let slip details over drinks at Columbia. Rick developed a delivery system on the spot. It's being refined now. Henley smirked. Surprising the mafia never caught on. If you want someone dead, hire a doctor. Most of them prefer old-school methods. Bell's expression darkened briefly, some grudges never faded. Better than what we have. Better than what anyone has. Near perfect reliability if used right. Cost? Negligible. Mix tested. 6 large dogs gone without a trace. In tembo tamter. Dit terbetica verpade. Wat says der kufte treate. Bell hesitated. As for the bigger picture, Langley thinks we might have slowed them down. But optimism makes me nervous. The market's endless optimism always reminds me of those moments right before everything crashes, pure hubris, before the inevitable downfall. Fort Meade might struggle to track certain players online, but maybe that just means they've leveled up their game. With top-tier encryption tools flooding the market, even the NSA hasn't cracked them all yet. They're throwing their massive mainframes at the problem daily. But as Jerry always says, the brightest minds aren't working for the government anymore. They're too busy coding the next big video game, Henley finished with a smirk. The feds never paid enough to keep the best talent, and that wasn't changing anytime soon. Rick rubbed his nose, unconvinced. Until I see these guys 6 feet under with a stake through their hearts, I won't stop worrying. Henley sighed. You really think we can get them all? Rick scoffed. Not a chance. Even their so-called doctor. Death at Columbia couldn't pull off that miracle. Meanwhile, a Boeing 747-400 glided smoothly onto the tarmac at Heathrow, landing 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Mohammed, like most passengers, was desperate to escape the cramped cabin. He breezed through passport control with a polite smile, freshened up in the restroom, and headed straight for the Air France lounge to catch his connecting flight to Nice. With 90 minutes until takeoff and another 90 to his final destination, he had time to kill. His French, picked up during university days in Britain, earned him only 2 corrections from the cabbie. At the hotel, he handed over his British passport, though the lack of a barcode nagged at him. In 2 years, he'd need a new one, and with it the risk of digital tracking. But for now, he had 3 solid identities to fall back on. Staying under the radar was key. One slip, and an immigration officer's flashing alert could bring the whole operation crashing down. The hotel room was stuffy, but the ocean breeze through the open window helped. Mohammed plugged his laptop into the desk phone, then collapsed onto the bed, jet lag hitting hard. Coffee and cigarettes would keep him going until his body adjusted again. His contact wouldn't arrive for another 4 hours, so dinner would feel like breakfast. Just another day in the life. Over in Colombia, Pablo and Ernesto dug into their American-style breakfast bacon, eggs, and strong local coffee. So, are we really teaming up with that fanatic? Ernesto asked, skepticism dripping from his words. Pablo stirred his coffee lazily. Why not? We profit, and the chaos they stir up in the U works in our favor. Border Patrol will be too busy profiling people to check every shipping container. Ernesto frowned. And if one of them gets caught and talks, Pablo chuckled. About what? They'll only have Mexican smugglers to name. Zelia a threat? Ernesto nodded slowly. Fair point. The game was on, and everyone had their role to play. You must think I'm just some paranoid old lady, Ernesto muttered, shaking his head. Pablo chuckled, adjusting his sunglasses. Boss, the last guy who underestimated you. Let's just say he's fertilizing a coca field somewhere. That drew a rare smirk from the cartel leader, though his eyes stayed cold. True enough. But only an idiot wouldn't watch his back when Interpol and DIA agents are sniffing around like bloodhounds. Pablo leaned against the balcony railing, the Medellin skyline stretching behind him. So we give them different prey to chase, right? Ernesto exhaled cigar smoke, considering the chessboard in his mind. This was risky, playing both sides against the middle. These jihadist lunatics were useful idiots, perfect patsies to keep the Americans distracted. And the beauty of it? They wanted to die. Hell, he'd practically be doing them a favor. His security was airtight. Even if he decided to sell them out, not that he would, but if, how would they ever trace it back to him? Their intel networks were a joke. If they were half as competent as they claimed, they wouldn't need his smuggling routes in the first place. The U. Government hadn't touched him in 30 years. What were a bunch of zealots going to do? Pablo, how's the contact happening? Ernesto finally asked. Encrypted emails. The guy cycles through accounts based in Germany and Switzerland. Fine. Tell him the council approves. Ernesto smirked. Few knew he was the council. Pablo's fingers flew across his laptop, a man who knew his tech. The message was sent in under 60 seconds. Buried in the third line? The real signal, Juan Maria's pregnant. Twins. Both Pablo and their contact, Mohammed, used top-tier encryption, the kind marketed as unbreakable. Mohammed wasn't naive enough to believe that. Every software company answered to Western intelligence agencies eventually. Still, the internet was a crowded highway. As long as you avoided obvious red flags, your message could slip through the noise. The Colombians were in. The operation was greenlit. Mohammed allowed himself a rare indulgence that evening, a glass of Bordeaux as he prepared to brief his guest. The wheels were turning. Meanwhile, halfway across the globe, Dominic Caruso gritted his teeth through another pre-dawn run. God, this was mind-numbing. At least his brother Brian seemed to enjoy this masochistic ritual. Dominic briefly fantasized about buying a damn Walkman. But he'd forget by the next time he passed an electronics store. Some habits were just sufferable enough to endure. Life in the Marines wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Just when you thought it couldn't get worse, breakfast rolled around. Pete Alexander, their training officer, strolled in with his usual dry humor. Morning, gentlemen. Everyone awake yet? Brian shot him a skeptical look. How do you manage to look so relaxed this early? The Marines had plenty of unflattering and mostly exaggerated rumors about special forces, but Alexander just smirked. Perks of aging, kid. You learn to go easy on the joints. Dominic cut to the chase. What's on the agenda today? He didn't say it out loud, but the words lazy bastard hung in the air. When do we finally get those computers? Alexander shrugged. Soon enough. The encryption's decent, but nothing's unbreakable. The NSA could brute force it in a week if they threw enough processing power at it. They've got backdoor deals with most software developers' trade algorithms for cooperation. Other countries could pull it off, but cracking codes takes serious expertise, and not many have the time or resources. That's why the smart ones stick to face-to-face meetings or old-school ciphers. Problem is, those methods are slow, so they're fading out. When they're in a hurry, That's when we catch them. Dominic frowned. How many messages are we even sifting through? Alexander exhaled. Billions. Our filters aren't perfect, might never be. The real trick is pinpointing the right IP addresses. Most of these guys get sloppy with their logins, too many aliases to keep track of. They're not geniuses, just desperate. When we snag one of their machines, the first thing we do? Print out their contacts. Goldmine. Though sometimes they flood us with nonsense, like sending pages from the Riga phone book. Gibberish unless you speak Latvian. But sure, real bottleneck. Fide dot linguists. We're short on Arabic speakers. NSA's working on it, recruiting college students, but we're not in that business. We let them handle translations. Brian leaned in. So we're not intel gatherers. Dominic had already connected the dots. Nope. If we stumble on something useful, great, but our job's to act on intel, not collect it. Alexander nodded. Exactly. Think of us as the cleanup crew. Dominic crossed his arms. Then what's the actual mission? Alexander's grin turned sharp. What do you think? Dominic didn't hesitate. Something J. Edgar Hoover would have hated. Bingo. He was a rigid old bastard when it came to rules. We. Not so much. Brian smirked. Keep talking. Alexander's voice dropped. We take the intel and do something about it. No red tape, no committees. Dominic raised an eyebrow. Isn't that executive action in spy movie terms? Alexander snorted. Only in Hollywood. Reality's messier. CIA's buried under bureaucracy, too many bosses, too few doers. Government agencies don't exactly reward risk-takers. Even if you succeed, the suits will pick you apart. So, when someone needs to disappear, the order has to come from way up top. And these days, that means the Oval Office. A heavy silence settled over the room. The unspoken truth hung in the air. They weren't just soldiers. They were the sharp end of the spear. Most presidents wouldn't want certain documents surfacing in their archives, where some eager historian might stumble upon them and stir up a scandal. That's why we moved away from those methods. Brian, ever the Marine, chimed in with a dark chuckle. You know, most problems can be solved with one well-placed 45 round if the timing's right. Pete gave a slow nod. Exactly. Dominic raised an eyebrow. Are we talking political assassinations? That's playing with fire. Pete shook his head. Too messy, too many consequences. That kind of thing hasn't been in fashion for centuries, and even back then it was rare. But there are people out there who've got a pressing appointment with the Almighty, and sometimes we're the ones who schedule it. Dominic exhaled sharply. Damn. Who signs off on this? We do, Pete replied. Dominic frowned. Not the president. Another shake of the head. Like I said, most presidents don't have the stomach for it. Too worried about headlines. Special Agent Caruso crossed his arms. What about the law? Pete smirked. Ever heard the saying? If you're gonna kick a tiger in the ass, you'd better have a plan for his teeth. You two are the teeth. Brian leaned back in his chair. Just us? Not just you. But who else is involved? That's need to know, and you don't. Dominic let out a low whistle. Who set this place up, the campus? Someone with enough pull to keep it off the books. No government ties, no paper trail. Officially, we don't exist. Brian rubbed his temple. So we're operating solo. No backup. Not much shooting. Firearms are a hassle with airport security these days. You'll have solid cover identities, international finance types. Know enough to blend in, keep conversations vague. People in that world don't overshare. Brian muttered, secret agent man. Pete ignored the quip. We recruit thinkers, people who don't freeze under pressure. You've both handled life or death situations cleanly. No regrets. That's the job. Dominic narrowed his eyes. What if things go south? There's a safety net. A presidential pardon, signed and ready. Brian let out a dry laugh. Uncle Jack's idea, wasn't it? Pete didn't confirm, just shrugged. You'll see the paperwork before deployment. He set down his coffee. Take a few days to decide. This isn't some cushy desk job. It's dirty, dangerous, and absolutely necessary. Dominic smirked. And if we hit the wrong target, won't happen. We vet thoroughly. You'll know exactly who, why, and how before you pull the trigger. Brian's expression darkened. Even women? That wasn't how Marines operated. Never heard of it happening, but technically it's possible, Alexander said before walking out. If that's enough to chew on for now, sleep on it. Brian exhaled sharply once the door closed. If breakfast was this heavy, what's lunch gonna be? Enzo smirked. You really shocked? Not entirely, but the way he just dropped it like it was nothing. Enzo leaned back, stretching his legs. Come on, how many times have you thought, why wait for orders? Brian shot him a look. You're the cop, man. Should you be the one saying, whoa, slow down? Normally, yeah. But after what went down in Alabama, let's just say, whole drive to D. I kept rehearsing how to explain it to Gus. Turns out, he didn't even flinch. Brian rubbed his temples. So, what's your take? Enzo's grin turned sharp. There's an old Texas saying some folks need killin' more than horses need stealin'. The irony wasn't lost on Brian. Here he was, the disciplined Marine, while Enzo, the guy who recited Miranda rights like scripture, was suddenly the one itching for action. Both knew they could pull a trigger without losing sleep. But this was different. Jushtrade coldleered. Back in the Corps, Brian worked with snipers who turned war into precision art. Yeah, it walked the line, but the uniform sanctified it. Enemy combatants, rules of engagement, there was honor in that dance. But this, hunting men in street clothes, no flags, no rules. That wasn't soldiering. That was something darker. The world didn't do duels anymore. No honorable stands on open fields. Modern combat was about stacking the deck so hard, your enemy never saw it coming. But at least there were rules. Now they were talking about tossing the playbook. What did that make them? Mercenaries. Vigilantes straight out of a late-night movie marathon? It clashed with everything he'd been taught. Afghanistan had been brutal, but it was war, not some back-alley hit. There'd been no pretending there, just sand and mountains and a fight where both sides played for keeps. And for that, he'd earned a medal, a nod from his country. Now, over lukewarm coffee, he was weighing whether to trade his honor for a shadow war. Enzo broke the silence. Know what every cop fantasizes about? Brian snorted. Breaking the law and skating free? Nah. Gus put it better being the law. No warrants, no loopholes. Just you, the guilty, and justice served hot. Enzo's eyes gleamed. Got a taste of it in Alabama. Felt. Right. But you gotta be damn sure you've got the right guy. Brian stared into his mug. And if you're not? Enzo's voice hardened. Then you walk away. No second guesses. The room felt smaller suddenly, the weight of the unspoken pressing in. Outside, a car horn blared just another D. Morning, says in der Prade. But inside, the world had shifted. You can't get in trouble for not killing someone, man. So it is murder, then? Not if that dog deserved what was coming to him. It was a philosophical distinction, but a crucial one for someone who'd already taken lives under legal sanction without losing a single night's sleep. Right away? Immediately. How many operatives do we have ready? Mohammed inquired, swirling his glass of Loire Valley Chardonnay, while his associate sipped mineral water with lemon. 16 trained men. Good. The two well-dressed men sat casually at a riverside cafe, their relaxed demeanor belying the nature of their conversation. Their English proficiency. More than adequate for the operation. My two forfeit. Have them prepare for travel. We'll route them through Mexico before crossing into America. Mohammed deliberately switched to English after his guest's Arabic blessing, reinforcing their operational protocol. The conversation turned to their recent success in Rome. Tell me, how did it feel cutting down that Mossad station chief? Ibrahim's grin widened as Mohammed described the moment of the kill, the sudden slackness of the body, the shock frozen on the Israeli's face. Eliminating an intelligence officer of that rank had been a rare thrill, though Mohammed privately acknowledged it as an unnecessary risk. The meticulous setup, the false intelligence dangled like bait, it had been almost too easy. But the Israelis weren't fools. They'd tighten security after this. Still, there was primal satisfaction in felling a predator, even if you couldn't mount its head on your wall. Not that Mohammed had walls anymore, just a rotating circuit of questionable safe houses. Logistics dominated the rest of their meeting. Arms procurement, border crossings, phased insertion of operatives all handled through their local network. Western prisons, they mused, were almost comfortable compared to the alternative. Regular meals, respect for religious diets, such laughable softness from nations that refused to recognize their own vulnerability. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Jack exhaled sharply as he adjusted to his new role in covert operations. His financial training had come surprisingly fast, those childhood lessons from Grandfather Mueller paying unexpected dividends in his new shadow world. Grandpa Joe and Jack's father maintained a polite, if distant, relationship. The old man believed true success came from the trading business, not the murky world of politics, though he grudgingly acknowledged his son-in-law had done well in Washington. Still, the fortune that could have been made on Wall Street. That was the real measure of a man, even if he never voiced it directly to young Jack. The boy could have walked into any major firm, climbed the ranks with ease. But Jack had chosen a different path, bypassing finance altogether for the covert thrill of operations, though nobody officially called it that. Are they really that sharp? Jack asked, handing over the intercepted transcript. Tony Wills skimmed the NSA's latest catch, a known associate flagged by voice analysis. The conversation itself was mundane, almost suspiciously dull. Maybe it was coded chatter about bioweapons or Jerusalem bombings. More likely, just two guys killing time, something Saudis did plenty of. What struck Jack was the real-time precision of the intercept. Digital phones broadcast constantly, Wills explained. Once we lock onto a unique signal, listening in's the easy part. The trick is tagging the right voice first. How many do they monitor? Over 100,000 in Southwest Asia alone, Wills said. Most lead nowhere. But that one in 10,000? Gold. The system flagged keywords and names, though Mohammed was a headache, given its popularity. Cloned phones didn't help either, often sourced from London's black market. Some operatives cycled through burners like disposable razors. The man on the transcript? Uda bin Salih, privileged son of a powerful banker, devout to the point of extremism. At 27, he jet-setted to London, indulging in high-end escorts, odd for an unmarried Wahhabi. The Brits had already planted assets in his orbit. Keep an eye on him, Wills added. Could be our ticket into their money trails. Jack smirked. For all their caution, arrogance was their undoing. Sooner or later, they all slipped up. And when they did, the game got interesting. The intel report described him as energetic for his age and surprisingly resourceful. Not exactly standard procedure for a professional spy, Jack remarked dryly. Wills shrugged. Plenty of agencies use informants from a nightlife scene they're chatty, and cash makes them cooperative. This Uda guy has a thing for crispy Asian-style chicken baskets. Never had it myself. He rolled his chair closer. Ever pull up a dossier before? Jack shook his head. Didn't get that training. Wills demonstrated the System General Index, password Southwest 91. The file loaded with a passport photo, followed by candid shots. Jack kept his expression neutral. He'd seen risque magazines even at Catholic school, though these images carried a different weight. Behavior patterns reveal more than you'd think, Wills continued. Langley's got a shrink Stefan Pisniak, Harvard med who analyzes bedroom habits like stock charts. They file it under nuts and sluts. Kid checks out normal, typical drives for his age, trust fund, and social circle. Runs with London finance types, learning the ropes. Smart, charming, plays it safe with money. Doesn't touch alcohol, quietly religious, but not preachy. So why's he on our radar? Jack pressed. Lear Pontax. Talks to too many shady characters. Zero intel on his Saudi connections, not even the Brits, with their deep networks, have eyes on him there. CIA thinks he's small fish. Wills sighed. Maudie Preffin. His father's decent. Won't be pretty when he learns Junior's mixed up with troublemakers. Alone now, Jack studied the face on screen. His mother could read people in a glance. He'd inherited none of that. Hell, he struggled with women and most men if he was honest. The pixelated gaze belonged to someone halfway across the world, speaking a different language, praying to a different god. What went on behind those eyes? His dad liked Saudis, was tight with Prince Ali bin Sultan, though Jack only recalled the man's beard and quick wit. His father's mantra, people, are the same. Everywhere meant good and bad existed in every corner of the globe. Recent events had hammered that home, though the White House still fumbled for answers. Jack scrolled through the file. So this was his first real assignment at the campus. Well, sort of real. Uda bin Salih played international banker, shuffling staggering sums. Family money. If so, Daddy was loaded. London's financial jungle was his playground still the capital of moving money quietly. Jack smirked. Who knew the NSA could trace this stuff? 100 million here, another there, suddenly you're playing in the big leagues. Salih specialized in safeguarding wealth rather than multiplying it. His job was ensuring the vault stayed sealed tight. Records showed 71 sub-accounts with 63 meticulously documented by bank details and access codes. But what filled the gaps? The conversations of wealthy Saudi elites remained a mystery. Did they debate polo matches, oil deals, or the latest supercars? British surveillance had missed the mark, though interviews with escorts revealed he tipped generously, especially after memorable evenings at his Berkeley Square townhouse. Despite owning a sleek black Aston Martin convertible, he preferred taxis, frequented the embassy, and left a paper trail that told Jack nothing useful. Tony Wills shrugged when Jack voiced his frustration. If something's off, it's buried in those pages. That's the game some analyst sifted through mountains of raw intel, and who knows what got tossed. Your old man did this too, remember? Junior exhaled. Hunting for financial anomalies felt like panning for gold in a sewer. He couldn't ask his father for help. The man would have lost it knowing his son was tangled in this world. His mother wouldn't be thrilled either. Parents never really let go, did they? Even now, part of him still craved their approval, needed them to believe they'd raised him right. His father had secrets whole years unaccounted for. Missions his family never knew about. And here Junior was, stepping into the same shadowy arena. The world was chaos, just like Dad warned. Time to see how deep the madness went. The operation kicked off in Lebanon with a hop to Cyprus, then claimed to Amsterdam's Schiphol before landing in Paris. 16 men split across 8 hotels, blending in while practicing broken English on unimpressed locals. At least some Parisian women were accommodating for a price. They were nondescript, late 20s, clean-cut, dressed sharper than the crowd. But their nerves showed in the way their eyes darted past police patrols. Qatari passports bought some cover, but not enough to survive scrutiny. Best to stay invisible. The team had been instructed to keep a low profile, minimal eye contact, courteous behavior, and forced smiles for anyone they passed. Luckily, it was peak tourist season in Paris, and the city swarmed with visitors just as clueless as they were, barely speaking a word of French. The locals, though visibly annoyed, still happily took their money without complaint. The next morning passed without any shocking developments, and lunch followed the same uneventful pattern. The Caruso brothers sat through Pete Alexander's training, fighting the urge to zone out as he covered what felt like basic material. "Think this is dull?" Pete asked between bites. Brian shrugged. "Not exactly groundbreaking." Wade smirked. "Wait till you're in a crowded foreign market." Scanning for a target in a sea of faces. "The real trick is blending in. We'll practice that later." "Dominic, any experience with covert surveillance?" "Just the basics," Dominic admitted. "Avoid staring, reversible jackets, swapping ties if needed." "But we won't have the usual backup here, will we?" "Not a chance," Pete confirmed. "You maintain distance until it's time to close in, then move fast." Brian cut in. "And then what?" "We're safe, the guy out." "Still wrestling with that?" "Tap and toistus." "I haven't walked away yet," Brian replied carefully. "Let's just say I've got questions." Pete nodded. "Fair. We prefer thinkers even if thinking complicates things." "What if the target's innocent?" Brian pressed. "Then you abort and report." "Mistakes are rare, so rare, they've never happened." "Never." Brian frowned. "Not once," Pete said smoothly. "Perfect records make me nervous," Brian muttered. "We're thorough," Pete countered. Brian leaned forward. "What's the criteria? Who decides some guy deserves to die?" "Someone who's already killed Americans or plans to." "We're not targeting library finds or bad karaoke." "So terrorists," Brian clarified. "Exactly. Why not arrest them?" Pete exhaled. "Sometimes the system fails. When it does, we handle what others can't." Dominic stepped in. "How often does that happen?" "More than you'd think," Pete admitted. Brian's jaw tightened. "How many have you taken out?" "That's need to know." Dominic chuckled. "Classic." Pete grinned. "Patience. You're not cleared for all the secrets yet." Brian hesitated before responding, rubbing his temple as if the weight of their conversation gave him a headache. "All right, Pete," he finally said. "We shook on keeping this between us. But Let's be real, executing people without warning isn't exactly in my job description. Pete didn't blink. You think soldiers in Afghanistan high-fived after pulling the trigger? War isn't a damn spelling bee. Brian exhaled sharply. 2. I dropped 2 guys who never saw it coming. Pete leaned forward, his chair creaking. Newsflash, neither is the real world, Aldo. The Marine's smirk faltered, conceding the point. Perfect's a fairy tale. You want to play hero? Be my guest. But history's littered with guys who thought they could fix everything. Meanwhile, we're here to gut the small-time monsters, the ones slipping through the cracks. Yeah, it's messy. But tell me, how's the legal approach working out so far? Dominic studied Pete's face like a poker player hunting for tells. The unspoken truth hung thick. They were the guinea pigs. No seasoned killers here, just raw recruits handed a grenade with the pin half pulled. The irony wasn't lost on him. Their instructor had never pulled the trigger himself. No field scars, just theory. So why them? Brian cracked first. But we need rules, Pete. The lie tasted bitter even as he said it. Rules. They'd be writing them in blood soon enough. Airports were universal theaters of monotony. Polite nods at check-in, stale coffee in plastic cups, the ritual of pretending to read novels and languages half understood. By the time the plane leveled off, most passengers were dozing, except for the ones in the back. Their dreams weren't of vacations but virgins. The more philosophical among them mused, how did the prophet describe paradise to men who'd never seen a smartphone? It had to be beyond words, a glory so intense it defied mortal comprehension. And if a few infidels had to bleed to get them there, well, destiny's script was already inked. They slept like saints, lulled by visions of rivers flowing with milk. Jack flipped through the CIA dossier, eyebrows climbing. Solly's file included everything right down to his measurements in the nuts and sluts addendum. Classy. The guy reeked of secrets, but this was how Langley kept tabs? He snorted. Some mysteries deserved to stay buried. The London escorts described him as decently endowed but remarkably energetic in performance and generous with tips, which always pleased their professional instincts. Unlike most clients, he rarely spoke about himself, preferring instead to discuss London's dreary weather or offer flattering remarks about whichever woman accompanied him. The occasional designer handbag, usually a Louis Vuitton, went a long way with his regulars, 2 of whom happened to report to Thames House, the joint headquarters of British intelligence. Jack couldn't help but wonder if they were double-dipping, collecting paychecks from both Sally and Her Majesty's government. Not a bad gig, though he doubted my 5 covered accessories. Tony. Jack called out. Wills glanced up from his monitor. Is Weber, what's up? How do we know this Saley guy is actually dirty? We don't. Not until he slips up or we catch him chatting with the wrong people. So I'm just supposed to keep tabs on him. Exactly. Get used to it. Got any impressions yet? The guy's got stamina, I'll give him that. Wills smirked. Try being wealthy, and single perks come with complications, kid. Jack exhaled. Maybe he'd walked into that one. Fine, but I'd never drop that kind of cash on it. And he pays in cash, no paper trail. What's your take on that? Wills pressed. Jack leaned back in his chair, considering. He wasn't much of a talker with women either, especially about work. Mention asset management, and most tuned out instantly. Maybe Sally just preferred silence. Or maybe he didn't feel the need to prove anything beyond his wallet. Cash only suggested secrecy, keeping his family in the dark. Hell, Jack didn't discuss his love life with his parents either. His mom had a knack for scaring off girlfriends, though his dad, oddly enough, put them at ease. Doctor. Ryan's presence commanded respect, but he dialed it back at home, coming across as a warm, silver-haired teddy bear. Weekends often found them tossing a baseball by the Chesapeake, a throwback to simpler days. His younger brother Kyle was still in grade school, whispering questions about Santa when no adults were around. Some know it. All classmate had likely spoiled the magic already. There was always one. His sister Katie still played with dolls, but had figured out the Christmas Eve assembly line. Once you stopped believing in Santa, the world lost a little spark. After a pause, Jack shrugged. "It's quiet. That's about it. We don't turn hunches into evidence here," Wills reminded him. "Langley's got a shrink who spins theories like a DJ. Learn to separate fact from fiction." So, Solly. What else? Conservative with the family money. No red flags yet, but his religious leanings not extremist, but intense. He's not flashy like most guys with his bank account. Made is this tiden. The Brits did. One of their top analysts took an unusual interest in this individual, which quickly led Langley to open a classified dossier on him. The tipping point came when surveillance caught him chatting with another person. Already under CIA scrutiny, nothing incriminating, but enough to keep the file active. "Once they start tracking you," Wills remarked, "good luck getting off their radar." His phone pings NSA servers every time he powers it on. "I've reviewed the case myself, something's off, but I can't pinpoint what. In our line of work, gut feelings count. That's why you're now the designated authority on this guy, Jack." Ryan frowned. "So you want me to follow the money?" "Exactly. Terrorist cells operate on shoestring budgets. $1 million a year goes a long way when your recruits live in dirt floor huts. Focus on discrepancies. Odds are, he'll bury any shady dealings under legitimate transactions." Jack scoffed. "I'm no forensic accountant." His dad had earned a CPA decades ago, but delegated even personal taxes to his legal team. Wills shrugged. "Can you add and subtract?" "Yeah, but then follow the trail." Fantastic, Ryan thought. Real espionage wasn't some Hollywood shootout followed by a steamy clinch, just spreadsheets and hunches. Meanwhile, across the border, Ernesto arched an eyebrow at Pablo's update. "Our allies are rushing things? Pressure from you. Operations has them eager to prove they're still dangerous. Pride, maybe." Ernesto exhaled. "Next steps. Once they're settled in Mexico City, we'll arrange you. Transport and arm them. Risks. If American intel has moles, they'll get whispers. But we've planned for that." Ernesto drummed his fingers. They'd discuss contingencies abstractly. Now, with a European cocaine expansion looming, backing out would cost both credibility and profit. How many in their group? 14, unarmed. Pablo outlined the arms deal. 10 grand for smuggled automatic rifles, another 10 for stateside delivery. Ernesto approved, then fixed him with a stare. "You're handling this personally." "Flying to Mexico tomorrow to vet their reliability, especially for the Europe push. Be cautious." The unspoken warning hung between them. Pablo's recklessness was tolerated only because his skills were irreplaceable. As the Airbus taxied in, first-class passengers breezed through customs, their stamped passports granting effortless entry. Luggage carousels whirred, oblivious to the deals being struck beyond the terminal walls. Mustafa, the group's leader, was a Saudi national who kept his face clean-shaven despite disliking it, though he noticed the look drew attention from women. Alongside his associate Abdullah, he collected their luggage and headed toward the pickup area, curious if their new Western contacts would come through. A stranger stood, holding a sign with Miguel scrawled in marker, Mustafa's temporary alias. Without a word, the man gestured for them to follow him to a beat-up brown minivan. The stifling heat of Mexico City hit them like a wall, the air thick with smog that turned the sky an unsettling shade of gray. The driver remained silent the entire ride, which Mustafa found oddly professional. No unnecessary chatter, just business. Their hotel was upscale, as promised, and check-in went smoothly with the prearranged fake credit card. Once inside their spacious fifth-floor room, they swept for surveillance devices before speaking. That flight felt endless, Abdullah muttered, rummaging through the minibar for bottled water. They'd been warned about the tap water. Did you sleep at all? Mustafa asked. Not a wink, Abdullah grumbled. I always thought alcohol was supposed to knock you out. Depends on the person, Mustafa replied dryly. There are better ways to sleep. Abdullah frowned. Drugs are forbidden unless prescribed. Our new friends don't share that belief, Mustafa pointed out. Infidels, Abdullah muttered, twisting the cap off an Evian bottle. You can't trust them. We don't have to trust them, Mustafa countered. Just use them. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, Jack sat alone in his condo near Camden Yards, picking at takeout. With no game tonight and no date, he killed time online, skimming emails before a thought struck him. Sally lived a solitary life too when he wasn't entertaining company. Did he spend nights like this, scrolling through the web? The British surveillance files had phone taps, but no emails. That gap nagged at him. Across town, Dominic and his brother Aldo debated over a Yankees-Mariners game. I don't like the idea of gunning someone down in the street, Aldo admitted. What if I hit the wrong guy? Dominic pressed, but if you know he's dangerous. Aldo shook his head. That's not how we were trained. Neither was I, Dominic shot back, but this isn't a normal op. The tension hung between them, heavier than the game score. Dominic clenched his jaw, the image of that little girl's lifeless body flashing behind his eyes. If I know the guy's a threat and we can't touch him legally, and he's still plotting, yeah, I can live with that. Brian smirked, swirling his drink. Back in Afghanistan, intel wasn't exactly foolproof. I learned to risk my own neck, not some innocent bystanders. Who exactly were you hunting over there? Dominic pressed. Brian shrugged. Part of a group that declared war on the U. Doubt they were handing out cookies. But I never saw proof of their crimes firsthand. What if you had? But I didn't, Brian shot back. Lucky you, Dominic muttered, the memory of blood-stained sand still fresh. The law liked neat rules, but reality was messy. Ink on paper couldn't capture the stench of violence. They were twins, but opposites. Dominic, fiery like their Italian father. Brian, cool and detached like their mother. To strangers, the differences were subtle. To them, it was endless ribbing. When you see it up close, Brian, it changes you. Lights a fire you can't put out. Brian rolled his eyes. Yeah. Took out 5 guys myself, pure tactics. They botched their ambush, so I outmaneuvered them. Their choice to fight, not mine. He quoted Hondo, his favorite flick. Not calling you soft, but don't turn into them. Dominic exhaled. I just don't want to lose myself. Mission's not about that. We walk away anytime. Across the building, Pete Alexander sipped sherry, phone pressed to his ear. Sam Granger's voice crackled through. Are the new guys holding up? Smart, capable. The Marine's vocal about his doubts. The FBI guy's quieter, but he's wrestling with it. Like serious. Training's the hurdle, Pete admitted. Not many Americans dream of becoming assassins, at least not the stable ones we need. Sam sighed. Wish we had that old agency guy, too old, too settled in Wales, Pete cut in. Your job's picking them. Mine's shaping them. They've got the skills. Temperament's the wild card. In movies, it's simpler. In movies, everyone's a psycho. You want that on payroll? Sam chuckled darkly. Real psychos were easy to find dime a dozen thugs who'd kill for pocket change. The catch? They were dumb and unreliable. Brains are the problem, Pete mused. Smart people think. And thinking's unpredictable. Having someone with a conscience on the team is usually a good thing until they start second-guessing every move. Why'd you have to pick two Catholics? Granger muttered, rubbing his temples. Jews come preloaded with guilt, but Catholics, they get a full seminary education in it. Appreciate the blessing, Your Holiness, Granger shot back, his tone drier than week-old toast. Sam, we knew this wasn't going to be a cakewalk. You hand me a Marine and an FBI agent. Why not throw in a couple of Boy Scouts while you're at it? Granger exhaled, glancing at the stack of files on his desk. All right, Pete. It's your circus. Any idea when we'll know if they're in or out? We've got a backlog piling up. Give me a month. They'll need the full story, not just the target, but the reason. You knew that from the jump, Alexander reminded him. Yeah, Granger conceded. Hollywood made it look so simple, just flip open the phone book to hitmen for hire. They'd even toyed with ex-KGB operatives at first. Skilled, affordable, but way too chatty with their old bosses in Moscow. The last thing they needed was the campus becoming gossip fodder in the shadow world. What about the new gear? P pressed. Sooner or later, the twins would need training on the latest toys. 2 weeks, they're saying. 2 weeks. Sam, I pitched those specs 9 months ago. It's not like ordering a toaster. These things get handcrafted by specialists in back alley shops, the kind who don't ask why you need a silent. Naughty too, that fits in a fountain pen. Should have gone with the Air Force's toy guys. They whip up James Bond gadgets between coffee breaks. Tape recorders and cigarette lighters. Straight out of a spy flick. But the government never had the right people in-house, hence the contractors, who took the cash, delivered, and kept quiet for the next paycheck. Already in the works, Pete. 2 weeks, Granger repeated, like a broken record. Fine. Till then, suppressed pistols will do. Their nailing the surveillance drills helps that they blend in like wallpaper. So, overall, we're good? Granger prodded. Aside from the moral crisis du jour. Yeah. Now, keep me updated. Heads pre. As the call ended, Alexander scowled at the receiver. Damn consciences. Robots would be easier until someone spotted one strolling down Fifth Avenue. Or maybe the Invisible Man. Except in the stories, the serum drove him nuts. And this job was already a few fries short of a happy meal. He drained his sherry, then, after a beat, poured another. Chapter 8. Conviction Mustafa and Abdullah were up before sunrise, prayers murmured, breakfast scarfed down. Booted up their laptops right on cue. An email from Muhammad waited, relaying instructions from a Diego. Meeting time, 10:30 a.m. The rest of their inbox. Mostly spam. Mustafa smirked. The Americans named junk mail after processed pork. Fitting. By 9:00, they were out separately, scoping the streets for tails. Nothing. At 10:25, they reached the spot. Diego, white and blue striped shirt, newspaper in hand, was already there. Diego. Mustafa offered a polite smile. Miguel, I presume. Diego stood, hand extended. Wols, befta fursi. Pablo's eyes flicked to the backup, Miguel's shadow, sipping coffee, watchful. May a professional. Mustafa took a deep breath, the thick city air filling his lungs as he glanced around. I had no idea Mexico City would be this massive, so many people everywhere, he remarked, watching the chaotic flow of pedestrians weaving through the streets. Pablo chuckled, nodding toward the hazy skyline. Yeah, the pollution doesn't help. The mountains trap it all in. Takes a good storm to clear things up. The tortilla and quite a pain. Mustafa agreed, and Pablo signaled the waiter with a quick gesture. The cafe had a relaxed European vibe, with just enough patrons to give it life business types huddled in conversation, friends catching up over espresso cups. The fresh pot arrived, steam curling from the spout as Mustafa poured. So, Pablo leaned in, lowering his voice, what's the plan? Mustafa didn't hesitate. We're ready. How soon can we move? Pablo smirked. Impatient. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Work for you? Mustafa's eyebrows lifted slightly. Perfect. How's the crossing handled? You'll get a driver to the border, then a specialist takes over. There's a 6-kilometer hike, nothing too brutal. Once you're stateside, a safe house near Santa Fe waits. From there, flights or rentals, your call. Mustafa's expression turned serious. Weapons. Pablo exhaled through his nose. AKs are off the table. But Uzis and Ingrams. 9mm, 6 mags each, loaded and ready. Double the ammo, Mustafa countered. 12 mags per gun, plus extra boxes. Done. Desica de Printu. The cost barely mattered. These guns were disposable, bought legally but untraceable in practice. The Ingrams weren't top tier, but these men wouldn't care. Hell, they might even refuse the Uzis on principle. Travel funds? 2 wabies, Pablo asked. 5 grand cash each. Good for gas and food, but you'll need plastic for the rest. Americans don't rent cars or book flights with stacks of bills. Mustafa tapped his pocket. Visa cards. Swiss-backed. The alias John Peter Smith was bland enough. No red flags unless some cop got curious about Mr. This Smith's backstory. The docs. Qatari passports, international licenses. We speak English, follow traffic laws. No unnecessary attention. Pablo gave an approving nod. They'd been prepped. One slip and it's over. Their cops are sharp. Stay invisible, stay safe. Diego's warning hung heavy in the air. Screw this up and we're all finished. Mustafa's quick reassurance, we won't let you down, Diego, did little to ease Pablo's unease. What exactly were they risking? The unspoken question burned, but he kept silent. How many innocents would pay the price? Not that it weighed on his conscience. Sure, targeting the vulnerable was spineless, but honor meant something different in Mustafa's world. Business was business, and that's all Pablo needed to focus on. Meanwhile, 3 miles away in Southern Virginia, sweat dripped onto the gym floor as Brian finished his last set of push-ups, chasing them with a swig of black coffee. You ever carry a sidearm, Brian? Pete asked, leaning against the weight rack. NIF 16 with extra mags was my usual, Brian replied, wiping his brow. Frag grenades too, standard loadout. Pete shook his head. I meant a handgun, smartass. Emnine Beretta qualified expert at Quantico, but so did half my class. Well, get comfortable with it, Pete said. Virginia's shall issue. Clean record means you're golden. Dominic, adjusting his holster, chimed in, still FBI. Feels weird without my Smith & Wesson 1076 10mm. Double action. Bureau's pushing Glocks now, but I prefer the weight of the Smith. No, he didn't carve notches in the grip, though the thought had crossed his mind. Carry off campus, Pete ordered. Brian shrugged. Better than humping a 65-pound ruck. Jack's workload stretched far beyond Sali. 11 targets, 10 Middle Eastern financiers, plus one outlier, Otto Weber, a German convert in Riyadh, who'd traded bratwurst for prayer mats. Load touristic bash. Sure. I'd suspicious. Maybe. Jack's college German deciphered the man's emails, but Weber played the part too well. No beer, no slip-ups. The Saudis embraced him. Islam didn't discriminate if you followed the rules. Admirable, except Mecca also heard prayers from terrorists. But Jack knew better than to blame the faith. Fanatics came in all flavors after all. The men who'd tried to kill his pregnant mother had crossed themselves in church. The memory tightened his grip on his Beretta. His father could handle himself, but targeting women? That was a one-way ticket to hell. Not that Jack remembered any of it. The UA terrorists had met their end before he'd learned to tie his shoes, courtesy of Maryland's justice system. His parents never spoke of it, but Sally did. She still woke screaming some nights. Did his parents? Did those ghosts ever fade? Weevits on the History Channel proved some wounds never healed. Tony, Jack called across the office, what's the deal with Weber? Dude's duller than a butter knife. Tony didn't look up from his files. You think bad guys wear flashing signs? They hide, kid. Like snakes in grass. Jack sighed. Right look for the invisible. Hixbike. That's why this job's a blast. Tony's grin was all teeth. Welcome to the hunt. Innocence often looks exactly like what it is harmless. If someone downloads illegal content involving children, it doesn't make them a terrorist, just a criminal with twisted desires. While that's not punishable by death everywhere, some places take a harsher stance. I'd bet Saudi Arabia does, Jack remarked. Probably, came the reply, but they don't go hunting for it unless it's out in the open. Over there, discretion matters. Mess with a real child, though, and you're finished. Saudi Arabia enforces its laws, strictly leave your keys in a Mercedes, and it'll still be there when you return. Try that in Salt Lake City and see what happens. Jack raised an eyebrow. You've been? 4 times, the other man said. People are warm if you respect their ways, and if you earn a friend there, it's for life. But cross the line, and the consequences are brutal. So Otto Weber follows the rules? They're exactly. He's embraced their system, religion, and all. They appreciate that faith is everything to them. A convert living by Islamic law validates their beliefs. But Otto, not our guy. The ones we're after are predators. Some societies deal with them early, others don't. The Saudis might be better at it than we are, but the truly dangerous ones slip through anywhere, even hiding behind religion. Islam isn't built for psychopaths, but like any faith, it can be twisted. Jack exhaled. Ever study psychology? No, but I should have, he admitted. Then pick up some books. Find experts. Wesson. The conversation ended as the screen reclaimed attention. Jack sighed. This job kept piling on pressure. How long before he was expected to deliver something real? Ispraalmand. Sabideseva. What even counted as success here? Meanwhile, Mustafa and Abdullah couldn't risk drawing suspicion by staying indoors. After a quick lunch, they wandered out and stumbled upon a modern art museum, free admission, though they quickly understood why. The exhibits might as well have been abstract riddles. For 2 hours, they feigned interest in the chaotic displays, playing their roles while privately dismissing it as nonsense. At least the walk back was pleasant warmth for locals, but just right for them despite the hazy sky. Tomorrow, the desert would welcome them again. Maybe for the last time. On the digital front, no agency could sift through every online message, so the NSA relied on algorithms to flag keywords. Known threats had their digital footprints tracked and servers were monitored. But the sheer volume meant constant upgrades, trucks hauling fresh storage to Fort Meade, expanding the digital dragnet. If a target emerged, years of their communications could be combed through. It was a high-stakes game of cat and mouse, with the stakes higher than ever. The criminals were well aware that surveillance programs scanned for certain keywords, so they developed their own coded language, a risky move, since overconfidence in encryption often played right into the hands of agencies with decades of experience deciphering enemy communications. There was a delicate balance to strike. Relying too heavily on intercepted signals risked exposing the methods, forcing adversaries to switch tactics, and rendering the intel useless. But being too cautious meant missing critical threats altogether. Unfortunately, bureaucracy tended to err on the side of caution. The Department of Homeland Security was supposed to streamline intelligence sharing, but its massive size turned it into a tangled mess, overwhelmed with data but starved for actionable insights. Old habits, though, refused to die. The intelligence community still operated like a well-oiled machine, with agencies talking among themselves, often hoarding information like prized secrets. The NSA and CIA, for instance, had wildly different approaches, one obsessed with data collection, the other with analysis, but at least their goals aligned. The real talent in both agencies? They spoke the same language behind closed doors. That much became obvious the next morning, when a flash priority message shot from Fort Meade to Langley, catching Jerry Round's attention. He brought it to the morning briefing, reading aloud, "We will sting them badly this time." Tom Davis, stuck in New York at a tedious Morgan Stanley breakfast, would have rolled his eyes if he'd been there. Jerry Henley frowned, stirring his coffee like he was trying to summon answers from the depths. "How solid's the translation?" "Clear as day," Rounds replied. "No ambiguity, just straightforward Arabic." The sender's a known operative, Fayyad, based in Bahrain. "Guys careful only uses burners in crowded places." The recipient? Probably an alias, no voice print to trace. Hendley sighed. "So, we've got a threat with no details." "Pretty much," Granger cut in. "And if they raise the alarm without proof, nobody'll listen. At this point, crying wolf just makes the wolves laugh. If they decide to leak any information, we cut ties with the source immediately, no exceptions. And if they stay quiet, Congress will make sure they take the full blame for whatever disaster follows." Politicians always found it easier to point fingers than to actually solve problems. Grandstanding and empty outrage made for great headlines, while real work, like tracking down those mysterious cell phone signals, was tedious, painstaking detective work that moved at its own frustratingly slow pace. No amount of funding or political pressure could speed it up, which drove Washington's power brokers insane, since throwing money at problems was usually their go-to solution. Granger shook his head. So they dodge responsibility, push some half-baked plan they know won't work, and pray for a miracle, his boss finished. Police departments nationwide would get vague warnings, but without specifics. What were they supposed to do? Officers were already pulling over anyone who looked Middle Eastern out of habit, even though it rarely led to anything useful, just a lot of wasted time and lawsuits. 6 cases of racial profiling were already working their way through federal courts, 4 involving doctors and 2 with students who had done nothing wrong. The legal fallout would only make things worse. Granger was right, it was a logic trap, a cycle of pointless action that solved nothing. Hendley's frown deepened. He knew the same frustration was simmering in a dozen other agencies. All well-funded, but about as effective as a screen door on a submarine. So what's our move? He asked. Stay sharp and report anything suspicious, Granger said. Unless you're packing heat. Bell snorted. Yeah, because shooting some poor guy who's probably just trying to pass his citizenship test is a great idea. Henley almost wished he'd stayed in the Senate. At least there, being part of the problem came with perks. Ranting here wouldn't help it, just tank morale. Fine, he said finally. We play dumb, act like regular civilians. The team nodded and moved on to routine business. Later, Henley checked in on the new recruit. How's he holding up? Rounds shrugged. Smart kid. Asks the right questions. Right now, he's digging through financial records for suspicious transfers. Bell smirked. If he can stomach that grind, more power to him. That kind of work'll drive you up a wall. Patience is a virtue, Henley said dryly. Too bad it's a pain in the ass to learn. Meanwhile, Jack cursed under his breath as he scanned the latest intercept. What the hell does this even mean? Will shrugged. Guskov be nothing. You could be something. We might find out tomorrow or never. Jack's eyes narrowed. More Tuatin quote. I know that name. He pulled up old files. Got it, he's the guy in Bahrain. Why haven't local cops leaned on him yet? Because they don't know he exists. NSA's tracking him, but maybe Langley will dig deeper. Jack scoffed. They're not exactly detectives. They're breeding people. That's a cop's skill. Will shot back. Spooks have to read people too. Their lives depend on it. Sure, but if you need surgery, you don't go to a dentist, Jack fired back. For now, let's focus on Fayad. He turned back to his screen, scrolling through intercepted chatter, searching for the missing piece. He reconsidered and started from the very beginning, the first moment he'd drawn attention. Why not just switch phones? Mail could be pure laziness. These guys are sharp, but they've got their weak spots too. They get stuck in routines. Clever, sure, but no formal training, not like a seasoned KGB operative. The NSA maintained a massive yet discreet listening station in Bahrain, hidden within the embassy, and backed by Navy ships making routine port calls, ships that flew under the radar as electronic threats. Teams aboard even scooped up chatter from locals strolling the docks with their phones. This guy's dirty, he muttered after a pause. No question, he's bad news. He's been useful, though. Drops hints we find valuable. Then grab him. Langley's debating it. How big's the Bahrain station? 6 total. Station chief, 2 field ops, 3 support staff handling signals. That's it. Just 6? Yep, Wills confirmed. Damn. I asked my dad about this once. He'd just shrug and complain. Fought hard for more CIA funding and manpower. Congress wasn't exactly lining up to help. Ever snatched someone for a chat? Not recently. Why not? Manpower? Will said flatly. Turns out, employees like paychecks. We're stretched thin. Then have Bahraini cops pick him up. They're allies. Allies, not puppets. Their idea of civil rights differs from ours. Plus, you can't arrest a guy for what he knows, only what he's done. And we've got nothing concrete. Then tail him. With 2 field guys? Good luck, Will scoffed. Unbelievable. Welcome to reality, kid. The agency could have recruited local Bahraini cops as assets, but that hadn't happened. The station chief could have requested reinforcements, but Arabic-speaking operatives were scarce at Langley, and the few available got sent to hotter zones. The meet went smoothly, 3 vehicles, drivers silent, except for muttered Spanish. The drive felt oddly nostalgic, almost like home. The driver kept it low-key, no speeding, nothing flashy, but they made good time. Most of the Arabs chain-smoked American brands like Marlboros. Mustafa joined in, idly wondering just as Mohammed had what the Prophet would have thought of cigarettes. Probably disapproval, but since he'd never mentioned them, Mustafa puffed away freely. Bodin said the Perdin's Tessonite. Irrelevant. He figured he had 4, maybe 5 days left if the plan held. He'd expected nervous chatter from his team, but they just stared blankly at the unfamiliar landscape rushing by, a world they'd never understand. All right, Brian, here's your carry permit. Pete Alexander handed it over, practically a second ID, sliding right into his wallet. So I'm legal now? Realistically, no cop's gonna hassle a Marine officer packing heat, concealed or not. But better safe than sorry. Sticking with the Beretta. Familiar, plus 15 rounds buys peace of mind. What's the holster situation? Try one of these, Dominic said, holding up a fanny pack. Looks like a money belt or something. Your grandma would wear. Brian yanked the string, tearing open the package to expose a sleek pistol and 2 spare magazines. Most agents prefer this setup way better than a hip holster. Those things can bruise your ribs during a long drive. For now, he'd just slip his into his belt. So, Pete, what's the plan today? Back to the mall for more tracking practice. Brian sighed. Fantastic. Seriously, why don't we have invisibility pills yet? Pete smirked. Blame H. Wells, he took that secret to the grave. Jack's commute to the campus lasted 35 minutes, filled with NPR's morning edition, just like his father always had it playing. The older Ryan's habits had been a source of both irritation and curiosity for Jack Jr. over the years. As a teenager, he'd fought hard to carve out his own identity, resisting anything that smacked of his dad's straight-laced demeanor. But by college, without even realizing it, he'd slipped into similar patterns, dating sensible girls who might make good wives, rolling his eyes when professors called him a carbon copy of his old man. At first, the comparison had stung. Then, he'd grudgingly admitted his father wasn't so bad. Hell, some of his Georgetown classmates had gone full rebel, disowning their families for show. What kind of idiot does that? Sure, Dad was traditional, but he'd never been overbearing, always giving Jack the freedom to choose his own path. Maybe too much freedom, Jack sometimes wondered. Had it been trust or just indifference? No, his father wasn't the type for mind games. Conspiracy theories, though, those were another story. The tabloids loved painting his dad as some shadowy CIA puppet master, part of a 50-year plot to seize control of the government. Jack had even heard whispers that his father's personal Marine helicopter should have been painted black for the role. Hilarious. His real mentor, Mike Brennan, had set him straight mostly. The Secret Service was adamant. Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. Jack had held the replica Mannlicher Carcano rifle at Beltsville, studied the case, and come away convinced. But the conspiracy industry, they'd never let facts ruin a good story. Freemasons, the Trilateral Commission next they'd claim, Roger Rabbit was a deep state operative. War checked, please. The CIA had its flaws, sure, but it wasn't some all-powerful cabal. And the campus? Definitely not Spectre from a Bond flick. Though as Jack merged onto Route 29, he couldn't help a dark chuckle. Wouldn't that be a twist? Conspiracy theories rely on masses of people staying silent, but Mike had drilled one truth into Jack's head. Bad guys couldn't help but talk. No matter how disciplined they claimed to be, criminals always slipped up, running their mouths like fools. The men Jack was tracking now were no different. They fancied themselves sharp and driven, Yet here they were, leaving trails of chatter behind them. Was it arrogance? Some twisted mead for validation. Evil loved an audience, whether to boast or to justify itself with warped logic. These guys happened to be Muslim extremists, but Jack knew better than to paint with a broad brush. His family's friendship with Prince Ali of Saudi Arabia proved that the man had gifted his father an ornate sword, the origin of his Secret Service codename, and still visited their home yearly. The Saudis, once they considered you family, were ride or die loyal. Then again, it probably helped when your dad was an ex-president. Jack smirked as he pulled into parking spot 127 at the campus. His father would lose it if he knew what he was really up to in the intelligence world. His mom? She'd have a full-blown meltdown. At least the cover story would hold for her and Grandpa, but Dad? No chance. The old man had helped establish this place. Maybe those paranoid black helicopter jokes weren't so far off after all. Inside, he nodded at Ernie Chambers, the ex-Army Sergeant Manning's security. The guy's blazer sported a tiny combat infantryman's badge, as if his granite stare didn't already scream, "Don't mess with me." Jack tossed him a casual greeting before heading deeper into the building. Meanwhile, near Ciudad Juarez, a dusty caravan of SUVs rolled to a stop at a roadside plaza. Mustafa and his crew stretched their stiff limbs in the crisp dawn air. Their driver gestured toward a scruffy man in a cowboy hat, leaning against a dirt-caked Ford Explorer. "Pedro's your guy now," he said with a dismissive blessing. Pedro looked like he hadn't seen a razor in weeks. "Grab water, snacks, whatever," he muttered, jerking his thumb toward the convenience store. The group scattered briefly before regrouping, engines growling back to life. The convoy split up this time, no more orderly procession. Just 4 grimy American SUVs fanning out along Route 2, their shadows stretching long behind them as the sun climbed higher. Pedro, it seemed, had already said all he cared to. The room was thick with silence, broken only by the occasional belch and the crackle of a cigarette being lit. The radio hummed with Spanish tunes on an AM station, but the Arabs in the corner remained quiet, lost in their own thoughts. "Hey, Tony," Jack called out as he walked in, spotting his colleague already settled at his workstation. "How's it going?" Wills replied without looking up. "Anything interesting this morning?" Jack shrugged. "Not after yesterday's mess, but Langley's buzzing about putting eyes on Fahad again." Wills smirked. "Think they'll actually pull the trigger?" Who knows? The Bahrain station chief claims he needs more boots on the ground, and you know how the suits at Langley love their paperwork. Probably debating it over coffee right now. Jack chuckled. "My old man used to say the government's really run by bean counters and lawyers." "Not far off," Wills agreed. "Though God knows where Ed Keelty fits in that mess." "What's your dad think of him?" Jack rolled his eyes. "Hates his guts. Won't say it publicly, claims that's unprofessional, but get a few drinks in him, and you'll hear all about it. Funny thing is, Dad usually keeps his cool, but Keelty? That guy's on his permanent naughty list. Even the Secret Service can't stand him, and they have to pretend otherwise." Wills nodded. "Perks of the job, I guess." He turned back to his screen, scanning the overnight chatter between Langley and Fort Meade. Mostly noise, but one detail stood out as mysterious lunch. "Our guy Sully met someone yesterday," Jack announced. "Who?" Wills asked. "No ID yet. Middle Eastern, late 20s, one of those trimmed beards." They spoke Arabic, kept to themselves in a corner booth at some pub called Hung, Drawn, and Quartered. Uda stuck to Perrier. His buddy had a beer, and they split a plowman's lunch. Whoever was watching couldn't get close enough to eavesdrop. "Privacy doesn't equal guilt," Wills mused. "Did MI5 tail the new guy?" Recreate tab, seg. Nope. Probably just a single op on UDA low priority. Jack scrolled through more files. Some money moved later that day, but nothing unusual. UDA shuffles cash like it's monopoly money, mostly real estate. London's his playground, safe, stable, boring. Daddy's letting him dabble, but not enough to wreck the family fortune. Jack leaned back, thinking. The kid drove an Aston Martin after all, and his idea of modest spending still meant designer handbags for his entourage. How do we tell if he's playing with family funds or his own stash? Will smirked. You don't. He keeps them both tucked away close, but just out of reach. Jack sighed as he glanced at the financial reports spread across his desk. Fantastic, he muttered, rubbing his temples. Just what I wanted, days of crunching numbers and deciphering transactions. Wills couldn't help but laugh. And that's exactly why you're not a certified accountant, my friend. Jack shot him a glare, but knew there was no way around it. This was his job, after all. He briefly considered whether his software could automate the process, but no such luck. This was manual labor at its finest, basic math with a side of frustration. At least he'd get some practice with the numpad, he thought dryly. Maybe by the end, he'd be a pro at data entry. Small victories. Why didn't the campus just hire forensic experts to handle this mess? The Sioux veered off Route 2 onto a rugged dirt path, kicking up dust as it wound northward. The road showed signs of heavy use, fresh tire marks cutting through the dry earth. The terrain was rough, with rolling hills that hinted at the distant Rockies, though the towering peaks remained hidden beyond the horizon. The air felt thinner here, and Mustafa knew the hike ahead would be grueling under the rising sun. He wondered how close they were to the border, rumors said. American patrols were inconsistent, sometimes razor-sharp, other times laughably lax. His group needed to avoid the former and exploit the latter. Around mid-morning, a bulky truck came into view, its red doors gaping open like a waiting mouth. Their Ford Explorer slowed to a stop 100 yards away, and Pedro killed the engine. "We're here," he announced, stepping out. "Hope you're ready for a stroll." The others followed, stretching stiff limbs as unfamiliar faces emerged from the other SUVs. A man in khaki approached, nodding at Pedro. "Buenos lights, Ricardo," Pedro greeted him. "These are the ones heading north." Ricardo shook hands with Mustafa's group. "I'm your coyote," he said casually. Mustafa frowned. "A what?" Ricardo smirked. "Just a term. I guide people across for a price. But you're already covered." "Mizzy, how far?" 10 clicks. "That's a kirchdopful." "Terrain's like this most of the way. Watch for snakes, they won't chase you, but get too close and you're done. If a chopper shows up, hit the dirt and stay still. Americans are weird, they slack off during the day." He gestured to the empty truck. 30 others went ahead as decoys. "If anyone gets caught, it'll be them." Mustafa nodded. "Met, Mirtivan Capelone. 3 hours less if you keep pace. Bez retraftbi zu brate." "We know deserts," Mustafa replied. Ricardo adjusted his floppy hat and started walking without another word. His gear was practical military surplus, well-worn boots, canteens strapped to his belt. He moved with quiet efficiency, and the group fell into line behind him, spacing themselves to avoid drawing attention. Half a mile from the plantation house, an outdoor shooting range came into view. Steel targets stood in neat rows, their shapes mimicking human silhouettes just like the ones at Quantico. The sharp ping of bullets hitting metal echoed across the field. The steel targets rang out with a satisfying metallic clang each time they were struck, toppling over just like a person would if shot in the same spot. Enzo proved more skilled at this exercise, prompting Aldo to explain the difference in training philosophies, while the Marines focused less on handgun accuracy. The FBI drilled it relentlessly, operating under the belief that anyone could handle a rifle with precision. The brothers demonstrated contrasting stances, Dominic favoring the FBI's two-handed Weaver grip, while Brian stood tall with the Marine Corps' traditional one-handed technique. "That posture just paints a bigger target on you," Dominic teased. Brian answered by sending 3 rapid shots downrange, each met with a resonant ping. "Hard to return fire after catching one between the eyes, bro." Their banter continued as they debated tactics, with Dominic insisting on double-tapping targets, while Brian recalled putting 3 rounds into an Alabama threat for good measure. After swapping handguns, Brian took a moment to familiarize himself with the unfamiliar Smith & Wesson, dry firing before sending 2 precise shots into the headplate. The third missed, but the fourth found its mark almost instantly. "Different balance," he remarked, returning the weapon. Dominic shrugged. "You adapt." Their discussion turned to headshots, Brian questioning their practicality with handguns, until Pete Alexander interjected from the shadows. "Hitting a melon-sized target at 15 yards. That's how you end debates permanently." Dominic spun, startled by the instructor's sudden appearance. "Adolf had friends too," Alexander reminded them. "You either clear the area or blend into the background, buy a book, grab coffee, but never run unless you're sprinting for gold. The art isn't just in the kill. It's in vanishing afterward." Meanwhile, miles away, Ricardo led his group through a dilapidated fence where peeling green paint clung to rusted posts. He moved with the ease of someone who'd walked this path countless times, pausing at a boulder to light a cigarette and sip from his canteen. The terrain had been forgiving so far, but the real test lay ahead. Mustafa and his companions had no idea that Ricardo had successfully guided hundreds of groups through this exact path. With only a single arrest that barely left a mark, just a bruised ego and a lost payment, since he prided himself on being a smuggler with principles. Mustafa approached him cautiously. "Everyone holding up okay?" Ricardo asked, taking a swig from his canteen. "No trouble so far," Mustafa replied, scanning the ground. "Haven't spotted any snakes." "Not many around these parts," Ricardo chuckled. "Folks here either shoot 'em or toss rocks. Snakes don't exactly win popularity contests. But are they really dangerous?" Mustafa pressed. "Only if you're stupid enough to provoke one. Worst case, you'll spend a couple days sick as a dog, hobbling around like you've got rocks in your boots. We'll take a breather here. We're making good time. Oh, and welcome to the land of opportunity, amigo." Mustafa stared at the flimsy border fence in disbelief. "That's it. Just this." Ricardo smirked. "Americans got money and brains, sure, but they're also lazy. My clients only head north, 'cause there's work those gringos won't touch." "How many have you brought over?" Mustafa asked. "Me, personally. Thousands. Enough to buy a nice house and hire 6 guys under me. The feds care more about drug runners, so I steer clear too much heat. Let my associates handle that dirty work. Pays better, but not worth the hassle." Mustafa frowned. "What kind of drugs?" "The profitable kind," Ricardo said with a wink. Just then, Abdullah joined them, dusting off his sleeves. "Thought this trek would be tougher," he remarked. "City folks always do," Ricardo said, lighting a menthol Newport. "This desert's my backyard. Born in it." "Same here," Abdullah said, inhaling the dry air. "Not a bad day for a hike. Better than crammed in some truck's back," neither needed to say. Ricardo exhaled smoke. "Another month or two, this place. I'll bake like an oven." Smart travelers pack extra water. August out here's a killer. But my people never lost one. Mother Nature's got no mercy, but I do. He pictured the cold beers waiting at his usual stop before the drive to El Paso, then home to Ascension, far enough from the border to avoid desperate migrants with sticky fingers. What they stole on the other side wasn't his problem. Tossing his cigarette, he stood. 3 clicks to go, boys. Mustafa's group fell in line, trudging north. But Tever kilometers. Back home, they walked farther just to catch a bus. Meanwhile, Jack scowled at the keypad, punching numbers like a man sentenced to eternal boredom. He thrived on mental challenges, and this mind-numbing data entry was about as thrilling as a tax audit. Looks like you're having a blast, Tony quipped. Oh yeah, pure adrenaline, Jack deadpanned. Intel works like that 99% monotony. 1% panic. Unless you're hot on some slippery target, it's drier than desert sand. Fieldwork's the real rush, but I wouldn't know. Dad never did much either, Jack mused. Depends who you ask. Your old man had his moments in the fire. Doubt he enjoyed it, though. You ever talk shop? Not a word. Mom's clueless, too, aside from that submarine mess, and most of that I got from books. Asked him once, and all I got was, "You believe the papers?" Even when Gerasimov hit the news, Dad just grunted. Tony whistled. Langley rumor said he was the real deal, a spook among spooks. He held on to every secret, just as he was trained to do. Most of his time was spent up on the 7th floor, a place I never got to see for myself. Think you could fill me in on something? Jack asked. Depends. What do you want to know? Gerasimov Nikolai Borisovich Gerasimov. Was he really the KGB's top guy? And did my father actually pull off getting him out of Moscow? Wills paused, weighing his words carefully. Yeah, he was the chairman. And yeah, your dad made his defection happen. Seriously, Fikam. How the hell did he manage that? That's classified, and you don't have clearance. Then why did Gerasimov turn on him later? Because he never wanted to leave. Your father forced his hand. Once your dad became president, Gerasimov saw his chance for payback. But here's the kicker, he still talked. Not willingly, but he gave up enough to matter. These days, he's tucked away in witness protection, dragged out every now and then when they need another round of intel. You never get the full story at once, you chip away at it. Make them feel important so they keep talking. Not that it's done much for his mood. The guy's stuck here, no way back. The Russians don't exactly hand out forgiveness for treason. Neither do we, for that matter. Last I heard, he's taken up golf. His daughter married some pretentious Virginia blue blood, fully American now. But Gerasimov, he'll die bitter. He wanted to run the Soviet Union, had his sights set on the top job. Your father wrecked that dream permanently, and Nikolai's still nursing that grudge. Damn, Jack muttered. Wills shifted gears. Anything new on Solly? Westapaf in trait. 50 grand here, 80 there British pounds, not dollars. Flowing into accounts I can't fully trace. He burns through 2,000 to 8,000 a week like it's pocket change. Where's it coming from? More to say, Tony. My guess. He's skimming from the family funds, maybe 2% he can pass off as expenses. Not enough to raise alarms, but still stealing from Mom and Dad. Wonder how they'd take that news. Jack mused. They wouldn't go medieval on him, but cutting him off would hurt worse. You ever picture this guy holding down a real job? You mean actual work? Jack chuckled. Not a chance. He's been riding the money train too long to swing a hammer for a living. I've spent enough time in London to know it's not a city built for guys punching a clock. Wills hummed an old tune. How you gonna keep 'em down on the farm after they've seen Paris? Jack flushed. Okay, yeah, I grew up privileged. But my dad made sure I worked summers, even did construction once. Hated it at the time, but it taught me something. You're a Sally who teacher. Never had to lift a finger. I could scrape by on an entry-level salary if I had to. My fifth lave? That be a rude awakening. Total unaccounted money. Around 200,000 pounds, call it 300 grand. But it's scattered. Like tracking one car in New York traffic. How long to nail it down? A week, if I'm lucky. This isn't exactly fun. Never is. Keep at it. Aye, aye, sir. He'd picked up the phrase from the White House Marines until his father heard it and put a stop to it. Jack turned back to his screen, scribbling notes on a legal pad before transferring them to a secure file. Old habits died hard. Tony scribbled a few notes as he watched the rookie head upstairs. This kid's got serious instincts, Wills remarked to Rick Bell in the office. Bell raised an eyebrow. It was too soon to expect results from any new recruit, even one with connections. I had him track a young Saudi financier in London, Uda bin Salih. British surveillance flagged him after a suspicious call. Kid already uncovered a few £100,000 with no paper trail. Bell leaned forward. How reliable is this? Needs verification, but his gut's sharp, Wills admitted. Dave Cunningham's our guy, Bell suggested. The forensic accountant, a seasoned Douget veteran, had a knack for sniffing out financial irregularities. Though Wall Street could have paid him triple, Dave preferred putting criminals behind bars of passion. The campus let him pursue well past retirement age. Perfect fit, Tony agreed. Let's forward Jack's files to him and see what shakes loose. Bell's expression darkened as he recalled the NSA report. Signal intercepts from high-priority targets had plummeted 17% recently, with two key sources going silent. In military terms, that often signaled a pause before action enough to make intel analysts twitchy. Most times it meant nothing, but history showed it could explode into chaos. Any theories? These pressed. Bell shrugged. Stopped believing in omens a decade ago. Tony wasn't convinced. We're overdue for something big, Rick. This isn't a baseball game where you can rush the field, Bell countered. Patience, Tony. Wills scoffed. Worst damn virtue to learn. Meanwhile, the desert stretched endlessly, no people, no vehicles, just scrub brush and forgotten tire tracks. It felt as barren as Saudi Arabia's Rub al-Khali, where even camels would have balked. Then, over a ridge, 5 idling SUVs came into view. Early birds, Ricardo muttered, relieved. His sullen clients trudged behind. Our ride? Mustafa asked, hopeful. They'll take you to Las Cruces, Ricardo said. And you? Family waits, he replied, noting Mustafa's hesitation. The handshakes were polite but distant as Ricardo slid into the driver's seat, eager to leave the tension behind. Getting them across the border hadn't been as difficult as it could have been. The real chaos was further west, Arizona and California, where the Border Patrol had most of their agents stationed. Typical American short-sightedness, focusing only on the obvious trouble spots. Eventually, they'd catch on that smuggling happened here too, just quieter. When that day came, he'd meet a new hustle. But for now, business was good. 7 years of steady income had let him build a small legitimate enterprise and steer his kids toward cleaner work. He watched his latest group climb into their vehicle and disappear down the road before turning his own car toward Las Cruces, then swinging south on I-10 toward El Paso. He didn't waste time wondering what these men planned to do in the States. Whatever it wasn't landscaping or drywall. 10 grand in cash said they mattered to someone, just not to him. For Mustafa and his team, the drive to Las Cruces was an unexpected moment of calm, though none of them showed it. Beneath the surface, anticipation hummed. They were finally in America, standing on the soil of the people they'd come to destroy. The mission no longer felt abstract. Crossing that invisible line had made it real. This was the land of the great Satan, the nation that had bombed their homeland, propped up Israel, and oppressed the faithful across the Muslim world. The highway stretched ahead, billboards flashing past motels, diners, tourist traps, while the desert rolled by in a blur. Their driver, another silent hired hand, kept his eyes on the road. No one spoke. The men's accents might raise questions, and the less the driver remembered, the better. Mustafa knew the others were relying on him. He was the leader, the one who'd planned every step. Soon, I'd split into 4 teams, never to meet again. Communication would be sparse, just encrypted messages when absolutely necessary. Each group had its own role, but the goal was the same: to strike a blow America would never forget. Glancing at a passing station wagon, a family, parents and 2 small children, he felt nothing. Just targets. The details of the operation were meticulously documented, typed in neat 14-point font on plain paper, with digital backups on their laptops. They traveled light, carrying only essentials to leave no trace. As the sun dipped low, Mustafa lit his last cigarette, savoring the smoke before flicking it out the window. The AC hummed, chilling the air. Darkness would cover their final move, and he took it as a sign. Not luck, divine approval. Allah was with them. This was His will, and they were merely the instruments. The road ahead was empty, the horizon endless. Soon, everything would change. Another monotonous shift behind him, Jack sighed as he walked toward his car. The secrecy surrounding his work at the campus was both a blessing and a curse. He couldn't share a single detail with anyone, not even his father, despite the man's clearance level. Sure, the former president technically had access to everything, but Jack knew better than to bring it up. One disapproving phone call from Dad could yank him right out of this gig, and he wasn't ready to let go yet. It would have been nice, though, to bounce ideas off someone who understood the stakes, someone who could reassure him that his work actually mattered. Truth, justice, and the American way sounded great in theory, but did he really have the power to change anything? His father had held the highest office in the land and still struggled against the tide. What chance did he have, just a junior player in the grand scheme? Then again, maybe that was the point. Maybe the only people who ever fixed anything were the ones too stubborn to accept the word impossible. His sister Sally sure didn't. She was about to graduate med school and dive straight into oncology, determined to slay the cancer dragon once and for all. Ryans didn't back down from a fight, and neither would he. That night, instead of cooking, they hit a local steakhouse packed with University of Virginia undergrads. The place buzzed with the kind of loud, overconfident energy only college kids could muster, bright-eyed, oblivious, still cushioned by parental safety nets. Brian and Dominic exchanged amused glances, remembering their own younger selves before the real world sanded down their edges. Life wasn't as clean-cut as textbooks made it seem. Every step carried hidden tripwires, and caution only came after a few painful stumbles. Not bad, Brian remarked, slicing into his filet. Hard to ruin good beef, even with a mediocre cook. The fries were decent, the broccoli straight from the freezer, nothing fancy, but it hit the spot. The Marine Major glanced at his meal with a mix of resignation and humor. I should probably eat something healthier than this, he muttered. His companion chuckled. Take what you can get, we're not even 30 yet, right? That got a laugh. Funny how 30 used to feel like the gateway to old age, the major mused. You're still young for your rank, Aldo. Aldo shrugged. Luck and good people, I guess. Still, I never got used to Maris. They keep you alive, but that's the best I can say. My gunnies swore by them, claimed they were gourmet compared to what he ate back in the day. The other man smirked. At the bureau, it's all about Dunkin' Donuts and industrial-strength coffee. Not exactly a recipe for keeping your waistline in check. Aldo gave him an approving once-over. You're holding up better than most desk jockeys, Enzo. His brother usually looked half dead after their morning runs, but for Aldo, 3 miles was just a warm-up. Aldo took another bite, then frowned. I still don't get what we're prepping for. Enzo shrugged. Simple, we're training to take people out. Quiet in, quieter out. With pistols? Aldo scoffed. Not exactly subtle. Back in Afghanistan, my sniper dropped targets at a mile with a Barrett. 50. That thing leaves a mark half-inch holes, tend to do that. Especially when his sniper, Corporal Alan Roberts from Detroit, preferred headshots. 1 R Tussacan Twacy. 50 made sure they stuck. Enzo smirked. Suppressed handguns work if you're careful. Sure, if you don't mind lugging a brick under your suit. Unless we're getting Bond-level training, pistols aren't exactly stealth weapons. Enzo shrugged. Maybe we're using something else. Aldo raised an eyebrow. So you don't know either? All I know is Gus Werner sent me here, Enzo admitted. That's good enough for me, mostly. Aldo pressed. Who is this Gus guy? Assistant Director, Counter-Terrorism. Not someone you mess with. Former Hart, sharp as hell, doesn't flinch at blood. Murray picked him for a reason they go way back. If Gus says jump, I'll ask how high. But yeah, I'm still a little on edge. Meanwhile, in Las Cruces, Mustafa's nerves kicked in as they pulled up to the rental lot. 2 cars, 2 identities, Tomas Salazar and Hector Santos. The driver handed over the paperwork. Ford Crown Victorias, not the wagons you wanted. Use the cards, follow instructions. Now, Fridge, keep it smooth. Mustafa nodded, gripping the reservation slip tighter than necessary. This couldn't have been simpler. Neither of the men looked particularly Hispanic, but the rental clerks were a pair of clueless guys who barely knew any Spanish beyond burrito and beer. Mustafa stepped out of the car, motioning for his companion to join him. The moment he walked in, he sensed the opportunity. Whoever ran this place clearly didn't prioritize hiring sharp employees. The kid behind the counter was slumped over, engrossed in a comic book like it held the secrets of the universe. Hello, Mustafa announced with feigned assurance. I have a reservation. He scribbled the number on a notepad and slid it over. The attendant barely glanced up, annoyed at the interruption of his latest superhero saga. Still, he knew his way around the computer. Within seconds, the system spat out a mostly pre-filled rental form. Mustafa handed over his international license, which the clerk photocopied and stapled to the paperwork. The guy perked up when Mustafa, or rather, Mr. Salazar, opted for every insurance add-on, padding the clerk's commission. Your car's the white Ford in spot 4, he said, pointing toward the exit. Keys are already inside. Mustafa thanked him in his accented English, half surprised at how effortless this was. By the time he adjusted the seat, Said pulled up in an identical light green Ford, just a few spaces down. Both cars came with New Mexico road maps, though neither man planned to use them. They fired up the engines and rolled out, tailing the SUVs through Las Cruces. The evening traffic was light, making it easy to keep pace. A few blocks north, they passed another rental agency, Hertz, which Mustafa found amusingly generic. His associates ducked inside and emerged minutes later with matching Fords. With the riskiest part behind them, they followed the SUVs north for about 12 miles before turning onto a dusty back road. The landscape felt familiar, wide, empty, dotted with the occasional lonely house. Their destination was one such place, marked only by a pickup truck out front. As they parked, Mustafa realized this would be their final briefing. Juan greeted them with a nod. "Your weapons are inside." He gestured for Mustafa to follow. The unassuming wooden house hid an arsenal 16 Mac, 10 submachine guns, each nestled in a cardboard box alongside 12 preloaded magazines taped together. "They're brand new, never fired," Juan explained. "We've got suppressors, too. They won't make these things whisper, but they'll help with recoil. Not as smooth as an Uzi, but those are harder to get here. These'll do the job within 10 meters. Just remember, they chew through ammo fast." The men lifted the weapons, testing their weight like they were shaking hands with destiny. One reached for a magazine pair. "Stop." Juan barked. "You do not load them in here." "If you want to try them out, we've got targets set up outside," Juan offered. Mustafa hesitated, glancing around. "Won't this draw too much attention?" Zuen shrugged. "The closest neighbor is over 2 miles away." He figured the gunfire wouldn't carry that far, though he was wrong about that. His guests, however, trusted his judgment and were more than eager to let loose, especially with weapons that packed a punch. Just beyond the house, a makeshift range had been arranged with a sand berm and a few crates and cardboard targets scattered haphazardly. One by one, they loaded their submachine guns, the metallic clicks echoing in the quiet desert air. There was no formal signal to start. Mustafa took the lead, gripping the strap on his MAC-10 and squeezing the trigger. The gun bucked violently, kicking upward and to the right as expected, but after a few wild shots, he managed to steady his aim, stitching a cardboard box about 20 feet away. In seconds, the bolt locked back on an empty chamber, 30 rounds spent. The thrill was intoxicating, so much so that he briefly considered reloading for another burst, but he restrained himself. There'd be plenty of time for that later. "The suppressors?" Mustafa asked, wiping sweat from his brow. "Inside," Juan replied. "They screw onto the muzzle, helps with recoil, and keeps the spray tighter." He spoke with the confidence of experience, having used the same model to settle disputes in Dallas and Santa Fe. But as he watched his guests, a flicker of unease crept in. They grinned too eagerly, too recklessly. These weren't professionals like him, just reckless men with a taste for chaos. The sooner they were gone, the better. Mustafa followed him inside and examined the suppressor, a bulky cylinder about 4 inches wide and nearly 2 feet long. It screwed on easily, improving the weapon's balance, though it made concealment impossible. After a quick test grip, he decided it was worth the trade-off for better accuracy. Noise suppression didn't matter for his mission, but precision did. Still, practicality won out. He removed it and stowed it back in its case before regrouping with the others outside. Juan joined them, his tone shifting to something more serious. "Listen carefully," he told the group. "American cops are good, but they're not invincible. If one pulls you over, stay calm. Answer politely. If they ask you to step out, do it. They can pat you down for weapons. But if they ask to search your car, just say no. Under their laws, they can't force it without your consent. Remember that. And for God's sake, don't speed. Stick to the limit and you'll avoid trouble." One of the men smirked. "What if a cop gets too pushy? Can we?" Juan cut him off before he could finish. "Don't even think about it. Technically, you could try it, but you'd have every cop in the state hunting you down. The moment an officer stops you, his first move is calling in your license plate, location, and vehicle details to dispatch. Even if you took him out, Backup would swarm the area within minutes, and they'd come loaded for bear. Taking out one cop isn't worth the heat it brings. American law enforcement has resources, patrol cars, choppers, the works. Once they're on your tail, you're done. Your best bet? Stay off their radar. Follow every traffic rule, keep your speed in check, and you'll slip through unnoticed. Break them, and it won't matter if you're armed, they'll nail you. Idzer says for colder stow. Mustafa nodded. We understand. Your advice is appreciated. Juan handed out maps, detailed ones from the and eyed the group. You've all got your cover story straight. He just wanted this over with. Mustafa glanced at his men, but they were itching to move, not linger over questions. We're set, he said, forcing a smile. Yufta pre-planned. Muncie, hurriedly. Hulin shook hands anyway, then led them outside. The SUVs were quickly unloaded, bags tossed into sedans, and within minutes, the group was rolling towards State Route 185. Radium Springs was just a short drive away, then the ramp onto I-25 North. Before splitting up, the men exchanged handshakes, even a few quick, awkward embraces, which surprised Juan. They divided into 4 teams, each piling into a rental. Mustafa adjusted his seat, lined up his mirrors, and clicked his seatbelt. No shortcuts. Getting pulled over for something stupid wasn't an option. A cop driving past might not look twice, but face to face. That was a gamble he wouldn't take. Americans had their prejudices, and he wasn't naive enough to ignore them. Even the Quran stayed hidden in the trunk. Abdullah would take over driving later, but for now, the wheel was his. North on I-25 to Albuquerque, then east on I-40, almost the entire stretch to their destination. 3,000 kilometers. Miles now, he reminded himself. Dick's kilometers per mile. He'd have to switch gears mentally. Merging onto the interstate, he set the cruise control at 65 miles per hour, blending into the anonymous stream of cars all heading the same way. Just another driver in the flow. Meanwhile, Jack tossed in bed, wide awake despite the late hour. He'd downed 3 drinks, watched his usual shows. Sleep should have come easy. But it didn't. Just close your eyes and think happy thoughts. His mother's old advice echoed uselessly. Happy thoughts were in short supply these days. Childhood was long gone, and the world he lived in now didn't leave much room for them. His job involved analyzing information about strangers, figuring out if they posed threats to other strangers, then passing those assessments along to yet more strangers who might or might not act on them. What they'd actually do with his reports. He had theories, none of them pleasant. Tossing in bed, he punched his pillow, searching for a cool spot. But sleep refused to come. It always arrived at the worst possible moment, right before his alarm blared. Frustrated, he glared at the ceiling. Hunting terrorists was exhausting, especially when they saw themselves as heroes. They believed their actions were righteous, even divine. Muslim extremists convinced themselves they were serving God, despite the Quran explicitly condemning the killing of innocents. Did Allah really welcome suicide bombers with open arms? Catholicism taught that a sincere conscience shielded you from divine wrath. Did Islam work the same way? If there was only one God, shouldn't the rules be universal? But which religion had it right? History wasn't kind to those who mixed faith and violence. The Crusades, for instance, were less about holy war and more about power and greed. Just slap a religious label on it, and suddenly anything was justified. Swing a sword, and as long as a bishop blessed it, the bloodshed was holy. That debilitate. Religion and politics made a toxic cocktail, one that idealistic young minds drank eagerly, mistaking recklessness for purpose. His father had warned him about that over dinners in the White House residence, explaining how even war had rules something American soldiers grasped quickly because back home, lawlessness had consequences. A few hard lessons taught you right from wrong, faster than any sermon. He groaned and flipped onto his side. Too young for these existential debates, even if his Georgetown diploma suggested otherwise. College never warned you that real learning started after graduation. Otherwise, they'd owe everyone a refund. Meanwhile, upstairs at the campus, Jerry Hendley was buried in paperwork long after hours. Tom Davis walked in, fresh reports from Pete Alexander in hand. Problems? Choose Aldersteckens there. The twins are overthinking things, Davis admitted. We should have seen it coming. They're sharp, rule followers by nature, so training them to bend those rules is messing with their heads. Funny thing, Pete says the Marine's struggling more than the FBI guy. I'd have bet on the opposite. Same here, Hendley muttered. Davis took a sip of ice water, no caffeine this late. Pete's not sure how it'll shake out, but we've got to keep pushing forward. Honestly, Jerry, I should have prepared you better. First-time jitters. The people we recruit? They're not killers. They ask questions. They need reasons. They're bound to reconsider eventually. You can't exactly enlist machines to do the job, right? Hendley couldn't help but think of the botched attempts to eliminate Castro. Those classified files painted a picture of sheer recklessness. Bobby Kennedy had spearheaded Operation Mongoose, likely hatched over cocktails or a casual game of touch football. The logic seemed simple enough. If Eisenhower had leaned on the CIA for similar dirty work, why shouldn't they? Except neither Kennedy, a Navy lieutenant who'd lost his ship to a collision, nor his brother, the attorney who'd barely practiced law, had the instincts of a seasoned five-star general. Power, though, has a way of clouding judgment. The Constitution handed Jack Kennedy the title of Commander-in-Chief, and with that authority came the temptation to bend the world to his vision. So the order went out, make Castro disappear. But here's the kicker. The CIA didn't exactly have a hitman division lying around. Desperate, they turned to the Mafia, whose bosses had their own grudges against Castro after he shuttered their lucrative Havana casinos. Hollywood might romanticize mob efficiency, but in reality, their track record for precision killings, especially against someone who could fight back, was laughable. Yet there they were, the U. Government outsourcing a head of state assassination to gangsters, because Langley had no clue how to pull it off. Looking back, the whole scheme was beyond absurd. It nearly blew up in their faces, forcing President Ford to ban such operations outright. That is, until Jack Ryan decided 2 stealth bombs were the answer to Iran's fanatical ruler. The media, conveniently distracted by an undeclared war and WMDs used on Americans, barely blinked. The public, they cheered, handing Ryan a landslide victory second only to Washington's. Still, the weight of it gnawed at Ryan enough that, before leaving office, he strong-armed Hendley into founding the campus. Of course, Ryan being Ryan, he'd left out just how brutal the job would be. Typical. Handpick talent, toss them a mission, and step back. Great leadership, sure, but hell on the underlings. Why had Hendley signed up again? Then it hit him, the irony. What would Ryan say when he realized his own kid was part of the campus? The thought almost made him chuckle. Wee, almost. Pete saying we just ride it out? Hendley asked. Davis shrugged. What other play is there? Ever miss Nebraska? Farm life's backbreaking and boring as hell. No surprise there. Once you've tasted the adrenaline of CIA fieldwork, cornfields just don't cut it. Davis might have been killing it as a bond trader in his so-called white life. But when it came to his real passion, he was about as white as his skin tone, which is to say, not at all. The thrill of the underground world had its hooks in him deep. So, what's your take on the Fort Meade situation? He asked, leaning back in his chair. My instincts say they're gonna hit back soon. We've been poking the bear, and you know how that ends. Jerry frowned. You really think they can bounce back after the hits we've landed in Afghanistan? Davis smirked. Some folks are either too stubborn or too brainwashed to feel pain. Faith's a hell of a drug. And even if their foot soldiers don't grasp the bigger picture, they're sharp enough to pull the trigger when it counts, Henley finished. Davis raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the whole reason we're in this game? The sun clawed its way over the horizon right on schedule, jolting Mustafa awake as the car hit a pothole. He blinked, disoriented, then turned to see Abdullah grinning behind the wheel. Where the hell are we? Mustafa demanded, rubbing his eyes. About 30 minutes east of Amarillo, Abdullah replied cheerfully. Smooth sailing for the last 350 miles, but we're running on fumes now. Mustafa's jaw tightened. You were supposed to wake me hours ago. Abdullah shrugged. Why? You were out cold and the roads were dead. Barely saw another car all night, just those monster trucks. Americans must love their beauty sleep. Mustafa glanced at the speedometer, 65 miles per hour, right on the nose. No cops, no trouble. Still, Abdullah's casual disregard for orders grated on him. A blue service sign loomed ahead. There, Abdullah said, pointing. Gas and food. Was gonna wake you here anyway, boss. The Sertavri, too. Relax. The fuel gauge needle hovered just above empty. Idiotic, but yelling wouldn't fix it now. They rolled into a sprawling travel plaza, its chevron pumps gleaming under fluorescent lights. Mustafa swiped his Visa card, filled the Ford's tank with premium, and watched as the others shuffled in and out of the restroom. Donuts again. Bandastic. 10 minutes later, they were back on I-40, Oklahoma bound. Rafi and Zuhair chattered in the back seat while Mustafa drove, half listening. The landscape stretched endlessly flat, green, eerily open. The sun glared until he remembered his sunglasses. Better, begustes krafte Kuh. Oddly, he felt almost content. The drive was smooth, the scenery peaceful, the mission straightforward. Every hour or so, a cop car would whiz past, too fast to give them a second glance. Staying exactly at the speed limit was genius. No one noticed the guys who weren't breaking rules. No tails, no traps. Just the road. And if anyone was following, well, that'd stick out like a sore thumb. A quick check of the rear view would tell him everything. For now, the only thing in the mirror was empty highway. The area wasn't the kind of place anyone stuck around for long. If there were undercover cops watching, they'd be young guys in their prime early 20s to late 30s, no doubt. Probably a pair of them, one behind the wheel and the other scanning the surroundings. You could spot them a mile away clean-cut, athletic types who'd follow for a short stretch before handing off surveillance duties to another team. Sure, they were sharp, but their routines were predictable. Vehicles would vanish, then circle back, though Mustafa hadn't seen any repeats yet. Helicopters were too obvious, but a small plane? That was the real threat. Still, you couldn't sweat every possibility. If fate had already decided, then so be it. For now, the highway stretched open, the coffee was strong, and the day looked promising. A green sign flashed, Oklahoma City, 36 miles. Meanwhile, Jack Ryan Jr. groaned as NPR reminded him it was Barbra Streisand's birthday because nothing kicked off a morning like that nugget of trivia. He dragged himself to the bathroom, then smirked at his coffee maker's flawless execution. 2 cups waited, but he craved something greasier. McDonald's, it was Egg McMuffin, hash browns, the works. Not exactly a health nut's dream, but at 23, arteries were someone else's problem. His dad, of course, would have nagged him about cholesterol, thanks to Mom's influence. Speaking of which, she'd already be prepped for her ride to Hopkins, caffeine-free if she was operating today, no shaky hands allowed when guiding a scalpel. The rest of the household had their routines. Dad grumbling over his memoir drafts, Sally playing med student, the younger siblings scrambling for school. Dur Jaffret. Off to the daily grind. College had been his last taste of freedom. Funny how kids couldn't wait to grow up, only to realize adulthood was just bills, responsibilities, and shaving every damn morning. What a scam. Sure, the paycheck was nice, but he was already set financially. Not that he'd blow it all like some trust fund disaster. Still, the novelty of independence wore off fast. He tossed his cup in the dishwasher, glared at his razor, and sighed, remembering how he'd once idolized his dad's shaving ritual. Mid as sepali tiftizatem. Now it was just another chore. But hey, at least the job had its moments when it wasn't drowning in paperwork. Shirt, tie, jacket. Out the door. His one consolation. A sweet ride. Maybe he'd upgrade to a convertible. Summer was coming, and cruising with the top down sounded perfect until some lunatic slashed through the canvas. Then it'd be insurance headaches and rental cars. Adulthood, glamorous until it wasn't. Growing up felt a lot like shopping for socks. Everyone had to do it, but nobody wanted to think too hard about it. Sure, you needed them, but once they were on, you mostly forgot they existed until it was time to toss them in the laundry. His commute to work now was just as mindless as the old drive to school, except instead of cramming for a pop quiz, he was stressing over whether one wrong move would get him fired. A bad grade could be shrugged off, but a pink slip? That stain stuck around. The real kicker was realizing his job was less about using what he'd learned and more about pretending he knew anything at all. College had sold him this grand lie that it would prep him for the real world. Funny, his dad had probably thought the same thing, and look how that turned out. His mom, though, she never stopped studying. Flipping through medical journals in 3 languages like some kind of overachieving polyglot. French docs were sharper than their politicians, she'd say. Not that that was a high bar. Then again, judging any country by its leaders was a surefire way to assume the whole place was a disaster. NPR hummed in the background, a welcome break from whatever auto-tuned noise passed for music these days. His mom's piano had spoiled him Bach's precision, a dash of John Williams for flavor, so now anything less felt like elevator music. Another bombing in Israel. His dad had poured years into brokering peace there, and for what? A few shaky handshakes before everything unraveled again. Even Prince Ali, with all his influence, couldn't crack it. The guy wasn't even in line for the throne, which Jack figured was a blessing who'd want that headache. Then there was Uda bin Sali. Langley's latest intel dump had landed in his lap yesterday, courtesy of the CIA's least glamorous desk jockeys. CIA pukes, he caught himself. His own father had worn that badge, warned him the job was nothing like the movies. Turns out, it was mostly spreadsheets and dead ends, like playing hide-and-seek with ghosts. At least at the campus, they were the ones invisible. Safe, sure. But God, it was dull. Pulling into the parking lot, he realized he'd blown right past his usual McDonald's stop. Grabbing a stale Danish from the office tray, he slumped into his chair. The screen flickered to life. "Morning, Uda," he muttered. "What's your damage today?" 8:25 a.m. here meant London's financial sharks were already circling. Bin Sali's Lloyd's office loomed in his mind, all steel and glass, like a billionaire's fishbowl. Players two is Ivan to Tab. Jack smirked. Nothing like betting on other people's bad luck to pay the bills. Then a name blinked on the report. His coffee froze halfway to his lips. Wait, I've seen you before. The screen didn't answer. The subject in question was a wealthy businessman from the Middle East, with a reputation for occasionally stepping into shady dealings, someone already on the radar of British intelligence. Their intercepted phone call, translated from Arabic, read like the most mundane exchange imaginable, something along the lines of a spouse reminding their partner to pick up milk on the way home. Except for one odd detail, Uda had responded to an otherwise harmless remark with a sharp, "Are you sure?" Not exactly the kind of reply you'd give over grocery instructions. A British analyst had scribbled a note at the bottom of the report, suggesting the tone hinted at something deeper. Later that day, Uda cut out of work early and met the same man from the call at a local pub. Moema Constance. Maybe. But the fact that their earlier conversation gave no indication of a meetup made it all the more suspicious. Surveillance lost them in the noisy pub crowd, but one thing was clear. Uda wasn't the type to frequent that particular spot. "Morning, Jack," Will said as he walked in, shrugging off his suit jacket. "Anything new?" "Our boy Uda's squirming like a worm on a hook," Jack replied, slapping a fresh printout into Will's hands before he could even sit down. "Looks like we might have something here." "Tony, this guy's playing games," Jack insisted, voice firm. "What'd he do after that call?" "Any sudden money moves?" "Haven't dug into it yet, but if there was a transfer, I'd bet his buddy ordered it, then they met up to confirm over a couple of beers." Wills raised an eyebrow. "That's a stretch. We deal in facts, not hunches." Yeah, Jack muttered, already pulling up financial records. "Oh, heads up, you've got a new contact today," Wills added. "Who?" "Dave Cunningham. Forensic accountant, ex-Justice Department. Specializes in organized crime finance. If there's money moving funny, he'll spot it." A flicker of excitement crossed Jack's face. "So he thinks I've got something. We'll find out after lunch. He's probably reviewing your files right now." Jack nodded. Maybe this case had teeth after all. Maybe he'd even get a pat on the back, or at least a nod of approval. Meanwhile, the days fell into a familiar rhythm. Morning runs, training sessions, briefings. For Dominic, it wasn't far off from his FBI Academy days, though the Marine in him couldn't shake the unease. The Corps trained you to fight, to kill, and so did this. Dominic had the edge in surveillance, thanks to bureau training, while Enzo was a crack shot with his pistol. Brian, though, preferred his rifle clean, precise work at 50 meters. Close enough to see the impact, far enough to stay out of real danger. His first firefight had taught him something unexpected. In the chaos, his mind had snapped into hyperfocus, the world slowing around him. He hadn't seen bullets in flight except for the tracers, those last glowing rounds in an AK's magazine. Funny how the brain worked under pressure. Captain Caruso couldn't shake the memory of those intense 6 minutes, replaying every decision and wishing he'd handled things differently. Though Gunnery Sergeant Sullivan had shown nothing but professionalism during their debrief. The self-criticism lingered like a stubborn stain. The morning run with his team offered little distraction, especially when Dominic sarcastically suggested adding 50-pound packs to their routine. "Been there, done that in force recon," Brian shot back, wiping sweat from his brow. "Trust me, it's no picnic." Pete Alexander leaned against the Humvee, clearly enjoying not being part of the morning torture session. "Still in fighting shape, I see," he remarked, sipping his coffee while the others caught their breath. Brian's expression turned serious as he stared into his own cup. "Wish I understood what we're really prepping for out here, Pete." The training officer chuckled. Since when do Marines need the playbook before running drills? We're not here to set up bake sales, Caruso. Then what are we doing? Practicing executions without rules of engagement. The words hung in the desert air, heavier than the gear they'd just shed. Brian braced for consequences, maybe a one-way ticket back to Lejeune, but Pete just nodded thoughtfully. Hypothetically, Pete began, if you got orders to eliminate a known terrorist? Done deal, Brian answered without hesitation. They declared war first. Dominic, ever the lawyer, jumped in. Constitutionally speaking, if the commander-in-chief gives a lawful order, hold up, Brian interrupted. So if Hitler had won, we'd just shrug about the Holocaust? That's your legal theory. The debate might have escalated if Pete hadn't cut in. Gentlemen, this isn't Yale Law Review. The Constitution's our playbook, but it takes smart players to interpret it. He paused, watching a dust devil spiral across the compound. Question is, when the call comes, will you trust the man making it? A sudden gust sent coffee cups skittering across the concrete, as if nature itself demanded they sit with that uncomfortable truth. That might be its one real flaw. Lawyers are trained to argue, not necessarily to be logical. Dominic frowned as he considered the implications. So, if the president pardons you for murder, you're completely off the hook? Alexander nodded, then took a subtle step back as Dominic's expression darkened. Hypothetically, yes. The legal theory lecture ended there, leaving Alexander amused by how much and how little he'd actually revealed. Mustafa studied the unfamiliar town names on the road. Signs Shawnee, Okama, Wilika, even Pharaoh, and smirked. Pharaoh. Definitely not Egypt. That country was Muslim, sure, but its politics were a mess, ignoring the true path of the faith. Not for long, though. He stretched in the driver's seat, craving a cigarette. The Ford's gas gauge showed half a tank, burning fuel that came from Muslim lands. The irony wasn't lost on him. America took their oil and repaid them with weapons for Israel, liquor, and filth that poisoned even the devout. Which was worse, spreading corruption or falling victim to it? Soon enough, Allah's justice would prevail, and men like him would be remembered as martyrs. Their families would mourn, yes, but also take pride in their sacrifice. And the FBI. They'd brag about solving the case after it was too late. The thought made him grin. Dave Cunningham looked every bit of his 60 years thinning gray hair, weathered skin, the lingering effects of a smoking habit kicked too late. But his sharp eyes still held the cunning of a predator. Jack Jr., I presume? He asked as he walked in. That's me, Jack admitted. So, what's the verdict on my numbers? Cunningham shrugged. Not bad for an amateur. Your guy's moving money, some for himself, some for a mystery partner. Way, who's the partner? Wills pressed. Middle Eastern, loaded, and stingy. People think they spend like sailors on leave. But some pinch pennies till the buffalo cries. Jack blinked. Buffalo nickels were ancient history. Cunningham slid a stack of papers across the desk. 3 transactions circled in red. Sloppy. All his shady transfers are neat 10,000-pound chunks, disguised as personal expenses, probably hiding it from his folks. Saudis aren't big on sweating the small stuff. The Twidra sampler, million? Maybe. But 10 grand for a wild night? They'd just shrug. Jack smirked. Maybe he prefers European escorts. Cunningham chuckled. Kid, in Vegas, you can order a blue-eyed Cambodian contortionist and have her knocking before you hang up. Over the years, he'd learned that criminals had predictable vices. At first, it had appalled his Methodist sensibilities. Now, just another way to catch them. Corruption left a trail. Cunningham had previously participated in Operation Elegant Serpents, an initiative that landed 6 congressmen in the cushy federal prison at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, using tactics similar to the ones they were employing now. He imagined those former lawmakers made excellent caddies for the hotshot pilot stationed there, not to mention getting a taste of manual labor for once. "Dave, do you think Uda's involved?" Jack asked. Cunningham glanced up from his files with a smirk. "He's dancing like he's got something to hide, kid." Leaning back, Jack felt a quiet thrill. For the first time in a while, he was making real progress, maybe even something game-changing. The terrain shifted as they crossed into Arkansas, rolling hills replacing the flat expanse. Mustafa, fatigued after 400 miles behind the wheel, pulled into a rest stop to switch with Abdullah. Stretching his legs felt good, a brief respite before hitting the road again. Abdullah took over with cautious precision, hugging the right lane, letting aggressive truckers roar past. There was no need to rush. They had 2 full days to scout their target and execute. The other teams were likely ahead by now, already settling into nondescript hotels near their objectives. Scouting, waiting for Mustafa's signal. Simple orders meant fewer mistakes, and these men were disciplined. Saeed and Mehdi, like Mustafa, came from Saudi privilege but rejected their family's sycophantic ties to the West. Sabawi, the Iraqi, had no such background, just pure conviction, eager to prove himself against the Shia majority back home. Mustafa shrugged it off. Theology debates bored him. Faith was broad enough without splitting hairs. "My backside's killing me," Rafi groaned from the back seat. Abdullah, now acting captain of the car, replied dryly, "Complaining won't fix it." Rafi shot back, "Doesn't mean I'll stop mentioning it." Mustafa chuckled. Horses would have been slower and just as rough on the rear. The cabin erupted in laughter before Rafi buried himself in his magazine. The map promised smooth driving until Smallstone, where they'd need sharp focus. For now, the highway curled through lush, tree-dotted hills, a far cry from Mexico's arid dunes, a landscape they'd left behind forever. Abdullah relished the drive. The car wasn't his father's Mercedes, but the steering wheel felt alive in his grip. He leaned back, savoring his cigarette, imagining the thrill of racing speed, competition, victory. Maybe even better than sex. Almost. Or at least a close second. He grinned. Winning a race and a woman? Now that was paradise. Did they have muscle cars in the afterlife? He hoped so. The sleek, high-performance vehicles of Formula One racing, so popular across Europe, danced through his mind, those machines hugging tight curves before unleashing raw speed on the open stretches. For a fleeting moment, Abdullah imagined testing his own car's limits here, pushing it toward its top speed of around 125 miles per hour. But no, their objective was too critical for reckless indulgence. Tossing his cigarette out the window, he caught sight of a white police cruiser streaking past, its blue stripes flashing. Arkansas State Trooper, he noted, admiring the officer's crisp Stetson. Like most people, Abdullah had grown up on American films westerns, especially where rugged men settled disputes with six-shooters in dusty saloons. There was something undeniably compelling about it, though he reminded himself that was the whole point. Hollywood's allure was just another infidel trick designed to weaken resolve. Not that the Americans were alone in myth-making. How many Arab epics had he seen lionizing Saladin, the Kurdish warrior who crushed the Crusaders? Those films served their purpose too, stirring pride, hardening men for the fight against Israel. The irony wasn't lost on him. Cowboys and caliphs weren't so different, really, except one favored revolvers over scimitars. Practical weapons, he conceded. Americans fought smart, if not necessarily braver. He'd need to stay sharp around them. That trooper's sidearm, for instance, was he a crack shot? Best not to find out the hard way. As the cruiser disappeared ahead, Abdullah settled back, watching 18-wheelers blur past while he maintained a steady 65 miles per hour. His stomach growled, protesting another hour of nicotine and empty highway. A faded sign announced a small town 30 miles ahead. Meanwhile, in Langley, Davis leaned into Henley's office. "Langley's buzzing again," he said. "Some field agent in Saudi picked up chatter suspected operatives gone dark. Possibly headed our way. Maybe 10 of them." "How credible?" Henley asked. "Source is usually solid, but some desk jockey slapped a 3 on it. Who knows why?" Jerry exhaled. The campus relied too much on CIA intel, and Langley's track record was mixed. For every bullseye, there were a dozen misfires. But the Saudis had a habit of looking the other way, while their problem children exported trouble. If things went south, Riyadh would play the helpful ally, hands clean. Davis shrugged. "Homeland's looped in, but it's all smoke right now. No hard targets, just whispers. 3 aliases, yet not a single photograph to trace them by any amateur could forge a new identity these days. The process was practically common knowledge, thanks to crime novels and online guides. No state bothered to cross-check birth and death records, a simple task even the most sluggish government office could handle. So, what's the fallout?" Davis shrugged. "The usual song and dance. Airport security will slap on another alert, harassing random travelers to prove they're vigilant. Cops will flag erratic drivers, mistaking bad lane changes for terrorist activity. After so many false alarms, even law enforcement tunes it out. Ooh, can you blame them? Meaning our entire defense system is useless by design." Henley shot back. "Tau for a Taupertian. Until the CIA gets boots on the ground to intercept threats before they land, we're stuck playing catch-up." "But hey," Davis smirked, "my stock portfolio's been killing it lately." Trading had turned out to be a surprisingly smooth fit. Maybe joining the CIA straight out of the University of Nebraska hadn't been his brightest move. The doubt nagged at him more often than he'd admit. Any movement on that CIA intel? Some analyst wants another chat with our source, but it's stuck in bureaucratic limbo. "Unbelievable," Henley muttered. "Come on, Jerry. You didn't work there, but even on Capitol Hill, you've seen this circus before. Why'd Kilty replace Foley as director? Because he preferred some golf buddy with 0 field experience. Foley actually knew what he was doing, which made him unpredictable in their eyes. Face it, fixing this mess will take years. That's why we're here, right?" Davis added, forcing a grin. "How's the training going in Charlottesville?" The Marine's still wrestling with his morals. "Chesty Puller would have disowned him," Davis joked. "But better they question orders now than freeze up mid-mission." "Fair point. What about the gear?" "Arrives next week. Testing's underway using pigs in Iowa. Their circulatory system's close enough, apparently." Fitting, Davis thought. Meanwhile, the drive had become a numb blur. After hours of monotonous highway, even the adrenaline of their mission couldn't keep Rafi and Zuhair awake. They slumped in the back seat, out cold like kids after a sugar crash. Mustafa gripped the wheel, squinting against the late sun as Memphis signs flickered past. 2 states left. Flying would have been faster, but smuggling rifles through Tisa. Not worth the risk. As the lead, he'd taken the toughest target, leading by example. But right now, leadership just meant a sore back and a throbbing headache. The Mississippi River loomed ahead, its bridge stretching like a steel spine. A weathered sign welcomed them to Tennessee, the volunteer state. Mustafa's tired brain fumbled with the phrase before the thought dissolved into the hum of the road. The journey ahead was clear. Tennessee stood between him and Virginia, with no chance to rest for another 15 grueling hours. After driving roughly 60 miles east of Memphis, he'd hand the wheel to Abdullah. Crossing that massive river had been surreal. Back home, permanent rivers were non-existent, just dry wadis that briefly surged after rare rains before vanishing again. America's abundance was staggering, and maybe that explained its people's arrogance. But soon, he and his 3 companions would humble that pride. In less than 2 days, God willing, they'd make their mark. The thought lingered, 2 days to paradise. Tennessee blurred past for those in the back seat. Mustafa and Abdullah split the 220-mile drive from Memphis to Nashville, while Rafi and Zuhair dozed. Crunching the numbers, he figured they were covering just over a mile a minute, another 20 hours or so. Speeding up crossed his mind, but recklessness wasn't an option. The Israelis had taught them that much. The enemy lurked like a dormant predator, and only a fool roused a tiger without a rifle ready. No, America would wake to fear, its confidence shattered. The thought brought a grim smile as he guided the car through the night, headlights carving a path at a steady 65 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the twins had settled into their new routine. Up at 6 a.m., they ran through their drills without Pete Alexander's oversight because, honestly, they didn't need it. By 7:15, they were done, heading in for breakfast and another training session. "Those sneakers are on their last legs," Dominic remarked, eyeing Brian's battered Nikes. "Yeah," Brian sighed. "Time for a proper burial." "Foot Locker at Fashion Square's got you covered," Dominic said. "Maybe grab a Philly cheesesteak while we're at it." "Cheese fries, too," Dominic agreed. "Nothing like a heart attack on a plate. Assuming your shoes survive till then." "Hey, these kicks have history," Brian shot back. "Like your ratty shirts. Ever heard of laundry? What's wrong with utilities? Marines know where they stand." "Yeah, knee-deep in it," Dominic retorted. "But at least the company's solid." He left unsaid the comfort of being surrounded by armed allies, something civilian life sorely lacked. Pete overheard their plans. "Q-Pultzerplex to brew." "If Brian's shoes hold up," Dominic said. "We'll need Lysol for the funeral." Pete chuckled. "About time." Brian stabbed his eggs with a fork. "You know, if we weren't related, I wouldn't put up with you." Dominic tossed him an English muffin. "Please. You Marines talk big, but I still wipe the floor with you as kids." Brian's jaw practically hit the floor. "Yeah, right." He scoffed, kicking off yet another grueling training session. Fast forward an hour, and Jack was back at his desk, scrolling through surveillance reports. Huda bin Salih had spent another night burning calories, this time with Rosalie Parker, his latest obsession. Jack smirked, imagining how the Saudi playboy would react if he knew Rosalie delivered a detailed recap of their escapades straight to British intelligence. To her, it was just another paycheck, a reality that would bruise more than a few egos in London. Is Salih? Oh, he definitely had one of those fragile male egos. Anthony Wills strolled in just before 9, tossing a bag of Dunkin' Donuts onto the desk. "Morning hotshot." "What's the word?" Jack grabbed a glazed. "Same old." Yuda's still working overtime with his new favorite pastime. Wills chuckled. The energy of youth wasted on the reckless. "Lay, sir. Weezer Shom?" Jack guessed. "Look at you quoting literature." Wills grinned. Salih found himself a shiny new toy, and he's gonna ride it till the wheels fall off. Meanwhile, his security details stuck outside in the rain, listening to the show. "Bet they love their job." Jack snorted. "You think they're the ones debriefing Rosalie?" "Nah, that's Thames House's headache. Though I wouldn't mind seeing those transcripts, might spice up the morning coffee." "Please, I'd rather grab a magazine if I need that kind of entertainment." Wills shrugged. This job's never pretty, kid. The people we track. Not exactly dinner party material. Jack scoffed. Tell me about it. Half the folks my dad had to shake hands with at state dinners. Total scumbags. But hey, politics. Wills leaned in. Stowe, anything juicy on Solly? Still digging through his money trail. If Cunningham finds something big, what's the play? That's above our pay grade, kid. The unspoken message was clear. Stay in your lane. Upstairs, Gary Hendley was already grilling Dave Cunningham. Well, meet the traceur. Solly's moving dirty money Liechtenstein bank, probably funding ghost credit cards. Could be for a mistress, a buddy, or someone we'd really like to meet. Tom Davis frowned. Can we trace it? With time, yeah. Their system's standard we could crack it, but it's NSA's playground. We'd need to fake a CIA request, and that's not exactly a walk in the park. Cunningham rubbed his temples. Give me a week. Right now, Solly's either a spoiled brat playing with fire or someone we should have been watching years ago. His gut said the latter two mob bosses in Marion could vouch for his instincts, but he wasn't betting the farm yet. Jerry nodded. And the Ryan kid. Sharp. Real sharp. The kid spotted something most would have overlooked. Maybe his fresh eyes gave him an edge. Youth chasing youth, like a bloodhound on the right scent. Normally that kind of luck doesn't hold, but this time? Seems like it paid off. When Big Jack hand-picked Pat Martin for Attorney General, whispers about the old man's instincts started making the rounds. Pat swore by him, and after working alongside Martin, I get why. This kid? He's got potential. Give it a decade, and we'll see if he lives up to it. Tom Davis leaned back, smirking. Dave, we're not supposed to buy into pedigree here. Numbers don't lie, Dave shot back. Some folks just have a knack. Kid's not there yet, but he's close like a hound catching the first whiff of a trail. Cunningham had been instrumental in launching the Justice Department's Special Accounting Unit, a team dedicated to following the money trails terrorists left behind. Cash was the lifeblood of any operation, and it always left breadcrumbs, just usually too late to stop anything. Great for cleaning up messes, not so much for prevention. Appreciate the update, Dave, Hendley said, wrapping things up. Keep us in the loop. As the door clicked shut, Davis couldn't resist. You know, a little charm might help his case. Nobody's perfect, Hendley replied. But when it comes to tracking dirty money, he's the best Justice has ever had. Bet, when he goes fishing, the lake's bone dry by the time he leaves. No complaints here, Jerry. So, this Sally character banker for the bad guys? We is te sevatifto. Langley and Fort Meade are still scrambling over scraps of intel. Lot of paper, not much substance. In intelligence work, speculation was a slippery slope. Analysts piled assumptions onto shaky data, chasing shadows, trying to decode the thoughts of people who barely spoke even to each other. Could there be vials of anthrax tucked into shaving kits? Who the hell knew? America had been hit before, and while that bred resilience, it also left scars, the uneasy knowledge that threats could slip through, unseen and unchecked. The new president's vague reassurances didn't help. Funny thing, Hendley mused. We've outmaneuvered every nation that's crossed us, but these fanatics hiding behind God's name? They're ghosts. And God's everywhere, so are his twisted messengers. Davis chuckled. Jerry, if it were easy, we'd be out of a job. Thank God for your moral support, Tom. World's flawed. Corn doesn't grow without rain, and when it does, the rivers flood. My old man taught me that. Hendley raised an eyebrow. How'd your family even end up in Nebraska, anyway? Great-granddad was Cavalry 9th Regiment, Black Troopers. After his service, Georgia didn't appeal. He'd been stationed near Omaha, decided he could handle the winters. Bought land near Seneca, planted corn. Rest is history. No clan out there. Nah, they stuck to Indiana. Smaller farms. Great-granddad bagged himself a buffalo when he first settled. Still got the mound over the fireplace, smells like old leather and bad decisions. These days, my brother hunts antelope. Calls 'em speed goats. I never could stomach the taste of that stuff, Tom muttered. Henley leaned forward, his brow furrowed. So, what's your gut telling you about this latest intel? Think it's legit? Tom shook his head. Not enough to make me book a trip to New York, that's for damn sure. The highway split just outside Knoxville, the rented Ford taking the northern route along I-81 through the Appalachian foothills, the same rugged terrain Daniel Boone had traversed when America's western frontier barely extended beyond the Atlantic coastline. Passing a sign for Davy Crockett's birthplace, Abdullah barely glanced at it as he navigated the winding mountain pass. These names meant nothing to him. By the time they reached Bristol, crossing into Virginia marked their last major state line. 6 hours to go, he estimated. The landscape unfolded like a postcard in the afternoon sun, rolling pastures dotted with dairy farms, white steepled churches standing sentinel over the countryside. Stolzides van Havler. The thought curled his lip. Fry the peveler. Targets. The weapons in their trunk would see to that soon enough. Their route was burned into memory. I-81 north to I-64. By now, the other cells would be positioned Des Moines, Colorado Springs, Sacramento. Not major cities, but the beating heart of what these Americans called flyover country. The places where they felt safest, furthest from the coastal elites they despised. Few synagogues here, though maybe a Jewish jeweler or two in the shopping malls. An afterthought, really. Their true mission was to shatter that illusion of safety, to show these complacent people that nowhere was beyond Allah's reach. Meanwhile, Tom Davis examined the device in his hands. This is it? He asked, turning it over. Doctor. Pasternak nodded. Red tag means it's hot. Blue's inert. What's the payload? Succinylcholine. Think of it as industrial strength curare. Paralyzes every muscle, including your lungs. You'll be wide awake while you suffocate. The doctor's clinical detachment made the description even more chilling. Hendley frowned. How bad we talking? Imagine the worst panic attack of your life, while your heart literally starves for air. 60 seconds to first symptoms, 90 to collapse. 3 minutes of sheer agony before lights out longer if they've been exercising. Pasternak continued, his voice taking on an almost academic tone that contrasted grotesquely with the subject matter. The beauty is how it breaks down. Unless the ME's specifically looking for it, the talk screen'll come up clean. Just make sure you hit the glutes, that's the sweet spot for absorption. Tom arched an eyebrow. Why there? Big muscle group, the doctor shrugged. Gives the drug time to work before the victim realizes what's happening. The casualness of the explanation hung in the air like the scent of antiseptic in a morgue. When bodies are prepared for autopsy, they're typically positioned face up to allow for organ removal, making it unlikely anyone would inspect the backside. The injection system leaves a subtle mark, but it's nearly invisible unless someone knows exactly where to look. Even drug users avoid injecting in that spot. The result mimics a sudden cardiac event, something that occurs daily, rare but not unheard of, especially with conditions like tachycardia. The modified insulin pen is a clever disguise, functioning as both a writing tool and a delivery device. A simple twist swaps the ink cartridge for the drug reservoir, and a compressed gas mechanism administers the lethal dose. The victim might feel a slight sting, no worse than a mosquito bite, but within 90 seconds, any reaction would be irrelevant. Most would just brush it off without a second thought. Davis examined the innocuous-looking pen, its design slightly bulky, like something a grade schooler might use after graduating from crayons. The method was straightforward: approach the target, make a quick reverse stab, and walk away. A backup observer would watch the target collapse, perhaps feign concern, then vanish before authorities arrived. If they called an ambulance, even better, it ensured the body would be processed through proper medical channels. Tom nodded in approval. "I like it, Jerry." Dr. Pasternak, a Columbia University anesthesiology professor, assured them the drug would break down too quickly for detection. Succinylcholine, composed of 2 acetylcholine molecules, is rapidly metabolized by the body's enzymes, leaving no trace. The real challenge was administering it discreetly if they could get the target into a clinic. Potassium chloride would be simpler, but an IV mark would raise suspicion. "There are plenty of ways to do this," Pasternak explained. "I chose one that's practical for amateurs. Even a top pathologist might struggle to pinpoint the cause, and that uncertainty would eat at them." The best in the field, Rich Richards, admitted it'd be nearly impossible to detect, even with advance warning. Variables like diet, temperature, and individual biochemistry all play a role. Try this in freezing Moscow winter, and the enzymes might not even activate properly. Henley smirked. "So, no hits in January?" Pasternak chuckled. Science was Henley's weak spot, but the doctor's confidence was undeniable after all. I'd already trusted him with their darkest secrets. The doctor's tone was clinical yet chilling. "That's right. Minneapolis, too." Davis pressed a painful way to go. Pasternak gave a grim nod. "Extremely unpleasant." When Henley asked if it was reversible, the physician shook his head. "Once succinylcholine enters the bloodstream, it's game over. Sure, you could theoretically hook someone to a ventilator until their system processes the toxin. I've seen it attempted with Pavulon in surgery, but survival odds are worse than winning the lottery twice. People have lived through bullets to the brain, but let's not bet on those odds." Davis leaned forward. "How precise does the injection need to be?" Pasternak shrugged. "Just a firm jab enough to pierce clothing. A heavy winter coat might complicate things due to needle length, but standard office attire? No issue." Henley cut in. "Any chance of immunity?" The doctor scoffed. "1 in a billion. This isn't a superhero movie." "And noise?" Davis asked. Pasternak mimed a casual flick of his wrist. "Like a bee sting, startling, not scream-worthy. The target might glance around, confused, maybe rub the spot before taking 10 steps and collapsing. Your operative just walks away, no need to sprint." Davis exhaled sharply. "So fast, deadly, and untraceable." "Bingo," Pasternak confirmed. The CIA man's fingers drummed the table. "The Xavler Tavitrifers Freenisser." Pasternak unscrewed the barrel with practiced ease. "Disassemble. Refill the drug via syringe. Swap the gas cartridge. These tiny capsules are the only tricky part. Toss the spent one. Pop in a fresh one coated with adhesive so you don't fumble it. Screw it back together, and the internal spike primes the system." He held up the reassembled device. "Mistake-proof, unless you're dumb enough to inject yourself. Carry insulin syringes, as cover diabetic IDs work globally, and no one questions them." Davis whistled. "What else could this deliver?" Pasternak's mouth twisted. "Botulinum toxin, same lethality, but it leaves a paper trail in autopsies. Sure, clinics use micrograms for wrinkles, but overdo it, and your face forgets how to smile. Not my specialty, but I'd call that a downgrade. His voice turned icy. Plenty of poisons kill. What makes this special? Speed and stealth. A knife to the brainstem works too, but why bother when it's suppressed? Starp to sec, is ist? This. Looks like cardiac arrest. Flawless. The room temperature seemed to drop as he finished, his words leaving frost in the air. Richard, Henley remarked with a nod of approval, you've more than earned your pay on this job. The anesthesiology professor glanced at his watch as he stood. No charge, Senator. Consider it for my brother. Just reach out if you need me again. I've got a train to New York to catch. Once the door closed behind him, Tom Davis let out a low whistle. Damn. Never realized doctors could be so creative with their thinking. Henley lifted a small package from his desk, examining its contents. 10 sleek pens, each accompanied by detailed instructions, a sealed bag of gas capsules, 20 vials of succinylcholine, and a handful of disposable syringes. Must have been close with his brother, he mused. Davis raised an eyebrow. You knew him? Yeah. Bernard Sharp as they come. Harvard business, brilliant trader. Worked up on the 97th floor of the North Tower. Left behind a fortune, but at least his family's set for life. Davis exhaled, shaking off a chill. Rich is one hell of an ally to have. Henley smirked. That he is. The drive should have been relaxing clear skies, open roads stretching northeast. Instead, Mustafa gritted his teeth as Rafi and Zaher's endless whining from the back seat grated on his nerves. Are we there yet? They'll zone through, Webb. He white-knuckled the wheel, fantasizing about pulling over and silencing them permanently. Sure, the back seat wasn't comfortable, but he was the one navigating this damn car. Sucking in a breath, he forced himself to relax. 4 hours. That's all that stood between them and their destination. A blink compared to their cross-continent haul. He caught himself comparing this to the prophet's journey. Don't be an idiot. The only thing he cared about now was a hot shower and uninterrupted sleep. You ervore kisterkaftati. He repeated it like a mantra as Abdullah snored beside him. The campus cafeteria buzzed with the usual lunch crowd. Today's spread courtesy of a Baltimore deli. Jack snagged a corned beef on a Kaiser roll, decent, though not quite New York tier. Cream soda and Utz chips completed the meal. A nod to his dad's insistence on local favorites. Scanning the room, he spotted Dave Cunningham, hunched over a sandwich. Mind if I join you? Jack slid into the seat. Knock yourself out, Dave said between bites. How's the number crunching life? Thrilling, Dave deadpanned, then cracked a grin. Seriously, the access we've got into those European banks. If Doya this, they'd clean house too bad it'd never hold up in court. Jack chuckled. Now, yes. The Constitution, ruining perfectly good surveillance in 1787. Dave nearly spat out his egg salad. Don't even. FBI plays fast and loose sometimes, but it's always within the rules. Mostly. He wiped his mouth. You know Pat Martin. Your dad respects him. Honest and razor sharp. Should have been a judge years ago. Jack leaned back in his chair, swirling the last of his cream soda. Honest lawyers. They belong right where the paychecks are small, he mused. Not that he could complain his own salary at the campus dwarfed anything a government employee could dream of. Entry level or not, the numbers were impressive. His father had always argued there was nothing noble about being broke. He'd even joked about slashing politicians' salaries to zero, forcing them to understand real work. But in the end, he dropped the idea, realizing it would just make them easier targets for bribes. The accountant chimed in with a dry laugh. You'd be shocked how cheap it is to buy a congressman. The smaller the bribe, the harder it is to spot, like trying to find a needle in a haystack from 30,000 feet. Dave shifted the conversation to their real concern, Sally. The guy had expensive tastes, no doubt. A flashy car, though completely impractical for London's congested streets and sky-high gas prices. Mostly takes cabs, though, Dave pointed out. Betty tirplidits come at a tam. Parking in the financial district costs a fortune, and London cabs are top-notch. Jack nodded, recalling his own trips there. Great city, great people, though. Traveling with a Secret Service detail probably skewed his experience. Then came the real shocker. Sally wasn't just rich, he was billionaire rich. 4 or 5 billion, to be exact. Jack nearly choked on his drink. That much. Nate, he managed. Dave smirked. Golden rule, kid. Money talks. Sully's got access to serious cash, but his father keeps him on a tight leash. He's only playing with a fraction of it, probably to keep him from doing something stupid. And stupid was a real possibility. Sully had all the makings of a spoiled rich kid, lavish spending, questionable choices, and a habit of following his impulses. But there was something else, too. He was careful. Too careful. Paying cash for things he could easily charge, keeping certain transactions off the books. He's hiding something, Dave concluded. Maybe just practicing for bigger games. Kid's got potential, but he's still green. No training, no patience, just a whole lot of money and ambition. Jack exhaled. He should have seen it sooner. Next time, he'd dig deeper. No detail was too small. One crucial lesson stood out. No detail was too insignificant to examine. What kind of man was this? How did he perceive reality, and what did he hope to reshape? His father had drilled into him the necessity of seeing the world through an opponent's eyes, of slipping into their mind to grasp their perspective. Sully was undeniably driven by his desires, particularly when it came to women, but was that all? Were the escorts just about pleasure, or was there a deeper game, a way to undermine the enemy? To the Islamic world, America and Britain blurred into a single adversary. Shared language, shared arrogance, and an undeniably intertwined military. That was a detail worth pondering. Never assume without first stepping into the other man's shoes. Not a bad takeaway for a midday reflection. The landscape shifted as Roanoke faded behind them. I-81 stretched ahead, flanked by undulating green hills dotted with dairy farms, their black and white cows grazing lazily. Highway signs pointed to routes that led nowhere useful, while quaint white churches punctuated the scenery. School buses rumbled past, but no patrol cars, though he'd heard some states used unmarked vehicles, maybe with extra antennas. The thought of cops in cowboy hats almost made him smirk. That would have been absurd, even in cattle country. His mind drifted to the Quran, the cow, the second surah. When commanded to sacrifice, questions were irrelevant. Not old, not young, just a cow worthy of Allah. Weren't all offerings acceptable if made with humility? A Dan, of course. And what greater sacrifice than the blood of infidels? A sign for I-64 flashed by westbound, the wrong direction. East was the goal, through the looming mountains. Mustafa shut his eyes, retracing the map burned into his memory. North first, then east. But that been sifta. Meanwhile, Brian's worn-out shoes sparked a debate. Those things are hanging by a thread, Dominic remarked. Yeah. I ran my best mile in these, Brian shot back, nostalgia in his voice. Dominic wasn't convinced. Next sprint, they'll disintegrate and take your ankle with them. A dollar bet was hastily made, sealed with a handshake. Alexander chimed in, "They look like they've been through a war." Brian rolled his eyes. "You gonna mom me about my t-shirts next?" Dominic grinned. "Give him a month. They'll implode." The banter turned competitive when Brian bragged about outshooting him earlier. "Beginner's luck," Dominic scoffed. "Double or nothing." Another handshake, another wager. "I could retire on your ego," Dominic joked before shifting focus to dinner. Veal piccata his weakness. The local butcher had prime cuts. A shame for the calf, but that wasn't on his conscience. Back on the road, I-64's eastbound exit finally appeared. Fatigue tugged at Mustafa, but he refused to hand over the wheel. Just one more hour. The climb through the mountain pass revealed a stunning valley below, sunlight glinting off rolling fields. A scenic overlook beckoned, but time wasn't a luxury they had. Paradise would have to wait. The drive's gradual descent seemed to mirror their shifting spirits, lifting the weight from their shoulders as the miles dwindled. With less than 60 minutes remaining, Mustafa lit a cigarette, a small reward for their punctuality. In the rear seats, Rafi and Zuhair stirred awake, their eyes tracing the passing landscape, knowing these might be their final moments of quiet observation. A single day of rest and preparation lay ahead, time to sync with their 3 other selves through encrypted messages before executing their divine task. It's to, after that, eternal peace in the arms of the Almighty. The thought warmed him like sunlight. Their arrival at the roadside motel just off Interstate 64 was underwhelming after the grueling cross-country haul. The Holiday Inn Express stood unremarkable but serviceable, flanked by a Roy Rogers and a Dunkin' Donuts within easy walking distance. Mustafa booked 2 adjoining rooms with his prepaid visa, the funds untraceable back to the Liechtenstein account. Exploration could wait. Exhaustion had settled deep into their bones. He parked outside their ground floor rooms, killed the engine, and watched as Rafi and Zuhair hauled their sparse luggage inside, the real cargo concealed beneath. 4 compact submachine guns, swaddled in threadbare blankets. "Home sweet home," Mustafa muttered, stepping into the sterile, budget-friendly space, a far cry from the upscale accommodations they'd grown used to. Twin beds, a basic bathroom, and a grainy TV set. The connecting door yawned open as he collapsed onto his mattress, relishing the solitude. But discipline couldn't wait. "Keep the weapons out of sight. Curtains closed, no mistakes now," he warned, voice sharp. "This city's cops aren't idiots. Paradise comes on our terms, not because of carelessness." Rafi unrolled his prayer mat, glancing at Mustafa. "Which way to Mecca?" Mustafa hesitated, mentally tracing an invisible arc southeast, past the sprawl of North Africa, toward the sacred Kaaba. He pointed. Rafi knelt, murmuring verses, late but devout. Mustafa whispered his own plea for forgiveness. Surely the merciful would understand exhaustion wasn't rebellion. Next door, Abdullah finished his prayers and booted up his laptop, dialing into a secure server. 3 encrypted messages blinked on screen. He downloaded them, then severed the connection 15 seconds online, just as protocol demanded. What he didn't know: the NSA had already cracked one of their aliases. His inbox pinged as Saeed's team checked in from Colorado Springs, Sabawi from Des Moines. Mehdi from Provo, all oblivious to the digital net tightening around them. Both teams were fully prepped and waiting for the green light, with less than a day and a half until mission launch. Mustafa handled the coded response, just 2 numbers, 92, referencing a specific verse from the Quran's 2nd chapter. No rallying war chant, just quiet conviction. Translation: move forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, Brian and Dominic lounged in front of the TV, half watching a History Channel special on Hitler's reign. You'd think after decades of documentaries, there'd be nothing left to uncover, but researchers kept digging, especially with all those meticulously preserved Nazi records stashed in the Harz Mountain caves. "What's your take on all this?" Dominic asked, swirling his wine. Brian shrugged. "One well-placed bullet could have saved millions. Too bad nobody's got a crystal ball. Hell, even fortune tellers didn't see Hitler coming, and he wiped out plenty of them." Dominic smirked. Funny thing, Hitler barely had security. One SS grunt guarding his Berlin apartment. Walk in, pop the guy, take the stairs, boom. World saved. Brian raised an eyebrow. "You serious?" "Dead serious. Secret Service teaches that at Quantico." Dude was cocky, thought he was untouchable. Meanwhile, presidents got taken out by guys with handkerchiefs over their hands. Different times. Still, Brian mused, I'd rather take my shot from 500 yards. No need to play hero. Dominic laughed. No guts, no glory, man. No paychecks worth a suicide run, Brian shot back. Those Middle East bombers. Different playbook. Sister Frances Mary drilled it into us. Suicide's a one-way ticket downstairs. Dominic grinned. She loved you. Probably because you weren't a troublemaker like me. Marine sergeants fixed that real quick. Nobody crossed Gunny Sullivan, not even the brass. Brian's gaze drifted back to the screen. Sometimes one bullet does change history. Too bad the guys who tried whiffed it. Classic FBI lesson, Dominic said. Never assume. If it's worth shooting once, shoot twice. Amen, Brian agreed. Elsewhere, Jack Ryan Jr. woke up to NPR bracing for bad news. Too much intel without context. Did that turned every headline into a looming disaster. Though his knowledge was limited, what he did understand left him deeply unsettled. His focus had narrowed in on Uda bin Salih, likely because Salih was the only operative he had any real intel on. And that intel came from his own case file. Cracking Salih's motives wasn't just a job, it was his ticket to staying employed. The realization hit him like a bucket of ice water. Failure here might mean handing in his badge. Not exactly the career trajectory he'd imagined when he walked out of Georgetown with his diploma. His old man had taken nearly a decade after Boston College to find his footing meanwhile. Here he was, barely a year into the game, already questioning if he had what it took. The campus didn't coddle rookies. Even the office assistants had more life experience than he did. That stung. Salih wasn't just another assignment, he was a make-or-break test. Had Tony Wills already pieced it all together, leaving him to chase cold leads? Or was the real challenge selling his own conclusions once he had them? Heavy thoughts for a guy staring into a bathroom mirror, electric razor buzzing in his hand. This wasn't academia anymore. Flunking here didn't mean a bad grade, it meant a dead-end career. Not exactly life or death, but close enough to kill his morning appetite. Meanwhile, Zuhair trudged up the hill, balancing 24 glazed donuts and 4 steaming coffees. America baffled him, a land of staggering wealth, endless highways, and towering forests, all wasted on infidels. And yet here he was, sipping their coffee, devouring their sugar-laced pastries. The irony wasn't lost on him. If there was any divine plan at work, it wasn't for mortals to question, only to obey. Back at the motel, both TVs blared CNN, the so-called global network with its unmistakable bias. What a shame Americans ignored Al Jazeera. The one outlet that spoke to the Arab world, though even it had started reeking of Western influence. Eat, Zuhair announced, tossing a box to Mustafa, who blinked awake after 11 hours of thunderous snoring. "How would you sleep?" Abdullah asked. "Like the dead," Mustafa grunted, seizing the largest coffee and demolishing a maple donut in 2 bites. His bleary eyes flicked to the screen, where footage showed Israeli police gunning down another would-be martyr before he could detonate. "Dumbass," Brian muttered. "How do you screw up pulling a string?" "Bet they've got moles inside Hamas tipping them off," Dominic mused. "This has to be a top priority of cops, intel, the whole circus. They torture suspects, right?" Dominic hesitated. "Technically, their courts oversee it, but yeah, they play rougher than we do." "Does it even work?" Academy Debates 101. Hold a knife to a guy's junk, and he'll sing, but who wants to be the guy holding the knife? Sure, in theory it's darkly hilarious. But in practice, not so much. Plus, how much intel's even reliable? A desperate man will say anything to make the pain stop. Lies come easy when you're scared. But hey, not our problem. Thanks, Constitution. Threatening suspects with harsh prison time and yelling might get you somewhere. But there are limits even interrogators won't push past. They still talk. Most do. Interrogation's a skill some guys have a real talent for it. I never got the hang of it myself, but I've watched the pros work. The key? Play along with the creep, feed into their warped logic. Yeah, that kid totally had it coming, right? Makes your skin crawl later, but if it gets a confession, mission accomplished. Once they're locked up, trust me, inmates won't go easy on a guy like that. Prison justice isn't kind to child predators. I get it, Enzo. Maybe your buddy in Alabama was better off thanks to you. Dominic smirked. Depends on whether you think hell's real. He had his own opinions on that. Wills was already at his desk when Jack walked in, which was unusual. You're here before me for once. Wife's car's fixed finally. She's on kid duty today, Wills replied. Pull up the feed from Meade. Jack booted his computer, entered his encryption code, and scrolled through the latest interagency updates. At the top was a flash priority alert from NSA Fort Meade, sent to the CIA, FBI, and Homeland Security, something big enough that the president had probably been briefed already. Oddly, the message was just a string of numbers. And? Jack asked. Could be a Quranic reference, 11-14 chapters. Verses vary. But this one's nothing special. Take a look. Jack clicked through. That's it. Wills nodded. Exactly. But Meade thinks the blandness is the point. Spooks love hiding meaning in plain sight. Jack groaned. So, because it looks meaningless, it's suddenly critical? Tony, you could say that about a grocery list. What else do we have? Network traces. Location. Private European server. Global 800 numbers used by bad guys before. No way to pinpoint the sender. Great. So, we've got a maybe meaningless message from an unknown source, sent to who knows who, and everyone's panicking over it. What about the sender? Possible player, likely Arabic-speaking based on past comms. CIA's psych team agrees. This guy sent threats before timed with real-world attacks. Connected to that bomber in Israel. Doubt it. No Hamas links that we know of. Which means we know nothing. Wills sighed. Welcome to counterterrorism. Jack leaned back. How long were you at Langley again? Too long, Wills muttered. And you didn't lose your mind. The older analyst just shrugged. Some things you learn to live with. Jack leaned back in his chair, staring at his screen as he sifted through the morning's reports. A nagging thought crossed his mind. Had Sally been up to anything suspicious lately? Better to check, just to cover his bases. The realization hit him like a dull thud. He was thinking like a bureaucrat now, slipping into the role without even noticing. Meanwhile, Pete briefed the twins with a smirk. Tomorrow's exercise changes things. Rochelle's your target, but she'll be in disguise. Your job: spot her and follow her without tipping her off. Oh, and fair warning, she's a master at changing her look. Brian snorted. Let me guess, she's got an invisibility cloak this time. Close, Alexander deadpanned. Her mission's to disappear in plain sight. Dominic crossed his arms. So no X-ray vision goggles to help us out? Pete shook his head. Not a chance, even if we had them, which we don't. Real supportive, Dominic muttered. By 11, the team was moving. Their destination? Charlottesville Fashion Square Mall, a modest but upscale shopping hub just off Route 29, frequented by well-heeled locals and University of Virginia students. Anchored by JCPenney and Sears with Belk's sandwiched in between, it lacked a proper food court, an oversight that spoke volumes about the recon team's half-hearted effort. Mustafa surveyed the layout, unimpressed but undeterred. The central courtyard branched into 4 main corridors, and an information kiosk offered handy mall maps. His eyes locked onto a 6-pointed star on the diagram, a synagogue? His pulse quickened as he strode toward it, only to find the mall's security office instead. A lone guard in a light blue shirt lounged inside, unarmed but with a phone at the ready. An easy first obstacle. Circling back, Mustafa noted the strategic advantages. 3 main entrances, open sightlines from the central court, and shops with no barriers to the walkways. The crowd was thinner than he'd hoped, but 200 potential casualties wasn't nothing. And then he saw at the Disney store, a gleaming slice of American innocence. The irony wasn't lost on him. Rafi materialized beside him. Isby the Brew. Smaller than ideal, but the layout's perfect. Single level, no surprises, Mustafa murmured. Rafi grinned. Allah provides. Around them, shoppers meandered, mothers pushing strollers, couples browsing jewelry stores. Mustafa made a quick stop at Radio Shack, grabbing 4 handheld radios and batteries, paying in cash while the clerk prattled on about frequencies. Not the busiest target, but the local cops would complicate things soon enough. Life had a way of balancing bitter with sweet, and right now the scales tipped heavily toward the sweet side. The group of 4 grabbed warm pretzels from Auntie Anne's, strolling past JCPenney toward their car, the scent of cinnamon sugar lingering in the air. Later, over coffee and donuts in their motel, they dive into the real planning. Jerry Rounds, officially the head of strategic planning for the campus's white operations, had a background that read like a twist of fate. He could have been the next Wolf of Wall Street if he hadn't traded finance for intelligence. Joining the Air Force after graduating from the University of Pennsylvania, the military even footed the bill for his Wharton MBA. Before he made full bird colonel, a degree that now doubled as both a trophy and a cover for his trading ventures. Still, for all his smarts, he'd always been the unrated weenie in a service obsessed with pilots. No silver wings meant second-class status, no matter how many of them he could outthink in a single room. The campus changed that, giving him a role where his skills actually mattered. Henley's voice snapped him back to the present. What's up, Jerry? Langley and Fort Meade just lit up over something, Rounds replied, sliding a stack of papers across the table. Henley skimmed them, recognizing most of the intel. They tampers so. This time, they might be onto something, Rounds said. Message traffic from known players has dropped, and then this lands in our lab. I spent years at Dia chasing coincidences. This one's got teeth. Henley frowned. What's the response? Tighter airport security starting today. FBI's posting agents at key gates. No media leaks. Homeland's finally learning subtlety. You don't catch a rat by yelling you bait the trap and snap its neck. Hendley smirked. Or let the cat pounce. Rounds nodded. Exactly. Problem is, we're watching a storm roll in. No way to stop it, just brace for impact. How solid is our intel on the planners? Good on the messengers, shaky on the masterminds. But if the middlemen vanish, the big fish might surface, Henley finished. Especially if they don't see the storm coming. Hendley leaned forward. Biggest threat. FBI's betting on car bombs or a suicide vest, Israel style. But logistically, too many moving parts. Bombers need support, prep, motivation, too many failure points. Black Ops thrive on simplicity. How many targets are we talking? 6, give or take. The room fell silent, the weight of the unspoken settling between them. Outside, the distant hum of traffic reminded them the world kept turning, whether they were ready or not. Out of the list, 4 targets were the real deal, no joke. Can you pull their locations and background info? Just say the word. Make it Monday. No point wasting the weekend stressing over it. He had his motorcycle routes mapped out for both days. A man deserved a break now and then. You got it, boss. Rounds got up to leave, but paused at the door. Oh, almost forgot there's a guy in Morgan & Steele's bond division. Total scam artist. He's been gambling with client funds, roughly $150. That meant a cool $150 million of other people's cash. Anyone onto him yet? Nope, I sniffed him out myself. Met him in New York a couple months back, and something felt off. Started monitoring his computer activity. Want the details? Not our problem, Jerry. Yeah, I cut our ties to protect our assets, but I think he's getting ready to bolt probably a one-way ticket overseas. Somebody should check it out. Maybe Gus Werner. I'll consider it. Appreciate the tip. Dane Duria Tungbrisken. Rounds vanished down the hall. So we're supposed to get near her without tipping her off? Brian asked. That's the idea, Pete confirmed. How near? As near as possible. You mean near enough to put a bullet in her skull? The Marine pressed. Alexander chose his words carefully. Near enough to count her earrings. It wasn't a lie, Mrs. Peters wore her hair long enough to hide them. So, not a headshot, but a knife to the throat. Brian wasn't letting up. However you want to phrase it, Brian. Close enough to reach out and grab her, all right? Just making sure I get it, Brian muttered. Do we really need the fanny packs? Yes, Alexander lied. Brian was being difficult again. Since when did Marines get moral qualms? They'll make us stand out, Dominic argued. Then get creative. Blend in, the instructor snapped. When do we get the full story? Brian demanded. Soon. You keep saying that. Look, the highway back to North Carolina's always open. Thought about taking it, Brian shot back. It's Friday. Sleep on it this weekend. West be so fine. Brian backed off. The tension had spiked more than he'd intended. He didn't dislike Pete, it was the secrecy that grated, especially with a woman as the mark. Harming women wasn't in his code. Or kids, which was what had set his brother off, not that Brian blamed him. He wondered briefly if he'd have done the same. For a child? Probably. But he wasn't entirely sure. After dinner, the twins cleaned up, then parked themselves in front of the TV with drinks, flipping through the History Channel. A few states north, Jack Ryan Jr. Nursed a rum and coke, channel surfing between History and History International. pausing on a biography special about Stalin. The guy was ice cold, Junior thought. Forcing a friend to sign his own wife's arrest warrant? Basque brutal. How did someone so unremarkable command that kind of fear? What twisted power let him dominate his peers? His own father had held real authority, but never ruled through terror, never even considered it. Were men like Stalin still out there? May. Of course, human nature didn't change. The world might not glorify cruelty like ancient Rome, but the monsters were still there. The brutal spectacle of ancient gladiator games had conditioned people to find entertainment in violence and death. If Jack had the chance to travel back in time, he'd probably head straight to the Flavian amphitheater, not out of bloodlust, but sheer curiosity. He wanted to witness history firsthand, to understand a world both alien and strangely familiar. Sure, the sight might turn his stomach, but that wouldn't stop him. And he sure as hell wouldn't go alone. He'd drag a buddy along, just like when he learned to shoot with Mike Brennan. How many others would have done the same? Probably plenty. Men mostly. Women, but tifft prapit. They'd need a lifetime of conditioning to stomach that kind of carnage. But men, they grew up idolizing war movies and westerns, always wondering how they'd measure up in the heat of battle. Human nature hadn't changed much over the centuries. Society kept the worst impulses in check. Most people avoided actions that landed them in prison or on death row. But the primal urges still lurked beneath the surface, fed by books, movies, and late-night thoughts. Cops had it easier. They got to channel that aggression into taking down criminals, balancing justice with instinct. But some men didn't just control that darkness, they weaponized it. The failures ended up labeled as sociopaths. The successes, they ended up in power. Presidents, maybe. Where did that leave Jack Jr.? Legally an adult, but still wrestling with questions. Did growing up mean stopping the search for answers? Truth was slippery once you had it. What were you supposed to do with it? Maybe that was the next lesson. He had his father's hunger for knowledge, which explained why he was watching documentaries instead of mindless TV. Maybe he'd pick up a book on dictators, though historians always twisted facts to fit their biases. A shrink might help, but even they had their own blind spots. It frustrated him, falling asleep with more questions than answers. But maybe that was the point. Life wasn't about having all the answers. It was about the search. Meanwhile, in another world, men prayed in silence. Abdullah whispered verses from the Quran, while Mustafa recited them in his mind. Only the parts that steeled him for the mission ahead. No mercy. That was for Allah to decide. A stray thought crossed his mind. What if we survive? They had an escape plan west to Mexico, then home to a hero's welcome. Deep down, he doubted it would happen. But hope was stubborn, even when paradise called. The realization unsettled him. Was this doubt? No, just a fleeting moment of human weakness. Faith remained. The mission would go on. The words of the Shahada echoed silently in his mind. There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger, the core declaration of Islam that anchored his soul. He couldn't abandon his faith now, not after it had carried him across continents, guiding him to this moment where his devotion would be tested in the heart of enemy territory. His belief had shaped his entire existence, from the turbulence of his youth under his father's harsh discipline to this very mission, standing among those who mocked his religion and supported its adversaries. Here, he would prove his loyalty, likely with his life unless divine will intervened. After all, destiny was written by Allah's hand alone. The blaring alarm shattered the quiet at 5:55 a.m. Brian rapped on his brother's door. Rise and shine, G-Man. Sun's up, and we're burning daylight. Dominic's voice drifted down the hallway. Is that so? Beat you to it, Aldo. A rare victory. Then let's move, Enzo. Brian shot back, and they stepped outside. By 7:15, they were back, settling at the breakfast table. Brian took a slow sip of coffee. Damn good morning to be breathing. Dominic smirked. The Marines really did a number on you, huh? Nah, just endorphins doing their thing. Body's way of tricking itself into happiness. Alexander chuckled. You'll outgrow that. Ready for today's little adventure? Copy that, Sergeant Major, Brian grinned. We get to hunt down Michelle by lunch. Only if you can tail her without getting made. Would be easier in the woods. That's my specialty. Pete raised an eyebrow. Brian, what do you think we've been training for? Bedo. Oh, the Pivensand. Right. New shoes first, Dominic advised, eyeing Brian's battered sneakers canvas peeling from the soles, treads nearly gone. Yeah. These have seen better days. Brian sighed. He'd logged countless miles in them, and parting ways felt like ditching an old friend, something his wife never understood. Hit the mall early. Foot, lockers next to the stroller rental, Dom reminded him. Got it. So, Pete, any intel on Michelle? Fair question, Captain. Try Victoria's Secret, across from the gap. Get within 10 feet, undetected, you win. If she IDs you first, you lose. Dominic crossed his arms. Not exactly fair. She knows our builds. Real up, intel wouldn't be this precise. And I can't exactly rock heels, Brian added. Alexander snorted. You'd break an ankle in those legs? Not your best feature, Aldo. Since when was this job easy? Pete countered. Except we still don't even know what the hell the job is, Brian thought, but kept to himself. Fine. Adapt and overcome. Whoa, Dirty Harry, Dominic teased, finishing his McMuffin. In the Corps, he's practically honorary. Probably would have made a hell of a gunny. Especially with that. 44 Magnum. Loud as hell, kicks like a mule. Ever try an automag? Nope. Saw one in Quantico's locker, though. Everything's a beast, needs its own trailer. Bet it leaves a nice exit wound. Yeah, good luck concealing it unless you're built like a linebacker. Their fanny packs didn't exactly hide their pistols, just made carrying easier. Any cop would spot them instantly, though civilians rarely noticed. Both brothers carried a loaded sidearm and a spare mag today, per Pete's orders, just to up the challenge of tracking Michelle Peters unnoticed. Typical trainer mind games. The morning started early at the Holiday Inn Express, 5 miles from their destination. This wasn't just another day, it was the day they had prepared for. As a group, they unrolled their prayer mats and performed their final salat, each man silently steeling himself for what lay ahead. Zohar took extra care with his appearance, meticulously shaping his beard, wanting to look his best for what came next. Once ready, they realized they had hours to kill. Abdullah made a quick trip to Dunkin' Donuts, returning with coffee and a newspaper that passed between them as they smoked and waited. To an outsider, they might have looked like ordinary men killing time. But beneath the surface, tension coiled tighter with every sip of caffeine. Their hands trembled slightly, eyes darting between the TV and their watches, willing time to move faster. Meanwhile, at the campus, Jack leaned back in his chair, studying the data on his screen. What's got everyone so worked up? He asked Tony, who just smirked. Could be real, could be nothing. That's the fun part, you never really know until it's over. Jack chuckled. So we just wait and see if the world explodes. Tony nodded. Welcome to intelligence work, kid. Half the time, predictions are just educated guesses that turn out wrong. Your dad used to say the same thing sometimes. The smartest answer is admitting you don't know. Jack exhaled. Guess I've got a long way to go. Tony grinned. You're here, aren't you? That's a start. Dominic took the wheel as they cruised down the winding road into town. Brian cracked a joke about their surveillance target, lightening the mood for a moment. Park near Belg's, Brian suggested. Might as well look the part. Dominic smirked. Roger that, Captain Obvious. Back at the hotel, Rafi fidgeted, checking the time again. Mustafa finally gave the signal. Nin, pack up. Their weapons, carefully concealed in shopping bags, were ready unloaded, but prepped for quick assembly. Each man carried 12 magazines, taped in pairs for efficiency. The suppressors weren't for stealth so much as control, a trick Juan had taught them back in New Mexico to keep the recoil manageable. Zuhair and Abdullah loaded their belongings into the trunk of the rented Ford, the final step before moving out. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that made every second stretch unbearably. Soon, there'd be no turning back. Mustafa made a quick decision to stash the firearms alongside their other supplies. The 4 men grabbed their shopping bags and headed to the car, carefully arranging everything in the trunk. Without a second thought, Mustafa climbed into the driver's seat, the motel key still tucked in his pocket. The drive was short, their target loomed just ahead. They pulled into the northwest parking lot entrance near Belk's men's store, securing a spot close to the building. After killing the engine, Mustafa murmured a final prayer, and the others followed suit, stepping out to gather at the trunk. The distance to the entrance was minimal, barely 50 meters. Concealment was almost pointless, but Mustafa recalled the security desk, their first obstacle. To buy time, he instructed the group to keep their weapons hidden inside the shopping bags. With bags swinging from their left hands, they moved toward the entrance. It was Friday, not as crowded as a weekend, but enough foot traffic to blend in. Inside, they passed a bustling LensCrafters. Most of those shoppers would likely escape unharmed, a small mercy. Their real objective lay deeper in the mall. Meanwhile, Brian and Dominic browsed Foot Locker, unimpressed by the selection. The nearby Stride Right was useless kids' shoes, only so they turned right, eyeing American Eagle Outfitters for something sturdier, maybe leather high tops for better ankle support. Mustafa veered left, scanning the area as he passed toy stores and clothing shops. The center court was packed, maybe 100 people milling about. KB Toys suggested the rest of the mall would be just as busy. He strode past Sunglass Hut, then turned right toward the security office, conveniently placed near the restrooms. All 4 men ducked into the men's room together. A few shoppers glanced their way. 4 men of similar foreign appearance stood out, but in a mall, oddities were commonplace. Inside, they assembled their weapons with practiced efficiency, loading magazines and checking suppressors. Mustafa and Rafi opted to forgo silencers, preferring the raw sound of gunfire. Ready? Mustafa asked. Nods answered him. Then we feast in paradise. Take your positions. When I fire first, you begin. Across the mall, Brian tugged on a pair of low-top leather boots, admiring the fit. Not Marine Corps standard, but comfortable. Not bad, he muttered. The clerk offered to box them up, but Brian shook his head. I'll wear them out. He handed over his worn-out Nikes and followed her to the register. Mustafa checked his watch. 2 minutes for his team to get into position. Rafi, Zuhair, and Abdullah moved through the main concourse, weapons low, unnoticed by shoppers absorbed in their own worlds. As the second hand hit 12, Mustafa took a breath and stepped out of the restroom. The security guard, engrossed in a magazine, barely registered the shadow on his desk before looking up into Mustafa's face. Can I help you, sir? He asked politely. The reply was a roar. Allahu Akbar. And then the Ingram spat fire. Mustafa squeezed the trigger for only a moment, yet in that split second, 9 rounds tore through the man's chest. The sheer force sent him stumbling back before he collapsed lifelessly onto the polished floor. What the hell just happened? Brian blurted to his brother, the only one close enough to hear, as every head in the vicinity snapped toward the commotion. Rafi, positioned just 25 feet to their right, reacted instantly to the gunfire. Dropping into a combat stance, he raised his Ingram and pivoted toward the Victoria's Secret store. The sight of women browsing what he deemed indecent clothing filled him with contempt. Maybe some would be rewarded in paradise for their sins. Without hesitation, he unleashed a deafening barrage, the gun roaring like an unending chain of firecrackers. 3 women crumpled instantly, while others froze in shock, their minds refusing to process the horror. Rafi scowled as he realized most of his shots had gone wild, the recoil sending bullets into the ceiling. Fumbling with the empty chamber, he ejected the spent magazine and reloaded, scanning for new targets as panic erupted around him. Damn it. Brian swore under his breath, his mind racing. This wasn't some Wild West showdown. There was no time for hesitation. Dominic wasted no time, yanking open his fanny pack and gripping his Smith & Wesson. "Watch my back," he barked. The shooter, oblivious just beyond a jewelry kiosk, never saw Dominic drop to one knee and fire 2 precise shots into his spine, followed by a third to the base of his skull. The man dropped like a sack of bricks, blood spraying from the final impact. Dominic lunged forward, kicking the weapon aside, his stomach twisting as he spotted extra magazines in the dead man's pockets. Before he could process it, another volley of gunfire erupted nearby. "More of them, Enzo," Brian warned, his Beretta drawn. "This one's done." "What's the play?" "Stick close and cover me." Dominic snapped. Meanwhile, Mustafa stormed into a discount jewelry store, his weapon already leveled. 6 women employees and customers stood frozen in terror. He fired from the hip, emptying his magazine in a ruthless sweep, watching with grim satisfaction as they fell. Reloading swiftly, he chambered another round, his focus razor-sharp. The brothers moved west in tandem, Dominic leading, Brian a step behind, their training overriding the chaos. Screams and gunfire echoed through the mall, civilians sprinting blindly toward exits, some collapsing mid-run. The twins barely registered the fallen. There was no time for pity. Their eyes locked onto a new threat, a gunman spraying bullets into another jewelry store. "Moving right," Brian muttered, ducking low as he advanced. It merely cost him his life. Zohair stood frozen outside Claire's boutique, the weight of his empty magazine hitting him a second too late. He'd just unloaded every round into the storefront, and now hesitation crept in. Swinging left, he spotted a figure clutching a pistol. Instinct took over. He raised his weapon, fired twice, but the clicks that followed told him he was out. Cursing under his breath, he ejected the spent mag, flipped it, and slammed it back in. By the time he looked up, the man had vanished. No time to wonder. He pivoted and strode into Belk's, his boots tapping a steady rhythm against the tile. Meanwhile, Brian crouched behind the Soonglass hut, his Beretta tight in his grip. A flicker of movement left. He fired once, the shot grazing air as his target ducked. Damn it. He rose, steadied his stance, and unleashed 4 rounds in quick succession. This time, they found their mark center mass just below the shoulders. Mustafa barely registered the hits. Adrenaline numbed the pain, but the sudden taste of copper in his mouth shocked him. He tried to pivot, but his body refused. His legs buckled and he collapsed onto his back, gasping for air that wouldn't come. Confusion flashed. Why couldn't he move? Dominic didn't wait for answers. His Smith & Wesson barked twice, the first round striking Mustafa's weapon, the second punching into his chest. Yet the man kept coming, clutching his ruined gun like a club. Dominic sidestepped, swinging his pistol like a hammer into the attacker's face. The crack of bone was satisfying, but there was no time to savor it. More gunfire echoed ahead. Mustafa's vision swam. The bullets hadn't hurt, but the blow to his face? That stung. He tried to roll, to fight, but his body was betraying him. His left side was dead weight, his breath ragged. "Two down," Brian muttered, scanning the chaos. The screams had dulled, but the gunfire had shifted sharper, more controlled. Across the mall, Abdullah moved like a shadow through Sam Goody's, his suppressed weapon humming. The students' faces twisted in disbelief, frozen for that fatal second before panic took over. He almost laughed. They scrambled, but the store was a dead end. His shots picked them off as they fled, backs turned, nowhere to hide. The first magazine emptied too fast. He reloaded smoothly, the bolt snapping home with practiced ease. The racks of CDs offered no cover, just a shooting gallery. His grin widened. This was too easy. The store's back wall had a mirror, and in its reflection, Dominic caught a glimpse of movement. Jesus, another one. He muttered, bracing himself. Brian quickly repositioned near the entrance, pressing against the wall as he raised his Beretta. The cramped space made it a nightmare for a right-handed shooter, either fire with his weaker hand, something he hadn't drilled enough, or risk exposing himself to enemy fire. But instinct kicked in, and without hesitation he shifted left, gripping the pistol with both hands. Abdullah spotted him, lips curling into a grin as he tried to shoulder his weapon. Brian didn't give him the chance. Two precise shots struck the man's chest, but when he didn't drop, Brian unloaded the rest of his magazine. Over a dozen rounds tore into Abdullah's body. Abdullah staggered under the barrage, his limbs jerking uncontrollably. He squeezed off wild shots, missing entirely before collapsing forward, his body betraying him. Brian ejected the spent mag, grabbed a fresh one from his waist pack, and reloaded with practiced efficiency. The guy was still twitching unacceptable. Brian strode over, kicked the rifle away, and delivered a single brutal shot to the back of the skull. The impact sent gore splattering across the tile. "Jesus, Aldo!" Dominic shouted, rushing to his brother's side. "We've got at least one more out there. I'm down to my last mag." Brian exhaled sharply. "D4, same here." The scene around them was chaos. Most of the wounded were still alive, their moans mixing with the metallic stench of blood pooling like spilled paint. A toddler stood trembling over her mother's body, tiny arms fluttering helplessly. Brian clenched his jaw, no time to help. He wished Pete Randall, their skilled medic, were nearby, but even he'd be drowning in this nightmare. The sharp staccato of a suppressed submachine gun echoed from Belk's women's section. The sound was unmistakable, nothing else mimicked that mechanical chatter. They split up, flanking the corridor past the coffee beanery and Bostonian shoes. Inside Belk's, the perfume counters were a massacre. 6 women down near the fragrance displays, 3 more by makeup. Some were clearly gone, others writhed, pleading for help they couldn't afford to give. The gunfire had stopped. Brass casings littered the floor 9mm by the look of it. The terrorist had left a trail of destruction, shattering mirrors as he sprayed bullets indiscriminately. Dominic analyzed the pattern. The guy had entered, opened fire on the first cluster of victims, then veered left, hunting for more. Probably acting alone. Brian's mind narrowed to a single focus. "Where are you, you bastard?" To him, the shooter wasn't a person, just a threat to be eliminated. Meanwhile, Zuhair felt his adrenaline wane, the thrill of chaos fading into something colder. The man had known few women intimately, Yet today alone, he'd ended more female lives than he'd ever touched with affection. Strangely, in this moment, both acts carried equal weight in his twisted mind, a realization that brought him deep satisfaction. The earlier gunfire had barely registered. Even his own weapon's roar faded into background noise as he focused on his grim work. Their terrified expressions when they spotted him with that machine gun, the way their faces contorted when lead tore through flesh, these images played like a favorite song in his head. Now, with only 2 magazine pairs left, one loaded, one in reserve, the sudden quiet felt unnatural. No living women remained nearby, though some wounded still whimpered and crawled. That wouldn't do. Zohar's boots scuffed against concrete as he approached a dark-haired woman in scarlet pants that reminded him of a cheap brothel. "Too bad, sweetheart," he sneered in accented English, leveling his Ingram. "Don't worry, I'll send you straight to Allah's arms." He meant to fire a single shot, but the temperamental weapon spat 3 rounds point-blank instead. Brian's vision tunneled. The Marine erupted from cover, Beretta blazing. "Rot in hell," he roared, squeezing off 14 rounds in controlled fury. 3. Found their mark, 1 gut, 1 center mass, and Zuhair staggered like he'd been kicked between the legs. The terrorist fumbled with his suddenly leaden weapon, blood bubbling at his lips as Brian advanced with Quantico precision, weaving between overturned market stalls. Then Zuhair did something unexpected, he smiled. Standing tall despite the wounds, he locked eyes with Brian and rasped, "Allahu Akbar." "Dia, Tharprenua Samad." "Well, enjoy the virgins," Brian growled, putting a final round between those smiling eyes. He snatched up the Ingram, its barrel still smoking, as Dominic's voice cut through the adrenaline haze. "Clear it and move." "Escalator now." The brothers ascended warily, the mechanical stairs humming beneath them like some cruel joke. Upstairs, terrified shoppers cowered behind perfume counters. "They're revving nigh." Dominic barked, scanning for threats. A chorus of shaky affirmatives answered. "Police incoming." Brian muttered, flexing his shooting hand. His knuckles ached. He hadn't realized he'd been clenching them. The escalator's relentless motion beneath his boots felt surreal, like the whole damn mall was refusing to acknowledge the carnage below. The twins waited at the top of the escalators, scanning the chaos below. "Stay put until backup arrives," one muttered. Moving from the ascending to the descending staircase, they confirmed the shooters hadn't reached this level. The descent was a nightmare. Blood streaked across the tile in crimson trails from the perfume counters to designer purses. Wounded shoppers moaned in agony, but the brothers had no time to play hero. Dominic guided his sibling through the wreckage toward the main hall. He veered left, checking the first attacker he'd taken down. No pulse. The final bullet had exited through the man's eye socket, leaving no doubt. That left just 1 terrorist unaccounted for, if he was still breathing. Against the odds, he was. Mustafa lay twitching, his body failing as blood loss sabotaged every command from his brain. His vision blurred as he stared upward, detached from the pain. "Got a name?" Dominic demanded, though he didn't expect an answer. The guy was fading fast. A glance over his shoulder confirmed his brother had vanished. "Maeftas Castellethan." No reply. Meanwhile, Brian had ducked into Legends, a sports store, and emerged with a grim trophy. He rejoined Dominic just as the interrogation stalled. Kneeling in the spreading pool of blood, Brian smirked at the dying man. "Brought you a parting gift," he said, pressing a football into Mustafa's limp hands. The terrorist's eyes widened in dawning horror as he recognized the material. "Pigskin," Brian hissed. "Straight from Iowa. Enjoy the ride to hell." The man's feeble struggle was pathetic. Brian held firm until the light left his eyes. Seriously, Dominic muttered. Later, Brian snapped. They sprinted back toward the epicenter of carnage. Dozens of women lay bleeding, some conscious, others barely clinging to life. Find a damn drugstore bandages, anything. Brian barked before dropping beside a woman in her 30s, her blouse soaked crimson. A quick assessment, lung-grazed but stable. You'll make it, he promised as she clutched his sleeve. Others need me worse. Nearby, a small boy whimpered, 3 bullet wounds peppering his tiny back. Brian flipped him gently. David, right? Tight, buddy. The kid's fear for his missing mother cut deeper than his own injuries. Dominic returned empty-handed. No pharmacy. Then grab shirts. Now. Brian roared, and his brother vanished into the nearest store. The clock was ticking, and the mall's echoes carried too many unanswered cries. Brian emerged moments later, arms loaded with logo-covered sweatshirts, just as the first police officer arrived, weapon drawn. Police? The cop barked. Get over here now. Brian shouted back, his voice raw with urgency. The officer took only seconds to close the distance. Holster your weapon, the threat's neutralized, Brian said, forcing calm into his voice. We need every ambulance in the city, and the hospital needs a heads up. This is a mass casualty event. You got medical supplies in your squad car? The cop kept his gun raised. Identify yourself. FBI? Dominic cut in from behind, flashing his badge. The shooting's over, but we've got bodies everywhere. Call your precinct, call the bureau, call everyone move. Officer Steve Barlow, like most cops, had his Motorola radio clipped to his shoulder. His voice cracked as he called for reinforcements and MTs. Brian shifted focus to the boy, cradle against his chest. Right then, David Prentice was all that mattered. But the damage was invisible, multiple chest wounds, each breath a struggle. Easy, David. How bad is the pain? The kid's whisper was barely audible, real bad. His skin had gone ghostly. Brian laid him on the piercing pagoda counter, scanning for anything useful, just cotton balls. He packed them into the wounds, but the internal bleeding was worse. Without immediate intervention, David would drown in his own blood. Jesus. Michelle Peters appeared, gripping the hand of a shell-shocked girl. Michelle, if you know first aid, pick someone and help, Brian snapped. She grabbed cotton balls and drifted off. Useless. Brian turned back to David. Hey, kid, know what I am? David's glassy eyes flickered. No. I'm a Marine. Know what that means? Like, a soldier? Brian's gut twisted. Not this one. Please. Better than soldiers. Marines are the best of the best. Maybe you'll be one someday. Oop. Bad guys? David rasped. Damn right, Dave. Cool, the boy murmured, then his eyes shut. David. Stay with me. Brian checked for a pulse. Nothing. The fire crew stormed in, gear clattering. One took David's body, glanced at it, and set it aside without a word. Brian stood frozen, his shirt soaked in blood. Enzo lingered nearby, silent, as volunteers swarmed the scene. Together, they stepped outside into the blinding noon sun. The whole nightmare had lasted less than 10 minutes. Brian felt the weight of the moment settle in this. It wasn't just a skirmish. It was a brutal snapshot of war. Lives had been erased in seconds, the kind of violence that should have taken decades to unfold. His pistol was tucked back into his waist pack, the empty magazine likely still lying somewhere in the wreckage of the music store. The whole thing had felt like getting yanked into a nightmare whirlwind, except there was no technicolor fantasy waiting on the other side. Just the same old Virginia, now stained with blood and chaos. A police captain approached, his face tight with disbelief. "Who the hell are you people?" Dominic flashed his FBI badge, cutting off further questions. "Terrorists," he said flatly. "4 of them. They're all down now." The captain's eyes flicked to the blood smeared on Brian's shirt. "You hit." Brian shook his head. "Not me. But there's a lot of people in there who weren't so lucky." The captain exhaled, staring at the mall entrance like it was the mouth of a cave. "What were you even doing here?" "Shopping for sneakers," Brian muttered, the bitterness sharp in his voice. The cop let out a dry laugh. "Mo kidding." He hesitated, as if stepping inside would make it all real. Dominic took charge. "Lock down the area. Run every plate. Check the shooters for IDs. You know the procedure. Who's your local SAC?" "Just a resident agent. Richmond's the closest field office. SAC Mills is on his way." "Jimmy Mills. Good. Bureau's gonna flood this place. For now, secure the scene and get those wounded out. It's a slaughterhouse in there." The captain nodded grimly before vanishing into the chaos. Dominic nudged Brian, and they slipped past the cops at the lot entrance, shotguns and all, before speeding off in his Mercedes. Back at the plantation, Alexander met them in the kitchen, the radio crackling in the background. "The news said Pete," Brian cut in. "Remember those doubts I've been having?" "Yeah, but what does that consider them gone?" "Looking permanently." Meanwhile, the media descended on Charlottesville like scavengers until the story exploded beyond Virginia. Reports poured in from Colorado Springs Citadel Mall, where 6 Air Force cadets lay dead. Then Provo, Utah, where a sharp-eyed police chief had preemptively flooded the shopping centers with patrols. A firefight erupted at Provo Town Center, leaving 2 cops wounded and 4 terrorists in body bags. Des Moines wasn't as lucky. Slow police response turned the mall into a killing field, 31 civilians dead alongside the attackers. And in Colorado, 2 surviving gunmen were pinned down in a store, with a SWAT team closing in and National Guard troops itching for payback. This wasn't just news anymore. It was a war. The operation unfolded over an hour, with weekend warriors unleashing overwhelming firepower, bolstered by smoke grenades, to eliminate 2 attackers, later identified as Middle Eastern extremists, in a blaze of chaos. By then, the entire nation was glued to their screens as news anchors in New York, and Atlanta scrambled to make sense of the situation, offering more speculation than facts. They cycled through the same fragmented details, dragging in so-called experts, who rambled with confidence but little substance. It was great for ratings, terrible for clarity. At the campus, work ground to a halt as staff crowded around TVs. "Jesus Christ, Jack Jr." muttered, echoing the stunned silence around him. For the intelligence team, the sting was sharper. They were supposed to see threats coming. Tony Wills cut through the tension with dry sarcasm. "Here's the kicker. If we don't have boots on the ground, we're flying blind unless the bad guys start texting their plans. But hey, why keep secrets when the media loves explaining our tricks to them? And let's not forget the White House geniuses who leak classified intel like they're handing out party favors. At this point, they might as well send the terrorists thank you notes." Predictably, the news cycle would soon erupt with cries of intelligence failure, ignoring how their own recklessness hamstrung the agencies they now blamed. Wills shrugged. "Congress will pile on, too. But enough griping NSA's probably tracking celebratory chatter. Let's see if our guy Sally pops up gloating." Jack pressed further. "But who's calling the shots?" Wills smirked. "That's the million-dollar question. And more importantly, Where's the bastard hiding? Upstairs, Henley huddled with his team. Jerry Rounds dropped a bombshell. Pete just called from Charlottesville. Guess who took out those attackers? Our trainees Solo. Tom Davis blinked. You're joking. Nope. And Brian, the Marine. Had doubts before, but now. He's itching for field work. Henley leaned in. So we just need viable targets. Rick Bell chimed in, NSA's monitoring chatter. The enemy's bound to slip up soon. Sam Granger, silent until now, finally spoke. We've got 2 rookies ready to roll. What have to support us day? They're motivated. Henley mused. What's the enemy thinking? The answer was obvious. They'd tried to outmaneuver America, but the game had just shifted, and the campus was ready to play. Rounds kicked off the discussion with a pointed observation. This was clearly an attack aimed at the heartland Middle America. The message. They want us looking over our shoulders everywhere, not just in obvious targets like New York. That's the twisted brilliance of it. We're looking at maybe 15 to 20 terrorists, plus a handful of support staff. Not an unheard-of number, but they kept their operation tight. These guys were driven, I'll give them that, but trained? That's the deed of Maida. Concordate. More like tossing a rabid dog into a playground and seeing who gets bit. They've got the stomach for brutality, no surprise there, and they don't mind wasting lives, also predictable. But let's be real, this was amateur hour. Basic weapons, no real finesse. Give the FBI 48 hours, and they'll have these guys traced back to their starting point, maybe even their entry routes. No flight training, so they're likely fresh off the boat, figuratively speaking. Whoever scouted the locations did their homework, but the execution. The be sloppy pernur. They weren't planning an escape, just a one-way ticket to infamy. My bet. They'd been stateside less than 2 weeks. The Bureau's already on it. Granger chimed in. Pete confirmed the weapons were Ingram Mac-10s. Wetspapri, Sir Staring Sprite. Sure. All the stacks and sit. Not so much. Hollywood loves him. But in real life, they're about as precise as a blindfolded dart throw. Tom cut to the chase. How would they get their hands on those? Solid question, Granger replied. FBI's already confiscated the Virginia batch and is running serial numbers. By tonight, they'll have leads on the supply chain. Then the real hunt begins. Brian leaned forward. So what's the Bureau's play, Enzo? Codename, full mobilization the works. First priority. Find the getaway car. Probably rented, which means paper trails galore. Driver's license, credit card, the whole 9 yards. In America, you can't sneeze without leaving a record. Pete walked in, surveying the room. How are you holding up? Brian raised his glass. Liquid therapy helps. His Beretta, like Dominic Smith & Wesson, was already cleaned and ready. Not exactly a day at the range, Pete. Wasn't meant to be, Pete said dryly. Q wants you both debriefed soon. Brian, last time we talked, you had reservations. Still, the on board. Brian exhaled. You trained us to hunt and eliminate threats. I'm good with that, as long as we're not going rogue. Dominic stayed silent, but his gaze never left Alexander. Pete smirked. Ever hear the Texas saying about why they've got such good lawyers? More men need killing than horses need stealing. Maybe you two can help balance the scales. Brian's eyes narrowed. About time you told us who's really signing the checks. Patience. You'll know soon enough. Brian nodded, mentally running options. General Broughton might have intel. And that FBI guy, Werner. definitely knew more. But this private training ground, a former tobacco plantation, wasn't on any government ledger he'd ever seen. The CIA's training facility known as the Farm was located near Yorktown, Virginia. But this remote site felt nothing like the agency he'd imagined, assuming his assumptions weren't completely off base. There was no bureaucratic stench here, no telltale signs of government oversight. Still, within a couple of days, he'd have real answers, and patience wasn't an issue. "What do we have on the targets from today?" he asked. "Not much yet," came the reply. "That intel's gonna take time." "Dom, how long until the Bureau starts piecing things together?" "By tomorrow afternoon, they'll have a solid lead. But we don't have eyes inside, unless you want me to." "No, don't. We might need to clarify that you and Brian aren't some rogue vigilante duo, but let's keep it contained." "So I'm talking to Gus Werner." "Most likely. He's got the pull to label you as special assignment and make it stick. Hell, he'll probably take credit for recruiting you two. Speaking of which, good work out there." The Marine shrugged. "Just followed training. We had seconds to react, and muscle memory took over. Basic school drills it into you those split-second decisions make or break you. If we'd walked into Sam Goody 5 minutes earlier, the whole thing might have gone sideways." "Oh, and 2 guys?" "4 times the firepower. There's a whole study on it, nonlinear tactical factors in small unit engagements. Required reading at recon school. Marines can read." Shocking, Dominic deadpanned, pouring 2 generous glasses of bourbon. He slid one to his brother, who took a slow sip. "That guy in the store, he smiled at me," Brian murmured, still processing it. "Like he wasn't afraid." It all. Martyrdom," Pete cut in. "Some people embrace it." "So, what you do?" "Foot him down." 6, 7 rounds, try double digits, Dominic corrected. Plus the coup de dre. "He was still twitching," Brian said flatly. "No cuffs, no time. And honestly, I'm not losing sleep over it. The guy would have bled out anyway, this just sped up the inevitable." Meanwhile, Jack leaned back from his monitor with a grin. "Oh, bingo. Solly's dirty, Tony. Check this out." Wills pulled up the NSA feed, and there it was, the smoking gun. Funny how these guys can't help bragging. All right, Udabin Solly's officially a player. Who's he talking to? Some online contact, mostly money trails. But get this, they're requesting a full dossier on him. Langley might finally be taking the bait. Wills scanned the document. And praise the Lord. "You got his contact list?" Jack hit print, handing over the sheet. "Dates, numbers, the works. I can flag the juicy ones if you want. Boo with CP way. I'll run this up to Rick Bell. I'll keep digging." On screen, Solly's gloating message glared back. "Did you see the news? This'll give the Americans indigestion." "Oh, it will," Jack muttered. "But congrats, Uda, you just played yourself." Half a world away, Mohammed watched the Vienna news feed from his hotel room. 16 more martyrs. The ache was distant, almost academic. To him, these people were nothing more than disposable pawns in a much larger game. Their lives held little weight compared to his own. His skills, his intellect, and his ability to navigate the world made him indispensable. The Bristol Hotel, with its elegant facade, stood just opposite the even more extravagant Imperial, and the minibar, stocked with fine cognac, offered a rare indulgence. The operation hadn't gone exactly as planned. He'd envisioned far greater casualties among the Americans, but the sheer number of armed responders had made that impossible. Still, the objective was met. Fear had been sown deep into the American psyche. No city, no home was truly safe anymore. His so-called holy warriors Mustafa, Saeed, Sabawi, Mehdi had paid the ultimate price, though whether they truly found paradise was a question he often pondered. Maybe it was all just a comforting myth for the gullible, a story told to keep the faithful in line. Not all imams preached the same version of Islam, after all, and he had little patience for the hypocrites who preached piety while living in luxury. The Saudi elites were the worst, wealthy, corrupt, and utterly hollow in their devotion. Money meant nothing in the end. Power was the only currency that mattered. And he intended to claim his share of it, shaping the world as he saw fit. Religion was merely the framework, the tool to bend others to his will. He played the part when necessary, praying in front of superiors, nodding along to their conservative rhetoric. But in truth, he was the one steering the organization's course. The Americans had felt his hand today. Not their buildings, not their banks, their families. Women and children, the heart of any society, had been the true targets. That was how you shattered a nation's illusion of safety. He poured another glass of cognac, savoring the burn as it slid down his throat. Later, he'd check reports from his operatives, transfer funds to his Liechtenstein account. Discretion was key. The last thing he needed was law enforcement tracing his steps. A few more days in Vienna, then back to the drab meetings and endless debates of home. But for now, he'd enjoy this victory. The Colombians had doubted him, yet here he was, riding high. Soon enough, he'd return to the dull rhythm of strategy sessions and bitter coffee. But tonight was for celebration. Pablo knew that action was the only path to achieving the ambitions his superiors, and he himself had laid out. Ernesto switched off the television with a sharp click, shaking his head. My God, Pablo, this is insane. Pablo barely glanced up, unfazed. Did you really think they'd announce their plans with a bake sale? Ernesto exhaled sharply. Not like this, no. With a shrug, Pablo leaned back. That's the point, isn't it? Terrorists don't send invitations. The news had been looping footage from Colorado Springs, where National Guard trucks formed a grim backdrop. Uniformed personnel had dragged the terrorists' bodies into view, supposedly to clear the smoldering wreckage, but everyone knew it was a spectacle. Colombian forces did the same thing, and so did the cartel's own enforcers. But Pablo kept that observation to himself. Ernesto preferred to see himself as a legitimate businessman, not some back-alley thug. In his mind, he provided a service, one that demanded ruthless efficiency against competitors. Ernesto paced, his voice tight. How will the Americans respond? Pablo smirked. They'll shout, investigate a few leads, and miss most of the truth. Meanwhile, our European network expands exactly as planned. Ernesto frowned. I didn't expect such a public spectacle. Pablo sighed, patience thinning. We went over this. They wanted fear, and fear is what they got. The real win. Distracting them from our operations. Money was the true power. It bought influence, protection, even governments. Sooner or later, they'd install someone who played the right part for Washington, but left their business untouched. The only risk? A politician taking their money and betraying them. But Pablo had spies for that. Traitors wouldn't live long enough to regret it. The game was intricate, but he knew every move. His reach extended beyond borders, even into the minds of those who opposed him. But Psaveryuechin, that would destroy everything. No, the current balance suited him just fine. Perfection was a fantasy, but control? That was real. Meanwhile, the FBI had already traced the Ford with New Mexico plates. Every vehicle in that lot had been flagged, every owner questioned. Surveillance footage from the rental agency revealed another car, one that caught the attention of the Des Moines field office. The pieces were falling into place, just not the way anyone expected. In under 60 minutes, FBI agents were back in action. This time at a Hertz rental office, less than a mile from the previous location. Surveillance footage and paper trails revealed aliases Tomas Salazar, Hector Santos, Antonio Quinones, and Carlos Oliva, along with forged driver's licenses and cover identities. The international permits had been issued in Mexico City, prompting urgent telexes to Mexican authorities, who responded with surprising speed. Meanwhile, Visa card transactions were traced across Richmond, Des Moines, Salt Lake City, and Denver, thanks to the company's security chief, a former high-ranking FBI agent. Their systems didn't just pinpoint the issuing banks, they mapped out stops at 16 gas stations, revealing the terrorists' routes and speeds. The Ingram machine gun's serial numbers led investigators to a decade-old Texas hijacking, linking the weapons to drug-related shootings nationwide. That discovery sent the Bureau down a fresh investigative rabbit hole. At the crime scenes, agents collected fingerprints, DNA samples, and even pulled bullets from victims for ballistic matching. Every vehicle was hauled to FBI labs, scoured for prints, and swabbed for traces of additional passengers. Hotel staff, fast food workers, and local bartenders were grilled for details, while motel phone logs exposed a trail of internet service providers. The terrorists' laptops were seized, dusted for prints, and handed over to the Bureau's tech team, affectionately dubbed the Nerd Squad by field agents. Codenamed Islam Terror, the case mobilized 700 agents. Survivors in hospitals were interviewed, their fragmented memories pieced together like a grim jigsaw. Evidence flowed to Homeland Security, then cascaded to the CIA, NSA, and other agencies, where analysts scrambled for leads. Overseas, so-called friendly intelligence services were tapped for intel, though friendly was often a stretch. Back at the campus, data flooded into the basement server room, sorted for morning review. Upstairs, the offices stood empty except for janitors and security, their silent vigilance reinforced by Kafkian encrypted access protocols. Jack sat in his apartment, wrestling with the urge to call his father. The weight of the day pressed down, but he stayed put, staring at his phone like it might ring on its own. Outside, the hum of the city felt distant, almost irrelevant. Jack Sr. was likely drowning in media requests, though everyone knew his policy: stay silent and let President Edward Keelty run the show without interference. There was a secret line only his kids could access, but Jack figured his sister Sally would handle that better, given her tendency to react more dramatically. Instead, he shot his dad a blunt email, something along the lines of, "What the hell is happening?" And "Sure, miss, having you in charge." But deep down, he knew his father was probably relieved to be out of the spotlight, maybe even praying Keelty would finally listen to his advisors, assuming he had any decent ones left, before making another reckless move. Big Jack still had connections, of course. He could pick up the phone and get the real scoop from old allies overseas, leaders who still valued his quiet, off-the-record insights. He wasn't entirely out of the game, just operating from the shadows now. Jack didn't dwell on it too long, though. Meanwhile, Henley was hunched over his Stu 5, a cutting-edge secure line, courtesy of some back-channel NSA AT&T collaboration. He took a slow sip of bourbon, listening to the voice on the other end. "Yeah, the feed's coming tomorrow. No use staring at a blank screen tonight." A pause. "Probably," he answered a predictable question, but nothing concrete yet. Just the usual chaos. Another long stretch of listening. "We've got a couple of guys prepped for, actually. Jerry Rounds and Tom Davis are running the numbers." "You don't know, Tom?" "Sharp guy, financial wizard, solid on ops." Surprised you've never crossed paths. A dry chuckle. Sam's raring to go. Trick is choosing the right, let's call them opportunities. He caught himself. Sorry, bad habit. The conversation wrapped with hollow pleasantries. See you sometime, though. They both knew that was unlikely. A damn shame. People who truly understood this game were rare. Granger's phone buzzed next. Care ID flashed before he even picked up. Yeah, Jerry. Sam, those new recruits, you sure they're ready? Ready as they'll ever be, Granger replied. Bring him in for lunch tomorrow. You, me, Jerry Rounds. I'll call Pete in the morning. No rush, it was a short drive. Good. Weds, any doubts? Jerry, we won't know until we try. One te try in the sta. The two is a piperife. The next morning, the news exploded. Every major network, CNN, Fox, MSNBC, had the same story blaring. Something so big, even a nuclear blast wouldn't have buried it. European papers offered their usual hollow condolences, while American media played up the fear angle, painting the public as panicked. Business as usual. Across the nation, gun sales spiked as people scrambled for personal protection, though in reality, a handgun wouldn't do much against the kind of threat they feared. Law enforcement didn't need orders to start scrutinizing anyone with ties to regions east of Israel. And if some civil rights attorney cried foul, well, they weren't the ones dealing with the aftermath. The attacks hadn't been carried out by Scandinavian tourists, after all. Churches saw a slight uptick in attendance, but life mostly carried on. People clocked in, exchanged grim small talk with coworkers, then went back to building cars, forging steel, or sorting mail. Fear wasn't paralyzing most figured. The violence was someone else's problem, too distant to feel real. Still, there was a quiet, simmering anger. Whoever was responsible needed to pay. 12 miles away, Jerry Hendley skimmed the morning papers. The New York Times and Washington Post had arrived, one by courier, the other by the usual delivery truck. Both editorials preached restraint, urging the president to act thoughtfully. The opinion pages, though, were another story. Some columnists echoed the public's hunger for justice. Hendley knew he might just deliver it, but if he succeeded, no one would ever know. The campus wouldn't be idle today. The parking lot would fill up, unnoticed by passers-by. Officially, the team was monitoring financial market instability sparked by yesterday's attacks, a convenient cover and not entirely false. Jack Ryan, Jr. rolled in wearing jeans and sneakers, his Hummer's tires crunching over gravel. Security stood rigid, faces unreadable. Inside, Tony Wills was already at his desk. Traffic's heavy, he warned, as Jack settled in with his coffee. Jack logged into his secured terminal, scanning the NSA's latest intel. The enemies they tracked had clearly seen the news, and their reactions turned his stomach. He remembered the rush of watching you. Tanks roll into Saudi Arabia years ago, the thrill of seeing an enemy vehicle erupt in flames. Back then, he hadn't dwelled on the lives inside. But yesterday's victims, civilians, kids, gloating over their deaths, wasn't just wrong, it was monstrous. Yet here were these messages, dripping with venom. The world had shifted, and not for the better. America had spilled blood twice to protect the birthplace of Islam. Yet here were Saudis speaking this way. Unbelievable, Jack muttered under his breath. Prince Ali had never been like this. He and Jack's father had been close friends, sharing meals in each other's homes. Jack had even spoken with Ali as a teenager, absorbing every word. Sure, he'd been young, but then again, his own father had never been a serial killer. And yet Ted Bundy had walked free as an American citizen, maybe even casting votes. Just living somewhere didn't make you its spokesperson. Not everyone's a fan of ours, kid. Will said, studying Jack's expression. What did we ever do to them? Jack shot back. We're the heavyweight champ of the world. Our influence is everywhere, from Coke to pop culture, and that doesn't sit well with people whose faith shapes their entire worldview. They don't believe in our version of freedom if we let something slide that clashes with their beliefs. In their eyes, we're the problem. You siding with them now? Jack snapped. No, I'm just spelling out their logic. Understanding isn't the same as agreeing, Wills replied, channeling a line even Spock would have approved of, though Jack must have skipped that episode. Your job is to get inside their heads. Me Vichaplin. Their heads are a mess. Now let me check these numbers. Jack pushed the emails aside and pulled up financial records. Yuda's active today. He handles some of this from home, right? Yep. Perks of the digital age, Will said. Though his home setup isn't as slick as the office. Anything jump out? Just 2 transfers into a Liechtenstein account. Let's see who owns it. A few clicks later, Jack frowned. The balance was pocket change, by Sally's standards, just €500,000, mostly covering credit card charges. Shirjefen Treaser, hardta. Miusaforin, Datanadis. This account backs a whole stack of vices, Jack said. How many? Wills leaned in. 16, besides his personal ones. Tell me about the account. Suddenly, 16 felt like a loaded number. It's numbered, flagged by NSA through a back door in the bank's system. Small but hidden. Can you pull the card details? Jack copied the data, printed it, and handed it over only for Wills to slide another sheet across. Jack's eyes locked onto the numbers. They matched. What's this list? Those shooters in Richmond? All had visas. Used them for gas and food. Looks like their road trip started in New Mexico. Jack, you just tied Uda to yesterday. He's their sugar daddy. Jack stared at the pages, the pieces snapping together. Damn, he exhaled. Wills marveled at how Tech had just handed them a lead. The shooter's trail of gas, stops, and diner bills traced back to Sally's account. By Monday, he'd probably shut it down, erasing the trail. But too late. Jack, Wills said slowly, who told Sally to fund that account. They had a target. Maybe more. Chapter 15. Redcoats and Black Hats. They left Jack to comb through Sally's emails, cross-referencing every transaction. It was tedious. Mind-numbing work. Jack had the technical chops, but not the patience of a born accountant. Wills quickly discovered that the funding alert originated from an email address, 56 Moha Alatarocom. Net accessed via an Austrian 800 line. Despite their efforts, tracking the user beyond that proved impossible. But now they had a fresh digital alias to monitor. This was no ordinary username. It belonged to someone directing a known terrorist financier, making it a high-priority lead. Wills knew he had to flag it for the NSA, assuming they hadn't already tagged it as a handle of interest. In the digital underworld, such aliases were often seen as untraceable, and for the most part, they were until intelligence agencies took notice. Once on their radar, anonymity crumbled, even if the methods used to uncover it weren't always by the book. If hackers and pranksters exploited legal gray areas, so did the intelligence community, whose own systems were nearly impossible to breach. The real challenge? Eurocom. Net didn't store messages long-term. Once read, they vanished from the server's memory, leaving no trace. Sure, the NSA might note that 56 Moha had contacted Uda bin Salih, but plenty of people did for legitimate transactions. Even the NSA couldn't scrutinize every email zipping through cyberspace. Meanwhile, at 11,000, Two identical Mercedes sedans rolled into the visitor's lot, guided by their onboard GPS. Sam Granger greeted the twins, Brian and Dominic with a firm handshake before escorting them inside. Security badges were clipped to their lapels, and Brian immediately pegged the guards as ex-military. "Nice setup," he remarked as they moved toward the elevators. Dells smirked. Private sector perks better decorators. And better art, he thought, though that was just a bonus. Dominic, ever the sharp observer, caught the phrasing. "You said private industry." This wasn't the time for subtlety. They were stepping into the heart of the agency he served. Bell deflected smoothly. "Full briefing today." Whether that was the whole truth, he wasn't sure. The elevator music was as bland as ever, and the top-floor lobby was corporate neutral, though at least it was premium corporate neutral. Back in Hendley's office, Jack was explaining his discovery. "It just jumped off the screen," he said, though no one else had spotted it. Hendley glanced at Wills, who knew the kid had been tracking Sully for weeks. "Thought he was small-time," Tony added. "But now he's looking like major league trouble, maybe connected to yesterday's incident." Hendley leaned back. "NSA on this yet?" Wills shook his head. "Too indirect. They're watching him, but as background noise. Unless someone had a sudden epiphany rare in bureaucracies where unconventional thinking often got buried." Hendley skimmed the report. "Definitely smells fishy." Then his phone buzzed. "Send them in," he said before turning back to the group. "Bell's bringing those two we discussed." The door swung open, and Jack Jr. blinked in surprise, his eyebrows shooting up. Brian mirrored his reaction. Both men caught off guard. "Jack, what brings you here?" Dominic's initial confusion melted into a grin as he clapped his cousin on the shoulder. "No way, Jack. Good to see you." Meanwhile, Hendley's expression tightened, a flicker of regret crossing his face. He hadn't anticipated this awkward reunion, a rare miscalculation for someone usually 3 steps ahead. The office offered no escape, its only exit blocked by the trio of cousins now exchanging hearty handshakes, momentarily forgetting the man behind the desk. Rick Bell, ever the diplomat, cleared his throat. "Brian, Dominic, meet Gary Hendley, the man who signs the checks." The introductions were brisk, the handshakes firm. Hendley nodded at the analysts. "Rick's right. You two handled yourselves well." Jack gave a casual wave. "Guess I'll leave you to it." "Please catch you later." The room's tension lingered like static, but Brian and Dominic settled into their seats, filing the odd encounter away for later dissection. Hendley leaned back, fingers steepled. "Welcome aboard. Pete Alexander says you aced the training country house and all." Brian smirked. "If by aced you mean survived the boredom." Bell chuckled. "Standard ops grind. Gets the job done." Henley's tone shifted. "And yesterday..." Brian's jaw tightened. "Felt like Afghanistan all over again. Boom, sudden chaos. Difference. These guys couldn't coordinate if their lives depended on it. Took him down one by one. Amateurs." Dominic cut in. "Any leads on who sent them?" Hendley's reply was clipped. "FBI traces them to Mexico. Your cousin eyed a money trail Saudi expat in London bankrolling the whole mess. Guns were hot, cars rented in Las Cruces. They pumped gas like tourists on a road trip." Dominic's eyes narrowed. "So zealots?" A nod. "Their flavor of holy war." Brian crossed his arms. "This, the gig? Hunting these clowns before they blow up a mall?" Henley didn't flinch. "Close enough. Cover." Dominic pressed. "Bankers by day, hunters by night. Virtual office, encrypted laptops double as comms." Bell added, Fort Knox level security. Dominic snorted. Yeah, heard that before. FBI's secure channels got hacked by kids with pizza-stained keyboards. Hendley slid a folder across the desk. Dominic flipped it open, then froze. A blank pardon. Bultuck, signed. How the hell? Hendley's smile was razor-thin. Better not ask. The signature told him everything he needed to know. His legal training kicked in instantly. This presidential pardon was ironclad, untouchable even by the highest court in the land. The Constitution spelled out the chief executive's clemency powers as clearly as the First Amendment itself. But it wouldn't mean much overseas. So we're focusing on domestic targets? Brian asked. Hendley gave a measured nod. That's the plan. First strike team? Brian pressed. Spot on, Bell confirmed. The former senator leaned forward. Methods will vary by assignment. But we've got a new tool completely undetectable, always lethal. You'll get the full briefing tomorrow. Brian's jaw tightened. Are we on the clock? Bell's expression turned grim. No more kid gloves. Your targets are active threats, attack planners, operatives, financiers, people who've already spilled blood or are lining up their next strike. This isn't politics. This is stopping killers. Dominic flipped the folder shut with a snap. Let me guess, unlimited tags, no seasons, no game wardens. Within operational boundaries, Bell clarified. Brian exhaled, remembering the weight of that lifeless child in his arms yesterday. When do we start? Soon, Hendley said, and the word hung in the air like a blade. Across town, Jack's knuckles whitened around his coffee cup. Tony, why are my cousins here? Didn't know they'd be on site, Tony hedged. Jack's stare could have drilled through steel. You know exactly why this unit exists. The unspoken truth hit him like a freight train. His own flesh and blood, one a hardened Marine, the other an FBI prosecutor who'd made headlines putting down a child predator in Alabama. Dominic had always been the rulebook type, but even he'd crossed lines when justice demanded it. And Brian? That guy had probably racked up a classified body count overseas. America wasn't some toothless lion, it bred predators with sharp claws and sharper instincts. As Jack turned back to his terminal, hunting a shadowy email handle through NSA's digital dragnet, a grim satisfaction settled over him. Some birds needed grounding permanently. Meanwhile, Mohammed smirked at the news blaring behind him. Another intelligence failure scandal. Nadis's Tivrand. The congressional witch hunts would keep the Americans chasing their tails while his real work continued. How convenient that their own politicians made such useful idiots, blind to the world as it truly was. Mohammed's superiors actually paid attention to him, not out of respect, but because his brutal efficiency aligned perfectly with their abstract fantasies of terror. The fact that desperate fools volunteered as pawns in his schemes only made his work easier. Tools were tools, and if the world offered him nails, he'd gladly swing the hammer. Glancing at his inbox, he confirmed Uda had handled the banking details as instructed. Letting the Visa accounts expire would have raised red flags with some nosy clerk, so he'd left just enough funds to keep them quietly active. Banks never complained about extra money gathering digital dust, and dormant accounts rarely drew scrutiny. He stored the login credentials in an encrypted file only he could access. A polite thank you note to his Colombian associates crossed his mind, but sentiment was a luxury he couldn't afford. Every unnecessary communication was a potential crack in his armor. The American surveillance capabilities haunted him. Western news loved flaunting their intercepts, which was why his group had ditched satellite phones entirely. Messengers with memorized orders were slower but safer. unless they turned traitor. Nothing was foolproof, but the internet came close. Anonymous accounts, set up through layers of proxies, blurred identities into meaningless data. Billions of emails flowed daily. Tracking them would require divine intervention. And while Allah might see all, he hadn't shared that trick with mortals. Muhammad smirked as he typed, never lingering in one place longer than 72 hours. Meanwhile, British intelligence had Uda bin Salih under relentless watch. Thames House maintained a staggering number of wiretaps. UK privacy laws bent easily for state agencies. Uda's cell phone yielded little. He avoided voice calls like the plague, trusting only emails to manage his shadowy finances. Oddly, he couldn't be bothered with encryption, betting on the internet's chaotic noise to hide his trail. London's money laundering underworld was vast and dull, endless transactions, about as thrilling as reading a phone book. The poetry of wealth, it turned out, had no soul. Every email he sent triggered an instant response from Thames House, with signal fragments routed through Gawk and Cheltenham before bouncing via satellite to Fort Belvoir, Virginia. From there, fiber optic cables carried the data to Fort Meade, Maryland, where massive underground supercomputers sifted through the information. Anything flagged as significant, then traveled to CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, after a brief detour across an unmarked rooftop. Another round of digital analysis awaited it there. Got something fresh from Mr. 56, Junior muttered, staring at the screen. The alias 56 Moha Etta Chirocom. Med had popped up again, mostly numbers, but one stood out. A European bank's electronic address. Looked like a money request, which meant another financial trail to follow. By tomorrow, they'd have eyes on that account, though names and addresses were unlikely. Banks these days played the same game, streamlined, competitive, all pretending to care about customers while hiding behind identical policies. Money was money, whether greenbacks or those flashy euros with their imaginary architecture. Jack jotted down a few notes before shutting off his computer. Dinner plans with Brian and Dominic were set some new seafood spot on you. Night's D9 had good reviews. Work could wait. He scribbled a reminder for Monday. Weekends were sacred. Emergencies be damned. Uda bin Salih needed scrutiny, and Jack had a hunch the man would soon cross paths with familiar faces. I'm bored Trey for Clake. The question hung in the air, sharper coming from Henley than it had from Brian. Sam Granger exhaled. We need targets that fit, then a plan that doesn't fall apart the second we move. Tom Davis chimed in, operational concept? Make it look random but hit them like clockwork. Force them to peek out, then pick them off. Simple in theory until reality kicks in. Missed buses, traffic jams, even a bathroom break could wreck the cleanest strategy. The real world wasn't some polished digital simulation. It was messy, unpredictable. So we meet a shrink. Davis joked. Sam snorted. Langley's got plenty. Hasn't done them much good. Laughter faded fast. Speed's the key, Davis said. Fast and quiet, Granger agreed. No time for them to react or even realize what's happening. Make people vanish. If too many suddenly drop dead from heart attacks, someone's bound to start asking questions. The ex-senior official leaned back in his chair. You think they've got moles inside our agencies? The other two men exchanged uneasy glances. Davis fielded that one. A deep cover operative. Tough to pull off without serious cash-changing hands even then. It'd take the right kind of turncoat. Maybe someone inside looking for a payday. He paused, rubbing his chin. The Russians were always stingy with funds, never had enough hard currency to waste. But these guys, they're swimming in it. So, maybe. Henley cracked a thin smile. Actually works in our favor. Barely anyone at the agency knows we exist. If they start blaming the CIA for these accidents, their own spy, if they have one, might confirm it's not us. Granger chuckled darkly. So their own intel backfires? Classic. They'll probably point fingers at Mossad instead. Davis shrugged. Who else? Their own paranoia screws them over. It was an old trick, one that had occasionally worked against the KGB. Nothing like letting your enemy think they're the smartest ones in the room. And if it threw the Israelis under the bus? Well, nobody in the Intelligence would lose sleep over that. Allies or not, the Israelis weren't exactly beloved. Even the Saudis played nice with them only when interests aligned. But this operation, strictly off the books, strictly for Uncle Sam. Where are our targets? Hindley asked. All in Europe, bankers, comms specialists, money movers. One's a scout, travels constantly. Probably picked locations for recent ops, but we haven't tracked him long enough to be sure. Some handle communications, but we're leaving those alone, too valuable. The key is making their disappearances look random. Maybe some just one mish. Take the money and run. Leave behind a trail of emails hinting at a new life. Let their own people assume betrayal. Davis raised an eyebrow. What if they use coded signatures to verify messages? Granger smirked. Even better. If they think their guy's been silenced, they'll stop looking. These people aren't monoliths. Some are true believers, others just in it for the thrill. When things get ugly, self-preservation kicks in. He knew human nature. The smarter they were, the less likely they'd die for a cause. Ironically, many of these extremists were European-educated, raised in comfort, but isolated by culture. Revolution thrived on dashed hopes, not just oppression. It was a time of searching, of clinging to anything that offered purpose. And that made them vulnerable. Taking lives was never easy, especially when the targets seemed more misguided than malicious. Yet they'd made their choices willingly, maybe not wisely. And if those decisions led them to a violent end, that was on them, not their victims. The meal, at least, was a bright spot. Jack savored the rockfish, a Chesapeake Bay specialty, while Brian went for salmon and Dominic picked the crispy sea perch. A crisp French white from the Loire Valley, selected by Brian, complemented the seafood. So how'd you end up in this line of work? Dominic asked between bites. Jack shrugged. Curiosity got the better of me. Dug around, found more questions than answers, then talked my way onto the team. Dominic raised an eyebrow. Doing what exactly? They call it analysis. More like profiling, especially this one guy. Middle Eastern, moves money in London. Mostly family wealth, but he's creative with it. Real estate's his game-smart way to park cash when you own chunks of prime London property. Ever heard of the Duke of Westminster? Our guy's playing the same game, just on a smaller scale. Brian leaned in. Indestan, what's the catch? Jack smirked. Turns out he's been funneling cash into an account that funds some very bad people. 4 of them, in fact, who you two met yesterday. The FBI was already closing in, tightening the noose. Oh, and his emails? Full of praise for yesterday's wonderful events. Dominic's eyes narrowed. How'd you get access to those? Jack just shook his head. Dead's becessified. Ask someone 10 miles northeast. The unspoken truth hung in the air, some lines the FBI couldn't cross, but others could. Brian's voice turned cold. So he bankrolls terrorists. Yup, yup. That makes him complicit. Jack nodded. And stupid. Lives in a swanky townhouse near Berkeley Square. Drives an Aston Martin when he's not hailing cabs. Weekends. Fancy hotels with high-end escorts. Rosalie Parker's his favorite. British intelligence keeps tabs on her, debriefs her regularly. Guess she's good at her job. His tone dripped with disdain. Dominic summed it up. Rich kid chasing thrills? More like playing with fire, Jack corrected. Brian's expression darkened. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Like an Excedrin headache, permanent. A pause settled over the table. Jack wondered if Rosalie Parker would miss her sugar daddy when he vanished. Then again, if she was half as sharp as MI5 thought, she'd already have an exit strategy. Dominic shifted gears. How's your old man? Jack grinned. Writing his memoirs. Probably leaving out the best parts. I can't help but wonder how much Dad will actually include in his book. Mom barely knows half of what he did at the CIA, and the scraps I've picked up over the years, let's just say most of it stays classified. Even the operations that made headlines he can't officially acknowledge. Take that whole KGB defector situation. Everyone's seen that guy on cable news, still fuming decades later because Dad blocked his play for Soviet leadership. But he still thinks he could have single-handedly saved the user. The truth is, Dad's got enough skeletons in his closet to fill Arlington's cemetery. Same goes for his old agency buddies, especially this guy Clark. Intimidating as hell, but he and Dad go way back. Rumor has it, Clark's running some elite counterterrorism unit in England. The press dubs them the Men in Black, though anyone in special ops knows they're very real. Brian chimed in. They're based out of Hereford. Our Force Recon guys train with them and the British SARS. Those guys don't mess around. Uldo smirked. The Spec Ops world's smaller than you think. We swap tactics, test gear, but the real magic happens over beers swapping war stories. Rainbow Team, yeah, those Men in Black, they're sharp, but they've borrowed a trick or two from us over the years. Their boss, Clark. Dad says he's the real deal. Met him once, guy's got this quiet intensity that makes your spine tingle. Dominic leaned in. Henley knows him too. No clue why he's not here, maybe too old school. This Thetter Gest have forn? Brian asked. Aldo chuckled. Asked Dad that once. He just said, can't confirm. Which in Ryan speak means hell yes. Funny thing, Dad's a terrible liar. Probably why he hated being president. Or loved it, Dominic countered. Till that racist piece of work, Dwayne Farmer, decided to play assassin with his granddad's antique revolver. The old Klansman, now rotting on Mississippi's death row, had sealed his own fate the day he took a shot at history. Junior sighed. Weird to think if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't exist. Uncle Robbie's version of the story was epic. After he died, the vultures wanted Dad back in the Oval Office, but he was done. Couldn't stomach the politics, especially dealing with snakes like Kaelty. Dominic remembered how natural Ryan had looked in the role, though. Tell him that. Mom sure didn't miss the White House. Those first lady duties wrecked her surgery schedule. And don't get her started on missing Kyle's preschool recital. Only time I ever saw her snap. Some aide tried to block her from going. Secret Service had to step in before she rearranged the guy's face. The media crucified her for using nannies, but hell, try being a surgeon with twin toddlers in the world's most scrutinized fishbowl. If someone had snapped a photo of Dad in a private moment, there'd always be some know-it-all ready to critique his technique. That's the job of critics, to remind you they're smarter than whoever they're tearing down. Dominic leaned in with a smirk. At the Bureau, Aldo, we call them lawyers, or the Office of Professional Responsibility. They come pre-sterilized, no humor left to remove. Jack snorted. Marines have their own breed reporters who've never survived boot camp. At least the Inspector General's office had guys who'd earned their stripes. Dominic raised his glass. Cheer up. Nobody's dumb enough to criticize us. Jack grinned and lived to tell about it. But beneath the laughter, a thought nagged at him. What's Dad going to say when he finds out? Sunday was supposed to be quiet, even at the campus unless you were security. Jerry Hendley had always respected the idea of rest, figuring squeezing 7 days of work into a week only burned people out. The brain needed idle time, space to wander. But today was different. After 19 months building their cover as a financial firm, endless Acela rides to New York, schmoozing with Wall Street types, they were finally stepping into the shadows. The trading desk had been a front, their real wins hidden, currency plays, strategic stock moves, even insider knowledge on companies oblivious to the storm heading their way. Covert was the goal, but profits kept the lights on. Hendley sipped his coffee, studying his team. Jerry Rounds, the strategist, Sam Granger, operations, Rick Bell, their analyst, sifting through intelligence haystacks. They dreamed this up before the concrete dried, a place small enough to dodge bureaucracy, nimble enough to vanish in months if needed. No investors, no spotlight. In their world, everyone kept secrets. So, Hendley said, we set? Rounds answered for Granger, who just nodded, dead serious but with a flicker of anticipation. The game was on. Granger leaned forward, his tone crisp and professional. We're set. Those two rookies proved themselves in ways we didn't see coming. Bell nodded, rubbing his chin. No doubt about it. And Ryan's lead on Sally. Bay with the forture. Friday's chaos stirred up enough chatter to track a whole squad of hangers-on, amateurs mostly. Even if we hit the wrong one, it's not like the world loses much. Got the first 4 targets locked in. Sam, what's your play? Davis didn't hesitate. We'll test the waters with a couple of strikes, gauge the reaction, then adjust. Sally's the obvious starting point, but how messy do we want this? A body in an alley sends one message. A guy vanishing with his trust fund, leaving a sob story about early retirement? That's a whole different script. Hendley raised an eyebrow. Kidnapping's risky. London's cops crack those cases like clockwork. Sam smirked. Or we hire some struggling actor, dress him to the nines, fly him into JFK, then, poof, he's gone. Keep the cash, ditch the body. Rick, what's the kid's liquid stash? 300 mil, easy. Nice boost for the company coffers, Sam mused. Won't exactly bankrupt daddy either. Bell snorted. His old man's sitting on $3 billion. He'll notice, but it won't ruin him. Hell, given how little he thinks of his son, it might even throw suspicion off us. Granger held up a hand. Not endorsing it, just laying out options. The idea wasn't new, too flashy to ignore. 300 million could vanish into a Bahamas account before lunch. Money wasn't physical anymore. It was just digits on a screen. Hendley studied Sam, surprised. Morality was a slippery thing, killing Sally barely ruffled feathers, but stealing? That got under their skin. Let's table the cash grab, Hendley said. Way you Henry. Granger shrugged. With Pasternak's intel, like taking candy from a baby. Worst case scenario, it looks like a botched mugging. Rounds frowned. And if someone drops the pen? It's just a pen. Passes every inspection. Granger tossed his prototype onto the table. Cold, sleek, gold-plated with an obsidian clip until you twisted the cap. Then it became a needle, delivering a fast, untraceable kill. The execs passed it around, testing the mechanism. Rounds mimed a stab, grinning. Be nice to test it live, he muttered. Granger deadpanned. Volunteers. The silence was answer enough. The moment called for serious reflection, like when a man fills out life insurance paperwork, knowing the policy only pays off when you're gone, which really kills the mood. So, we send them both to London together? Henley questioned. Exactly, Granger confirmed, shifting back to his professional tone. They'll assess the target, choose their moment, then strike. And then, we just wait to see what happens. Rouse mused, though it wasn't really a question. Nave. Right. After that, they move to the next target. The entire mission shouldn't take more than 7 days. Then we bring them home and monitor the fallout. If someone starts dipping into the deceased's funds, we'll catch it. We better, Bell agreed. And if the money gets stolen, we'll track where it ends up. Perfect, Granger said. That was the whole point of reconnaissance by fire, let the enemy reveal themselves. Meanwhile, the twins knew their stay wouldn't be long. They were bunked in side-by-side rooms at a Holiday Inn, killing time on a lazy Sunday afternoon with a visitor. How's your mom doing? Jack asked. Good, she's volunteering at the local Catholic schools. Not quite teaching, but more than just an aide. Dad's wrapped up in some new Boeing project. Apparently, they're revisiting supersonic jets now that the Concorde's gone. He says it'll never happen unless the government throws money at it, but hey, keeps the engineers busy. They're sweating over Airbus getting too ambitious. The Marines treat you all right. Jack turned to Brian. Same as always, just waiting for the next war to break out. Your dad was nervous when you deployed to Afghanistan. Had its moments. The locals are tough, but not exactly well-trained. When we clashed, we usually came out on top. If something looked sketchy, we called in air support and let them handle it. How many did you take out? Enough to matter, not enough to end it. The Green Berets softened them up, first taught them not to stand and fight. Mostly, we tracked and scouted, guiding the flyboys in. Had a CIA spook and a signals team with us. The enemy loved their radios a little too much. When we got a hit, we'd move in, check it out, then call in airstrikes and bail. Wild to watch. Sounds intense, Jack said, cracking open a beer. So this Solly guy, Dominic cut in, the one with the girlfriend, Rosalie Parker, he was thrilled about the shootings. Ecstatic, Jack confirmed. Like his team just won the championship. Who was he celebrating with? Just email buddies. The Brits have his phones tapped, and the emails, well, let's just say European privacy isn't what people think. Cops over there play by different rules. The Brits especially, they've been intercepting our calls for years. Rumor is, the rest of Europe's even looser with surveillance. They are, Dominic nodded. At the academy, some of the international cops in the program would spill details after a few drinks. So Solly's bankrolling these guys. Yep. Interesting, Brian said, his tone flat. The kind of interesting that meant trouble. He could have lingered another evening, but responsibilities called him back to London. Behind the wheel of his sleek Aston Martin Vanquish, painted in deep bowline black with a charcoal leather interior, he pressed the accelerator as the 12-cylinder engine roared to life, effortlessly cruising down the M4 at a smooth 100 miles per hour. The sheer power of the machine was intoxicating, almost better than any fleeting pleasure. Rosalie would have been his preferred companion, but Mandy, though too slender for his usual taste, made for decent company. Fashion trends these days seemed determined to strip women of their curves, as if some unseen force wanted them to resemble adolescent boys. Ridiculous, Solly mused. Absolute nonsense. At least Mandy appreciated the car's raw speed, unlike Rosalie, who always tensed up when he pushed the limits. He smirked, imagining the look on his brother's face when he brought this beast home, shipped, of course. The dealer had bragged about its top speed, over 1990 miles per hour, and Saudi Arabia's endless desert highways were practically begging for a test run. His cousin might pilot fighter jets, but this machine was his alone. Pity the British police were such killjoys. One more speeding ticket, and they'd yank his license. Back home, no one would bat an eye. Mandy's delighted squeals as they wove through traffic only confirmed the car's magic. A Louis Vuitton bag would be her reward tomorrow, a little reminder for Rosalie that she wasn't the only one in his orbit. Swerving past Harrods, ducking through the tunnel, and skimming past the Duke of Wellington's residence, he finally slid into his reserved spot outside the townhouse. With exaggerated chivalry, he whisked Mandy inside, already anticipating the evening's next thrill. Meanwhile, two MI5 officers sat in a surveillance van down the street, unimpressed. "The little prince returns," Ernest muttered, noting the time. "Must be nice, burning through Daddy's money like it's nothing." Peter chuckled, flicking on the listening devices inside. "At least someone's having fun. Though I doubt she's worth what he's paying." They exchanged knowing smirks. Mandy Davis had a reputation, and neither man envied her line of work. Still, 750 quid for an evening. Even they had to admit the girl had hustle. Nobody had bothered to ask Mandy Davis about her usual weekend routine. As she slipped on the headphones to test the microphones, flipping between channels to monitor the audio feed throughout the house, her partner, Ernest, scoffed. "The man's got the patience of a toddler. Think she'll stick around tonight?" With a smirk, she countered, "Bet you $20 she's gone by morning. Then maybe our guy will finally pick up the damn phone and give us something worth hearing." Ernest muttered something crude under his breath, earning a nod of agreement. Both agents agreed Mandy outshone Rosalie, polished, poised, the kind of woman who could charm a senator. And they weren't wrong. At 10:23 sharp, Mandy stepped out, pausing just long enough for a lingering kiss and a smile that could melt steel. Instead of turning toward the underground station near Piccadilly, she hailed a cab straight to New Scotland Yard. Inside, a sharp-eyed detective one she admittedly found attractive waited to debrief her. Not that she'd ever blur the lines. Uda had been energetic, even generous, but whatever fantasy he believed in stayed firmly on his side of the bed. Meanwhile, the surveillance team tracked every digit flashing across their screens, logging timestamps and call details. Two laptops hummed in sync, with a third feeding data back to Tem's house. Every call Sally made or received was tagged, recorded, dissected. When his phone lit up with an international number, Peter dryly remarked, "Calling Mohammed again. Wonder if he'll brag about his weekend escapades." His partner chuckled. "At least 10 minutes of graphic detail, guaranteed." On the other end, Sally lounged in bed, swirling French wine as he gloated to Mohammed. "She's bony but skilled. There's a certain thrill in corrupting the faithless." The praise was met with a weary sigh from Paris. "Mille c'est risky. The American operation, 83 dead, 143 wounded. News channels can't stop talking about it." Sally's grin widened. "Allah be praised. Now, about that transfer, £100,000 by morning." He could have wired it faster, but why rush? Mandy had left him pleasantly exhausted. Back at the yard, Mandy recounted the weekend with detached precision. Decent pub in Somerset, the Blue Boar. Uda inhaled turkey and 2 pints Friday night. Ford de Sanity. Chateaubriand at the Orchard while I picked at Dover Sole. The detective scribbled notes, unfazed. Did he mention the attacks? Mandy shook her head. Not a word. I called it monstrous. All he gave me was a grunt. Sky News flickered on screen, but Sally barely registered it. Caution, Mohammed had warned. Yet as the call ended, Sally's fingers twitched toward his phone again before thinking better of it. Mandy Davis might have seemed like a contradiction wrapped in designer clothes, all sweetness on the surface, with a razor-sharp edge beneath. "He's ruthless with everyone else, but an absolute gentleman with me," she told the detectives, flashing a smile that could melt steel. At barely 5 feet tall, she carried herself like a runway model who'd missed her calling, her piercing blue eyes making it difficult for the officers to maintain their professional detachment. That disarming charm had clearly served her well, though beneath the honeyed exterior lay something far colder. The cops exchanged glances. Her personal life wasn't their problem. "Any phone calls?" one asked. She shook her head. "Not a single one. He left his cell behind, said this weekend was just for us. First time he's ever done that." A mischievous glint flickered in her eyes as she added, "Though he did shower twice without arguing. Of course, I may have helped join him, actually." The interview effectively ended right there with that suggestive smirk. "Appreciate your time, Miss Davis," the lead detective said dryly. "Always happy to assist," she replied, then couldn't resist probing. "So, is he some kind of terrorist?" The officer shook his head. "If you were in danger, we'd tell you." With practiced ease, Mandy retrieved a sleek 5-inch blade from her designer purse, technically illegal, but in her line of work, survival trumped regulations. The detectives didn't flinch. They'd bet good money she knew how to use it. "I don't need protecting," she assured them. "But Uda, he's harmless. In my profession, you learn to read men fast. Unless he's Oscar-worthy, he's no threat. Plays with spreadsheets, not weapons." They took her assessments seriously. After all, surviving the streets meant developing an uncanny instinct for danger. By the time Mandy's cab disappeared around the corner, her statement was already being typed up and forwarded to Thames House, another footnote in the growing dossier on the young Arab. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, Brian and Dominic arrived precisely at 8 a.m. at the campus, their new security badges granting access to the top floor. Killing time with surprisingly decent coffee, they snapped to attention when Jerry Henley strode past. "Morning," the ex-senator tossed over his shoulder before pausing. "Sam Granger should be here shortly. Talk to him first." Rick Pasternak rolls in around 9:15. 2 minutes later, Granger emerged from the elevator. "Follow me," he ordered, leading them to an office that struck the perfect balance between authority and practicality. "When can you start?" he asked without preamble. Dominic grinned. "How about now?" Granger's chuckle held a note of caution. Eagerness could be dangerous, but given recent events, maybe it was exactly what they needed. "There's a plan?" Brian pressed. "Worked on it all weekend," Granger confirmed, outlining their first assignment, reconnaissance by fire. Brian nodded. "Makes sense. Location? Your call. I'll tell you the objective. How you achieve it is your problem." Dominic almost laughed. It sounded like a line straight out of a mob movie. "Who's the target?" "Uda bin Salih," Granger said. 26, London-based. The twins shared a knowing look. "Should have guessed," Dominic muttered. "Jack mentioned him." "New detail," added Mandy's subtle adjustment of her knife's position in her purse, a habit born from years of street smarts. Voice twist shifted from Mandy's playful tone to the twins' dry, military precision during the campus scene. "The guy's a sleazebag with a thing for expensive escorts, right?" Granger flipped open the manila folder he'd grabbed earlier and slid it across the table. Inside were surveillance shots of Salih with his 2 mistresses, along with snapshots of his London townhouse and a glossy shot of him behind the wheel of his Aston Martin. "Fancy ride," Dominic remarked. Granger kept going. "He works in London's financial district office in the Lloyd's building. One wrinkle, though. Ipsov's got him under watch, but the agent tailing him is green. Just one guy, so stay sharp when you move. Brian cut in. We're not packing heat for this, are we? Granger shook his head. Nope. Something cleaner. Rick Pasternak's bringing the gear, no guns, no messy hand-to-hand. This needs to look natural, like a heart attack. Dominic raised an eyebrow. Trace evidence. Granger smirked. Rick'll fill you in. But trust me, it's untraceable unless the coroner's got a hunch and a microscope. From his desk drawer, Granger pulled out a sleek blue pen. Delivery system. One quick jab, and 7 milligrams of succinylcholine does the rest. Brain dead in minutes, completely gone before anyone can blink. Brian let out a low whistle. So, just stick him in the backside and walk away. Pretty much, Granger confirmed. Even if an ambulance is right there, it won't matter. Unless he's already on an operating table, he's done. Brian picked up Sally's photo, studying the face, but thinking of someone else entirely. Bad luck, pal. Meanwhile, Jack Ryan Jr. leaned back in his chair, staring at his screen. Looks like our boy had himself a wild weekend. The latest intel included a photo of Mandy Davis, one of Sally's escorts, along with her police interview transcript. She's not exactly bargain bin material, Wills commented dryly. Jack exhaled. How much longer's he got? Wills shot him a warning look. Don't ask questions you don't want answered. Those hitters? They're your family, man. Jack shrugged. Sympathy's in short supply for guys who bankroll terrorists. Some lines you just don't cross. Wills gave him a long stare. Just make sure you don't cross one yourself. For a moment, Jack considered it. Was he okay with this? Maybe not in theory, but in practice. Some people needed removing. And if his cousins were the ones doing it, well, that was just justice served. Back in the briefing room, Dominic frowned. That quick, Doc. Pasternak nodded. 20 to 30 seconds. And total paralysis. No blinking, no breathing, just lights out. Brian crossed his arms. And no way to trace it? Unless the medical examiner's hunting for a ghost, Pasternak said. Succinylcholine vanishes clean. Botulinum toxin would be faster, but it leaves a trail. Whale best trieb. This is surgical. Dominic exchanged a glance with Brian. No second chances. No room for error. Just one silent stab, and the job was done. His heart will keep pumping, but as the primary oxygen consumer, it'll starve within moments deprived of air. The muscle will begin to deteriorate, triggering excruciating pain. Normally, the body stores some oxygen reserves, though how much varies. Someone out of shape burns through it faster than an athlete. The heart fights to keep going, but each desperate throb only amplifies the agony. Brain function fades within minutes, though hearing lingers briefly. Why can't he see? Brian interrupted. Eyelids shut automatically. Total paralysis locks him in darkness, while his heart struggles to push stale blood until his brain suffocates. Technically, you could sustain the body afterward, muscles cling to life longer, but the mind's already gone. Sure, it's messier than a gunshot, but no noise, no traces. When the heart fails, it releases enzymes that scream heart attack to any coroner. They'll dissect the brain hunting for tumors, but blood work points straight to cardiac arrest. Succinylcholine vanishes post-mortem. Just another tragic, unexplained case in the files. Dominic exhaled sharply. How would you end up in this line of work? The doctor's voice flattened. My brother worked at Cantor Fitzgerald. Brian tapped one of the pens. So, we treat these like live grenades. Exactly, Pasternak said. Hours later, the brothers boarded a British Airways 747 at Dulles, irony hanging thick their father had engineered this very plane's wings decades prior. Dominic smirked, realizing he'd been a toddler then. Now armed with fresh passports and encrypted laptops, they blended into first class, sipping Chardonnay as flight attendants passed warm nuts. The meal was edible, and Brian queued up Independence Day while Dominic opted for The Matrix. Their childhood love for sci-fi unchanged. Hidden in their jackets, those gold pens. Refill cartridges nestled in toiletry bags below. 6 hours to London, and sleep was priority. Having doubts? Brian murmured. Dominic shook his head. Just want it clean. He didn't voice his dread of British jail cells. No FBI agent wanted that headline. Brian grinned. Night, Enzo. Sleep tight, soldier. Adjusting their lie-flat seats, they hurtled eastward, the Atlantic rolling beneath them like a silent accomplice. Jack Jr. sat alone in his apartment, the silence heavy with unspoken truths. His cousins had vanished overseas, their mission left unexplained, but the pieces weren't hard to assemble. Uda bin Salih's days were numbered, that much was clear. By morning, the encrypted updates from Thames House would confirm it, and Jack couldn't help but speculate how the Brits would react. Would they feign outrage or quietly celebrate? Either way, the details would spill out eventually, and he was itching to dissect them. London had taught him one thing. Gunplay wasn't their style unless the government greenlit it. If the SAS took out some Downing Street nuisance, the cops would nod, file a report, and let the case collect dust. The penny, simple. But this, an American operation on British soil. That ruffle feathers. No amount of diplomatic smoothing from his father could clean up that mess. Meanwhile, across town, Rosalie Parker rolled her eyes as Uda finally released her. She glanced at her watch, late again. Tomorrow's lunch with that Dubai oil exec couldn't come soon enough. The man was sweet, if a bit creepy with his, "You remind me of my daughter" nonsense. At least his tips were generous. "Stay," Uda murmured, tugging her back. "Can't, love. Mum's waiting, and Harrods won't shop itself." She flashed a practiced smile, wriggling free. "Liar," he teased, but she was already scooping up her clothes from the floor, his usual tossing spot. "Only you, Rosalie," he sighed dramatically. And she snorted. "No the Staden, fordiwo disti. Tell that to Mandy. Mandy, too bony. Not like you, my queen." Moo's flatterer. She kissed him, strapped on her bra, and gave his ego one last stroke. "You're insatiable." Uda grinned, already plotting tomorrow's shoe shopping spree. Jimmy Choo had just opened near his office, and Rosalie's perfect size 6 feet deserved something exquisite. In the bathroom, Rosalie tamed her wild hair, Uda's possessive habit, and stole a final kiss. "Don't bother getting up." Outside, she flagged a cab. "New Scotland Yard," she told the driver, smoothing her skirt. Somewhere above the Atlantic, a groggy passenger blinked awake, disoriented by the hum of jet engines. Travel always messed with your head. The cabin brightened as the window shades lifted, and the in-flight headphones crackled with British news that might have been fresh or recycled. It was hard to tell with the accent. Breakfast arrived, a greasy spread paired with surprisingly decent Starbucks coffee, landing somewhere between mediocre and passable. Outside Brian's window, England's rolling green fields replaced the storm. Darkened Atlantic that had churned beneath them during his blessedly dreamless sleep. Neither twin wanted dreams these days, too much past lurking in them. Too much uncertain future ahead, no matter how resolute they pretended to be. The 747 glided smoothly onto Heathrow's tarmac 20 minutes later. British immigration officers moved with polite efficiency, a stark contrast to the brusque American counterparts Brian remembered. Their bags appeared swiftly on the carousel, and soon they were sliding into a black cab. Mayfair Hotel on Stratton Street, Dominic told the driver, who nodded and merged into the morning traffic. For Brian, England was a novelty, the wrong side driving, the hedgerows lining the roads, the occasional glimpse of a manicured golf course. Dominic, more familiar with London, smirked at his brother's wide-eyed curiosity. The city unfolded outside the cab windows. Orderly chaos, red buses, and pedestrians who actually waited for the crosswalk signal. Green Park lived up to its name, a lush expanse that made Brian briefly forget they were in the heart of a metropolis. Then the cab turned, weaving through Mayfair's labyrinth of streets before stopping in front of their hotel. Across the road, an Aston Martin dealership gleamed under the morning sun, its cars polished like jewelry. The Mayfair's lobby oozed old-world luxury, and their connecting rooms were spacious enough to make an American hotel feel like a closet. The bathroom alone was a marvel, a tub, deep enough to drown in. Towels warmed on a heated rack. After quick showers, they checked the time, 8:45 a.m. Berkeley Square was just steps away, so they headed out, the morning air crisp. Dominic nudged Brian, pointing toward Curzon Street. Mia 5 used to have a safe house down there. Embassy's up the hill, ugly concrete box. Typical government work. Our guy's place is right over there, past the park, next to the Westminster Bank. You'll know it by the horse logo. Brian whistled. This neighborhood doesn't mess around. Tell me about it, Dominic muttered, eyeing a suspiciously out-of-place British Telecom van parked ahead. Surveillance. Look at the chairs. The van's tinted windows hid its occupants, but in a street lined with Jaguars and Bentleys, it stuck out like a sore thumb. Then Brian spotted a black Aston Martin Vanquish parked across the square, looking like it was doing a 100 miles per hour while standing still. Dominic grinned. That's pocket change compared to a McLaren F1. Costs $1 million, goes like a rocket. This one, just $250,000. Peanuts. Brian exhaled. Jesus. That much for a car? Aldo asked, raising an eyebrow. Brian chuckled, shaking his head. Handcrafted by artisans who restore the Sistine Chapel between gigs. Yeah, it's a fortune. I'd need a second mortgage just to fill the tank. Hell, you could probably drop that engine into a wee fighter and take out half the Luftwaffe. Bet it guzzles gas like a frat boy at happy hour, Brian muttered. Just then, the front door swung open, and their target stepped out sharp, in a three-piece gray suit straight out of a Confederate general's closet. The guy checked his watch with military precision, and right on schedule, a black cab rolled down the street. He hopped in without missing a beat. Dominic sized him up. 5'10", maybe 160 pounds, with a beard that looked like he'd stolen it from a pirate flick. Dude's missing a cutlass, he muttered. Younger than we are, Brian noted as they strolled past, veering into the park to loop back. They slowed just long enough to eye the Aston Martin like kids staring at a candy store window. At the hotel cafe, they grabbed coffee and buttery croissants, the marmalade sticky sweet. Brian stirred his coffee, frowning. I don't like that he's got a tail. May can't be helped. Brits must think he's shady, too. But remember natural causes. No bang, no fuss. Fine. We scope him downtown. If it smells off, we bail and regroup. Dominic nodded. He'd take point, spotting the rookie tail while Brian played tourist. I'll distract the guy, ask for directions, whatever. You get 1 clean second to make it happen. Even if someone screams, we walk away like nothing's wrong. Brian exhaled. We need to case the area first. Du agreed. They finished breakfast in silence. Meanwhile, back in D, and Sam Granger was already at his desk at 3:15 a.m., coffee in hand. The twins had landed in London hours ago, and his gut told him they weren't wasting time. This mission would test the campus's remote ops theory success, meant real-time updates faster than intel wires could deliver. The waiting gnawed at him. He almost wished for a cigar, but the door swung open instead. Jerry Henley stood there looking just as restless. You too? Sam smirked. Henley shrugged. First-time jitters. Couldn't sleep. Cards would kill time. Wish I had a deck. Sam checked his watch. No word from the twins yet. They're probably already eyeballing the target. Hell, for all we know, it's done. Dude's routine's clockwork unless he overslept or his dry cleaner screwed up his lucky shirt. Sam and Granger strolled through London's financial district, a place that felt more welcoming than the towering steel and glass canyons of New York. Sure, there were skyscrapers here too, but they didn't loom as oppressively. Just steps from where they'd hopped out of their cab, a weathered stretch of ancient Roman wall stood as a quiet reminder of the city's origins back when it was called Londinium, chosen for its fresh wells and the wide Thames. The streets buzzed with sharply dressed professionals, and the storefronts catered to a crowd that didn't blink at luxury prices. Pubs dotted the sidewalks, their chalkboard menus boasting hearty meals. The twins settled at an outdoor table near Lloyd's, sipping coffee because tea just wasn't their style while keeping an eye on the flow of suited figures rushing past. Meanwhile, Sarli leaned back in his office chair, scrolling through listings for a Belgravia townhouse. At £8.5 million, it wasn't exactly a steal, but the idea of owning prime London real estate freehold no less tempted him. He could already picture the rental income rolling in. His currency trades had been steady, though not spectacular. A modest £9 million gain this year wasn't bad, but he knew the real money lay in spotting trends before anyone else. If he timed it perfectly, he'd be up $31 million. Patience, he reminded himself, was a skill he hadn't quite mastered. The TV murmured in the background, some analyst droning on about the pound's weakness against the dollar. Sully smirked speculation was a gamble, and his father's warning still echoed in his head. Still, his real estate ventures were thriving, flipping properties from cash-strapped Brits to eager foreign buyers. Not bad for a self-proclaimed genius in both finance and, well, other pursuits. As noon approached, his thoughts drifted to Rosalie. £1,000 ought to secure her evening, he mused, reaching for his phone. My darling Rosalie, he purred into the receiver, it's Uda. The city outside hummed with opportunity, and he intended to seize every bit of it. Brian glanced at his watch, plenty of time before the evening's plans. If Rosalie didn't call back by 4, he'd reach out to Mandy instead. It wasn't often both women were busy at the same time. He liked to imagine they were out enjoying themselves, maybe hitting the shops or catching up with friends over dinner. Not that he minded he paid well, after all. He could already picture Rosalie's reaction when she saw the new Jimmy Choos. British women adored those shoes, though he couldn't fathom why. The designs looked torturous to him. But then again, women had their own logic. His own indulgences leaned more toward the purr of an Aston Martin's engine. Different strokes, he supposed. Boredom crept in as he stared at the Lloyd's building, its glass facade more industrial than elegant, like some sterile chemical plant. Not exactly inspiring. And bad tradecraft, too lingering focus made you noticeable. The street below offered high-end boutiques, a tailor's shop, and a luxury shoe store. Shoes. He scoffed. His own collection was practical. Polished dress shoes, a pair of sneakers bought on a regrettable day, and 4 sets of combat boots, 2 black, 2 tan. the latter the new standard for force recon. Marines were supposed to look sharp, but his unit? They were the ones you didn't bring up at polite dinners. His mind drifted back to last week's firefight. Even in Afghanistan, the enemy had lines they wouldn't cross. No targeting women and kids, at least not openly. Savages, sure, but with some twisted code. Not this guy, though. That beard. More pimp than warrior. The whole thing left a bad taste, less a battle, more pest control. Weak, indiscernibles. A damn Aston Martin, worth a decade of a captain's salary. Typical. While officers saved up for a Corvette, this clown had to cosplay Bond. Disgusting. Dominic's voice snapped him back. Tally-ho, Aldo. Cash hit the table and they moved, casual at first, then pausing at the corner like lost tourists. There's Sally. And his shadow, some overpriced laborer fresh out of a pub. Wemcher. Prebuchario. The tail's gaze was locked on Sally, oblivious to being watched himself. Sally, smug and clueless, strolled like he owned the street. Arrogance made people careless. The brothers exchanged a glance. Crowds swarmed, cars crawled by too much visibility, but Sally was practically gift-wrapped for them. Plan A, Enzo. Brian murmured. Roger that, Aldo. They split, circling opposite directions, betting Sally would take the bait and head straight for the pub with its terrible coffee. Perfect. Aldo and his shadowy counterpart both sported sunglasses, not just as a fashion statement, but to mask where their attention was really focused. For Aldo, that meant keeping tabs on the MI5 agent trailing Sally, a task that had likely become second nature by now. After weeks of surveillance, even the most cautious operative would slip into autopilot, predicting their target's movements instead of staying sharp. This guy was operating in his own backyard, London, where he probably thought he had the upper hand. Dangerous assumption. His assignment? Monitoring some unremarkable rich kid who'd inexplicably caught Thames House's attention. The guy's routine was predictable, his threats non-existent, just another spoiled brat with too much money. Solly, oblivious, turned left after crossing the street, his mind already picturing Rosalie's face when she unwrapped the sleek black leather shoes with gold accents he'd spotted in the window. He practically bounced onto the curb, grinning like a kid on Christmas morning. Meanwhile, Dominic flipped open his trusty Chichester map, pretending to be just another lost tourist while his peripheral vision locked onto the tail. The guy looked fresh out of training, barely older than Dominic himself, fists clenched with nervous energy. Dominic remembered being that greenback in Newark, eager, earnest, and painfully obvious. A quick glance confirmed Brian was in position. Then, with flawless timing, Dominic spun around, playing the clueless American. "Excuse me, could you tell me where?" He waved the map for effect, just as Brian made his move. The MI5 agent, distracted, pointed toward the Tower of London. Perfect. Brian's hand slipped into his coat, retrieving a pen that wasn't quite a pen. A twist of the nib, a flick of the wrist, and the iridium tip found its mark Solly's right cheek. The CO2 cartridge fired, delivering its payload before Brian melted back into the crowd. Dominic gave a grateful nod and strolled off, resisting the urge to look back. Bad tradecraft, but he couldn't help it. A quick glance confirmed Brian's nose rub mission accomplished. Solly barely registered the sting, brushing it off as nothing. 10 steps later, his hand began to shake. Just a tremor at first, but enough to make him pause. Something wasn't right. Solly froze mid-step, his gaze locking onto something, unseen, as his left hand reached out, shaking violently. His legs gave way without warning, sending him crashing onto the unforgiving concrete. The impact sent a sharp jolt through his kneecaps, pain flaring instantly. He tried to suck in a breath, to steady himself against the humiliation and the throbbing ache, but his lungs refused. The paralyzing drug had taken full hold, shutting down every muscle, every nerve connection. His eyelids were the last to surrender, and as his face hurtled toward the ground, darkness swallowed him. Or was it a deep, eerie red, the faint glow of light, straining through his closed lids? Confusion hit first, a tidal wave of disbelief. What's happening? His thoughts screamed, frantic. He could feel the gritty cement pressing into his forehead, hear the hurried footsteps of passers-by. He willed himself to turn his head, to open his eyes, but nothing obeyed. Panic clawed at him, raw and suffocating. "Breathe, breathe," he commanded. But his body ignored him, locked in some cruel, silent rebellion. It was like drowning, trapped beneath the surface with no way up. His lungs burned, starved for air, his brain scrambling for answers that wouldn't come. Then the terror truly set in. His adrenal glands kicked into overdrive, flooding his veins with adrenaline, sharpening his awareness to a razor's edge. Every second stretched into an eternity. He was dying right there, in the middle of a bustling London sidewalk, under the indifferent gaze of strangers. The absurdity of it hit him like a punchline to a joke he didn't get. This can't be real. But it was. His bladder gave way, the humiliation barely registering beneath the crushing weight of fear. And then the pain. His heart hammered wildly, a frantic drumbeat at 16 beats per minute, but it was a losing battle. Without oxygen, his own heart turned traitor, its cells dying one by one, each death a searing stab. It was agony beyond words, as if the devil himself had plunged a white-hot blade into his chest, twisting deeper with every second. He couldn't scream, couldn't even twitch. Just a silent, helpless witness to his own unraveling. Death wasn't coming, it was already here, wrapping its fingers around him, pulling him under. In that terrifying moment, Sally glimpsed death charging toward him through a blazing landscape, ready to drag him into the abyss. His mind screamed the Shahada in desperation. There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger, repeating it faster and faster until the words blurred together. Oxygen starvation clawed at his brain, unraveling memories like a fraying tapestry. His father's stern face, the proud arch of his favorite stallion's neck, his mother's laughter over a feast-laden table all flickered past. Then came Rosalie, her radiant grin above him, dissolving into darkness as his consciousness slipped away. A crowd formed around his motionless body. Some clueless bystander, a computer parts salesman, of all people, on his way to grab a beer and a pub lunch, leaned down and asked the dumbest possible question. "Hey, you okay?" When Sally didn't respond, the man nudged his shoulder and recoiled at the unsettling limpness, like flipping a steak on a butcher's slab. Panicked, he checked for a pulse and found one, rapid and erratic, but no breath. But damn it. Nearby, Sally's tail fumbled with his phone, dialing emergency services. The fire station was close, and Guy's Hospital just over Tower Bridge. But none of that mattered to the watcher, who'd grown weirdly attached to his mark despite hating his guts. Seeing him crumpled on the pavement hit harder than expected. Barster Crage too is to stir. But the guy was young. Meanwhile, Brian and Dominic met at a pub near the Tower of London, sliding into a booth just as a waitress approached. 2 pints, Dominic said before she could rattle off the beer options. She smirked. John Smith's, then. Brian's hands trembled slightly as he scanned the menu. Maybe a smoke too, he muttered, though neither of them had touched cigarettes since high school. The antique wooden cigarette machine in the corner might as well have been a spaceship control panel for all the good it'd do them. The beers arrived just as an ambulance wailed in the distance. You good? Dominic asked. Brian exhaled. Just need a second. His brother grinned. Think about last Friday. Not regretting it, idiot. Just takes a minute to settle. Brian took a swig. Tail didn't notice a thing. Your guy made it 20 feet before faceplanting. No reaction from the stick? Brian shook his head. Not even a flinch. Dominic raised his glass. Shaken, not stirred, 00 Dumboss. Brian barked a laugh. Yeah, well, welcome to the glamorous life of espionage. Halfway across the city, Jack Jr. Scrolled through CIA alerts while nursing coffee and a donut. At the top of the feed, a flash priority notice blared. Uda bin Salih had dropped dead in London, apparently from a heart attack. The NSA was ordered to track his known associates. Jack stared at the screen. Convenient timing. The urgent CIA dispatch contained a stark message. Their surveillance team had witnessed the man collapse on a London sidewalk before being rushed to Guy's Hospital, where doctors couldn't revive him. My-5 confirmed the body was now undergoing autopsy procedures. Meanwhile, across town, Detective Bert Willow of Special Branch dialed Rosalie Parker's number. When she answered with her characteristic melodic greeting, he requested her immediate presence at Scotland Yard. I've got a client session starting any minute, Rosalie replied smoothly, her voice maintaining its professional warmth. Could we make it in about 2 hours? Willow exhaled slowly. This wasn't actually time-sensitive. If drugs had killed Salih, they certainly hadn't come from Rosalie. Her profile showed a sharp businesswoman who avoided unnecessary risks, someone who even made occasional church appearances despite her state school background. That'll work, Willow conceded, curious but not expecting any breakthroughs from her reaction. Perfect. Dekurderd sent driver. She chirped before the line went dead. Down at Guy's Hospital, the cadaver lay exposed on the cold steel autopsy table when Sir Percival Nutter entered. The renowned pathologist, head of the hospital's pathology department, observed his team had already collected 100 milliliters of blood for comprehensive toxicology screening. Male, approximately 25, Nutter dictated into the overhead microphone, his voice clinical. Maria, verify exact age from identification documents. The junior resident, Richard Gregory, rattled off the vitals. 16.2 pounds, 5'11". Nutter's experienced eyes noted the absence of visible trauma or needle marks. Why the rush, Richard? The deceased hasn't even cooled properly, he remarked, the bluish lips the only immediate anomaly. Gregory ventured his amateur opinion. Perhaps a sudden cardiac event or neurological episode, though the victim's apparent health made either unlikely. Terribly young for that, Nutter mused aloud, examining the unblemished hands and well-maintained teeth. The body might as well have been a side of beef for all the emotion it stirred in him. No signs of hard living, no track marks, just a fit young man who'd drawn the cosmic short straw. Middle Eastern features, possibly. They'd need to open the thoracic cavity to check for structural abnormalities. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Nutter wondered if the poor sod had any idea his morning coffee would be his last. Nutter had performed countless autopsies over his 36-year career, treating each one as a clinical exercise rather than an emotional burden. But this time, as he examined the unnaturally still form of someone so young, he couldn't shake the feeling of futility. The case was intriguing, maybe even Lancet-worthy, but that didn't make it any less tragic. Still, pathology had its rewards. His work had saved lives, and the dead never complained about bedside manner. For now, he'd wait for the tox report, hoping it would point him toward answers. Meanwhile, Brian and Dominic rode in silence back to their hotel. The weight of what they'd just done settled over them like a fog. Brian fired up his laptop, sending a quick, encrypted message to the campus. He knew the response would come soon, unless someone panicked, which wasn't likely. Granger had the look of a man who'd seen his share of action. The kind of guy who could have handled this himself. Funny how people misjudged toughness. John Wayne had been a football player before Hollywood, and Audie Murphy, rejected by the Marines, of all things, had been a slight, unassuming kid who turned out to be one of the deadliest soldiers in history. Eyes told the real story. The loneliness hit Brian harder than Dominic. Killing a stranger, no words exchanged, it had all made sense back at the campus. Now, miles and moral chasms away, the logic felt thinner. But the man they'd taken out wasn't some innocent. He'd bankrolled the monsters behind the Charlottesville massacre, funding slaughter without hesitation. Legally, morally, he'd earned his fate. Dominic cracked open a beer from the minibar, tossing one to Brian. He had it coming, he said flatly. I know, Brian muttered. But this isn't Afghanistan. It's different. Different how? We just did to him what his people tried to do to you. He wasn't pulling the trigger, but he sure as hell loaded the guns. You think he lost sleep over those kids? Brian exhaled, twisting the cap off his beer. It's not about him. It's about us. What if we turn into the thing we're fighting? Dominic shook his head. We walk away if it ever feels wrong. The campus gives us the why. We're not them, Brian. We won't be. Brian pulled the gold pen from his pocket, recharging it absently. 3 minutes, and it was ready again. A tool just like them. He clicked it back into writing mode, slipping it away. I'll be fine. Just never thought I'd be the guy pulling the trigger in some back alley. Civilized world, huh? Dominic smirked. Tell that to the guys who call soldiers baby killers. Brian snorted. Yeah, well, screw them. Dominic leaned back. Exactly. So, we good? Brian took a long swig. We're good. Somewhere in the back of his mind, though, the question lingered. What if they'd just made the world a little darker? One of civilization's unfortunate side effects is how it ties our hands in certain situations. Sure, the system works fine for regular criminals, but these men aren't petty thieves. They're soldiers in a war. The real issue is you can't intimidate someone who welcomes death as part of their mission. The only way to stop them is permanently. Brian took another swig of his beer before glancing at Enzo. I'm fine. Wonder who's next on our list. Let them stew for an hour. Feel like stretching our legs? Sounds good. Brian rose, and soon they were strolling down the street. Too obvious the British Telecom van had just driven off, but that sleek Aston Martin remained parked nearby. Part of him wondered if British intelligence would send a black bag team to sweep the house, but that sports car was practically begging for attention. You eyeing that for the estate sale? Brian teased. Dominic smirked. No point steering wheels on the wrong side for home. Still, it felt criminal to let such a beauty go to waste. Berkeley Square was pleasant, though too cramped for anything beyond toddlers rolling in the grass. The house would fetch a fortune, no doubt, after lawyers or solicitors, as they called them, here took their cut from whatever family the dead man left behind. Getting hungry? Could eat, Brian admitted. They wandered toward Piccadilly, stopping at a pret-a-manger for sandwiches and drinks. 40 minutes later, they returned to the hotel where Brian fired up his laptop. A message from the campus blinked on screen. Mission confirmed clean. Seats booked BI 0943. Heathrow to Munich, 7:55 a.m. Tickets at counter. Details followed, ending with N's. Guess we're not here for sightseeing, Brian remarked. Already? Dominic raised an eyebrow at their handler's efficiency. Not getting paid to be tourists, bro. Meanwhile, Tom Davis leaned back in his chair. We should move the twins faster. If they're covert, lingering's a risk. Henley shrugged. If they're ghosts, what's there to trace? No evidence, no trail. Police check flight manifests, but if the names lead nowhere, they hit a dead end. Better if any possible sightings just. Me chive, it is peste. It's an open secret in law enforcement. Eyewitness accounts are the least reliable evidence. Too shaky, too inconsistent. Across town, Sir Percival frowned at the medical report. Elevated CPEC MB and troponin. Cholesterol at 2113 high for his age. No drugs in his system, not even aspirin. Doctor. Nutter sighed. We'll have to open him up. Young for a major blockage, though. Betting on prolonged QT or arrhythmia, doctor. Gregory added. Both left little trace, both fatal. The summon, sir. Gregory was sharp, if overly earnest. Nutter reached for the scalpel. Let's begin. Then came the rib cutters. Detective Willow had seen enough cases to know what the autopsy would reveal. The victim had succumbed to sudden cardiac arrest, no drugs, no toxins, just an inexplicable electrical misfire in his heart that had been as fatal as a gunshot. The toxicology report might as well have been a blank sheet of paper for all the answers it provided. Meanwhile, intelligence agencies were scrambling like sports commentators without a script. Fragments of intel bounced from Langley to Fort Meade, each transmission hoping to catch whispers from global terror networks. But the bad guys' grapevine? Surprisingly quiet. Rosalie Parker strutted into Willow's office, flashing her practiced, come-hither grin. Even in a police station, she carried herself like she owned the room. Detective, she purred, settling into the chair across from him. What's the occasion? Bad news, Willow replied, keeping his tone professional despite her profession. Your client, Uda bin Salih, is dead. Her perfectly sculpted eyebrows shot up. Dead? What this irkany? How? Collapsed on the street near his office. But the chine de bolatui. That's impossible, she blurted. He was fine last night, energetic, even. Willow studied her. Mirg, no. Just Dal I've fibe. Brief. Not a trace. To her, Uda had been a paycheck, not a tragedy. Any chance he dabbled in substances? Never. A drink here and there, but nothing hard. She hesitated, then added, I had a client die on me once mid-session. Not an experience I care to repeat, so I watch for warning signs. Uda, Thurston Dickens sign, sir. Totally normal. Willow suppressed a grim thought. Well, his heart wasn't. Anything unusual about his behavior lately? Rosalie sighed, rearranging her expression into something resembling sorrow. He was generous, always polite. A real gentleman. And now a real corpse. Did he ever mention his business? Real estate, mostly. Took me to some fancy house in the West End once. Asked my opinion on paint colors. Probably just flexing. Meet any of his associates. A few Arab guys older scrutinized me like I was livestock. No business came of it, though. She shrugged. Guess they weren't in the market. Willow nodded. The dead man's secrets had died with him, along with Rosalie's paycheck. But if she was mourning anything, it wasn't Uda. Just the loss of a generous client. Arabs can be quite passionate, but they're known for treating women well financially. Do you think he might have been mixed up in something illegal? She asked cautiously. Willow nodded. It's possible, but I never saw any signs. If he was involved with dangerous people, he kept it well hidden. I'd love to help, but I really don't know anything more. She appeared genuine, but the detective reminded himself that a high-class escort like her could outshine even the greatest actresses when it came to deception. Thanks for coming in. If anything else occurs to you, don't hesitate to call. She flashed a warm smile as she left. Detective Willow couldn't help thinking she seemed like a decent person, well-spoken, intelligent, and surprisingly likable. Some of it was undoubtedly part of her professional charm, but maybe there was something real beneath the surface. He hoped she'd find a way out before the job hardened her completely. Willow had always been a bit of a dreamer, and he knew that softness might one day cost him. Still, he refused to let the job turn him cynical like it had probably done to her. 15 minutes later, he finished typing his report, sent it off to headquarters, and printed a copy for the Sali case file. It would eventually gather dust in the archives, forgotten. Told you so, Jack said to his roommate. Wills rolled his eyes. Fine, take your victory lap. Now what actually happened? Uda bin Sali dropped dead from what looks like a heart attack. The surveillance team saw nothing suspicious, just him collapsing on the sidewalk. One less financier for the bad guys. Wills studied him. How do you feel about it? Jack's voice turned icy. He chose the wrong crowd. End of story. But privately, he wondered, was this their doing? You think our people had a hand in it? Wills pressed. Not our business. We gather intel. What happens after that isn't for us to question. Meanwhile, Muhammad received the news through an encrypted message, instructing him to call a middleman named Ayman Gailani. Careful to avoid hotel surveillance, he stepped outside, heading to a nearby park with a notepad in hand. Ayman, it's Mohammed. What's the update? Uda is dead, Ayman replied, sounding slightly out of breath. How? He collapsed near his office, was taken to the hospital, and died there. No signs of foul play. Mohammed frowned. No arrests? No involvement from the Israelis? None reported. So a natural death, or so it seemed. He wondered if Uda had completed the money transfer before his sudden demise. I see, he said, though he didn't really. No reason to suspect anything. Not yet. But you know how it is, we always wonder. Mohammed smirked. His father was probably relieved to be rid of the reckless son. Who can confirm the cause of death? Ahmed Mohammed Hamid Ali is in London. Maybe through a lawyer. Good. Make it happen. A pause. Has the emir been informed? Not yet. See that he is. Even minor details mattered. Hanging up, Mohammed pocketed his phone. Vienna suited him, a city with a history of handling problems efficiently. Mohammed found London to be the perfect playground for a wealthy man. The city offered exquisite dining, where staff understood the art of catering to those who could afford the best. Between business dealings, he enjoyed immersing himself in the rich history of the former imperial capital, something he did more frequently than outsiders might expect. Strolling through museums often sparked his sharpest insights, especially when surrounded by art that had nothing to do with his work. Today, he decided to let Ayman handle the tedious legwork, while he indulged in a quiet afternoon at the Tate Modern. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, Jack Ryan was knee-deep in intercepted chatter. The NSA had just flagged an intriguing exchange, Mohammed contacting Ayman, casually mentioning the death of Uda bin Sali. The conversation had pinged multiple systems, triggering an alert that shot straight to Fort Belvoir. Who the hell is the emir? Jack muttered, scanning the transcript. Wills shrugged. Some high-ranking title, maybe a regional leader. Lenley's files peg him as mid-level, but this feels bigger. Jack wasn't convinced. If Mohammed's deferring to someone, we're missing a piece of the puzzle. Wills agreed, though bureaucracy loomed over them like a fog. Requests for analysis risked leaks, and the campus couldn't afford exposure. Draft it for Bell, Wills suggested. Let the big boys decide. Jack scowled. Patience wasn't his strong suit. And red tape? Web3, even worse. Somewhere in the mess, a shadowy figure called the Emir was pulling strings, and Jack hated loose ends. Even the university had its own intelligence network, though it was nothing compared to Langley. Jack couldn't help but smirk at the irony. If he were still a mid-level analyst at the CIA, he could have just picked up the phone and gotten an expert opinion in minutes. But this wasn't the polished, efficient world of Langley, where information flowed smoothly. No, here he had to draft a formal request outlining his reasoning, unsure if it would even get a response. The Emir took the news about Uda's demise with unsettling calm. The man had been useful, sure, but expendable, just another cog in a well-oiled machine. Tall, with sharp Semitic features and olive skin, the Emir wasn't the kind of man who turned heads, but his presence carried weight. His family was old money, though his 9 brothers controlled most of the fortune. His home in Riyadh was lavish but not ostentatious, unlike the royal palaces where the kingdom's princelings strutted around as if they owned the very air they breathed. The Emir despised them, though he kept that contempt locked away. Back in his youth, he'd been more outspoken, more fiery. A conservative imam had radicalized him in his teens, shaping his worldview before the cleric's own extremism landed him in hot water. The Emir, sharpest of his followers, had been shipped off to England ostensibly for education, really to keep him out of trouble. But London had been an education in more than just textbooks. Hyde Park Corner, with its centuries-old tradition of free speech, had been a revelation. People there could criticize their government openly, even mock it, something unthinkable back home, where the king's word was law and dissent was crushed underfoot. Had he gone to America instead, he might have been radicalized by the underground press. But what truly stunned him was the sheer audacity of Western freedom, the idea that people could challenge authority without fear. His homeland was an absolute monarchy, where the king owned the land, the law, even the interpretation of the Quran. And that was the problem. Islam had no single authority, no pope to settle disputes. Shiites and Sunnis clashed endlessly, and even within Sunni Islam, the Wahhabis enforced their rigid doctrine with an iron fist. Yet to the Emir, this chaos wasn't a weakness, it was an opportunity. Convincing a few disillusioned Muslims to embrace his ideology was laughably easy. Many were Western educated, caught between 2 worlds, clinging to their outsider status like a badge of honor. Their revolutionary fervor made them perfect recruits. They already knew the enemy's culture, its vulnerabilities. Their conversions weren't even conversions, really. More like awakenings. Once they pinpointed their targets, those they blamed for their restless dissatisfaction, the next step was plotting how to eliminate these imagined foes, either one by one or in a single dramatic strike that fed their flair for theatrics, if not their shaky grasp on reality. In the end, the man they called the Emir would rise as the new Mahdi, the supreme authority over the entire Islamic movement. He envisioned resolving sectarian divides like those between Sunnis and Shiites, with a sweeping fatwa promoting tolerance, a move even his adversaries might grudgingly admire. After all, hadn't countless Christian denominations eventually moved past their own infighting? He might even extend that tolerance to Jews, though that would have to wait until he'd firmly secured his position, likely from a modest palace near Mecca. Restraint, he knew, was a powerful tool for a religious leader, echoing the ancient wisdom of Thucydides, who recognized that true power lay in measured control. But ambition came with risks. His grand vision demanded patience, and success was far from certain. Worse, he relied on zealots, each with their own stubborn convictions, who might one day turn against him, convinced their own interpretations were superior. Unlike the Prophet Muhammad, whose battles had been against idolaters, his struggle was within the faith itself. Was he truly honorable? A thorny question. Yet Islam needed to evolve beyond the 7th century, didn't it? Once a beacon of knowledge, the faith had faltered under invaders and Western oppression. The emir revered the Quran, and the imams but refused to ignore reality. Power, he understood, was its own addiction, guarded fiercely by those who held it. People craved leadership, not the chaos of Western-style freedom, something he'd observed firsthand in London. Order was essential, and he intended to enforce it. News of Uda bin Salih's death barely registered. A minor inconvenience, nothing more. The organization had resources to spare, and Uda's role had been small. A spilled glass of juice, unworthy of attention. Ahmed, this changes nothing. No action required, he said dismissively. As you command, Ahmed replied before disposing of the burner phone tossed into the Tiber from Ponte Sant'Angelo. Standard procedure when dealing with the organization's shadowy leader, whose identity was known only to a trusted few. At the highest levels, secrecy was paramount. They studied spycraft manuals, honing their tradecraft like professionals. The prized intelligence had been acquired from an ex-KGB operative who mysteriously passed away shortly after the transaction, almost as if fate had intervened. The protocols were ironclad, leaving no room for error. Those who'd ignored them in the past had paid dearly for their negligence. While the Soviet Union had been a despised adversary, its agents were anything but incompetent, merely misguided. America, the so-called Great Satan, had unwittingly done the world a service by dismantling that failed state. Self-interest had driven their actions, yet somehow divine providence had aligned their ambitions with the greater good of the faithful. After all, who could outmaneuver the will of Allah? Chapter 19. A Deadly Rendezvous. The flight to Munich was effortless, and German customs moved with brisk precision. A sleek Mercedes taxi whisked them to the Hotel Bayerischer, where they prepared for their next assignment. Their target, Anas Eli Atef, an Egyptian national with a degree in civil engineering, though his current profession was far less legitimate. Standing 5'9" and weighing 145 pounds, he was clean-shaven with jet black hair and piercing brown eyes. Skilled in hand-to-hand combat and proficient with firearms, Anas was suspected of being a courier for their adversaries, as well as a recruiter. One of his recruits had met a violent end in Des Moines, Iowa. Intel provided an address, photos, even the license plate of his battleship gray Audi TT. The complication: he was living with a German woman named Trudel Heinz, reportedly smitten with her. She wasn't a supermodel, but she had a warm smile, brown hair, blue eyes, petite frame. Dominic couldn't help but pity her poor taste in men, though that wasn't his concern. Anas frequented one of Munich's few mosques, conveniently located near his apartment. After settling in, Dominic and Brian headed to a nearby guest house, securing an outdoor table with a clear view of the area. Since when do Europeans prefer dining on sidewalks? Brian mused. Less effort than visiting the zoo, Dominic quipped. The apartment building was a stark white concrete block with an oddly pitched roof, immaculate, like everything else in Germany. Even the cars lacked the usual grime of American streets. A waiter approached. Was Dorf sane? Sie Dunkelbeeren. Bitter, Dominic replied, dredging up fragments of high school German. American, yes? The waiter noted. Is my accent that obvious? Your clothes scream it, the man said flatly, as if stating the obvious. Fine. 2 dark beers, then, Dominic conceded. The waiter nodded. 2 Kulmbachers coming right up. Brian smirked. Lesson learned blend in better next time. ULI's everywhere, Dominic agreed. Hungry. Could eat. Let's hope they have an English menu. Brian gestured subtly toward the mosque. That's his spot. Think he'll walk this way? Odds are good. No timeline on this, right? Just the objective how we get it done is up to us, Brian confirmed. The beers arrived promptly. Dominic raised his glass. To efficiency. Danke sehr, Brian added with a grin. Excuse me, do you have an English menu? Brian asked politely. The waiter smiled and pulled one from his apron pocket like a magician producing a rabbit. Excellent service, Brian remarked as the man retreated. This guy's smooth must have graduated top of his class at Waiter Academy. Though honestly, the Italians put them all to shame. Last time I was in Florence, the server anticipated my order before I opened my mouth. Probably holds a PhD in table service. Dominic refocused the conversation, scanning the street. No parking out front, must be in the rear. Speaking of which, what's your take on the Audi TT, Enzo? Enzo shrugged. German engineering solid, but not flashy. Not quite Mercedes territory, but miles ahead of some Eastern European junk heaps. Sleek design built for speed. With their autobahns, Germans don't mess around with sluggish rides. Driving here feels like you're qualifying for the Daytona 500. Brian skimmed the menu, noting the British-style translations beneath the German dishes. Dominic smirked. Still, NATO bases here, probably keeping an eye on the French more than anyone else. The irony wasn't lost on them, given history. Their waiter, Emile, materialized as if beamed down from the Starship Enterprise. After ordering sauerbraten and bratwurst, Brian gestured toward a nearby building. That a mosque down the block? Emile nodded stiffly. Turkish workers. They don't touch pork or beer. Polite enough, but he trailed off with a shrug that spoke volumes. Once Emile left, Dominic raised an eyebrow. Well, tension. More like awkward coexistence, Brian said. Germans tolerate them, but it's not a love fest. Mostly bar brawls, from what I heard. Though some Turks must have developed a taste for lager survival tactic. Dominic looked surprised. Since when are you an expert on German-Turkish relations? Shared a base with their recon unit in Afghanistan. Tough as nails, those guys professional, disciplined. Their sergeants swapped patches with ours like trading cards. Oh, and they smuggled beer into the field. Instant popularity boost. Dominic chuckled. Europeans treat beer like holy water. Their meals arrived vinegary potato salad that made Dominic pause mid-bite. This is insane. Sweet, tangy, crunchy, why don't we have this back home? Not everything worth eating comes with marinara, Enzo quipped. Their banter halted as a woman exited the apartment building, Trubelheinz, their target's girlfriend. Her faded blonde hair and sharp legs matched the intel photos. Attractive, but in a forgettable way. Showtime, Brian murmured, wiping his mouth. The real work was about to begin. It was unfortunate she'd gotten involved with a terrorist. Perhaps he'd targeted her as part of his disguise, enjoying the added perks that came with it, unless they were keeping things strictly professional, which seemed doubtful. The two Americans speculated about how he treated her, though her confident stride gave nothing away. She crossed the street but walked right past the mosque, making it clear she wasn't headed there just yet. Brian tossed out an idea. If he shows up for prayers, we could intercept him in the crowd. Plenty of cover with all those people. Not a bad plan, Dominic agreed. Let's see how devout he is this afternoon and scope out the scene. Call it a solid maybe, Dominic replied dryly. First, Let's wrap up here and grab some clothes that don't scream outsider. Copy that, Brian said, checking his watch 2000p. We're 8 Doringzoni. Break home. The 1-hour time difference from London barely counted as jet lag. Meanwhile, Jack arrived early, intrigued by what seemed like an unfolding operation in Europe. He skimmed through the morning reports, most of them routine, though there was extra chatter about Sally's death. My5 had officially labeled it a heart attack, likely triggered by a fatal arrhythmia. The autopsy backed it up, and his body had already been handed over to a law firm representing his family. Plans were in motion to repatriate him to Saudi Arabia. A covert team had swept through his London apartment, but found nothing noteworthy. Even his office computer's hard drive had been copied and sent off for analysis. Jack knew that kind of forensic work could drag on forever. Hidden files were technically recoverable, but it was like disassembling the pyramids stone by stone. If Sully had been smart burying data in obscure folders or locking it behind uncrackable encryption, they'd be stuck. Was he that sharp? Jack doubted it, but you never knew until you dug in. It could take weeks, maybe months if he'd been meticulous with his security. Still, uncovering anything hidden would confirm he was more than just a low-level asset serious enough to bring in Gawk's top analysts. Of course, none of them could retrieve what had died with him inside his skull. "Morning, Jack," Will said, strolling in. "Hey, Tony. What's the latest on our dearly departed?" "Not much. They're shipping him home today. Coroner called it natural causes, so our hands are clean. Islam requires a quick burial, no markers," Tony added. "Once he's in the ground, that's it, no digging him up later for toxicology reports." "So we did do it?" Jack pressed. "What we use?" "Jack," Tony cut him off, "I don't know, and I don't want to know." "Neither should you. How can you work in this field and not be curious?" Jack shot back. "You learn what questions not to ask," Tony said firmly. Jack scoffed silently. Too young for that mindset. Tony was good at his job, but he operated inside rigid boundaries just like Sully, now permanently boxed in. And yeah, they'd taken him out. The method? Jack had no clue. He could have asked his mom about undetectable toxins, but that wasn't an option. Some doors were better left unopened. She absolutely would tell his father, and Big Jack would definitely demand an explanation for why his son had posed such a question, maybe even figure out the answer himself. That option was off the table completely. With the official reports on Sally's death circulating, Jack dug into NSA intercepts and other intelligence sources, but there was nothing new about the Emir. The mention had been fleeting, just a blip in the daily traffic, and earlier references were scarce, only what Tony had managed to uncover. His request for a broader search through signals records at Fort Meade and Langley got shot down by higher-ups, frustrating but predictable. Even the campus had its boundaries. He got why they hesitated. Someone might start asking who was behind the request, digging deeper than they should. Still, with thousands of similar requests flying around daily, one more shouldn't cause that much chaos, right? But he dropped it. No point in rocking the boat so early in his career. Instead, he set his system to flag any new traffic with the word Emir, hoping to build a stronger case for a future request if there ever was one. The title Emir stuck in his mind. It felt like a specific identifier, even if Langley dismissed it as an inside joke. That assessment came from a senior analyst, so it carried weight both there and at the campus. Supposedly, they were the ones who fixed CIA's mistakes, but with fewer resources, they often had to swallow the agency's assumptions. Not exactly logical, but Hendley hadn't asked his opinion when setting things up, so he figured the higher-ups knew what they were doing. Then again, as Mike Brennan liked to say in police work, Assumptions were the root of all disasters. The FBI had the same saying. Mistakes happened, and the bigger the rank, the bigger the blunder, but good luck reminding anyone of that. Nobody liked hearing it. They grabbed their clothes off the rack close enough to American styles, but the small differences added up to something distinctly foreign. Shoes were next, and after a quick change at the hotel, they hit the streets. Their disguise passed the test when a local stopped Brian, asking for directions to the Hauptbahnhof. He fumbled in English, claiming he was new, and the woman retreated with an awkward smile, moving on to someone else. That's the main train station, Dominic explained. Why doesn't she just take a cab? Brian grumbled. World's not perfect, Aldo. Just say Ich bin ein Ausländer next time. Means you're a foreigner gets you off the hook. Then they'll probably switch to English better than what you'd hear in Brooklyn. A familiar golden glow caught Brian's eye McDonald's arches. A comforting sight, though neither had any interest in eating there. The local cuisine was too good to pass up. By evening, they were back at the Hotel Beerscher, digging into just that. Granger updated Hendley, there in Munich. Found the target's building in Mosque, but no sighting yet. Did spot his girlfriend, though. Smooth so far? The senator asked. No hiccups. German police aren't onto him, and their intel service knows who he is but isn't actively tracking him. The agency has been tracking issues with homegrown extremists, and while some cases have been flagged, this particular individual hasn't drawn attention yet. Langley hasn't pushed the matter either. Relations with Germany aren't exactly smooth these days. Silver lining with a catch? Endley asked. Exactly, Granger agreed. They're tight-lipped with intel, but at least we don't have to dodge surveillance. Germans are peculiar. Stay within the lines, and you're fine. Cross them, and they'll bury you in bureaucracy. They're police. Fyrstore kapte it Trev. Their intelligence. Not so much. The Soviets and Stasi ran circles around them, and they're still recovering from the embarrassment. Do they even handle covert ops? Side payerly. Their rule-following culture doesn't lend itself to dirty work. When they do try, it usually blows up in their faces. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if most Germans filed their taxes early with exact change. Hendley smirked. Their bankers aren't exactly saints when it comes to global finance. Granger shot back. International bankers don't pledge allegiance to flags, just profit margins. Lenin nailed it. A capitalist's only homeland is the deal he's closing. Hendley tossed a file on the desk. Take a look at this. Some junior analyst digging into a shadowy figure called the Emir. Granger skimmed it and shrugged. Not much to go on. Which is why I shot it down. But the kid's instincts were sharp enough to ask the right questions. And he's got potential? Maybe. That's why I paired him with Wills, teach him the ropes and the limits. If he sticks around, he could go far. Might even inherit his old man's knack for the game. Granger exhaled. Problem is, we're guessing at their structure. Are we dealing with one mastermind or a council? No clue. Taking out foot soldiers is like mowing weeds, they just grow back. You want to end this, you need the head. But it's a ghost. They're mirroring our playbook, Jerry. That's why we're poking the hornet's nest, see what flies out. Hendley rubbed his temples. Patience is a virtue. Too bad it feels like watching paint dry. The enemy camp was likely celebrating their recent attack, smug after targeting innocent women and children. Nobody enjoys seeing that, Jerry, came the measured reply. But even creation took a full week. Patience matters. Hendley's eyes narrowed. Since when did you start quoting scripture? An eye for an eye sounds great, but first we've got to find the damn eye. These things take time. Jerry scoffed. Back when Big Jack and I first planned this operation, I naively thought having authority meant faster results. His colleague chuckled. We'll always move quicker than the government, but we're not some TV spy squad. The operation just started one strike down, 3 to go before they even flinch. Stay sharp. Easy for you to say, Jerry muttered, not mentioning how time zones only added to the frustration. Jack cut in, voice edged with irritation. There's another problem we're flying blind. Knowing the full scope of operations would help us streamline intel gathering. Compartmentalization, Wills countered. More like bureaucratic nonsense, Jack snapped. If we're part of the team, we should have context. Random details make sense when you see the bigger picture. This whole building is supposed to be secure. Why mimic Langley's red tape if it just slows us down? Wills sighed. That's how the system works. Then the system's broken, Jack fired back. How do we fix the CIA's mistakes if we're just copying them? Silence followed. Wills had no satisfying answer. This kid was picking things up too fast. What had he learned in the White House? Asking questions, absorbing answers, actually thinking them through. Look, Jack, Wills admitted, I'm just your trainer, not the director. Jack exhaled. Yeah, I know. Guess I got used to my dad making things happen, or at least seeming to. Maybe impatience runs in the family. Especially with a surgeon for a mother, used to fixing problems immediately. Sitting at a desk, waiting, it didn't come naturally. His father had faced real threats back when America had actual superpower enemies. These terrorists. More like mosquitoes, annoying but not structural. Though even mosquitoes carried disease. Meanwhile, in Piraeus, Greece, a shipping container was loaded onto a truck, its paperwork flawless. Colombian coffee bound for Vienna. No one checked further. Inside, a different kind of product waited, a metric ton of cocaine, destined for distribution across Europe. The crew had a warehouse ready, and with no border checks, their job was disturbingly simple. The shipment fulfilled a business promise, trading psychological satisfaction for financial gain. The operation continued through the night while Europeans slept soundly, some of whom would soon seek out the illicit portion of the cargo from street dealers. By 9:30 the next morning, the twins had their target in sight. They were enjoying a relaxed breakfast at a guest house just down the street from where their contact Emil worked. Anas Ali Atef strode purposefully past, coming within 20 feet of them as they sipped coffee and nibbled on strudel among a crowd of locals. Atef moved with confidence, his gaze fixed ahead, oblivious to the surveillance no trained operatives' wary glances. He clearly felt at ease here, which worked in their favor. Brian spotted him first. There's our guy, he murmured. No flashing sign identified him, but the mustache and the apartment building he'd exited matched their intel. Dressed neatly, he could almost pass for a local except for the telltale features. At the corner, he boarded an eastbound streetcar, destination unclear. Dominic smirked. Breakfast with a buddy, or planning the next attack on the West? 2 by to 2-way soon. Brian shrugged. Wish we had full surveillance, but we're not here to investigate. This guy recruited a shooter, that's enough for me. Agreed. He's earned his spot on the list, Dominic replied. To them, Atef was now just a target, a name to be crossed off. The rest was above their pay grade. Brian chuckled. If this were a bureau job, we'd be tossing his apartment right now, grabbing his laptop. Dominic nodded. So what's next? See if he stops by a church. Maybe take him out on the way. Brian hesitated. Feels like we're moving fast. Dominic grinned. We could just sit in the hotel and waste time, But where's the fun in that? Leaving cash, but not too much, they slipped out, careful not to stand out as Americans. The streetcar rattled along, less comfortable than a car, but far more practical in a city not built for vehicles. Atef admired the efficiency of German engineering, a stark contrast to the chaos of Cairo's streets. The Germans were an odd breed, cold, superior, convinced of their own greatness. They tolerated outsiders only because their laws demanded it. Laws forced on them decades ago by the Americans. Yet beneath their rigid obedience lurked a history of brutal violence, a capacity for destruction the world had witnessed firsthand. What a shame, he mused, that they no longer had the will to act on it. The Jewish people had dealt his nation 4 crushing defeats, and in one of those battles they took the life of his older brother, Ibrahim. Ibrahim had been piloting a Soviet-made T-62 tank in the Sinai when an American M60A1 blasted through his armor. Atef barely remembered him, just faded photographs, and his mother's quiet sobbing over a son lost too soon. His brother had fought to finish what the Germans began decades earlier, only to fail. The Americans always shielded the Jews, fueling their wars with weapons and intelligence. To Atef, it was obvious Washington danced to Tel Aviv's tune. Yet the Germans, despite their past failures, still carried themselves with that same cold superiority. He felt it on the tram the way elderly women edged away. The sidelong glances, the unspoken disgust. He almost laughed at the thought of some sanitation worker scrubbing down the handrail after he stepped off. 7 minutes later, he exited at Dom Street, walking the final block under a barrage of hostile stares. Some looked through him entirely, as if he were nothing more than a stray mutt wandering the sidewalk. Munich would have been the perfect place to strike back, but orders were orders. Instead, he slipped into a bustling cafe where Fahd Rahman Yassin waited, dressed like any other laborer. "Salam alaikum," Atef murmured. "Alaikum salam," Fayad replied, pushing a plate of pastries toward him. "Let's try one." "They're excellent." Atef took a bite, then leaned in. "Gerlein Tipris pride." "Our actions last week rattled the Americans," Fahd said, satisfaction threading his voice. "But they'll never abandon Israel. They love those people more than their own flesh and blood. Mark my words, they'll retaliate. You say good Kashaker." F pressed. "Blindly. They'll lash out at whoever their spies point to, but that only fuels our cause. And they don't even know we exist." Moe Tef smirked. "Their group didn't even have a name, just a shared purpose. 3 of my recruits chose martyrdom in America," Fahd added. "I stuffed the pre." Atef arched a brow. "They died honorably. In Allah's name. That's all that matters." Fayad sipped his coffee. "Do you have more ready?" "2 are close," Atef admitted. "But convincing men to leave behind comfort isn't easy. Take your time. We're patient." Atef's eyes narrowed. "How patient?" "Last week we took hundreds. Next time thousands," Fayad finished, a dark gleam in his eye. Atef leaned forward. "How?" Fayad's smile tightened. "Not my place to say." Because he doesn't know, Atef thought bitterly. The man was just another pawn, kept in the dark by those above him. Glancing at his watch, Atef stood. "This is Ignedig, Frischtistif. Come with me." The mosque was just a short 10-minute walk from where they stood. Salat time was approaching, and it served as the perfect test for his colleague's true devotion. "As you wish," his companion replied. Together, they made their way to the streetcar, which dropped them off a block from the mosque after a brief ride. "Stay sharp, Aldo," Dominic muttered under his breath. They had been casually surveying the area, not expecting much, when their target appeared strolling down the sidewalk with an unfamiliar companion. "Who's the new guy?" Brian wondered aloud. "No clue, but we stick to the plan." "Thea Tryggsevlerst?" Dominic asked. "You know it." "You?" "Absolutely," Dominic confirmed. Their mark was now just 30 yards ahead, likely heading toward the mosque behind them. "What's the move?" "Let him go in. We'll grab him on the way out." Nodding, they turned toward a nearby hat shop, pretending to browse while their target passed uncomfortably close. "How long do you think prayers take?" Brian grumbled. "No idea. I haven't stepped inside a church in months." "Great," Brian scoffed. "My own brother, the heathen." Dominic smirked. "You were always the holy one in the family." Inside the mosque, Atef and his friend followed the familiar rituals of Salat, the second pillar of Islam. They removed their shoes, placing them in numbered cubbies, an oddly German touch for a mosque. Theft here was unthinkable. The punishment in Muslim lands was severe, and stealing from a house of worship was a direct insult to God. The prayers were brief but rejuvenating, reaffirming Atef's faith before he and his friend collected their shoes and stepped back into the sunlight. Outside, the Americans had positioned themselves carefully. The crowd dispersed in all directions, some into taxis, others on foot. Their target emerged, turning left toward Dominic, who smoothly withdrew a gold pen from his jacket, twisting the tip discreetly. Then, with practiced grace, he tripped, colliding with Atef. The stab was swift, unnoticed in the commotion. Atef's friend helped them both up, none the wiser as Dominic apologized and slipped away. Brian kept his distance, watching as Atef walked another 50 feet before suddenly freezing in place. The moment hung in the air, tense, inevitable. Atef's friend barely had time to react when he saw his companion suddenly collapse. One moment, Atef was mid-sentence. The next, his body hit the pavement with a sickening thud. His arm jerked up instinctively, but then his entire frame went slack. The other man froze for a split second before dropping to his knees, confusion twisting into horror as he shook Atef's limp form, shouting his name with increasing desperation. Brian barely spared them a glance as he walked past, though he did motion to a nearby German pedestrian to help. The stranger didn't hesitate, pulling out his phone to call for medical assistance. Brian lingered at the next intersection, just long enough to watch the ambulance arrive 6.5 minutes later, because of course the Germans were efficient. The paramedics worked fast, checking Atef's pulse before exchanging alarmed looks. One of them grabbed an emergency kit, and within moments, they had him intubated, pumping air into his lungs right there on the sidewalk. The Brian already knew it was too late. 10 minutes had passed since the collapse, and Atef was gone, brain dead before the sirens had even wailed. With a glance at his watch, Brian turned the corner and hailed a cab, mumbling the name of his hotel. The driver figured it out, and soon enough, he was stepping into the lobby where Dominic waited. They headed straight for the bar. There was something grimly satisfying about the timing right after church, at least giving the illusion of a clean slate. Not that either of them believed in that kind of thing, but it made the first sip of beer go down easier. Meanwhile, back at the campus, Sam Granger sat in his office, drumming his fingers on the desk. The twins had been efficient. No wasted movements, no unnecessary risks. He'd already prepped the encrypted file, ready to send. Unlike the London operation, there'd be no official notice from German intelligence. Atef wasn't important enough for that. To Munich's police, it would just be another tragic case of a middle-aged man dropping dead, probably chalked up to bad habits. At 8:43 a.m., the email arrived Dominic's detailed report, clinical and precise. Having a witness nearby was an unexpected advantage, muddying the waters just enough. No one would suspect foul play. Still, the campus would dig for the official report just to be thorough. Downstairs, Jack Ryan was knee-deep in routine intel traffic, sifting through endless streams of data. Most of it was mundane grocery lists and idle chatter between known operatives. He had no idea what had just gone down in Munich. But then again, that was the point. The emails flooding in could easily contain coded messages with major implications, but without the right decryption tools or a key, they were just words on a screen. One terrorist had famously used hot weather as a signal for heightened security sent in July when the heat was already unbearable. The FBI had intercepted it, but initially dismissed it as insignificant. Today, however, one message practically screamed for attention. "Tony, check this out," Jack said, pointing at the screen. The recipient was their familiar suspect, 56 Moha at Turocom. Net, and the content only reinforced his role as a hub for shady communications. 8F is dead. He died right in front of me in Munich. They called an ambulance, worked on him on the street, but he still didn't make IT heart attack. Need orders. Wed, Nent. The sender's address, Honeybear at Ostercom. Net was new to Jack's database. Wanderbear? Wills smirked. Guess he's got a soft side. Or just a bad alias, Jack shot back. Either way, if we took out Atef in Germany, this confirms it and gives us a fresh lead. He pulled up NSA records. They flagged it too. Maybe they think he's worth watching. Wills scoffed. You're jumping to conclusions. Bull, Jack snapped, frustration boiling over. For the first time, he understood his father's infamous temper when dealing with intel reports. How much more obvious does it need to be? Wills exhaled, keeping his voice steady. Sutter, relax. This is one unverified report. We don't go all in until we've got corroboration. Honeybear could be anything or nothing. Jack clenched his jaw. Was this another test? Fine. Moha 56 is a high-confidence target, right? We've been tracking him for months. Now this lands in his inbox, right when we suspect our teen's active in Germany. Unless you think Uda bin Salih just happened to drop dead in London while fantasizing about his favorite escort, and MI6 found it fascinating for no reason. Did I miss anything? Wills grinned. Not bad. A little light on proof, but well argued. Want me to take it upstairs? Run it upstairs, Jack corrected, forcing himself to dial back the anger. Breathe. 5 minutes later, Wills handed Rick Bell the printout. Do we have people in Germany? Bell's expression didn't flicker. Why do you ask? One Tavsta Tabel. Bell's eyes narrowed. I damnedest Pavelers days. Take a wild guess. Bell smirked. Kid's got instincts. How much does he know? Wills shrugged. Enough to make Langley sweat. Like you are. Maybe. Wills paused. He connects dots faster than a supercomputer. Bell snorted. Yeah, but this isn't exactly rocket science. True. But Jack, he's the kind who sees the fire before the smoke. Bell hesitated before responding. You think he's on the money? Wills exhaled slowly. What's your take? Seems like they nailed Solly, and now they're moving down the list. How are they pulling this off? Bell's voice dropped. Trust me, you don't want the details. It's messier than it appears. Atef wasn't just some nobody he funneled recruits straight to Iowa. Wills gave a grim nod. Solid justification. Sam agrees. I'll hand it off to him. Next steps. Moha's our priority now. We need eyes on him, Wills said, rubbing his temple. Got a location? Last trace put him in Italy, plenty of urban sprawl to disappear in. Perfect base of operations with all those international flights. Plus, nobody's watching Italy too closely these days. Terrorists haven't made noise there, so the locals aren't digging through quiet corners. Wills smirked. Same complacency in Germany, France, whole damn continent. They're sitting ducks, but good luck convincing them. Bell chuckled darkly. So, what about your protege? The dapple is frying. Wills tilted his head. Kid's sharp. Connects dots faster than most, even if he occasionally jumps to conclusions. Vor an analyst? That's gold. Bell raised an eyebrow. You're giving him an A? But close. B+ edging higher. He's green, but he's got the instincts. Give him a decade, he'll outpace me. Coming from Wills, a legend at Langley despite his old-school quirks, that meant something. His reputation for brutal honesty was as solid as his pension. The campus paid enough that he could afford candor. His youngest was finishing up at Maryland, and retirement with Betty was on the horizon. Just don't tell him, Wills added. Ego. Bell asked. Nah, but overconfidence sinks rookies. Let him earn it. Bell snorted. Smart ones never assume they've got it all figured out. Wills stood stretching. Why risk it? As he left, Bell chewed on the Ryan problem. Maybe the senator would have ideas. Across town, Dominic tossed his bag onto the hotel bed. Vienna's next. Another target. Brian groaned. When does this gig slow down? His brother grinned. Brother, America's got enough bad guys to keep us employed till we're old and gray. Might as well disband the courts, Brian muttered. Dominic shot back. Last I checked, you weren't Clint Eastwood. And you're no war hero. How are we getting there? Plane, train, or questionable life choices? Renting a Porsche sounds fun, Dominic mused. Brian rolled his eyes. Great. Just log off so I can pull the files. Meanwhile, Hendley scowled at Granger. This is all we've got. Matches our field intel, Granger confirmed. Hendley shook his head. 2 heart attacks in a week. They'll smell a rat. Granger leaned in. That's the point, Jerry. We want them jittery, just not enough to connect the dots. They'll chalk it up to bad luck. CIA doesn't operate like this, and they know it. Mossad? Maybe. But they're already paranoid about Israel. A thought struck him. What if they're the ones who took out that Mossad officer in Rome? Hendley sighed. Speculation's above your pay grade. Granger smirked. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. The mafia might have taken out the poor guy by mistake, thinking he was one of their own who owed them money. But honestly, that theory feels shaky at best. Granger nodded and headed back to his office. Meanwhile, Mohammed Hassan al-Din sat in his suite at Rome's Hotel Excelsior, sipping coffee and staring at his laptop screen. The news about Atef's death hit hard. He'd been one of their best recruiters, sharp, convincing, and fiercely dedicated. Atef had always wanted to be on the front lines, to become a martyr, but men like him were too valuable behind the scenes. It was basic math, something an engineer like Atef should have grasped. Maybe it was that old wound his brother killed by the Israelis back in '73. A grudge that long was rare, even in their circles, but not unheard of. At least Atef was with his brother now in paradise. Small comfort for the organization, though. Mohammed sighed, glancing at the cloned phones on his bed, untraceable, safe. Should he alert the Emir? 2 young operatives dead in less than a week, both from heart attacks? Statistically, that was bizarre. But Fayed had been right there when Atef collapsed. No gunshot, no poison. And the other guy? Well, Uda had his vices. Some men just didn't know when to quit. Probably just bad luck. Still, he encrypted a note about it before shutting his laptop. Rome's warmth felt familiar, almost like home. He strolled past a cafe. Its mediocre pasta still better than most places back in Riyadh. The women here were another story too thin, like they'd forgotten how to enjoy life. Shaking his head, he crossed Via Veneto to withdraw cash. The euro was a blessing almost as reliable as the dollar. Rome itself. Impossible not to love. A city of history where emperors once kept order with an iron fist. The Colosseum's ghosts whispered lessons. Ruthlessness worked. The streets stayed quiet when disobedience meant death. Some things never changed. Back in his homeland, Muhammad harbored a deep-seated resentment toward the ruling elite, whether they met their end violently or fled to luxurious exile in places like England or Switzerland, where wealth and titles guaranteed a life of idle comfort. Either outcome would satisfy him and his allies, so long as their corrupt reign ended. The monarchy had sold out to foreign powers, trading oil for influence while treating their own people like subjects of divine right. His hatred for America, though fierce, paled next to his loathing for his own rulers. Yet America remained his ultimate enemy, the puppeteer behind global oppression, bankrolling Israel and stationing troops on sacred soil, all to dominate Islam under its imperial thumb. The Iranians had it right. America was the great Satan, a monstrous force of arrogance and greed. Striking at its heart had become his life's mission. Israel, for all its aggression, was just a pawn, a tool in America's cynical game. Meanwhile, Dominic couldn't help but smirk at the concierge's choice of wheels, a Porsche 911, its tiny trunk barely fitting their gear after some creative packing. Still, it beat a sluggish rental. This car had guts. Brian, stuck with map duty, barely had time to buckle in before Dominic gunned the engine, eager to test its limits on the winding roads toward Vienna. The mission ahead was grim, but duty came first. "You gonna need a helmet," Brian joked, wedging himself into the low-slung seat. "Not with me behind the wheel," Dominic shot back, grinning. "Let's move." The car's garish blue paint didn't matter. The engine roared to life, precision tuned and ready. Back at the office, Henley tapped his desk, uneasy. "They're flying blind out there," he said to Granger. "No intel support, no experience. What if they hit the wrong target?" Granger frowned. "We've never needed backup before." Henley leaned back, recalling a mob informant from his prosecutor days, a hitman who'd cracked after killing an innocent man. "Guilt eats at you," he muttered. "Good guys feel it worse." Granger exhaled. Fine. Maybe it's time we gave them more than just a virtual office." The team couldn't directly ask questions during the mission, though they had the option to email for guidance if needed. "Not that they've taken us up on that offer," Henley remarked dryly. Jerry shot him a look. "Come on, we're barely into this operation. No need to hit the panic button. These two officers are sharp. That's why we chose them. Independent thinking is exactly what we need in the field." Henley, ever the strategist, countered. "We're not just making educated guesses here, we're betting the farm on them." "You really comfortable with that?" His political instincts, honed from years on Capitol Hill, made him relentless when dissecting an idea. Assumptions are dangerous, Gary. But so is overcomplicating things. What if we send the wrong person and just muddy the waters? Granger recognized the classic bureaucratic trap analysis paralysis. Henley had fallen into the habit of scrutinizing every decision to death. "Look, I get wanting a fresh perspective," Granger conceded. The Carusos are solid, but they're green. Another set of eyes could help them spot something they might miss. Hendley wasn't backing down. And what if they freeze up out there? Make a call that gets someone killed. That kind of guilt sticks with you, changes how you operate. We can't ignore that risk. Granger exhaled sharply. Sure, but adding another voice could also mean second-guessing the right move. Sometimes caution just gets in the way. Disagree, Hendley said flatly. Brewer Waindrake. Do you suggest? Granger challenged. Hendley paused, considering. Someone they know. Someone they trust. His voice trailed off as he weighed the options. Granger felt the weight of the decision. Hendley's authority was absolute here. Whoever they picked had to be flawless. Meanwhile, Dominic was tearing down the Autobahn, the Porsche's engine growling beneath him. The road was a masterpiece, smooth, endless, no speed limits in sight. He smirked, half wondering if Hitler himself had commissioned it. German drivers, unlike their American counterparts, actually moved over when you flashed your lights. No stubborn grandmas clogging the fast lane here. Brian, gripping his seat, tried not to flinch. He'd survived low-altitude helicopter runs through the Sierra Nevada in ancient CH-46s. This shouldn't faze him. But as a Marine, showing fear wasn't an option. And if he was honest, the adrenaline was kind of thrilling. The ride felt like being on a roller coaster with no safety harness, but Enzo was clearly loving every second. Dominic took some comfort in knowing his seatbelt was securely fastened, and that this compact German car was likely built by the same meticulous engineers behind the legendary Tiger tank. The mountain pass had been nerve-wracking, but once they hit the open farmland, the road smoothed out, thank heavens. Dominic belted out a painfully off-key rendition of The Sound of Music, prompting Brian to groan, "If you sing like that in church, lightning's gonna find you before the sermon ends." He unfolded the city maps as they neared Vienna, known locally as Wien, where the streets twisted like a maze designed by a drunk architect. The Austrian capital had roots stretching back before the Romans, its winding roads never meant for modern traffic. The maps showed concentric ring roads, remnants of medieval fortifications, though the city's history wasn't all fairy tales. The Habsburgs' Catholic rule hadn't stopped the dark chapter when Austria eagerly embraced Hitler's regime, outdoing even Germany in zeal. Funny how The Sound of Music bombed here, maybe. The locals weren't fans of its less-than-flattering Nazi portrayal. Yet Vienna itself was undeniably grand, with wide boulevards and buildings that looked like they'd been plucked from an empire's golden age. Brian guided them to the Hotel Imperial, a place so opulent it could have been Schönbrunn Palace's stylish cousin. "Not bad digs, huh?" Dominic remarked, stepping into a lobby dripping with gilded plaster and polished woodwork, each detail crafted like a Renaissance masterpiece. The staff, dressed like they'd stepped out of a period drama, greeted them with flawless English. "Welcome, Mr. Caruso," the concierge said smoothly, as if he'd been expecting them. Dominic handed over his black Amex, then asked about their rental car. "Franz will show you to your rooms," the concierge replied, summoning a bellman who led them up a grand staircase lined with crimson carpet. At the top loomed a portrait of Emperor Franz Joseph, his whiskers impeccably groomed. "The boss man," Dominic quipped. "Indeed, sir," Franz answered. "He inaugurated this hotel." Dominic smirked. No wonder the place had attitude. It came by it honestly. Deed, far from it. Within minutes, they'd settled into their luxurious rooms at the Imperial Hotel. Brian strolled into Dominic's suite, whistling as he took in the lavish surroundings. "Man, even the president's private quarters don't compare to this," he remarked, running his hand along the mahogany desk. Dominic smirked, tossing his jacket onto the king-sized bed. "That confident, huh?" "Hell yeah," Brian shot back. "Uncle Jack gave me the full tour after basic school. Where's place?" "Next level. Bet it costs more than our annual salaries combined." Dominic unzipped his bag, pulling out a sleek laptop. "Relax, it's on my dime. Besides, our target's just down the street at the Bristol. Hunting wealthy scumbags does have its perks." The Imperial's tech setup impressed even Dominic as he booted up his system, finally giving proper attention to the case file he'd only skimmed earlier. Meanwhile, Granger rubbed his temples, weighing Jerry's persistent request. The twins needed minders, but most of Rick Bell's seasoned intelligence team were decades older than the Caruso brothers. Sending 50-something operatives to shadow 20-somethings across Europe would raise eyebrows. There had to be a better fit someone younger, sharper. His fingers hovered over the phone before making the call. 2 blocks away at the historic Bristol Hotel, Fahd Rahman Yassin stared blankly at the opera house across the street, oblivious to its Mozartian legacy. Vienna's cultural gems meant nothing to him, not after witnessing Anas's shocking collapse in Berlin. The memory played on loop. Paramedics, stone-faced yet relentless, fighting to save a man they'd likely hated. Even the German doctor's clinical apology echoed in his mind, along with a cold request for next-of-kin details. Now, alone in his first-class train compartment earlier, he'd grappled with the senseless loss. Mohammed Hassan al-Din would expect a report, though Fahd wasn't certain where to find him. Rome, perhaps. Not that it mattered, digital channels sufficed. He snatched a miniature cognac from the minibar, downing it straight from the bottle, despite the crystal glasses gleaming on the shelf. The burn steadied his hands. Let others judge. Tonight, survival outweighed piety. Somewhere between the alcohol and exhaustion, a darker thought took root. If this was Allah's design, what brutal lesson hid beneath his friend's stolen breath? The opera house lights blurred as he reached for another bottle. Jack couldn't believe his rotten luck. He glanced at the minibar again, 2 lonely cognacs left, followed by a row of those tiny Scotch bottles Saudis loved so much. Religious rules be damned. Passport ready." Granger barked the moment Jack sat down. "Bear bitter decuttered. Waste ferbe." Ryan shot back. "You're flying to Vienna tonight from Dulles. Here's your ticket." The ops director slid the folder across the desk like a blackjack dealer. "What's the play?" Jack frowned. "You'll be at the Imperial Hotel coordinating intel updates for the Caruso twins. Use your normal email. Your laptop's already loaded with encryption." Jack blinked. "Hold up, sir. Go save the tree, Berters. What exactly am I walking into?" Granger's smile could have frozen a margarita. "Your dad asked me that same question back in the day. Jerry thinks the boys need an intel babysitter. You're it, strictly behind the scenes, tracking online breadcrumbs. You've got a knack for digital hunting that Dom and Brian lack. Field perspective might help. Take it or leave it, but I'd say yes." Jack checked the ticket. "Damn, wheels up in 3 hours? Better move." Company cars waiting downstairs. As Jack stood, he was secretly relieved about not parking his Hummer at Dulles. Those things were catnip for thieves. Who's read in on this? Just Rick, Bell, and Wills. That's it. Understood. The Sursafuri, Ted. Jack flipped open the folder and smirked at the black Amex inside. At least the campus was footing the bill. How many of these cards did they stockpile? Meanwhile, in Vienna, Dominic squinted at his screen. "We've got a visitor tomorrow." Brian groaned. "Who?" "These bullets deferred. Orders say, sit tight till they arrive." For Christ's sake, we're not amateurs. Last target basically gift wrapped himself. Dominic shrugged. Bureaucrats. Show competence, they panic. Brian changed tactics. Dinner. See if their veal Milanese beats Mom's. Only one way to know. Dominic yanked a tie from his suitcase. The hotel dining room had pretentious written all over it. Jack's Airbus hummed at 34,000 feet, turbulence rattling his nerves more than the mission. First time in Austria. First time backing a wet work team. Back in Maryland, eliminating terrorists had seemed straightforward. At cruising altitude, it felt like playing chess with live grenades. Granger promised he'd stay hands-off fine by him. Sure, he could handle a pistol, but Dom and Brian weren't popping caps, right? That MI5 file claimed natural causes. How do you fake a coronary well enough to fool a medical examiner? He'd grill them tomorrow. Assuming, of course, his clearance covered that particular horror show. The in-flight meal was surprisingly decent for airline food, though the real saving grace was the unopened liquor bottles even at 30,000 feet. They couldn't mess that up. Jack drifted off easily thanks to the booze and the old-school first-class seat, a far cry from those modern contraptions with endless adjustments that somehow never got comfortable. Around him, half the passengers stayed glued to their screens, battling travel fatigue in their own ways. His method? Sleep through it all. The Wiener Schnitzel at dinner was top-notch, paired perfectly with regional wines. Dominic wiped his mouth, impressed. Whoever cooked this should swap recipes with Granddad Pop-Pop, could use the upgrade. Brian chuckled, swirling his glass. Bet the chef's Italian, or at least trained there. The waiter, sharp as ever, refilled his wine before disappearing again. Man, I could get used to this place, Brian mused. Beats choking down MREs in the field. Aldo smirked. Keep this gig, and maybe you'll never have to. Leaning back in their secluded booth, Dominic lowered his voice. So, what's the deal with our guy? Brian shrugged. Supposedly, a courier memorizes messages too sensitive for digital. Would have been nice to pick his brain, but that's not the job. No photo, just a description. Maz is sketchy, right? Aldo nodded. Either he's small-time or someone's got a grudge. Either way, we'd better not screw this up. Brian checked his watch. Let's hit the hay. If he's coming to us, we'll need clear heads tomorrow. Meanwhile, Henley's voice crackled over Granger's secure line. You really think sending a rookie is smart? Granger didn't miss a beat. You said we needed an analyst. Kid's sharp, and the twins trust him. Besides, Tony Wills swears he's the best since Langley. It's a perfect fit. Ferdinand Tifrade. If this backfires, then it's on me, Granger finished. Now, can I enjoy what's left of my night? Elsewhere, Honeybear tapped away online, flirting with someone named Elsa K69, supposedly a 23-year-old with brown hair, blue eyes, and a wicked sense of humor. What he didn't know. Elsa was actually a 50-year-old guy, 3 drinks deep, and just killing time. Some things, it seemed, were never quite what they appeared. The conversation flowed in English, with a voice on the other end, claiming to be a London-based secretary, a city the Austrian accountant was familiar with. For Fayad, the illusion was convincing enough to lose himself in the twisted fantasy. It wasn't the same as being with a real woman, but he played it safe in Europe, wary of hidden dangers. The thought of an undercover Mossad agent posing as an escort was enough to make any man cautious. Death didn't scare him, but pain? That was another story. The fantasy lasted nearly 30 minutes, leaving him satisfied enough to save the contact just in case. Meanwhile, the accountant on the other end made his own notes before retreating to an empty bed. When Jack woke, the cabin window revealed a dusky mountain range far below. His watch confirmed he'd been in the air for 8 hours, with 6 of them spent sleeping. Not bad. A faint wine-induced headache lingered, but the strong coffee and buttery pastry helped shake off the grogginess as Flight 94 descended. The airport wasn't exactly grand for a national gateway, but then again, Austria's entire population matched New York City's, and they had 3 airports. The plane touched down smoothly, and the captain announced their arrival with a cheerful welcome. Local time, 9:05 a.m. Jet lag would be a nuisance, but he'd manage. Immigration was a breeze. The flight had been half empty, and soon he was in a cab, directing the driver to the Hotel Imperial. The man hesitated before recognition dawned. Ach so, Hotel Imperial, ja? Jack confirmed in German and settled back, eyeing the meter. 100 euros should cover it, unless this guy had taken lessons from New York cabbies. The ride dragged through rush-hour traffic, but a flash of red caught his eye, a Ferrari dealership, sleek and gleaming. He'd only seen them on TV, and for a moment, he indulged the universal young man's dream of tearing down an open road in one. The hotel staff treated him like royalty, ushering him to a lavish 4th-floor suite. The bed looked irresistible, but duty called. After ordering breakfast and unpacking, he dialed Dominic Caruso's room. "Or sat a call?" Brian answered. Dom was in the shower, surrounded by enough gold trim to make a sultan jealous. "Hey, cuz it's Jack," came the reply. "Jack who wait, Jack?" "Yeah, Marine. Just landed an hour ago. Get up here so we can talk." "Give me 10, Brian said, then ducked back into the bathroom. "Enzo, you won't believe who just showed up." "Who?" Dominic called over the water. "Let's just say it's a blast from the past." Brian returned to the sitting room, torn between amusement and disbelief as he skimmed the newspaper. When the door opened, Dominic's reaction was priceless. "You've got to be kidding me." "Try seeing it from my side," Jack said, grinning. "Festech, come on in." Brian smirked. "What Motel 6 wasn't fancy enough for you?" "Actually, I was aiming for Holiday Inn Express." "Got a pad that resume, right?" Jack laughed, gesturing to the chairs. "And then Corey's fresh." Dominic poured a cup and snagged a croissant. "They do breakfast right here." "So why'd they send you?" Jack shrugged. "Figured you'd trust me." "Let me finish eating, then we'll hit that Ferrari dealership down the street and talk." "How's Vienna treating you?" "Just got here yesterday," Dominic said. "Didn't expect company." Brian gave a casual shrug as he set down his newspaper. "London was decent. I'll fill you in later." Jack nodded, finishing his breakfast while Brian flipped through the International Tribune. Back home, they're still worked up over the shootings. "Had to go through extra security at the airport. Good thing my socks were presentable. Guess they're watching for anyone trying to bolt town in a hurry." Dominic shook his head. "That whole mess was brutal. Anyone you know caught up in it?" "Thankfully, no. Not even Dad, and he's got connections all over the finance scene." "You two managed to stay clear?" Brian's expression flickered for a second, just long enough to think of young David Prentice, though he kept that to himself. Jack wiped his hands and stood. "Let me grab a shower, then you can give me the grand tour." Brian switched on CNN, the only American channel the Imperial Hotel carried, catching the early New York news. The last victims had been buried yesterday, and reporters were hounding grieving families with the same useless questions. What kind of idiot asks how someone feels after losing everything? Brian clenched his jaw. Politicians were already grandstanding about what America must do next. "We're already doing it," he thought bitterly. But if they knew, they'd probably faint in their designer suits. The irony almost made him smile. Somebody had to even the score, and right now, that somebody was him. Meanwhile, at the Bristol, Fayad stretched in his plush suite, sipping coffee. His next assignment was straightforward. Meet a courier tomorrow, receive a message, pass it along. The organization ran its communications like clockwork, strictly word of mouth. Couriers linked in isolated cells of 3. No paper trails, no digital footprints. The incoming courier, Mahmoud Mohammed Fadhil, was arriving from Pakistan. The system was airtight unless someone broke the chain, which rarely happened. Fad had no complaints. First-class travel, luxury hotels, and the quiet satisfaction of being indispensable. Sure, others took the flashy risks, but without him and his 11 counterparts, the whole machine would grind to a halt. The operatives treated him with reverence, as if he were the mastermind behind their orders, a misconception he never bothered to correct. In 2 days, he'd get new instructions, maybe pass them to Ibrahim in Paris or some field agent he'd never meet. The job was a mix of monotony and intrigue, but with zero personal danger, it was easy to fancy himself a hero of the cause. Outside, Jack, Brian, and Dominic strolled along Cartner Ring, the street curving northeast, into Schubertring. A Ferrari dealership glinted in the morning light. "So, what's the status?" Jack asked, his voice low but clear over the traffic. "May 2 down. 1 left here in Vienna, then we're off to the next stop wherever that is." Dominic gave a half shrug. "Figured you'd already know the details." Jack just shook his head. "Not a clue. Nobody filled me in." Brian cut in. "Then why are you here?" Jack smirked. "Officially. To double-check your intel and consult. That's what Granger said, anyway. London's clean Brits fed us enough to call it a heart attack. Munich. That's your story to tell." Dominic leaned against the car. Caught him leaving church. Dropped right on the sidewalk. Paramedics showed, did their thing, hauled him off. "The story," Ryan chimed in, "dead before he hit the hospital. We intercepted chatter some guy online called Honey Bear panicked, reported it to a contact in Italy. Munich guy was Atef, a recruiter. Connected to last week's shooter. Definitely earned his spot on the list." Brian exhaled sharply. "Yeah, we got that memo. But how's the magic trick work?" Dominic flicked open his gold pen with a practiced twist. "Swap the tip, jab M, preferably somewhere meaty. Delivers succinylcholine. Messes up their system, stops their lungs. Clean, fast, and leaves no trace unless the coroner is a Nobel winner." Jack whistled. "So Charlottesville was you guys too?" Brian's jaw tightened. "Yay. Not my favorite memory kid died in my arms." Dominic shrugged. "Targets were sloppy. No training, no awareness. Thought firepower made them invincible. Learned the hard way. Then they reached the Ferraris, and Dominic's grin returned. Check these out." The 575M gleamed. All 12 cylinders and raw horsepower. But the Enzo, that was the showstopper. 660 horses, Dominic bragged. Costs more than a house. Front intakes. Basically a jet with wheels. Brian rolled his eyes. "You'd marry a car if you could." Jack laughed. "Says the guy who's been dodging bullets." Dominic shot back, "Hey, at least I know my risks." "What to spelling?" "No thanks." Jack just shook his head. Sure, his Hummer could plow through a snowbank and win a highway brawl, but even he had to admit those Ferraris were something else. If cars had a Hollywood starlet phase, these would be it. The crimson shade of her dress complemented her fiery hair perfectly. After lingering a bit too long, Dominic snapped out of his trance, and they continued down the street. "So, we've got every detail about this guy except his face?" Brian muttered as they turned the corner. Pretty much, Jack replied. But how many Middle Eastern guys do you think are staying at the Bristol? Plenty in a city like this. The real challenge is picking out the right one. Taking care of business out here shouldn't be too complicated. Scanning the area, it seemed plausible. While the foot traffic wasn't as dense as New York or London, it was far from deserted. Daylight operations had their own appeal. We'll cover the hotel's main entrance and any side exits. Can you pull more intel from the campus? Jack glanced at his watch. They'll be online in about 2 hours. Check your inbox when you can, Dominic said. We'll scout around and see if we spot our guy. Maybe the cone too. They crossed the street, heading back to the Imperial. Once in his room, Jack collapsed onto the bed for a quick power nap. Meanwhile, Fayed saw no reason to stay cooped up. Vienna had endless sights to explore, and he wasn't done yet. Dressed sharply in a tailored suit, he stepped out, blending in seamlessly with the city's professional crowd. Jackpot, Aldo. Dominic's trained eyes locked onto the man instantly. They'd nearly bumped into him. Isn't that, yeah. Atef's buddy from Munich. Wanna bet he's our target? No contest. Dominic sized him up. Undeniably Middle Eastern, around 5'10", lean at maybe 150 pounds. Sharp features, dressed like money. The guy moved with the confidence of someone who thought he was invisible. They passed within arm's reach, careful not to draw attention. Got you. Whoever these clowns were, they had no idea how to blend in. At the corner, Brian exhaled. That was almost too easy. What now? We let Jack confirm with HQ and stay low-key, Aldo. Copy that. Brian instinctively patted his coat, feeling for the gold pen like he would have checked his sidearm back in the field. It was like being a predator in the wild. The prey had no clue death was watching. He smirked. The irony of using their own tactics against them would probably be lost on this guy's crew. Americans loved their Hollywood showdowns, but real work wasn't about fair fights. Lions didn't announce their attacks, and neither did he. Back in training, they drilled it into him. If a fight was fair, you'd already screwed up. This wasn't the Olympics, it was survival. Even the Maasai hunters, who earned their stripes by taking down lions, did it with numbers and strategy, not bravado. Take him out here. Worked last time, didn't it? Doubt we'll get a cleaner shot in the hotel bar. Roger, Enzo. So, what's next? Tourist mode. That opera house looks worth a visit. Let's check it out. The marquee announced a performance of Wagner's The Valkyrie. Never caught that one, Dominic mused. Brian shrugged. Never seen an opera, period. Guess I should be Italian and all right. Dominic smirked. Yeah, I've got soul to spare, but Verdi's more my speed. Bull. When have you ever set foot in an opera house? Own a few CDs. Dominic shot back with a grin. The State Opera House loomed ahead, a grand relic of imperial ambition, its scarlet and gold facade gleaming like something built for divine spectators. Say what you would about the Habsburgs, but they knew how to make an impression. Dominic considered stopping by one of the city's cathedrals, but dismissed the idea given their real purpose here. It felt inappropriate. After a couple hours of wandering, they returned to the hotel and regrouped in Jack's room. No word from headquarters, Jack announced. Brian shrugged. No big deal. We spotted the guy, old acquaintance from Munich. They moved to the bathroom, turning on the faucets to drown out any hidden mics. He's tight with Atef. Was there when we took him down? Jack frowned. You sure it's him? Nothing's 100%, but come on. What are the odds he just happened to be in both cities? Same hotel? Brian countered. Dominic nodded. By Bureau standards, he's at least a person of interest. Doubt he's here for charity work. Jack wrestled with the call. Did he even have the authority to greenlight this? Granger hadn't spelled it out. He was just intel support, stuck in limbo. His dad's old advice echoed. HQ shouldn't second-guess the field, they're the ones with eyes. But Jack hadn't seen the guy's face. If he vetoed it, they'd ignore him anyway, leaving him useless. The whole thing felt like wading through quicksand without a rope. Fine, Jack relented. Your call. It tasted like cowardice, especially when he added, still wish we were certain. Brian clapped him on the shoulder. So do I. But 1,000 to 1 shot. That's good enough. Aldo nodded. Guy looked real upset about Munich. If he's clean, he's got terrible taste in friends. Let's move. Jack exhaled. When? Soon as possible, Brian said. The twins would handle the details, no need to loop Jack in. Meanwhile, Fayad grinned at his screen. Elsa K69 had messaged him. What's the plan tonight? He typed. Her reply was twisted perfection. Picture this, I'm a Jewish prisoner. You're the commandant. I'll do anything to survive. His fingers flew over the keys. Go on. Make Trazico on. The fantasy spiraled darker until she whimpered. Please, I'm not Austrian, just an American student trapped here. Fad leaned in. Mikulporteken, the Kolpoteng. This was getting very interesting. Ryan had heard plenty of ugly stereotypes about Jewish Americans, but the hateful rant he just listened to left him unsettled. The speaker's twisted logic ended the same way it always did with violence. No justification, just cruelty. Predictably, sleep wouldn't come. His body still hadn't adjusted to the 6-hour time difference, even though he'd managed to doze on the plane. How pilots and flight attendants handled constant time zone jumps baffled him. Maybe they just lived in a permanent state of jet lag, anchored only by their home base. But Ryan wasn't built for that life. Frustrated, he grabbed his laptop and started researching Islam. The only Muslim he knew personally was Prince Ali from Saudi Arabia, a surprisingly down-to-earth guy who'd charmed even Jack's introverted sister, Katie, with his easy humor and well-groomed beard. Downloading the Quran, Ryan skimmed through its 42 chapters, noticing how the structure mirrored the Bible verses, divisions, the whole setup. Not that he'd ever been much of a scripture scholar. As a lapsed Catholic, he'd always relied on priests to summarize the important bits, sparing him the tedious genealogies and ancient laws. Halfway through, he caught himself smirking. The Quran's message wasn't all that different from what the Jewish prophets had written: divine inspiration, moral codes, the usual. And Mohammed, just another guy claiming God whispered in his ear. Too bad nobody had thought to film these divine chats, would have saved a lot of theological debates. But faith, as a Georgetown priest once told him, wasn't about proof. You either bought into it or you didn't. Ryan did believe in God, technically. His parents had made sure of that Catholic school's first communion, confirmation, the whole 9 yards. But these days, stepping into a church felt more like a chore than a calling. Maybe it was his way of proving he didn't need his parents' approval anymore, a dumb rebellion. Sure, but his own. What struck him most was the Quran's emphasis on living your faith, not just thinking it. No loopholes, no shortcuts. And absolutely no endorsement of slaughtering innocents to score heavenly rewards. Were you suicide? A one-way ticket to damnation, just like Sister Frances Mary had drilled into his second-grade brain. 90 minutes in, the realization hit him. Terrorism had as much to do with Islam as the IRA's bombs had to do with Christianity. Hitler had called himself a Catholic, but the man was clearly unhinged, Sister Frances Mary would have smacked him with a ruler for even suggesting such blasphemy. If Mohammed were alive today, Ryan figured, he'd probably be the first to call out these so-called holy warriors for the frauds they were. The guy had been many things: prophet, leader, reformer, but he wasn't a monster. Fahad knew his followers weren't all cut from the same cloth. Some required more hands-on management. Every belief system had its share of extremists waiting to twist doctrine into something unrecognizable. And Islam just happened to be the current flavor of the month. He rubbed his tired eyes, muttering, "Need to dig deeper into this," before collapsing onto the hotel bed. Morning came too soon. By 8:30, Fa'ad was up, mentally preparing for his meeting with Mahmoud at the corner drugstore. From there, they'd grab a cab probably to some museum where the real exchange would happen. The details of his role would finally become clear. He missed having his own place. Hotels were convenient, sure, but the sterile anonymity was wearing thin. Breakfast arrived, and he absent-mindedly handed the waiter a couple of euros before flipping through the newspaper. Austrian politics dominated the headlines: mudslinging, scandals, the usual circus. Back home, things were simpler, more predictable. By 9, he had the TV on, his eyes flicking to his watch every few minutes. Nerves gnawed at him. What if Mossad had already flagged him? The answer was grim. They'd erase him without a second thought, like swatting a fly. Meanwhile, Dominic and Brian strolled down the street, trying to look inconspicuous. Easier said than done. The Bristol Hotel had eyes everywhere: doormen, kiosk vendors, the works. Dominic considered the classic lamppost and newspaper routine, but dismissed it instantly. Even real spies knew better than to mimic bad movie tropes. Brian, on the other hand, found himself craving a cigarette, not for the nicotine, but for the excuse to loiter. Bogart made it look cool, right up until the lung cancer got him. Dark humor aside, their targets weren't exactly innocent lambs. Some fights you picked carefully, because not every enemy would go down easy. Surprise was the ultimate weapon: catch them off guard, and the job was over before they even realized it. Brian crossed the street, sliding his card into an ATM across from the Bristol. The machine spat out cash, but his focus was on the time: 10:53. Where was their guy? Had they missed him? The streetcars clattered past, oblivious. People here moved with purpose. Eyes forward, strangers ignored by design. No small talk, no lingering glances. Just another day in the city. The cleanliness and orderliness here impressed him far more than in Munich. These people ran their lives with military precision. You could practically dine off their spotless floors, provided you wiped them down afterward. Dominic had stationed himself across the street, keeping an eye on the path toward the Opera House. Their target had limited choices: left, right, or straight across. Unless a getaway car appeared, this operation would either succeed or fail by simple geometry. But failure today just meant another shot tomorrow. Brian glanced at his watch, 10:56, and reminded himself not to stare too obviously at the hotel entrance. Lingering eyes drew attention, and attention was dangerous. Then there he was, their man, dressed in a sharp blue pinstripe suit and a deep maroon tie, looking every bit the corporate executive. Dominic spotted him too, and began moving in from the northwest. Brian held back, waiting to see which way the target would turn. Fudd decided to mix things up. Instead of the obvious route, he'd cross mid-block, weaving through traffic like he used to dodge his father's horses as a kid. Back then, the animals had enough sense not to trample him, unlike the reckless drivers speeding down Cartner Ring. The street itself was oddly layered: a narrow paved lane, a strip of grass, then the main road with its trams and cars, another grassy divider, and finally the opposite sidewalk. Fudd made it across and turned west, heading straight for the hotel. Brian fell in 10 paces behind, casually swapping the tip of his pen while ensuring everything was set. Max Weber had spent 23 years driving the same tram route, back and forth, 18 times a day. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills. Now, rolling north past Schwarzenbergplatz, he admired the Grand Hotel Imperial, where wealthy tourists and diplomats stayed. His attention snapped back to the road. Trams didn't steer after all. Cars were supposed to yield to him, not the other way around. Not that he ever pushed past 40 kilometers per hour, even on the open stretches. The job required patience, not brilliance. A bell chimed someone wanted off at the corner of Kartner and Wedner Hauptstrasse. Then Fayad spotted Mahmoud, oblivious and facing the wrong direction. Perfect. A little surprise might lighten the mood. He checked for traffic and darted forward only to feel a sudden sting in his backside. Annoying, but nothing serious. He kept moving, slipping between cars. A tram was coming, but it was far enough away. No danger from the right, so Brian didn't break stride. He'd grab a magazine, giving him cover to watch the scene unfold. Weber saw the fool charging toward the tracks. Didn't these people know to cross at the intersections? Even kids learned that in kindergarten. Some acted like their time was worth more than the emperor's. He didn't slow down. If the idiot wanted to play chicken, that was his problem. Then Fayad's leg gave out. What the? Max barely had time to register what was happening before everything spiraled out of control. His left leg gave way inexplicably, sending him stumbling forward. Then, in a dizzying blur, he saw himself from above, collapsing onto the tracks. The streetcar loomed ahead, its brakes screeching too late. The safety bars beneath it, meant to prevent exactly this kind of tragedy, had been neglected for weeks. Fate, sleight of frame, slipped right under them, his body forcing the bars upward in a sickening twist. The impact was unmistakable, a sickening double thud as the streetcar rolled over him. Someone would call an ambulance, but it wouldn't matter. This idiot had traded seconds for eternity. Across the street, Mahmoud turned just in time to witness his friend's gruesome end. The streetcar seemed to lurch upward, as if trying and failing to spare Fayad. In an instant, Mahmoud's world fractured. Nearby, Brian barely glanced up from his magazine. Well, that's one way to skip the poison, he mused. The guy hadn't even made it far enough for Enzo to take a shot. Talk about bad luck, or maybe good, depending on who you asked. Tucking the magazine under his arm, Brian crossed the street, passing a distraught man near the drugstore. The scene was chaos. Screams, hands clamped over mouths. The streetcar now a grotesque tomb. Someone's gonna need a pressure washer, Dominic muttered. Solid performance, Aldo quipped, though the execution was a bit messy. Let's move. They slipped past the cigarette shop, leaving behind the horrified crowd. The firemen arrived first, took one look, and knew it was hopeless. Blood pooled in thick, dark rivulets. Police ordered Max to reverse the streetcar, revealing a scene straight out of a nightmare, Fod's body torn into ragged chunks. Reporters swarmed, cameras flashing, while rubberneckers slowed traffic to gawk or gag. 3 body bags later, the street was cleared with eerie efficiency. By noon, it was like nothing had happened except for Mahmoud, alone in his hotel room, firing off an email to Rome. Some days, luck just wasn't on your side. Dominic sat at his laptop, drafting an email to the campus to update them on the day's progress and request guidance for their next move. Meanwhile, Jack reacted with disbelief when he heard the news. "You've got to be joking," he muttered. Brian, ever the pragmatist, shot back. "I'd take a clueless enemy any day, Basic School 101. Problem is, they always wise up eventually." Dominic nodded, adding, "Same with criminals. We nab the dumb ones. The real masterminds They vanish without a trace. That's why the mafia took decades to crack, and let's be honest, they weren't exactly geniuses. But yeah, survival of the fittest, we're practically training them to get sharper. Brian glanced at the clock. Any updates from HQ? Jack shook his head. Too early. They won't even be at their desks for another hour. Then, shifting gears, Brian confirmed the grim details. The target had been flattened like roadkill specifically, like Mississippi's unofficial mascot, a pancaked mud on the highway. Streetcar got him, Brian said dryly. Silver lining. It made cleanup a breeze. Tough break for the unlucky fool. The ambulance hauled the remains just under a mile to St. Elizabeth's Hospital on Invalidenstrasse, where the staff, forewarned, didn't bat an eye at the trio of body bags. Pathology was the only logical stop, no need for the ER, when death was this blatantly, morbidly obvious. Prank, the real challenge? Extracting enough blood for toxicology. Most of it had pooled on the tracks, but the spleen and brain yielded just enough for the lab to screen for drugs or booze. As for the autopsy, a broken leg would have been noteworthy if the streetcar hadn't turned both limbs into abstract art. The victim's ID led police to scour nearby hotels for a passport, but frankly, even a shattered kneecap would have been impossible to spot. The only oddity, his eerily serene expression. You'd expect agony, but death plays by its own rules. The pathologist shrugged. No need to overanalyze a case this straightforward. Back at HQ, Granger stared at the report, baffled. How the hell did they pull this off? He grabbed his phone. Jerry, get down here. Target 3 is wrapped up. You won't believe the paperwork. Hanging up, he mused. Now where do we deploy them next? The answer came from upstairs, where Tony Wills was sifting through Ryan's latest intel. The top file was a masterpiece of gruesome efficiency. He dialed Rick Bell without hesitation. But for Max Weber, the streetcar driver, the weight of it all hit like a freight train. 30 minutes of denial gave way to violent nausea, his mind replaying the sickening thuds as the body vanished beneath his tram. Not my fault, he repeated like a mantra. The idiot had stumbled like a drunk, except it was barely noon. Max had scraped fenders before, but this was a first. He'd ended a life. The guilt gnawed at him. Even his logic insisted he wasn't to blame. For the next 2 hours, he cycled between vomiting and hollow reassurances, trapped in a loop of shock and self-recrimination. Jack's supervisor let him leave early, so he signed out and headed home in his Audi. Not wanting to drink by himself, he pulled into a cozy pub just around the corner from his place. Meanwhile, Jack was sifting through the latest intel from the campus, with Dom and Brian hovering nearby, finishing up a late lunch with cold beers in hand. Most of the intercepted messages were mundane emails between people flagged as potential players, though many were just regular folks from different countries who'd accidentally used keywords that caught the attention of Fort Meade's Echelon surveillance system. Then one message stood out. The recipient, 56 Moha Eta Eurocom. Nat, Surrey Trestapre. Check this out, Jack said, leaning back in his chair. Our guy on the ground was setting up a meet with another courier. He's reaching out to our old buddy 56 Moha for orders. Dominic walked over, curiosity piqued. What's that mean for us? Right now, just an internet alias Gadfly 097 on AO, Jack replied. If Moha responds, we might get something solid. NSA pegged him 6 months back as an ops officer for the other side. His emails are encrypted, but we've cracked his cipher before. We'll see most of what he sends. How long until we hear back? Dom asked. Jack shrugged. That's up to Moha. For now, we wait. Brian, lounging by the window, chimed in. Copy that. Over at Henley's office, Jerry watched the team's progress with amusement. Looks like Jack's not holding them back. Granger smirked. Told you he wouldn't. They're already hunting for their next move. Henley raised an eyebrow. Your plan was 4 targets. Who's number 4? Granger hesitated. Still working on that. Honestly, they're moving faster than I expected. I was hoping the first hits would draw someone out, but no luck yet. Got a few names to run through later. Just then his phone buzzed. Rick? Yeah, come on in. He hung up. Bell says he's got something. Less than 2 minutes later, Rick strode in, waving a printout. Jerry, perfect timing. Sam, take a look at this. Granger scanned the page, then nodded. We know this guy. Field ops for the opposition. Thought he was based in Rome, guess we were right. Bell grinned, clearly pleased with himself. Granger passed the sheet to Henley. Jerry, meet target number 4. Henley frowned. I don't trust luck. Neither do I, Granger shot back, but when it hands you a winning ticket, you cash it in. Rick, is this guy worth taking out? Absolutely, Bell confirmed. We don't have his whole file, but what we've got is ugly. He's deep in operations, no doubt about it. And the timing fits. One of his guys reports a hit, and he jumps in. Honestly, whoever designed Echelon deserves a medal. Granger smirked. Recon by fire. Shake the tree, see what falls out. Just hope nothing falls on us, Henley muttered. So, what's next? Granger didn't hesitate. Move fast before he vanishes. Bagging him could crack this whole thing open. Henley glanced at Bell. Rick, green light from me. Go mission. Then it's a go, Henley agreed. Get the word out. The beauty of digital comms. Speed, Buster, speed. By the time the order went out, Jack already had the crucial intel in hand. All right, team, here's the deal, our guy 56. Moha's real first name is Mohammed. Not exactly a needle in a haystack situation, given how common that name is. He claims to be holed up at the Hotel Excelsior on Via Vittorio Veneto in Rome, room 125. Brian chimed in. That place isn't exactly a budget motel. Our targets sure know how to pick the high-end spots. Dominic raised an eyebrow. He checked in as Nigel Hawkins? Sounds about as British as tea and crumpets. You think he's actually from the UK? Jack smirked. With a first name like Mohammed? Doubtful. Probably just a cover. But without a photo, we're shooting in the dark. He paused, rubbing his chin. He's got a phone. But Mahmoud, the guy who spotted the drone crash this morning, must be the only one who knows the number. Why didn't he just call in? Maybe the Italians are monitoring communications, and he's playing it safe. Frian nodded. Makes sense, but why risk sending intel over the internet? Jack leaned back. Because he thinks it's secure. What he doesn't know is that the NSA's already cracked most of those so-called unbreakable encryption systems. The companies selling them have no clue, but Fort Meade's techs are way ahead of the game. Once they break a code, it stays broken, and the other side never finds out. What Jack didn't mention was the real kicker. Some of those encryption programs had backdoors built in by the very engineers who designed them. A mix of patriotism and cold hard cash did the trick. 56. Moha was using top-tier encryption, the kind that bragged about its proprietary 256-bit algorithm, like it was some kind of digital fortress. Too bad for him, the guy who wrote it used to work at Fort Meade and had a soft spot for both his country and a 7-figure offshore deposit. That little payday bought him a nice spread in Marin County. Who knew real estate could be so patriotic? Dominic let out a low whistle. So, we're reading their emails. Jack shrugged. Some of them. The campus pulls most of what the NSA intercepts, and when they pass it to the CIA, we grab a copy. Sounds complicated, but it's smoother than you'd think. Dominic's eyes widened as it all clicked. Damn, he muttered, staring at the ceiling. No wonder we're always a step ahead. He shook his head. All right, no more drinks. We're hitting the road, Rome. Here we come. Brian checked his watch. No space for a third in that Porsche, right? Jack grinned. Nope. Guess I'll catch a flight. He called downstairs and had a ticket on the next Alitalia to Leonardo da Vinci Airport within minutes. The thought of airport security made him grimace. Nothing worse than taking off your shoes in public. He threw his bag together, thanked the concierge, and jumped into a waiting Mercedes. Meanwhile, Dominic and Brian barely had time to unpack before they were ready to roll. Dom called for the valet while Brian grabbed road maps and extra euros. The bright blue Porsche pulled up, its tiny trunk barely fitting their gear. As the doormen wrestled with their bags, Dominic spread out the maps, plotting the fastest route to the Autobahn. Rome was waiting, and so was 56 Moha. Jack settled into his first-class seat on the Boeing, trying to shake off the lingering irritation of modern air travel, a far cry from the luxury he'd once taken for granted aboard Air Force One. Funny how quickly privilege became the new normal, only to vanish and leave you staring at the indignities of commercial flights like a sucker. At least he had a payphone built into his seat, a relic of a bygone era. Swiping his black card, he fumbled through his first attempt at navigating Europe's phone system. Why not aim high? He dialed the Excelsior, and after a second try, secured a modest suite. Victory tasted sweet, especially with a chilled glass of Tuscan white in hand. Life was chaotic, but manageable as long as you kept moving, one step at a time. Meanwhile, Dominic gripped the wheel of the Porsche, marveling at Austria's eerily efficient highways. The Germans must have left a blueprint behind smooth concrete, perfectly banked curves, and signs that might as well have been hieroglyphics. Speed limits in kilometers? Sure, why not? He set the cruise control just a hair over the limit, savoring the tiny rebellion. No guarantee his FBI badge would save him here, but that was part of the thrill. As a much farther. He asked Aldo, his navigator and brother. 10 hours, give or take, came the reply. Brian shrugged. Piece of cake. Just don't drain the gas tank before we hit Italy. Back in the air, Jack's plane touched down with surprising grace, apparently. Italian pilots had a knack for smooth landings. The taxi ride was a blur of unfamiliar landscapes, the countryside rolling past like a postcard with oddly slanted roofs. For a split second, he couldn't tell if he was in Europe or some parallel universe where everything was just slightly off. The Mercedes cab smelled like leather and old cigarettes, the driver humming along to staticky radio as Jack leaned back, too tired to care. Somewhere ahead, a hotel bed waited. Wes small victories. The snow here was barely noticeable, just a few shallow patches lingering from winter. Late spring had settled in comfortably, warm enough for short sleeves without the sticky humidity that made summer unbearable. Jack remembered visiting Italy once before, with his father some high-level economic summit, though the details were fuzzy now. Back then, he'd been chauffeured everywhere like royalty, which had its perks but left him clueless about the city's layout. All he recalled were the landmarks, not the roads that connected them. Rome was a city of emperors and conquerors, men history either praised or condemned, usually the latter, because tragedy and betrayal made for better stories. It was a sobering thought, one that reinforced why he was here. He wasn't some moral judge, just a guy doing his country's dirty work. The weight of those decisions wasn't his alone to carry, and that was almost a relief. His father had been president for 4 years, and Jack had seen firsthand how power wasn't just about privilege, it was a relentless burden. At least he could walk away if he wanted to. The consequences might sting, but they wouldn't be catastrophic. Via Vittorio Veneto wasn't the postcard-perfect scene he'd expected. The trees looked scraggly, and the Hotel Excelsior was surprisingly modest, lacking the grand entrance he'd imagined. Inside, though, it was all polished wood and warm hospitality. The staff greeted him like an old friend, a skill Europeans seemed to have perfected. His suite was cool and quiet, the air conditioning a welcome relief. "Stefano, right?" Jack asked the bellman as he handed him a tip. "Is there a guest here named Nigel Hawkins?" "English guy, about 3 doors down?" Stefano nodded. "Dire, yes. Mais pour a friend of yours." "Friend of my brother's. Let's keep it a surprise." He slipped him a 20. "Of course, sir." Jack smirked as Stefano left. This was probably reckless, but without a photo of their target, they needed eyes on the ground. He grabbed the phone and dialed. Brian's phone buzzed insistently in his pocket before he finally answered. "There is boat colapatful. Aldo, it's Jack. I'm at the Excelsior. Want me to book rooms for you guys? Place is nice, way better than whatever dump you're probably in." Brian muted the phone. "You're not gonna believe this. Junior's at the Excelsior." Dominic groaned. "Quad, wasn't seriously. He's offering to get us in. What do you think? Use our backup intel." "Might as well use him." Brian sighed and unmuted. "All right, Jack, go ahead and book it." "Right, crate. Unless you hear otherwise, head straight here." "Premier, copy that." Brian hung up and shot Dominic a look. "This feels too easy." Dominic shrugged. "He's already there. We can always bail if it goes sideways." Brian checked the dashboard clock, 4:05. "Tunnel coming up in 5 miles. Let's hope this doesn't blow up in our faces." The Porsche cruised smoothly along the highway, eating up miles as they approached the looming peak just beyond Badgestein. Jack smirked at the absurdity of their options: either find a tunnel through the mountain or hire a herd of mountain goats to blaze a trail. Flipping open his laptop, he wrestled with the unfamiliar European phone system before finally accessing his encrypted inbox. Among the flood of messages was a pat on the back from Granger for the Vienna operation, ironic, since Jack had been halfway across the continent when it went down. But the real meat was Bell and Will's intel on 56 Moha, a shadowy operative whose resume included orchestrating deadly attacks in American shopping centers. The file was frustratingly vague, no details on training, weapons, or methods, just enough to confirm this guy deserved a one-way ticket to meet his maker. Jack encrypted the file again and saved it for later review with Brian and Dom. The tunnel felt endless, a dimly lit passage stretching like something out of a dystopian video game. At least it wasn't a repeat of the Mont Blanc disaster, no charred wrecks or choking smoke. When they finally emerged, the road sloped downward, and Brian spotted an Elf gas station sign glowing in the distance. "Perfect timing," Jack muttered, rolling his stiff shoulders. The rest stop was cleaner than most American truck plazas, though the absence of familiar fast food logos made it feel oddly foreign. Dominic did a double take at the fuel price per liter. "They're robbing us blind." Brian just tossed him a pack of cookies and flashed the company card. "Keep the receipts, Enzo." "Yeah, Italy's waiting." Back on the road, Dominic shifted gears, the Porsche's engine humming contentedly. Another 6 hours if traffic plays nice, he estimated, adjusting his sunglasses. The thought of sharing a hotel with their target sent a chill down his spine. You think he's got a clue we're coming? Brian shrugged. 2 accidents with witnesses. Bad luck, not a hit squad. If he's paranoid, he's hiding it well. Dominic exhaled. Hope you're right. That mall-up still gives me nightmares. The landscape shifted as they left the Alps' jagged peaks behind, the road winding through gentler hills. Dominic's mind wandered to the Roman legions, who'd marched these same routes centuries ago, weighed down by gear as heavy as a Marine's pack in Afghanistan. Back then, warfare had been brutally simple. No drones, no intel leaks, just swords and scorched earth. If you were the enemy, they didn't stop with you. They erased your bloodline, your village, even your damn pets. Some days, Dominic thought. In today's world of instant news coverage, the idea of large-scale military operations feels outdated, and frankly, most Marines wouldn't stomach being part of such brutality. Picking off targets one by one? That was acceptable, as long as you were certain civilians weren't caught in the crossfire. Leave the indiscriminate killing to the enemy. It's a shame they couldn't just meet on an open battlefield and settle things honorably. But terrorists weren't known for playing fair. They preferred skulking in the shadows, striking where it hurt most, rather than facing a fight they knew they'd lose. Real warriors built their strength, trained their forces, and fought with discipline, not like cowards who slithered into nurseries to harm the defenseless. War had rules for a reason, to prevent atrocities worse than combat itself. Deliberately targeting non-combatants was unthinkable, and accidental harm was something every Marine worked hard to avoid. Urban warfare training demanded precision, especially when civilians' mothers pushing strollers, children playing, could be hiding threats beneath their innocence. Some of those smiling faces would gladly put a bullet in a Marine's back if given the chance. Playing by the rules had its drawbacks, but Brian had left that mindset behind. Now, he and his brother operated by the enemy's playbook, turning their own tactics against them. How many lives had they saved by eliminating a financier, a recruiter, or a messenger? Impossible to say. Reality didn't come with a ledger. The alpine meadows stretched before him, serene and deceptively peaceful. He hummed under his breath, half expecting a lonely goatherd to appear over the ridge. Then the radio crackled to life. Would swear? Henley's voice cut through the calm. The Excelsior, Bell replied. Says he's right down the hall from our guy. Granger's frown was audible. Someone needs a crash course in fieldcraft. Bell countered. Think about it, the enemy's clueless. They're more likely to suspect the laundry guy than Jack or the twins. No names, no leads, no organization. Hell, they don't even know if they're being hunted. Granger wasn't convinced. If Jack gets made, then what? Bell shot back. I'm just an analyst, not a field op, but logic stands. The campus is a ghost. Even if 56 Moha's paranoid, it's just noise. Spooks can't afford fear, not unless they do something stupid. And these kids aren't stupid. Henley stayed silent, watching the debate like a spectator at a tennis match. So this was what it felt like to be M equal parts power and pressure. That presidential pardon in his safe was insurance, not an invitation. The last thing he needed was the media hounding him into the grave. Some perks of leadership weren't worth the price. Jerry voiced his concern. Let's hope they don't try something stupid, like posing as hotel staff to ambush him in his room. Granger scoffed. If they were that incompetent, they'd be rotting in a German jail by now. Crossing into Italy felt as casual as driving from Tennessee to Virginia, one of the perks of the European Union. Their first stop was Viaco, a town where the locals looked more like they belonged in Bavaria than Sicily. From there, they took the A23 southwest, navigating roads far smoother than those from the infamous Mille Miglia. The deadly 1950s race shut down after too many spectators met tragic ends on those narrow country lanes. The landscape blurred seamlessly with Austria, dotted with familiar farmhouses and rolling pastures where cows likely supplied milk for kids on both sides of the border. Udine and Mestre flew by before they merged onto the A4 toward Padova, then the A113, pushing another hour to Bologna. To their left, the Apennines loomed, and Brian the Marine and their duo couldn't help but grimace at the history of bloodshed those hills held. His stomach growled loudly, interrupting the thought. Enzo, every damn town we pass has a killer restaurant, fresh pasta, local cheese, veal so tender it melts, wine cellars that make a sommelier weep. Brian groaned. Yeah, and we're stuck chasing some lowlife instead of eating like kings. Dominic shrugged. Mission first, cravings later. Easy for you to say, Brian shot back. You weren't the one dreaming about Florentine steak since Vienna. Dominic chuckled, though he shared the frustration. Munich and Vienna had spoiled them, but Italy? Italy was where food became art. Napoleon had dragged an Italian chef across Europe, and modern French cuisine owed everything to that unnamed genius, like how every racehorse traced back to Eclipse. A passing truck made Dominic envy the driver, who probably knew every hidden trattoria in the region. They cruised at a steady 90 miles per hour. Headlights on Italian traffic cops weren't known for mercy, and the Porsche hummed like it was born for this. Gas mileage hovered around 25 mpg, though Dominic gave up converting kilometers to miles mid-drive. Swinging onto the A1 south of Bologna, they bypassed Florence, Brian's heart aching as he recalled a cousin's restaurant near the Ponte Vecchio where the Chianti could make a grown man cry. Rome was close now, the signs confirming it. But the mountains still stretched ahead, a reminder of the road left to cover. Meanwhile, Jack dined at the Excelsior, treated like royalty by the staff. The food lived up to the hype, though the cloud of cigarette smoke hanging over the room made him wish Italy had caught up to the dangers of second-hand smoke. Priorities, he mused, great food, questionable air quality. Suckered Blevin. Growing up, he'd listened to his mother's constant lectures about smoking, usually directed at his father, who kept trying to quit but never quite succeeded. Dinner tonight was anything but rushed. The salad was basic, though even the Italians couldn't ruin lettuce, especially with their inventive dressings. Choosing a corner table gave him a clear view of the room. The other diners blended in well-dressed, unremarkable. The hotel guide hadn't mentioned the dress code, but he'd played it safe with a tie. After all, Italy was the global capital of fashion. Maybe he'd pick up a new suit if his schedule allowed. Scanning the crowd, he mentally ruled out anyone accompanied by a spouse. His target was Nigel Hawkins, a solo diner, around 30 and decidedly not Middle Eastern. That narrowed it down to 2 possibilities. But was approaching them even necessary? Revealing himself as intelligence carried risks. Better to stay cautious, he decided. Rome was stunning, no doubt, but Mohammed Hassan al-Din preferred keeping his options open. Renting an apartment near the Jewish quarter had crossed his mind great kosher food. After all, but commitment wasn't his style. Mobility kept him safe. His last impulsive act, killing Greengold, had earned him a blistering reprimand from the emir. No more personal vendettas. The knife stayed hidden now, a grim trophy in his shaving kit. Rome's culinary delights almost made up for the restrictions back home. Lamb was fine, but not daily. And here, no one judged him for sipping wine. He smirked, recalling the awful mead he'd tried at Cambridge. Even the prophet had his blind spots. The waiter cleared his plate and he declined dessert. His Brioni suits demanded discipline. Rising, he headed for the elevator. Jack Ryan considered a nightcap but changed his mind. Stepping inside, He exchanged a brief glance with the man already there. The button for the third floor was already lit. The impeccably dressed Englishman, definitely British, by the look of him, stood on the same floor, which struck Jack as more than a little odd. The elevator ride was brief, and as the doors slid open, Jack took in the sprawling layout of the Excelsior. Though not towering in height, the hotel stretched wide, making the walk to his room feel longer than expected. The elevator operator moved ahead, and Jack deliberately hung back, keeping a careful distance. Sure enough, the man passed Jack's door, continuing down the hall 1-2 doors beyond before stopping at the third. He hesitated, glancing over his shoulder as if sensing he was being followed. But Jack played it cool, pulling out his own key and offering a casual "good night" in that universal tone strangers use. The reply came in crisp, polished British English, "And to you, sir." Stepping inside, Jack couldn't shake the familiarity of that accent, like the diplomats he'd encountered at the White House or during trips to London with his father. This wasn't just any Brit. This was the kind who either grew up in a manor or had enough money to buy one and fake the pedigree. The man's fair complexion and aristocratic tone matched the name on the register, Nigel Hawkins. Jack muttered to himself, "Got your email, pal." Son of a bitch. Meanwhile, Brian and Dominic were wrestling with Rome's chaotic streets, which seemed designed by people who'd never heard of straight lines. After what felt like an eternity of wrong turns, including a detour past what might have been an ancient gate meant to stop Hannibal, they finally circled back to the Excelsior. Dominic, gripping the wheel like he'd just survived a battlefield, declared he was done driving for the week. The front desk handed them a message to call Jack, noting their rooms were conveniently next to his. Exhausted, Brian slumped against the elevator wall. "Next time, let's just fly. Maybe you can flirt with a flight attendant instead of torturing me with your driving." Dominic shot back, "Says the guy who thinks a Porsche is better than sex." Jack greeted them with a smirk when they arrived. "Enjoy the scenic route." After a quick exchange, Jack dropped the bombshell. Nigel Hawkins was just down the hall. The shock was instant. "Let's talk," Jack said, and within minutes they were in his room, Dominic nursing a minibar wine like it was salvation. "You're telling me he's right there?" Dominic asked, setting his glass down hard. Jack nodded, gesturing toward the wall. "Saw him myself." Brian yawned. "We'll figure it out tomorrow. Terrorism, at 9. Jack agreed, and as they headed to their rooms, the unspoken tension lingered. This wasn't just a coincidence. Hawkins being here changed everything. Jack muttered "later" as he strode toward the door, but his mind was already elsewhere. Within minutes, he was hunched over his laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard, when a sudden realization struck him: he wasn't the only one with this kind of access. That could be useful. 8 at Trevorov. Arrived far too soon for most, but Mohammed was already wide awake, sipping strong Italian coffee while scanning his inbox. Mahmoud had landed in Rome the night before, and now a message from Gadfly Sir 97 sat at the top of his screen, requesting a meeting spot. A smirk tugged at Mohammed's lips as he typed his reply: "Ristorante Giovanni, Piazza di Spagna, 1:30 p. Watch your back." He wasn't paranoid, just careful. 3 missing operatives didn't necessarily mean betrayal, but surviving this long in the intelligence game meant never taking chances. He prided himself on spotting threats like David Greengold, who never saw the trap coming. The memory brought a grim satisfaction. Maybe he should start carrying that knife again, just for old time's sake. Superstition wasn't beneath him. Plenty, in his line of work, clung to rituals like athletes before a big game. The Emir had warned him about unnecessary risks, like killing that Mossad officer. It had been reckless, stirring up enemies they didn't need. Better to stay in the shadows, unseen and untraceable. Mossad was feared for a reason: relentless, cunning, backed by traitors selling secrets for American cash. Not that his own people would ever betray him. Still, Uri's words echoed in his mind. Treason only comes from those you trust. He regretted putting a bullet in the Russian's skull so quickly. The man had been a wealth of knowledge, sharp as a blade when it came to reading people. But instincts could be deceiving, veering into paranoia. Uri had taught him that much before the gunshot silenced him forever. A breach of hospitality, sure, but the emir had brushed it off. Atheists don't count. Muhammad exhaled, glancing at his screen. His emails were locked behind unbreakable encryption, his identity a ghost. He didn't look, sound, or act like a threat. Hotels knew him as a man who drank whiskey, not a devout Muslim. As far as the world was concerned, he was just another businessman. Mossad might suspect someone like him killed Greengold, but without a photo or a traitor's confession, they'd never find him. And he intended to keep it that way. Uri had once told him that no one could ever know everything, yet excessive suspicion might tip off even an amateur observer. Skilled intelligence operatives had techniques no ordinary person would recognize, but those very techniques could betray them if someone knew what to look for. It was like a massive, unrelenting machine, spinning endlessly in the same cycle, never stopping, never deviating from its course. A relentless mechanism. And he was just a small part of it. Did he help it turn faster, or was he slowing it down? He wasn't sure. Then he scoffed at the thought. No, he wasn't just a cog, he was one of the driving forces. Maybe not the most powerful, but essential. Without him, the machine would still turn, but not as efficiently. And if fate allowed, he'd keep it rolling until it crushed every last one of his enemies, the emir's enemies, the enemies of their faith. With that resolve, he sent his encrypted message to Gadfly on 97 and signaled for coffee. Meanwhile, Rick Bell had ensured the campus had round-the-clock surveillance on their systems. Odd that they hadn't thought of it sooner, but they were adapting, just like everyone else in this high-stakes game. Tony Wills, aware of the 6-hour time gap between Europe and the East Coast, was on duty when the message came through. A quick transfer to Jack took mere seconds, less time than it took to blink. Now they had their target's location and his next move. Perfect. Jack grabbed his phone. "You awake?" he asked, when Brian answered with a groggy grumble. "Gevorkatum, now I am. What's going on?" "You get over here." "Bring Dom. Coffee's on the way." Dominic shuffled in, looking like he'd been dragged through hell. "This better be worth it," he muttered, rubbing his bloodshot eyes. Jack just smirked. "You want to fly with the eagles, you can't party with the pigs. Drink up." The coffee arrived, but one sip told them all they needed to know. It was thick, bitter, and worse than anything they'd had in Istanbul. Still, caffeine was caffeine. They kept conversation light, avoiding operational details in an unswept room. Jack downed his cup and hit the shower, ignoring the emergency pull cord. He wasn't that desperate. Dominic, on the other hand, looked like he needed more than a shower. Miraculously, he emerged looking halfway human, freshly shaved and alert. "Food here's decent, but whoever brewed this coffee should be fired," he announced. Brian snorted. "I've had better mere sludge." "Nobody's perfect," Dominic muttered, though he clearly agreed. Jack checked his watch. "The brew, half an hour." Dominic groaned. "If I'm not there, send a medic." But 30 minutes later, all three stood in the lobby, sharp and ready, sunglasses shielding their eyes from the blinding Italian sun. The game was on. Dominic approached the doorman for help and was directed toward Via Sistina, a street that would take him straight to the Trinità dei Monti church. Just across the way, the famous steps stretched down about 80 feet steep, but manageable. Sure, there was an elevator for the subway station further below, but walking downhill wasn't exactly a hardship. It struck all three of them how Rome seemed to have a church on every corner, much like New York had bodegas or coffee shops. The descent was surprisingly enjoyable, the kind of stroll that would have been downright dreamy with the right person beside you. The steps, designed by architect Francesco de Sanctis, followed the natural curve of the hill and had become famous for hosting the annual Donna Sotto l'Estelle fashion show. At the base sat an oddly charming fountain, a marble boat, supposedly commemorating a historic flood, which seemed about as useful as a chocolate teapot in a rainstorm. The piazza itself wasn't huge, smaller than Times Square, but it buzzed with energy, packed with pedestrians dodging cars and each other. On the west side stood Ristorante Giovanni, a modest yellow brick building with a sprawling outdoor seating area under a canopy. Inside, the air was thick with cigarette smoke, even the off-duty cop at the bar puffing away between sips of espresso. Dominic and Brian stepped in, scanning the room before slipping back outside. "We've got 3 hours to kill," Brian said. "Now what?" Jack checked his watch. "Our guys due at 1:30. Let's grab lunch around 12:45 and see what happens." "You recognize him on sight?" "Easy," Jack confirmed. "Then we've got time to kill. I was here a couple years back. Great shopping." Jack nodded toward a nearby storefront. "Is that Brioni over there?" Brian grinned. "Looks like it. Wouldn't hurt our cover to browse." "Let's go." Jack had never owned an Italian suit, though he had a few Savile Row pieces from London. Why not add to the collection? The whole situation was absurd. Here they were, prepping to take down a terrorist, and yet they were about to go suit shopping. Even women wouldn't pull this kind of thing, unless it involved shoes. Via del Babuino, Baboon Street, of all names, was lined with high-end boutiques. Italy was, after all, the undisputed king of style. Jack couldn't resist trying on a sleek gray silk jacket that fit like it was tailored just for him. 800 euros later, he was lugging around a designer bag, hardly standard spy gear, but perfect cover. What kind of assassin shops for luxury fashion before a hit? Meanwhile, Mohammed Hassan left his hotel at 12:15, retracing the same path the others had taken earlier. He knew it well. He'd walked it before Greengold's assassination, and the familiarity soothed him. The day was warm, around 86 degrees, pleasant for the swarms of American tourists. Christians, mostly. The Jews, he figured, were off in Israel, probably harassing Arabs. Here, they were just infidels snapping photos and maxing out credit cards on overpriced clothes. Not that he was above it. He'd bought his own suits at that Brioni shop near Piazza di Spagna. Antonio, the salesman, always treated him well, though Mohammed knew it was just business. Still, he respected that. His people were traitors, too. By lunchtime, he headed to Ristorante Giovanni, as reliable as any spot in Rome. His usual waiter spotted him and gestured toward his regular table under the canopy. Perfect. Everything was falling into place. Jack raised his glass with a grin. "That's our guy," he said as the three Americans observed their target. A waiter approached the table, delivering a bottle of Pellegrino and a glass of ice, something you didn't often see in Europe, where ice was usually reserved for winter sports. But their man clearly preferred his water chilled. Jack had the best angle to watch him. "Wonder what he orders for lunch," he mused. Dominic smirked. "Last meals are supposed to be decent, right? Not like that scumbag in Alabama, though. He probably wouldn't have known good food if it bit him." Then again, Dominic thought, what do they serve in hell? "His contact's due at 1:30. He asked. "Yep," Jack confirmed. And 56 warned him to watch his back. Could mean he's checking for tails. Brian frowned. You think he's on to us? Jack shrugged. Wouldn't you be? Their luck hasn't exactly been great lately. Dominic leaned back, stretching as he stole another glance at their mark. The jacket and tie were stifling in the heat, but they had to blend in as businessmen, not tourists. Still, he questioned the choice was he sweating from nerves or just the Roman sun. He hadn't felt this tense in London or Vienna. Then again, those cities had been packed too, though maybe not as chaotically. Just then, fate decided to mess with them. A waiter carrying a tray of Chianti tripped over a loud American tourist, some woman from Chicago tracing her ancestry, and sent the glasses flying. The tray missed the table, but the wine didn't miss the twins. Dominic's tan Brooks Brothers slacks now looked like he'd been in a paintball fight, and Brian was worse off. Jesus Christ. Dominic barked, staring at the stain spreading across his lap. The waiter babbled frantic apologies in Italian, offering to rush their suits to the cleaners. Dominic waved him off. Nobody died, he muttered, though the napkins weren't doing much. A few onlookers snickered, making his face burn as much as his ruined pants. When the waiter slunk away, Dominic exhaled. Now what? Brian sighed. Hell if I know. Luck's not on our side today, Captain Kirk. Thanks, Spock, Dominic shot back. Jack cut in. Hey, I'm still here, remember? Brian scoffed. Kid, you can't just why not? Jack challenged, voice low. How hard could it be? Dominic shook his head. This isn't golf, Jack. You're not trained. Brian opened his mouth, but Jack cut him off. Is it? With a sigh, Dominic pulled a pen from his pocket and handed it over. Twist the tip and jab him. Bicone, simple, right? Enzo nodded. It's ready. But don't screw it up. It was 1021. Their target, Mohammed Hassan, sipped his water, oblivious. His associate, Mahmoud, would arrive soon. Jack hesitated. Why risk blowing the meat? Then he stood, feigning a trip to the restroom. You sure about this? Brian asked. He's a bad guy. How fast does this stuff work? 30 seconds, Dominic warned. If it feels off, walk away. This isn't a game. Jack nodded. Dad did this kind of thing, he reminded himself. Just to be safe, he bumped into another waiter, asking for directions to the men's room. The waiter pointed, and Jack headed that way, heart pounding. The door was plain wood, marked only by a universal symbol instead of words to accommodate Giovanni's diverse clientele. Ryan hesitated. What if multiple people were inside? Then you improvise, genius. Stepping in, he spotted a man drying his hands, but the stranger soon exited, leaving him alone with 56 Moha, who was just finishing up at the urinal. Jack slipped the pen from his jacket, twisting it to reveal the needle-sharp tip. Fighting the urge to test it bad idea, he brushed past the well-dressed man and delivered the injection to his left cheek. No hiss of gas, just a sharp flinch from Mohammed Hassan al-Din as he spun around. Recognition flickered in his eyes, this face from the hotel, before Jack muttered, Oops, my bad, buddy, in a tone that set off alarms. An American. Well, bump. A sting in his side. And then the chilling realization he'd killed the Jew here. Mein Istam, who are you? Mohammed demanded. Jack, counting off seconds, smirked. The guy who just ended you 56, Moha. The terrorist's expression twisted into something primal. His hand dived into his pocket, flashing a blade, and suddenly the room felt 10 degrees colder. Jack backpedaled as the man lunged, knife aimed at his throat, then froze. The weapon clattered to the tiles. Mohammed's legs buckled, his body collapsing like a puppet with cut strings. He toppled face first, eyes wide, staring blankly at the urinal's underside, where Greengold's package had once been hidden. "Welcome to Karma, 56. Hell's got a VIP seat with your name on it," Jack muttered, watching the door swing shut behind him. But he doubled back, leave no traces. Using a handkerchief, he nudged the knife beneath the body, then rifled through the dead man's pockets. Bingo, Segap. Key in hand, he bolted, the adrenaline crash hitting him with a sudden, urgent need for the bathroom. Back at the table, he flashed the twins a tight grin. "You good. Let's get you to the hotel. I've got loose ends." Dominic tossed down enough euros to cover dinner and a generous tip, ignoring the flustered waiter offering to pay for their wine-stained shirts. They cut through Piazza di Spagna, rode the elevator to the church, and made it to the Excelsior in under 10 minutes. The clerk eyed their splattered clothes. "Need laundry service?" "Yeah, send someone up," Brian replied. In the elevator, Dominic whispered, "Well..." Jack dangled the room key. "Got him. And this. Dicterpe too. For what?" "His computer, dumbass." Upstairs, they found Moha's room eerily pristine. Jack grabbed his laptop and external drive time to dig. The external drive had ample storage, 10 gigs of free space ready to be filled. Inside the target's room, he quickly plugged the cable into the port, powering up Mohammed Hassan's Dell laptop. There was no room for hesitation. Both his machine and the Arab's ran the same OS, allowing him to transfer every file in one swift motion to the FireWire drive. The process took just under 6 minutes. Afterward, he meticulously wiped down the laptop, the desk, and even the doorknob with his handkerchief before slipping out unnoticed. As he stepped into the hallway, he spotted the valet collecting Dominic's wine-soaked suit. "Well, Turkspeeder Ditchov?" Dominic asked impatiently. "Done. The team back home will love this," Jack replied, holding up the drive with a smirk. "Nice work. What's next?" "Next, I'm wheels up. Shoot an email to HQ for me, yeah?" "You got it, Junior." Jack packed in a hurry and dialed the concierge, who informed him of a British Airways flight leaving soon from Da Vinci Airport, London bound, with a connection to Dulles. Time was tight, but he made it, boarding just in time and settling into seat 2A as the plane taxied away. Meanwhile, Mahmoud stood frozen as the police arrived. The sight of his colleague's body being wheeled out on a gurney left him speechless. Unbeknownst to him, the officers had already bagged the knife, noting the bloodstains. It would soon be analyzed in their lab, staffed by experts trained by London's finest in DNA forensics. With no one left to report to, Mahmoud retreated to his hotel, booking the next Emirates flight to Dubai. He needed to relay the disaster, maybe even to the Emir himself, a man whose reputation alone was enough to instill dread. 2 colleagues dead in one day. What kind of nightmare was this? A glass of wine might steady his nerves. Surely Allah would understand. Back in the air, Jack Jr. felt an uneasy tremor as the plane climbed toward Heathrow. He craved conversation but knew that wasn't an option, so he downed 2 mini bottles of scotch before landing. 2 more followed on the connecting flight to Dulles, but sleep eluded him. He'd not only taken a life, he'd taunted the man in his final moments. Not exactly noble, but praying for forgiveness seemed pointless. The FireWire drive now held 3 gigs of data from Hassan's laptop. What secrets did it contain? He could have plugged it into his own machine and dug around, but that was a job for the tech wizards back home. 4 attackers had struck at America, and now America had answered on their turf by their rules. The best part? The enemy had no idea what kind of predator they were dealing with. They'd seen the fangs. Next, they'd meet the mind,